Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Highly Nurturing High School. It is said that 99.9% of them can work in their desired field after graduation. Whether you choose to pursue higher education or employment, or become a star or professional golfer, the school can help you achieve it. Not only that, students studying here are exempted from all fees during the school period. This alone has attracted countless poor and weak families. The educational facilities are complete, the environment is good, and the control of hairstyles and belongings is extremely free. It can be said that it is an ideal high school that students dream of. However, Xingjian Yinshi, who has the memory of his previous life, naturally knows that all these are appearances. In fact, the allocation of resources here is entirely based on the strengths of the students. Talented students have the absolute right to speak, while mediocre students are struggling in this environment. A few years ago, when Xingjian Yinshi heard the name highly nurtured, he knew the world he was in. Welcome to the classroom of strength supremacy. In his previous life, he was considered to have died of old age, and after time traveling, he didn't find that he had any golden fingers. If he had to say it, his mind and body were far superior to ordinary people. He guessed that it should be the reason for the fusion of two souls. People have a unified name for this kind of outstanding existence: genius. Xingjian Yinshi is a natural genius, and he recognized this a long time ago. Whether it is observation, thinking ability, or physical ability, peers cannot compare with it. But there is a problem. The family he was born in can only be regarded as a small asset, and there are certain restrictions on the admission of students for high-level education, which has nothing to do with grades. With no help from the family, how to enroll in school has become the primary issue. Recalling the students in the original book, Kyotakuryokaji, Suzun Horikita, Kikyokushita. It may not be obvious, but these people are actually very special. A visitor from the wit room, a girl who is chasing after a big brother, a double-faced girl who is double-faced and longs for approval. That is to say, as long as there are enough special features, there is a chance to be highly nurtured and noticed, and a letter of recommendation will be sent. Because of this, when Xingjian Yinshi was in junior high school, he deliberately created an image of a maverick and cold genius. Those who wanted to make friends with him, regardless of whether they reported good intentions or not, were treated indifferently. If you were an ordinary person, you would probably be bullied in this situation. Unfortunately, Xingjian Yinshi was different. Anyone who tried to trouble him was beaten up. Thus, he became a legend in the country where he lived. Every time he takes the exam, he will be the first in the grade. He never communicates with others. His long hair covers half of his face. This is the image of his entire junior high school. Because of his excellent grades, he graduated smoothly even though he did cause a lot of trouble for the school. Today is the high-level entrance examination. Logically speaking, he has shown enough characteristics, but he still hasn't received a recommendation letter from the school. Whether he can be admitted is still unknown, so Xingjian Yinshi plans to add another insurance. He handed in a blank paper. It can't be said that it was a complete blank paper, because there was a paragraph left on the test paper, and then he patted his pants and left the examination room very neatly. He still has a few things to attend to before entering school. Because he knew the relationship of the world background in advance, he also made some preparations accordingly. "I am back. Back home," he greeted casually, and Xingjian Yinshi changed his shoes neatly. In fact, there is no one at home. His parents in this life are workaholics and are rarely at home. Back in the room, he turned on the computer neatly. Log into the mailbox, there is only one contact person in it, Shizuku. Or Sakura Eri. For fear of causing a butterfly effect, until now Xingjian Yinshi has not deliberately made friends with the characters in the original novel. As for Ai Li, they also met by chance. The two chatted unexpectedly, and became good friends over time. Looking at the messages sent by Ari, most of them said that he would go to high school, stop working as a graphic idol and other trivial matters. He didn't choose to reply. In fact, the communication between the two is mostly in professional photography. Because of the original work, he knows Ai Li very well, but Ai Li knows nothing about him. Arrange the pre-prepared miniature cameras, signal jammers, etc. properly. The next step is to wait for the admission notice. In the evening, the bright and clear moonlight covered the earth with a layer of coat. In Jiaokeng High School, Chairman Banliu was processing the enrollment information of the new class. Chairman, do you really want to add these two people who were not on the list? Will it be caught by others? Well, feel free to add it in. Although teacher Ling Xiaolu's influence is indeed great, the Banliu family is not without resistance. On the thick and simple wooden desk, two documents were quietly placed. One is the character information. The student's name is Ling Xiaolu Qinglong. There is not much relevant information, but all aspects have given a very high evaluation. The other one is a test paper, without answering any questions, only this paragraph is written on it. Is the world fair? I have always wondered about this. Even though society is always calling for equality, in fact, individual human beings are inherently different. Leaving aside intelligence, physical ability, and decision-making ability, there are still inherently flawed people in society. So, there is no equality in the world at all. Just like your school's admissions system. After my investigation, the students admitted to your school every year are more like random selection. If this is the case, what is the point of studying hard? Woolen cloth. I think that although the world is not equal, people will actively intervene to make it at least look equal. In this case, for the sake of equality, should I be given a place? The signature on the test paper is Xingjian Yinshi, which is another insurance he left behind. Banliu picked up the two documents, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. A wit irumfo genius, a surprisingly problematic student. What kind of vitality will their joining bring to the school? I really look forward to it. Chapter 2. The wind in April is relatively gentle, blowing on people's bodies like a hand caressing. Accompanied by cherry blossoms, the whole youth is drawn in the clear sky. Xingjian Yinshi features a handsome hairstyle, bid farewell to the lonely and slovenly image in junior high school. With sword eyebrows and star eyes, red lips, and white teeth, he looks like a beautiful boy. Wearing a red uniform on the upper body, his thin body has explosive strength, and the green trousers on the lower body are a bit rustic, but overall it looks good. There are 4 classes for freshmen, 40 students in each class. There are 43 students in Class D in the first volume of the novel. It is a bug, the original book shall prevail here. Even if a school bus can accommodate 20 students, it will take 8 or 9 vehicles to pick up all the students. Newborn. Unfortunately, Xingjian Yinshi did not board the car of Ling Xiaolu and Qinglong. Sitting on the rickety school bus, he watched the constantly changing street scenes to pass the time. As the bus continues to move forward, it is inevitable that the bus will become crowded. An old lady was staggering, her feet were unsteady. Thanks to the moral education in her previous life, Xingjian Yinshi gave up her seat without hesitation. The bus continued to stagger forward, and there were many fewer people on the way. Because of his excellent physique, no matter how bumpy the road was, he didn't feel the slightest effort. You're also a freshman in advanced nurturing high school, right? I don't know which class it's in. After being accosted, Xingjian Yinshi turned his head, and a few strands of pink hair jumped into his eyes. The girl was wearing the same school uniform as herself, about 1.6 meters tall, and had a proud figure. Long pink hair fluttering in the wind, coupled with a cute face and a friendly smile, makes people feel good. Ichinose Hunamai, the leader of Class B in the original book, is a very kind girl. Straightforward personality, quick-witted mind, deeply loved by Class B students. In fact, this is the second time they have met, but because Xingjian Yinshi changed his image, Ichinose couldn't recognize it. Ah, hello. My name is Xingjian Yinshi, a freshman in Class D, first grade. I feel that Xingjian is very kind. In the current society of country R, there are very few young people who take the initiative to take care of the elderly. Well, I just did what I think is meaningful, nothing else. Kindness or something is too heavy for me. Hey, is that so? Sorry, I seem to have said something strange, forget it, ha ha ha. Ichinose's affinity is indeed extraordinary. After a few words, the two have initially established a friendship. During the next journey, the two of them discussed their future campus life enthusiastically, imagining what kind of people and things they would meet. Most of the time, Ichinose is talking and Xingjian Yinshi is listening. Looking at the girl who has infinite longing for the future, maybe this is the state that a normal freshman should have. It's a pity that many of Ichinose's ideas may not be put into practice in advanced nurturing high school. During the communication between the two, the bus arrived at its destination staggeringly. The gate of the school is made of natural rocks, and it looks very solid. The big characters of Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Education Senior High School are neatly arranged on the side. Surrounded by teenagers and girls in uniforms, they walked through the school gate in twos and threes, and walked towards the designated classrooms. You just looked at me, what do you mean? Sorry, I'm just curious. I wonder if, for whatever reason, you never intended to give way to the old lady from the start. Hearing such a conversation in his ear, Xingjian Yinshi turned his gaze, and saw that there were two young men and women also wearing uniforms. The boy's expressionless face and gloomy eyes give people a feeling of being difficult to get along with. The girl has long black hair, a proud expression, clean movements, exuding an iceberg-like indifference. Rikoji Kiyotaka and Horikita Suzuan. Well, yeah, I wasn't even going to give up my seat. So what? No, I just think we're all the same. Because I'm not going to step aside either. As an avoidant, I don't want to draw attention to being involved in that kind of thing. Hearing Ling Xiaolu's words, Xingjian Yinshi smiled. As a top student of Wit Irum, Ling Xiaolu was a big fool in the early stage. Not only did he use the so-called avoidance as an excuse, but he hid himself behind the scenes, letting Horikita take the blame if something happened, and Class A and Class C were all cheated by him. Avoidance? Don't compare me to you. I just didn't give up my seat because I didn't think there was any point in giving up my seat to an old woman. Isn't this more extreme than avoidance? Really? I'm just acting according to my own beliefs, which is different from people who simply hate trouble. I hope I won't have anything to do with people like you in the future. There is no need to hear any more. Ignoring the two, Xingjian Yinshi and Ichinose greeted each other, left each other's contact information, then turned their heads and walked towards the classroom. There is a saying in the real teaching that is very true, it is an outstanding talent to hide deeply. Controlling the situation behind the scenes as an outsider is often more comprehensive than entering the game yourself. So in a short period of time, it is very necessary to hide yourself. After all, once exposed to the public's view, some behind-the-scenes actions will be completely useless. Before entering school, Xingjian Yinshi prepared a lot of things like tiny cameras, recorders, and trackers. It's a pity that the search at the Advanced Cultivation High School was really strict. He only brought in so many things: a tiny camera and a recorder. Entering the classroom, Xingjian Yinshi quickly found his ID card. As the saying goes, the back row is by the window, Wang's hometown, but unfortunately he doesn't seem to have this kind of treatment, so he was arranged in the middle position. Judging from his current position, Horikita is on his left, Sakura Eri is on his right, and Kushida Kikyo is in front. The blackboard is also very clear, and it is also a good location. There were not many people in the classroom, but there were already a few small groups gathered together. The others were either hesitating whether to talk to someone, or they were reading the materials distributed by the school in advance. My name is Ayanoji Kiyotaka, please give me your advice. The sudden self-introduction interrupted Xingjian Yinshi's thoughts. It turned out to be Ling Xiaolu. Suddenly introducing myself, to be honest, I was taken aback, ha ha ha. Although surprised, Xingjian Yinshi responded quickly. After all, it is quite beneficial to have a good relationship with Ling Xiaolu. Although it was sudden, we met once at the school gate, so it doesn't matter. It is indeed the highest masterpiece of wit Irum, and it is surprisingly sharp to observe. In this way, although it was a bit unexpected, Xingjian Yinshi still made his second friend in Class D, Ling Xiaolu Qinglong. Chapter 3. What an annoying coincidence! The one who spoke was Horikita Suzun, who was seated next to Ling Xiaolu. With a book in her hand, she glanced sideways at Ling Xiaolu, as if feeling very helpless. My name is Ayanoji Kiyotaka, please give me your advice. Suddenly introduce yourself. Although it was sudden, we have talked twice, so it doesn't matter, right? Hey, I seem to have heard similar words just now. Xingjian Yinshi stroked his hair, a little funny. Ling Xiaolu is really hard to describe in terms of social interaction. Even so, it is also possible that Ling Xiaolu showed it on purpose. Thinking of this, he began to look at the girl in front of him. She still has long hair, and her face is very delicate. There is a very calm temperament on the body, and the body should have undergone certain exercises. 100% can be regarded as a super beautiful girl, but it's a pity that she exudes an aura that strangers should not get close to. It doesn't matter if I refuse, right? Without hesitation, Horikita directly chose to reject Ling Xiaolu's friend request. I think it would be uncomfortable to sit next door for a year without knowing each other's names. I don't think so. Well, excuse me a little bit, is the book in your hand Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment? Xingjian Yinshi wants to intervene in the conversation. Who are you? Even if you want to chat with me, it's meaningless. It seems that Horikita is still the same as the original book, and doesn't intend to make friends with other people. Sorry, I'm just very interested in this book. If it bothers you, I won't continue. Crime and Punishment is a very interesting book, in which the author seriously discusses whether people have the right to kill if it is for justice. Xingjian Yinshi had read this book in his previous life and was very interested in this topic. Frankly speaking, at the legal level, killing such a thing is absolutely not allowed, no matter what the reason is. But it is undeniable that the law is not omnipotent. The truth is, too many people get away with it, it's almost inevitable. It is such contradictions that make people who have read this book feel endless aftertaste. A masquerade, a nerd, let's be honest, I don't really like either. I always feel that it only took 1 second for you to deny everything about the two of us. Xingjian Yinshi also pouted slightly, but didn't say anything. He already knew Horikita Suzun's character. Just relying on one's own feelings, not hesitating to assign certain labels to others, and stubbornly denying everything about others, this is Horikita in the early stage. This is also her main shortcoming. After all, I hope that no more bad luck will happen to me. Although I can understand your feelings, it seems impossible to realize it. Ling Xiaolu Qinglong pointed to the entrance of the classroom. Standing there is Gao Yuanji Liasuk. This classroom is well equipped. It seems to be exactly as the rumors say. Ignoring the others at all, Cao Enji put his legs on the table, took out the nail file from the bag, and began to trim his nails as he wished while humming a song. Unsurprisingly, he ignored the din or stares around him and went about his business. In just a dozen seconds, half of the people in the classroom felt disgusted with Gao Yuanji. So that's the case, it's really unlucky. Horikita Suzun sighed with her hands on her forehead. It seems that she more or less understands the troubles of this kind of egoism. I have to say that it is really rare for an existence like Kojinji Liasuk to fully implement himself. In the real world, where there are people, there is social interaction. If you want to establish a relationship with other people, you must more or less take care of the other person's feelings, which is also the basis of human relationship culture. And the behavior of implementing oneself will undoubtedly make people feel disgusted. As a social animal, human beings are very important to be recognized by others. If you want to develop a character like Gao Yuanji, you must have a high self-identity. Only a high degree of self-identity can make people completely disregard other people's opinions. Jeyuan Temple Liasuk, the heir of the Jeyuan Temple Chabal, an innate genius. With the personality of doing whatever he wants and acting like no one else, he absolutely implements himself and is indifferent to everything around him. Thinking ability, learning ability, physical ability are very strong. It's a nuisance, as Xingjian Yinshi puts it. Gao Yuanji, who cannot help Class D, only brings negative benefits. After a few minutes, the bell rang, and everyone returned to their positions consciously. A mature woman in professional attire entered the classroom. Sae Chibashira, the head teacher of Class D of the first grade. The appearance gives the impression of being clean and tidy, and he seems to be a very stable and disciplined teacher. He is about 30 years old, with what seems to be long hair, tied in a bunch at the back of his head. Dear freshman, I am the tutor of Class D, Sae Chibashira. I am usually responsible for teaching Japanese history. This school does not change classes every school year, so for the 3 years before graduation, I will work with you as the tutor. Learn, please teach me more. The entrance ceremony will be held in the gymnasium in 1 hour. Before that, I will send you information about the special rules of this school. Although you have already received it before entering the school. Familiar information came from the seat in front, which was distributed after the admission was announced. To be on the safe side, Xingjian Yinshi opened it as usual and took a quick look to make sure there was nothing new. Different from many other high schools in country R, the special feature of this high school is that all students are given the obligation to live in the school. At the same time, during the school period, unless there are special circumstances, all external contact is prohibited. Naturally, things brought in from outside the school will also be strictly reviewed. Having said that, Chazu Sae cast Xingjian Yinshi a few faint glances in his eyes. Xingjian Yinshi laughed a few times. 30 or 40 tiny cameras and recorders were found during his inspection. If he hadn't shown his enrollment certificate on the spot, he might have been sent to prison as a spy by now. Chapter 4. The student ID card that is issued now can use all the facilities in the school. It is similar to a credit card, but it will consume points, so you need to be careful when using it. In school, there is nothing that cannot be bought with points. As long as it is something in school, you can buy anything. Seeing that no one raised any questions, Siba Chibashira did not show any expression and continued to introduce to the students. The method of use is very simple, just sense or show the machine in the facility. It is also introduced in the specific operation manual. The points will be automatically remitted on the first day of each month. Now everyone should have been distributed 100,000 points fairly. In addition, each point is worth 1 yuan. There should be no need for further explanation. Different from the silence just now, as soon as this sentence fell, the classroom immediately burst into chatter, and the atmosphere was very enthusiastic. 100,000 yuan converted into RMB is about 5,000. Even in a developed country like country R, for ordinary high school students, this fee is a bit too large. Moreover, these fees are completely provided by the school for free. It is also introduced in the manual that in order not to let the students live too hard, the facilities in the school are very complete. Karaoke, movie theaters, coffee shops, clothing stores, and more. It is so good for students, but even if you think about it a little bit, you can think of it as unreasonable. In the final analysis, schools are always educational institutions with the purpose of cultivating social elites. With the current model, no matter how you think about it, it is impossible to educate the talents needed by society. Are you surprised that the school distributes so many points? This school measures students based on strength. Those of you who are able to enroll also have corresponding values and possibilities. The points represent the school's evaluation of you. Don't be shy, just use them. It's just that the school will take back these points after you graduate. Since the points cannot be converted into cash, there will be no benefit even if you keep them. After the points transfer, how to use it is your freedom. Use it according to your own preferences. If someone thinks that there is no need to use the points, you can also transfer them to others. However, please do not act intimidating others. The school is very sensitive to the issue of bullying. As if bewitched, Chibashira Sae made a very tempting suggestion. Xingjian Yinshi has even imagined the scene of the students in Class D shopping like crazy. As expected of Class D? For whatever reason, no one in the class questioned it. No one seems to want to ask questions. So, I wish you a good campus life. After speaking, Chibashira Sae turned and left the classroom, moving quickly, as if leaving some kind of trouble behind. Ignoring the noisy classmates, Xingjian Yinshi chased after him resolutely. He didn't plan to live a tight life in the next few months. Teacher Chibashira, can I take up your time for a while? Oh? Student Xingjian Yinshi, the teacher's time is very precious. Well, I believe the teacher will be interested in this topic. First grade Class D. After Mr. Chibashira left, he left behind the students who were panicked because of the huge sum of money, and everyone discussed enthusiastically how to use it. It's unbelievable, it's so good to us that it's a little scary. Listening to Horikita's words, Ling Xiaji Qingtaka also deeply felt the same. The detailed situation of this school seems to be covered with a veil of mystery, and it is full of unknown places. They are not the only students who think like this. Most of them just can't change their thinking at once, and are blinded by the enthusiastic atmosphere in the classroom. Everyone, can you listen to me for a while? Yasuo Kirita quickly raised his hand, exuding the atmosphere of a promising young man. His hair was not dyed, so he looked like a model student. There is no bad element in the expression, and there is a very friendly smile on the corner of the mouth. From today onwards, we will live together in the same class. So, I think from now on, we will introduce ourselves spontaneously, and it would be great if we can become friends soon. The entrance ceremony is about 10 minutes away. There is still time, how about it? Quite an amazing statement. This should be the words that most students want to think about, but can't speak anyway. Yes. We don't even know each other's names or anything. Ignoring the enthusiastic self-introduction in the classroom, Xingjian Yinshi has followed Chazu Sae to the roof of the teaching building. So, student Xingjian Yinshi, do you have any questions? Question? There is no such thing. The reason I am looking for a teacher is to buy an anonymous account. Hearing Xingjian Yinshi's request, Chibashira Sae's expression changed visible to the naked eye, and he stared at him with wide eyes, unable to maintain a stable expression at all. At first Xingjian Yinshi said something was wrong. Chibashira Sae thought that he had noticed the problem of 100,000 points, so he wanted to ask her in private. Suppressing restless thoughts, Chibashira Sae responded calmly. Oh? Interesting. I guess you might have noticed something, but I didn't expect you to buy something from me directly. How did you come up with this? Teacher Chazu, I've already cut to the chase, so there's no need for these temptations. Xingjian Yinshi could tell right away that it was Chibashira Sae trying to see if he understood the point rules. Let me just say it, I understand that the school cannot give students an average of 100,000 points every month. The teacher also said the school uses strength as the standard to measure students, the points represent the school's evaluation of you and things like that. All of this means that evaluations will change. The school will issue points based on the strength of the students, and in the school, there is nothing that cannot be bought with points means that points are a strategic resource for competition among students. That's right, in Xingjian Yinshi's view, points are strategic resources for students to compete. And now, he wants to use this strategic resource. Wonderful. Very exciting. I have to say that your analysis is very correct and surprising. Then let me tell you straightforwardly that there is no anonymous account in the school that cannot be inquired at all. However, if you want to inquire about the corresponding anonymous account, you need to pay personal points 20 times the account creation fee. Sure enough, the Advanced Nurturing High School has existed for so many years, and the various rules have already been very sound. The relatively common method of anonymous accounts has already been used. In this regard, Xingjian Yinshi is not surprised at all. So, I want to create an anonymous account worth 50,000 points. Without hesitation, Xingjian Yinshi directly took out his student ID card. Chapter 5. By the way, in addition to anonymous mailboxes, I also need the email addresses of all first-year students. As the most common communication tool between students, good friends will exchange email addresses, and the school will naturally include them. Because it is not difficult to obtain information, Sae Chibashira only collected 20,000 points from Xingjian Yinshi symbolically. Speaking of which, I still have a question. I wonder if student Xingjian can answer it for me? Of course, you can choose to refuse. What question? Since you have already seen the hidden rules of the school, why do you keep silent in class? As long as you ask questions about this, it will greatly improve your evaluation in the eyes of your classmates no matter what. Whether you admit it or not. For teenagers who are in their youth, everyone will have a strong desire to express themselves. Make others look up to you and show off in front of everyone. Such thoughts, every adolescent student will have it. Such an opportunity, almost no one can refuse. Isn't this what Chibashira-sensei expected? Oh? What do you mean? I was also observing while passing the classrooms of other classes. You are the head teacher who ended the class meeting first, and the other teachers are more or less still in the classroom, just hoping that some students will question the school's rules. But Mr. Chibashira walked very simply, as if he didn't care whether the students had any problems. There is such an idiom in country Z: destroy the boat. I guess, you are doing this to push the students into a desperate situation. As long as there is no source of points, they will work hard to get the basic points. Yes, Xingjian Yinshi very much suspected that Chazu Sae was deliberately concealing information. In the original book, when Class D deducted all the class points in the first month, she still concealed the change of the scope of the midterm exam, so that Sudo-kan almost got a lunchbox on the spot. It's an interesting guess. Well, that's all for the chat, and I still have a meeting, so excuse me. Chibashira Sae didn't admit it, nor denied it, making people confused about her true thoughts, and turned and left the rooftop. First grade Class D. As soon as he returned to the door of the classroom, Xingjian Yinshi heard a loud noise, and a group of people came out in a file. The leader was a red-haired delinquent boy. It is Sudo Takeru, who is responsible for the apparent athletic ability of Class D, and is currently the biggest trouble for the entire class. I have to say that sometimes it is really a coincidence that the junior high school where Xingjian Yinshi is located is the same as Sudo-ken. As a bad boy, Sudo naturally made trouble for him, and as a result, he was severely beaten. It's just that the image of Xingjian Yinshi has changed too much now, so Sudo-ken didn't recognize it. Followed by Horikita Suzuan, holding a book in her hand, it seems that she, like the original book, has no intention of introducing herself at all. With black hair swaying in the wind, delicate face, bright eyes, paired with a red uniform and short skirt, the whole body is full of youthful and beautiful atmosphere. Regardless of personality, she is really an impeccable beautiful girl. If you continue to look at me like this, I will impose sanctions without hesitation. Horikita Suzune narrowed her eyes and stared at Xingjian Yinshi, shaking the compasses in her hand like a threat. Hey! Why is this? I'm just curious. Speaking of which, have you made plans to spend the entire high school alone? Let me declare that I was admitted to this school to receive education and improve myself, not to waste time on so-called social activities. That's really indifferent. Whatever you think, goodbye. Without hesitation, Horikita turned and left the classroom. At present, in the eyes of a girl named Horikita Suzune, the concept of a partner does not exist at all. In other words, the current Horikita Suzune only has eyes for the big brother who is the president of the student council. That. I'm Kiyotaka Ayanokaji. That, I don't have anything special in it, but I will try my best to get along with everyone, so please give me your advice. Stepping into the classroom, Xingjian Yinshi heard Ling Xiaolu Qinglong's lame self-introduction. Strictly speaking, such a self-introduction is undoubtedly a failure. People who make such self-introductions often leave an impression that they don't have a high sense of presence. But for Ling Xiaolu Qinglong, who wanted to spend his high school life smoothly and didn't want to get into trouble, there was no more suitable self-introduction than this. Please give me your advice, Ayanokaji-san. We are the same, we all want to get better with everyone, let's work hard together. Hirata encouraged with a hearty smile. As expected of the atmosphere, as if following Hirata's words, scattered applause erupted in the classroom. Because of Ling Xiaolu Qinglong's self-introduction, the atmosphere that was a bit cold was revived again. Hey, then it's up to me. My name is Xingjian Yinshi. I usually like reading books, especially mystery novels. I think my academic performance is not bad. If you have any knowledge points that you don't understand on weekdays, you can ask me. I will try my best to help you of. Following Hirata's words, Xingjian Yinshi introduced himself neatly with Ling Xiaolu Qingtaka's expression as if he was looking at a traitor. With a clean and handsome appearance and excellent attribute bonuses, he has gained relatively high popularity as expected. Many classmates, especially a few female classmates, even exchanged email addresses with him on the spot. In such a warm and peaceful time, a group of people participated in the same opening ceremony, and then they disbanded and went about their own affairs. Due to the regulations of highly nurturing high school, students are not allowed to bring personal luggage. Therefore, all necessary daily necessities need to be purchased by yourself after enrollment. Thanks to the small number of students, the convenience store is not crowded. If you're bothering, how about the 5-ply blade style over here? I think it can shave very cleanly. What do you want me to shave? Hearing such a bad conversation, Xingjian Yinshi, who was picking out the toiletries, poked his head out and looked at the two people who were discussing. It was Ling Xiaolu Kiyotaka and Horikita Suzune. These two and I really had an unexpected fate. Ling Xiaolu gripped the razor expressionlessly and handed it to Horikita, while Horikita Suzune stared at him as if looking at filth. Like you see, the chin or armpit, and down there nothing. What an amazing statement! Rather, this is already harassment. Chapter 6. It's really quite an amazing speech. I didn't expect Ling Xiaolu, who looks honest, to be so individual. With some teasing words in his mouth, Xingjian Yinshi inserted into the conversation between the two very naturally. To be able to say such things to someone I just met today, I really envy him for having such a personality. Horikita made no secret of her dislike for Kiyotaka Rikoji. I always feel that you are also talking about the person you met for the first time as worthless. Really? I'm just stating the facts, not the same as you. Seeing that they planned to continue such a meaningless quarrel, Xingjian Yinshi directly interrupted the two of them. By the way, don't you think it's really strange that the school gives students such generous treatment? As if they were very interested in this topic, Kiyotaka Ryokaji and Suzune Horikita stopped arguing tacitly. There is no doubt that this is abnormal. As an institution for teaching and educating people, such a favorable environment will only make students feel slack, which is not good for education. Horikita Suzun's thinking is very flexible, it's better to say that she had doubts before. Hey, look, what's going on here? Ling Xiaolu Qinglong looked around, and then found something strange in a corner. Some food and daily necessities are placed in a corner of the convenience store. At first glance, it looks the same as other things, but there is only one big difference. Free. Horikita also seemed to find it incredible, and picked up a product to observe. Everyday items such as toothbrushes or bandages are stuffed into shopping trolleys that say they are free, and are labeled up to 3 per month. It is incompatible with other products around and exudes a sense of strangeness. Is this a relief measure for those who overuse points? The school really spoils the students. In other words, is the school's service meticulous to such an extent? The three looked at each other and made a decision. It can't be that simple. It's so noisy. Wait a minute. I'm looking for it. The sudden loud sound overwhelmed the peaceful background music and spread throughout the convenience store. Then hurry up. The queue behind is blocked. Ah? Do you have any dissatisfaction? The cause of this trouble is the existence of a delinquent boy in Class D of the first grade named Syudu Takeru. It seems that there was a dispute because Syudu Takeru forgot to bring his student ID when checking out. The two boys scolded each other. Did something happen? Ah? Who are you? Ling Xiaolu Qingtaka originally planned to talk forward, but Syudu seemed to mistakenly think that the enemy was increasing, so he responded with a strong attitude, staring at him fiercely. I'm Ayanokji, who is in your class. Seeing you seemed troubled, so I talked to you. After explaining the reason, Takeru Syudu seemed to understand a little bit, and his voice became calmer. Ah! Speaking of which, I seem to have an impression of you too. I forgot to bring my student ID card. I forgot that the next card will replace cash. Seeing that his hands are empty, it seems that he went back to the dormitory, and he probably forgot to bring them at that time. If necessary, I can advance the money for you. It will be troublesome to go back and get it, if you don't mind. That's right, it's really troublesome, and because of the incident just now, it's all over the place. This convenience store is not far from the dormitory, but at this time, students who came to buy lunch also lined up behind the cashier one after another. I'm Syudu, please help me here. Please teach me, Syudu. Handed over the instant noodles, told Ling Xiaolu that he remembered to heat the water and walked out. Watching this brief conversation, Horikita sighed in disbelief. You've been called around since we first met. Are you going to be his obedient little brother? Or is this an act you're taking to make friends? Not only Horikita, but Xingjian Yinshi can't understand it at all. As an egoist to a certain extent, he would not take the initiative to help others unless he has some schemes. But I have to say that even though the relationship is very superficial, Ling Xiaolu has indeed established the most preliminary friendship with Syudu. It's such a boring move. I have other things to do, so I'll take my leave first. After resolutely ending the shopping, Xingjian Yinshi knew that Syudu would have conflicts with several senior students later, but he didn't care about it. Correspondingly, he still has very important things to do today. Moreover, he didn't want to stay with Ling Xiaolu to clean up the mess. Horikita heard what Xingjian Yinshi said, nodded as if in agreement, and finished shopping. Although I may be a bit nosy, I still suggest that you keep a distance from this kind of guy who seems to cause trouble. After leaving such a sentence, Horikita Suzun and Xingjian Yinshi left the convenience store and walked towards the dormitory. It's really indifferent. After all, Syudu can be regarded as our classmate. Don't you think of lending a helping hand? Horikita sneered at Xingjian's sarcasm. Although you can't use orders, I advise you to try to avoid spending money randomly. Because I think once you get used to waste, it will be very hard to change it later. What Horikita said is right, it is easy to go from simple to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to simple. As long as human beings have experienced a comfortable life once, they cannot easily abandon it, which can be regarded as a kind of inferior nature of human beings. After saying that, Horikita speeded up and opened the distance, and walked towards the dormitory building on his own. It's really an unpleasant guy. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, many students must have been unable to fall asleep. Whether it's the joy and anxiety of entering high school, or the unreal feeling of suddenly getting a huge sum of money, these disturb the minds of students. Ding! At this time, all the first-year students received an email almost at the same time, which listed such contents. First-year freshmen, you must be very disturbed right now. In this school with a 99.9% enrollment rate, you can get a huge amount of points every month. Is there really such a dreamy life? How about it? Are you interested in my topic? This is exactly the supreme existence called the rules in the advanced nurturing high school, whether it is teachers and classmates or staff and directors, everyone needs to abide by it. If you want to know the detailed information, just put 5,000 points into this account, don't worry about being cheated, the school has clear regulations, fraudulent behavior will lead to expulsion from school. After opening the email, you only have 10 seconds to operate, so don't think about sharing it with your friends, maybe you are the only one who has received this message. There is a collection account below the email, and the sender's signature is Mysterious Person N. Chapter 7. In the early morning of the next day, the breeze was blowing on the face, with a slight fragrance of green grass, which made people feel refreshed. Stepping into the classroom, Xingjian Yinshi saw many small groups forming circles and chatting piecemeal. My mouth is full of Mysterious Person N, emails, points, cheating and the like, and there is still resentment on my face. How about it, student Xingjian Yinshi, you have received that email, right? It's Yukimura Terahiko, a classmate, a guy with a high self-esteem, who hates people who have poor academic performance or who don't like studying. Because Xingjian Yinshi mentioned that he had good academic performance when introducing himself, the two exchanged contact information smoothly. I have received it. Rather, it seems that I have been severely blackmailed. Seeming a little embarrassed, Xingjian Yinshi narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed helplessly. Hey, I am the same. I have never been able to accept such preferential treatment from the school, and I have been overwhelmed by the mysterious man N. Yukimura also said the same. Actually, I've asked a lot of people, and it seems like everyone pays the 5,000 points. He is a Kidomiyake, and he has a very simple attitude towards people. Relatively withdrawn, the grades are not very good, but the physical fitness is relatively good. In this way, that mysterious person N should have received a lot of points. He is really a hateful guy, and he said that only you received it, this is a scam. The truth is, he seems to have added the word maybe, even if he wants to report it, he can't do anything about it. Thinking of the points in his student ID card, Xingjian Yinshi almost laughed out loud, quickly suppressed his restless heart, and said casually. That's right, he is the mysterious person N who pretends to be a senior student. In fact, there are only more than 160 people in the first grade, and more than 130 have chosen to pay. Because it is the first day of school and it is at night, the situation of students discussing with their peers is avoided. Coupled with the fact that the decision time is only 10 seconds, many people have no time to think fully. And the secret hidden by the school has firmly grasped the hearts of the students, and in addition to the fact that 100,000 points have just been issued, many people chose to pay in this situation. In other words, in one night, Xingjian Yinshi gained nearly 500,000 personal points. As a result, the students resented him deeply. After all, as long as you don't pay, you can get this information from your companion for free the next day. With such a big gap between front and back, Xingjian Yinshi has no doubt that if he dares to show his vest, he will definitely be bullied severely. What do you think of the information given by the mysterious man N? As soon as he returned to his seat, Ling Xiaolu Qinglong came over and asked his own question. Horikita Suzun next to her also cast her gaze. Although it is true that many people have been cheated, the information given by Xingjian Yinshi is also genuine. Although it seems that there are many things that need attention, in summary, there are only 3 core points. 1. The school will not issue 100,000 points every month, but will issue corresponding points based on the evaluation of the class. 2. Students' usual classroom discipline violations and off-class violations will reduce the evaluation of the class to a certain extent. 3. The distribution of the 4 classes A, B, C, and D is determined according to certain conditions. Of course, most people don't care about the third point of information. Most students are still skeptical about these rules in their hearts. As students, they can't understand the school's intentions in doing so. It should be true. After all, if you lie, you will be expelled from school if you are reported. The electric bell rang. Sae Chibashira walked into the classroom slowly, and before he stood on the podium, Kanji Ike and Haruki Yamauchi couldn't wait to ask him for confirmation. That, Teacher Chibashira, we want to know whether the contents of that mysterious person's mailbox are real. About this point, I have already emphasized it at the opening class meeting. Unfortunately, no one raised any questions at that time. Regarding your question, I can only say that I can't answer it. This is my answer. Do you understand? Because this topic is relatively hot, Sae Chibashida also learned about the information provided by the so-called mysterious person N. In addition, I hope that you can learn to raise your hands before asking questions, which is also part of classroom discipline. Although Sae Chibashira did not respond positively, most people have already realized that the information given by the mysterious man N is likely to be true. Isn't that too bad? It was Haruki Yamauchi who screamed, because he had squandered a lot of 100,000 points due to excessive consumption yesterday. I hope you are clear. It is class time. If there is anything, you can discuss it after class. Please open the textbook now. It was the first time that Chibashira Sae used such a serious voice. Many students were shocked and opened their textbooks honestly to prepare for class. This is not the only case in Class D, other classes have also confirmed the reliability of the information one after another, aroused heated discussions, and gradually spread to other grades. Student Union Office. President, this is the latest report of the first grade. Akane Tachibana, the secretary of the student union, is a cute girl with ball hair. At this time, she is reporting to Hori Kitagaku with the information she has compiled for the first grade. Senior? Mysterious man N. Could it be a hidden third-year student? If that's the case, seniors should have a headache again? After all, we don't have such interesting guys in the second grade. It was Masa Nagamo, vice president of the student council, who said such provocative words. With a longing for Hori Kitagaku and an urgent desire to compete with him, he believes in the supremacy of absolute strength, a rather complicated character. No one can hide for that long. This so-called mysterious person must be a first-year freshman. Without hesitation, Hori Kitagaku gave his own judgment directly. Thanks to the excellent intelligence system, he happened to know that several interesting characters appeared in the first grade. Is that so? Looks like school life is going to be interesting again. After clapping her hands, Nagamoya also showed an expectant expression. Chapter 8. Chairman's Office. Chairman Banliu, there is an anonymous account created by a freshman, and a large amount of points were suddenly transferred last night. Oh. Freshman? Let me see. After receiving the documents handed over by his subordinates, Chairman Banliu read them carefully. When he saw Xingjian Yinshi's name, he showed a surprised expression. So that's it, it's this little guy with keen observation skills. Don't worry about it, the points in the account are obtained through normal channels. Just like a wave that ripples and then dives underwater, the mysterious man incident gradually faded after maintaining its heat for a period of time. It's just that compared to the indulgence on the first day, most students have restrained a lot, and their consumption has become a lot less. In this way, on the second day of highly nurturing high school, Xingjian Yinshi experienced the long-lost normal campus life again. The teachers are so cheerful and friendly that people don't feel that this is a school for further studies, and they even have an overly indulgent attitude towards students. In order to keep a certain class evaluation, the students tried their best to restrain themselves. Even a guy like Xyuda tried his best to remind himself to stay awake. After the intense schoolwork ended, everyone entered the lunch break as if relieved. The students left their seats, joined acquaintances, and left for dinner. During the period, many people invited Xingjian Yinshi, but he politely declined. Noticing that Ling Xiaolu was watching the scene enviously, he walked beside him without knowing it. I want to go to the student cafeteria next. Does anyone want to go with me? As expected, Hirata's popularity was very high, and many girls responded as soon as he opened his mouth. Ling Xiaolu cast an expectant gaze, but unfortunately, he was gorgeously ignored. Just like that, Hirata and the girls walked out of the classroom in harmony. Ling Xiaolu Qinglong could only put down his hand that was hanging in the air, and scratched his hair as if to relieve embarrassment. It's so sad. Horikita left these words and left the classroom with the crowd. Then it seems like it's just the two of us. I don't think I have that kind of charm to make you, Xingjian, leave your friends behind and stay with me. Ling Xiaolu sighed helplessly, as if he was afraid of trouble. That's not necessarily true. I'm very interested in Ling Xiaolu. Well, students Ling Xiaolu and Xingjian, can I interrupt you a little? The one who interrupted the two of them and made the request was her classmate Kikyo Kushida, a very beautiful girl. He has straight brown hair slightly shorter than his shoulders, beautiful eyes, and a friendly smile on his face at all times. The cosmetic bag in her hand is hung with many key rings, which looks exaggerated, completely like a youthful high school student. It's Kushida-san, do you need help with anything? For a beautiful girl like Kushida, Ling Xiaolu will definitely agree. I can't pretend that I didn't hear that. This guy Ling Xiaolu, even though he was slandered by Xingjian Yinshi, still looks unmotivated. What a beautiful girl. Xingjian is too much. That is like this, don't I want to get better with my classmates as soon as possible? So I was asking for contact information one by one. But Horikita-san declined. Although it's a small matter, Ayanokji-san and Xingjian-san, don't you have a good relationship with Horikita-san? Actually. Of course. Ling Xiaolu and I are Horikita's most important friends in this school. Hey! Is that so? Please help me. Please teach me a lot in the future, Ayanokji-san and Xingjian-san. Kushida Kikyo held out her hand to Xingjian Yinshi without any doubts. Xingjian Yinshi held it decisively. The girl's hand was cool, soft and comfortable to the touch. Xingjian Yinshi felt a little reluctant to let go. Please teach me more. Is it really okay to do this? Horikita will definitely kill you if she finds out. After Kushida Kikyo left, Ling Xiaolu couldn't help asking. It's not me, it's us, student Ling Xiaolu. Xingjian Yinshi didn't have the consciousness of harming others at all, so he dragged Ling Xiaolu to the cafeteria. After chatting with Kushida for a few words, my stomach was already getting hungry. From 5 p.m. today, we will hold a club briefing session in the number 1 gymnasium. Students who are interested in clubs, please gather in the number 1 gymnasium. Repeat again. At 5 o'clock today. The two of them who had just sat down in the cafeteria and had not had time to eat a few bites heard such a notice on the radio. By the way, Xingjian. I'm not interested in clubs. But I haven't asked yet. Then you ask. Ling Xiaolu Qinglong, who didn't know what to say at all, had no choice but to stop what he wanted to say, and put his mind on the curry rice in front of him. After returning to the classroom after lunch, Xingjian Yinshi walked straight to Horikita Suzuan, and Ling Xiaoji Qingtaka, who was next to him, gave him a brave look. "Hey, Horikita. I'm not interested in clubs." Xingjian Yinshi did not expect that he would suffer exactly the same treatment as Ling Xiaolu and Qing Long. Looking at the expressionless Ling Xiaolu next to him, I always feel that he is secretly laughing. I naturally know that there is a high probability that a guy like you will not be interested in the club. Now that you know this, come and ask me? Are you an idiot? Don't say that. Even if you don't join the club, you can go to the briefing. I heard that the president of the student council will also go. What's his name? Looks like Horikita Gaku, isn't it? The last sentence, Xingjian Yinshi almost said it next to Horikita Suzuan's ear. The two of them were quite close and looked very close. Looking at Horikita Suzuan's white and red ears and tender earlobes, Xingjian Yinshi almost couldn't hold back and bit on them directly. If this is the case, Horikita will definitely push him to the ground and beat him in the most brutal way, and maybe he will go directly to the hospital. Thinking of this, he backed away silently, pulling a little distance away from Horikita. Chapter 9. Although I have guessed such a situation, there are many more people than expected. Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help sighing as he watched the crowds and the impenetrable briefing session. Most of the first-year students have already arrived, and nearly 100 people are waiting on the spot. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically and looking forward to club activities. Xingjian Yinshi, Horikita Suzuan, and Ling Xiaoji Kiyotaka stood a little behind, waiting while reading the brochure they got when they entered the gymnasium. The detailed information of various associations is written on it, such as kendo, tea ceremony, karate, football, basketball, etc. The types are very complete. There are even clubs that don't seem serious, like hide-and-seek clubs and nap clubs. Looking carefully, no matter which popular associations seem to be of high standard, there seem to be many national-level associations or players. However, this will also make it difficult for people without club experience to join sports clubs. Those who make their debut in high school will only be candidates for 10,000 years anyway. So, I don't think I can find fun in it. It's really Horikita's character. Even when looking at clubs, she has a critical eye. It also depends on your own talent and hard work, right? As long as you keep practicing in the first and second grades, you will always have a chance. Xingjian Yinshi also expressed his opinion. In his opinion, although unremitting efforts cannot play a decisive role, it can also make up for the lack of talent. First graders, I kept you waiting for a long time. Next, the representative of the club will start the introduction session. I am Tachibana, the secretary of the student council, and I will be the host of this session. Please give me your advice. While the three were arguing, representatives of the club had already lined up on the stage of the gymnasium. The representatives of these clubs range from strong-looking seniors in judo uniforms to seniors in beautiful kimonos. The club introduction is also an eye-opener, and the popular clubs basically set a certain threshold. Correspondingly, there are also many associations that cannot recruit people, mobilizing people everywhere. When Xingjian Yinshi was watching the seniors introduce the club in turn, the body of Horikita next door suddenly shook violently, and then stared at the direction of the stage with a livid face. Xingjian Yinshi followed his gaze, and as expected, he saw a serious man wearing glasses behind the representative of the baseball club. Surprise, cringe, or delight. In short, Horikita Suzuan's expression was very complicated, and this was the first time Xingjian Yinshi saw her lose her composure. The club representatives who finished the explanation stepped down one by one and went to the place where the simple table was displayed, presumably that was the place where the application for membership was submitted. In the end, there was only one person left on the stage, and he was Horikita Gaku, the leader of Class A of the third grade and the president of the student council. He is about 170 centimeters tall and doesn't look that tall. The body is relatively slender and looks weak. He has the same cool black hair as Horikita Suzuan, and through his neatly shaped glasses, he can peek into his intellectual eyes. He stood quietly like this, standing in front of the microphone, looking at the first graders with a calm attitude. As if he forgot to bring the manuscript, he didn't say anything. There was a sound of encouragement from the first graders, and then everyone laughed in good faith. However, there was no response. Gradually, the laughter passed the peak and fell into silence. The whole gymnasium suddenly fell into an unbelievably tense and silent atmosphere. After another 30 seconds or so, a yawn interrupted the silence of the scene. The voice is Xingjian Yinshi. Of course, the yawn was deliberately faked by him. As soon as the voice fell, he felt countless eyes shooting directly at him. Two of them were particularly sharp, and one came from Horikita Gaku on the stage. As for the other one, it was Horikita Suzuan who was beside her. Horikita's gaze lasted for 7 or 8 seconds, and then he rearranged his clothes and slowly began to explain. I'm Horikita Gaku, the student council president. The student union is also accompanied by the graduation of the senior students this time. Candidates will be recruited from among the first-year students. Candidates do not need special conditions, but if someone is considering becoming a candidate for the student union, please avoid joining other clubs. If you want to join the student union at the same time and other associations will not be adopted in principle. Although the tone was gentle, it made the atmosphere tense as if it was about to pierce the skin. He alone could easily quiet over 100 freshmen in this vast gymnasium. Of course, having this power is not due to being the student council president. It was the strength of the student named Horikita Gaku in front of him. The atmosphere of the whole scene gradually fell into his control. Then our student union does not want people who have naive ideas to run for election. People like that will not only be elected, but they will also leave a stain on the school. The student union of our school is given the right to change the rules by the school and mission, so it is highly anticipated. We only welcome people who can understand this. After speaking smoothly, he took another deep look at Xingjian Yinshi, then stepped off the stage and walked out of the gymnasium. Everyone has worked hard, and the briefing session is over. Now we will start accepting applications for membership. In addition, since the application for membership will go all the way until the end of April, students who want to apply again afterward, please bring the application form directly to the club you want to join. Thanks to the calm host Zhu Jian, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Pfft! It was the sound of a knife being stabbed into the abdomen. Xingjian Yinshi turned around and saw Horikita Suzuan, who was furious. Horikita-san, I think I can explain. Student Xingjian, regret while suffering or regret while despairing, which one do you choose? I am firmly against this. Violence will not solve anything. Really? Since ancient times, the reason for the existence of violence is that for human beings, violence is the most efficient way to solve problems. Whether it is to make the other party obedient or refuse the other party's request, violence will be the most reliable and fastest way. The way. After finishing speaking, Horikita hit the position just now with a hand knife. Xingjian Yinshi held his stomach and pretended to show a painful expression, but Horikita didn't have any sympathy for him. That being said, the student council president is Horikita-san's big brother, right? Slowly straightening up, Xingjian Yinshi stared at Horikita Suzuan, but the other party quickly looked away. Worthy of being the student council president, you are really very courageous, and you have the feeling of dominating the audience. Of course, Big Brother has always been so good. Hearing Xingjian praise Big Brother, Horikita raised his head with a proud expression. This reaction is really easy to understand. Chapter 10. Good morning Yamauchi. Good morning Chi. As soon as Xingjian Yinshi entered the classroom, an unexpected greeting came from his ear. Kanji and Yamauchi Haruki, it's really strange that these two people arrived at school so early. Although I learned from the mysterious person and that points will be deducted for violating discipline, in the week since the entrance ceremony, Ike and Yamauchi came late almost every day on the eve of the day. Oops, I was so looking forward to today's class that I couldn't sleep at all. Ha ha ha, this school is really great. I didn't expect to have swimming lessons from this season. When it comes to swimming lessons, I have to mention girls. And when it comes to girls, it's campus swimwear. Should it be said that he is an idiot? In front of so many girls in the class, the two of them shamelessly said something very rude. Sure enough, a series of disgusted eyes were projected over, but it was a pity that Yamauchi and Ike seemed to be indifferent and ignored them gorgeously. Xingjian Yinshi himself didn't care what the boys were planning. After all, he couldn't agree with peeking at girls changing clothes. So he kept away from the boy and sat in front of Horikita Suzuan. What's your business? Come on, we can be considered friends after all. Hey! I'll repeat it again, don't take me as your friend without authorization. Horikita refused mercilessly, saying that after getting along with her recently, she has fully recognized Xingjian Yinshi's bad character. I'm coming to play too. I want it too. Don't underestimate my milk volume detector. When Xingjian was chatting with Horikita, the boys suddenly gathered in a row and began to discuss the size of the girls' breasts. Almost all the girls in the classroom cast contemptuous glances at them as if they saw filth. Hey, Horikita, I didn't join the discussion. I feel offended by your eyes. Seeing Horikita's aggressive eyes, Xingjian Yinshi quickly protested. Anyway, at noon, the boys finally ushered in the much-anticipated swimming lesson. After a group of boys changed their clothes, they walked towards the swimming pool in a mighty manner. Most of the girls have already changed into their swimsuits. Although they are high school students, they have developed well. The boys, represented by Ike and Yamauchi, looked around, and the corners of their mouths raised uncontrollably, occasionally accompanied by a few strange screams, which attracted the girls' frequent glances. The swimming lesson was taught by a muscular uncle who looked like a physical education teacher. His figure was too muscular to the point where it made people feel uncomfortable. Everyone seems to have arrived, so I'll get straight to the point. After the warm-up exercises, I want you to go swimming and see how strong you are. Well, teacher, I'm not good at swimming. One boy raised his hand in embarrassment, after all, in front of so many classmates. Since you are teaching me, I will definitely let you learn to swim before Xiaotian. Don't worry. It doesn't matter if you don't force me to learn to swim. I won't go to the beach anyway. That's not okay. It doesn't matter how bad you are now, I will let you overcome it. If you learn to swim, it will definitely come in handy later, absolutely. Hearing the teacher's emphasis, even if you are not good at swimming, you are too embarrassed to refuse. Immediately afterwards, the students entered the water one by one. Because Chi was eager to perform, he couldn't help showing off immediately after swimming out a good result. Teacher, it's so easy. When I was in middle school, I was called a swift flying fish. Oh? Really? Since most of the students can swim, let's hold a competition. Competition? Competition? Really? Well, I think about it, then give a special reward of 5,000 points to the first place student. On the contrary, the slowest guy must receive make-up lessons, so be prepared. Students who are confident in swimming cheered, while those who were not confident complained. Because the number of girls is small, they are divided into two groups, a group of 5 people, and the student with the shortest time wins. For boys, the 5 fastest players will decide the winner. The first was the first group. After the whistle was honked, 5 girls quickly jumped into the water. Horikita took the lead from the beginning of the race in the second waterway, and maintained the first place by biting the distance. Not even half a thrilling scene, and I swam 50 meters beautifully. It's a pity that the boys' eyes are all on Kushida behind. As far as appearance is concerned, Horikita undoubtedly belongs to the highest rank, but her distaste for interacting with people makes her less popular. Then came the second round. The situation was one-sided at the beginning, and the girl from the swimming club named Onodera reached the finish line with an absolute advantage. He also swam an impeccable figure of 26 seconds and won a landslide victory. Next came the boys' group. With one order, Suda swam 50 meters with astonishing momentum and raised his face from the water. Both men and women gave out cheers of admiration. He actually swam an astonishing 25 seconds. Ike said something jealous and poked Suda's elbow hard. Next, Hirata's appearance unsurprisingly set off a wave of excitement. The girls all cheered for him desperately, while the boys cast envious glances. In the end, Hirata lived up to expectations and swam a good time of 26.13. Everyone cheered. Please don't quarrel because of me, because I belong to everyone. Just watch carefully, the unparalleled beauty of a truly powerful person. I don't know how Kawenji heard it, it seems that he mistook those cheers for him. He showed a refreshing smile and walked to Xingjian Yinshi. Hey, that Kawenji guy, why is he wearing briefs? Who knows? Although the school's regulations generally allow swimming briefs, only Kawenji wears them in this class. The girls couldn't bear to look directly away. However, in the third round of the match, it was Kawenji who received the most attention. The well-crafted prep pose before the start looks like an athlete. Those in the class who are confident in their sports wait with bated breath, ready to scrutinize Kawenji's swimming performance. I'm not interested in winning or losing, but I don't like losing. Obviously no one asked him, but he talked about it on his own. Accompanied by the sound of the whistle, Kawenji jumped into the water in an exemplary posture. Wow! So fast! Unbelievable! How could? Really? Exclamations came from everyone's mouths, but it was not because of Jeyuan Temple. Although Gao Yuanji showed an unimaginable speed with an aggressive swimming style beyond imagination, what is even more surprising is Xingjian Yinshi next to him. Although he doesn't have strong muscles, his slender body exploded with enormous energy, and he followed Kojinji closely from the very beginning. Gao Yuanji Liasuk and Xingjian Yinshi tied for first place, 23 seconds 22. A group of men and women gathered around one after another, with amazed expressions in their eyes. Student Xingjian is amazing. Yes, it feels as flexible as a fish. Xingjian, can you teach me? Looking at the chattering girls, Ike, Yamauchi, and the others emitted a strange sour smell. I didn't expect there to be such a character in Class D. I just found out now that I am not beautiful. Jeyuan Temple is still so self-fulfilling, probably because he has not exerted his full strength. In fact, Xingjian Yinshi himself has reservations. Although it is better to hide behind the scenes, exposing a certain degree of strength is also conducive to stabilizing Xingjian Yinshi's position in the class. Chapter 11. It's been a while since my last swimming lesson. Although the final competition was rejected by Xingjian Yinshi on the grounds that he was only strong in explosive power and not strong enough in physical strength. But his popularity has risen a lot visible to the naked eye. In this regard, Ike and Yamauchi denounced him for betraying the precious friendship of the boys and joining Hirata's cash camp. Xingjian Yinshi naturally ignored this magnificently. As the bell rang, Sae Chibashira stepped into the classroom. Because they knew part of the school rules in advance, the students were more restrained, and their classroom performance was considered excellent. Because the end of the month is here, there will be a quiz, and everyone will pass the test papers to the back. Teacher Chibashira divided the examination papers according to the number and distributed them to the students sitting in the first row. Soon, Xingjian Yinshi's seat also came with an examination paper, which listed various topics of 5 main subjects, and each subject had a few small questions. It was indeed a quiz. This test will only be used as a reference in the future and will not be reflected on the transcript. There will be no risk, so don't worry. However, Of course cheating is strictly prohibited. After listening to Sae Chibashiru's words, most of the students who were uneasy about the sudden quiz calmed down and began to concentrate on answering the questions. Xingjian Yinshi went back and forth to read the questions several times, and the difficulty ladder spans a lot. The questions are basically very simple, but the last 3 questions are a bit beyond the outline. After thinking about this clearly, he looked around, and everyone had already begun to answer the questions attentively. Due to the improvement of classroom discipline, even a guy like Syudu has learned more or less. So, Xingjian Yinshi put down his pen with peace of mind, let go of himself, and began to sleep with his arm on his pillow. Sae Chibashida looked like a business invigilator. She slowly patrolled the classroom while monitoring whether the students were cheating. Seeing this scene, the corners of his eyes twitched, not knowing what expression to make. Until the bell rang for the end of get out of class, most people were still confronting the test papers. Although the amount of questions is small, the last few questions are really difficult, so a large number of people have not finished the test paper. I saw that you didn't write at all just now? What's the reason? As soon as Chibashira-sensei left the classroom, Horikita cast a curious look. For someone who introduced himself at the beginning of school and said that he is good at studying, handing in blank papers is really not in line with human design. Ling Xiaoji Kiyotaka also pricked up his ears, because some time ago he helped Kushida Kikyo to deceive Horikita, and Horikita had ignored him for a while. Hey, well, you'll know it in a while. I didn't choose to answer directly, because now I can't explain how I judged that the quiz will affect the midterm exam, and it will only add trouble for nothing. Country RS high school life is far more relaxed than imagined, and there is plenty of free time for students to have fun. Before they knew it, students had a happy month at the end. Although there is information about the mysterious person N, many students still go their own way. Most people are like this. When their own interests are not really touched, they always have a fluke mentality. On this day, everyone came earlier than before, and everyone lost their usual smiles. There was no uproar as imagined, and everyone sat quietly in their seats, waiting for the teacher to arrive. As the bell rang announcing the first day of class in May, Mr. Chibashira walked into the classroom with a poster tube in his hand. Her expression was much more serious than usual, as if she had completely changed. The court meeting will start next. But before we start, do you have any questions you want to ask? If you have something to worry about, it's best to ask now. Well, Teacher Chibashira, I checked this morning and found that the points have only increased by about 20,000, isn't it? Hirata, as I have explained before, the points will be transferred in on the 1st of every month. Those who confirm the transfer this month are undoubtedly what you should get. This means that in 1 month, even if the students try their best to restrain themselves, Class D will still be deducted a full 80,000 points of evaluation. But, isn't this too bad? We are all working hard to listen to the class. Chi mumbled as if he couldn't accept it. You are really a bunch of stupid students. Unceremoniously, Chibashira-sensei gave such an evaluation. But... Chi, sit down. Don't make me say it a second time. If you want to ask a question, please raise your hand first. Someone raised his hand, it was Hirata. It can be seen that he did not raise his hand to protect his own points, but because he was worried about his classmates who would be disturbed. As expected of the leader of the class, even at such a time, he took the lead in taking action. Can you tell us the reason why so many points were deducted, otherwise we cannot accept it? 67 times of tardiness and absences. 266 times of private conversations in class, or use of mobile phones. You have done so many times in 1 month. In this school, the grades of the class will be reflected in the points, that's the way it is. All the students fell silent. After getting the information from the mysterious person N and confirming it, everyone really restrained themselves for a while. But it is very difficult to persist in such restraint. The quality of the students in Class D largely determines that these people will not have much self-control. Looks like we've been chatting for too long. You guys basically understand it, right? It's almost time to get to the point. Sae Chibashida took out a thick piece of white paper from the poster tube in his hand, spread it out, pasted it on the blackboard, and fixed it with magnets. Class A 980. Class B 830. Class C 660. Class D 220. This is a report card. But isn't that too weird? Others in the class also noticed the mystery hidden in the posted paper. The gap between the points from A to D was drawn too neatly. Now, do you gradually understand why you were selected into Class D? The reason why we were selected into Class D? Isn't this randomly assigned? Hey? That's what we usually call class division, right? The students looked at each other with their friends. By the way, the mysterious person NS information seems to have mentioned that the allocation of the 4 classes A, B, C, and D is determined according to certain conditions. As if opening a Pandora's box, all the students took out their mobile phones to check the information. That's true. Why is it like this? Don't you understand? This school divides students into classes according to their excellence. The best students go to Class A, and the useless students go to Class D. Simply put, Class D is the gathering place for the tail of the crane. Chibashira Sae interrupted the discussion of the students, and said something that made the hands and feet of the D-class students feel cold. Chapter 12. Horikita's expression froze. She must have been shocked by the reason for being divided into classes. Similar to this were Yukimura and a few girls who usually had good grades. It's better to put good people in good boxes and useless people in useless boxes. A rat droppings can spoil a pot of soup, maybe there is such a consideration. However, it must be difficult for those who are judged as defective products to accept such results. Defective products, that is, will we be looked down upon by other guys? Sudo kicked the leg of the table with a bang. If the order of classes is determined by merit, it is equivalent to saying that the people who are assigned to the worst Class D are hopelessly idiots. What, Sudo? Even you care about face? Then try to make the class climb up. What? As if they didn't understand Mr. Chibashira's speech, some students cast puzzled eyes. Class points are not just related to the monthly transfer amount, this point value will be directly reflected in the order of the class arrangement. In addition, there is one more regrettable news that must be told to you. A piece of paper was posted on the blackboard again, with a row of names of all members of the class listed on it. Then, next to each name, there are numbers recorded. This is a class with a lot of stupid students, but even the students here can understand what the numbers represent. Chibashira Sae polished the high heels on her feet, and continued in a yin and yang voice. This is the result of the quiz last time. The class is full of elites. The teacher is very happy. What did you learn in junior high school? If this is a formal test, 8 of you will be expelled from school just after the start of school gone. Saying that, Sae Chibashira's eyes swept over the whole class as if examining, and when he saw Xingjian Yinshi, he gave him a hard look. I saw the entire report card, and excluded some of the former students. Most of the students only got about 70 points. Leaving aside Sudo's unbelievable 20 points, there are even 0 points, 0 points. Xingjian Yinshi. Seeing this, many students looked at him in surprise. Xingjian Yinshi shrugged his shoulders and showed an indifferent expression. According to the school's regulations, as long as you fail one of the midterm and final exams, you will be expelled from school. As far as this exam is concerned, all students who score less than 35 points are subject to expulsion. Quit. How? Why is this? Mr. Xiao Sida, stop joking. Dropping out of school is not a joke. In country R, a person's resume is very important. If he is punished with dropping out of school, it will be difficult to move forward in society. Hearing the remarks about dropping out of school, the students couldn't help but panic. The first to bear the brunt were those whose scores did not reach 35 points. Even if you say so, I can't help it. After all, this is the school's regulation. Looks like what the teacher said, there are really a lot of idiots in this class. Faced with the harsh remarks of the flustered classmates and teachers, Gao Yuanji seemed to not take it seriously, and even sneered at Qi and the others. Looking at Gao Yuanji's scores in various subjects and the top rankings, Qi couldn't say anything to fight back, and could only give him an angry look. Let me add one more thing. Under the management of the state, this school is known for its high enrollment rate and employment. This is a well-known fact. But there is no free lunch in the world. Low-level people can go to school and get a job no matter where they go. Facing Chibashira's attacks one after another, everyone in Class D became more and more gloomy. In other words, if you want to obtain the favor of achieving your goals of employment and higher education, you must be promoted to Class C or higher, is that right? Facing the increasingly chaotic class, Hirata's face was extremely ugly, and he looked at Chibashira Sae expectantly. I'm confused, Hirata, this is also wrong. If you want this school to fulfill your future wishes, the only way is to be promoted to Class A. This school will not give any guarantee to other students. How, like this? It doesn't make sense. I haven't heard of such a thing. It seems that teacher Chibashiru's last words broke the last persistence of the students in the class. Yukimura Terahiko stood up covering his head. This proud man broke his defense. It's really ugly. Nothing is more horrible than a man panicking. At this time, Gao Yuanji was still holding a small mirror, arranging his hair leisurely. Jiyuan Temple. Don't you feel unconvinced that you were assigned to Class D and considered a defective product? Why am I not convinced? It's just that the school can't measure my potential. I recognize, respect myself more than anyone else, and I claim to be a great person. Even if the school makes an evaluation of D without authorization, it's true for me. It doesn't make any sense to me either. If they want me to drop out of school, then let them. Because they will come to me crying afterwards, and it will be 100% the school. As expected of Cao Enji, I don't know whether to say he is very masculine, or too self-centered. It's really just an AORD from the school, and it doesn't mean anything if you don't care about it. He was assigned to Class D precisely because of his overly egotistical personality. Yukimura couldn't refute at all, so he could only sit down like this. It seems that the happy atmosphere has been swept away. If you understand how cruel the situation you are in, then this lengthy counseling may also be meaningful. There are still 3 weeks before the midterm exam. You should think carefully and avoid dropping out of school. I believe there will be a way to avoid failing and pass the exam. If you can do it, show a posture that matches the strength of the person. Come and challenge. After saying this, Sae Chibashira left the classroom, leaving Class D with a complicated mood behind. Although there are only 20,000 points, it is more than enough for life. The embarrassing thing is the midterm exam. If you get expelled, it will be over. I used up all the remaining points yesterday. I would have saved a little bit if I knew about it. During the break time after Mr. Chibashira left, the classroom was noisy and chaotic. Compared to the starting point, the class is the problem. What are you kidding? Why am I in Class D? Yukimura made a rough noise angrily, and slightly sweat appeared on his forehead. I can understand everyone's confused mood, but please calm down for a while. Even if you are judged like this now, as long as everyone works together to win back this tone, it will be fine. At this time, it was Hirata who still wanted to maintain the stability of the class. Even though he was greatly impacted, he still stood up for the stability of the class. Get back this tone? Speaking of it, I couldn't accept it from the stage of class division. I understand your feelings very well. But, even if you complain here now, nothing will change, right? What did you say? After a disagreement, Yukimura drew closer to Hirata with an attitude that would strike at any moment. Calm down, both of you, okay? The teacher must have spoken so harshly just now to motivate us, didn't he? Recognize the reality, Yukimura, you should be very clear that unintentional quarrels can't solve the problem now, so calm down. It was Kushida and Xingjian. Because he was afraid of being accidentally injured, Xingjian Yinshi protected Kushida behind him and entered between the confronting two people. Hearing this, Yukimura dropped his arms weakly. In short, although there were some conflicts in the process, under the maintenance of Hirata, Xingjian, and Kushida, the class finally calmed down. Chapter 13. First Grade Class D. After the teacher left, there has been a heavy twilight here, and everyone seems to be unable to lift up their spirits, as if their souls have been stolen. This is still a situation where there are more than 20,000 points left. If there is no reminder from the mysterious person N, I am afraid that the situation will be even worse. Even though Hirata and the others tried their best to maintain this calm situation, the lively atmosphere in the class was no longer there. Being defined as a blemish, losing the job opportunities that the school offered, it seemed like all the meaning of being in this school was gone. Everyone, before class starts, I hope you can listen to me a little bit more carefully. Especially Suda-san. In the still noisy classroom, Hirata stood on the podium, attracted the attention of the students, and praised Suda by name. Tisk, what are you doing? Suda curled his lips, but it was rare that he didn't get angry. Although we have gained enough points this month, if this continues, sooner or later we will be deducted for violating discipline. Moreover, if you want to obtain employment opportunities provided by the school, you should cheer up and work hard towards Class A bar. And if the class points increase, the corresponding personal points will also increase. Kushida also agreed. Of course, because of this, we must not be deducted points next month. And for this purpose, all members of the class must work together. In order not to be late or to talk privately in class, we must remind each other. Touch the mobile phone, of course it's forbidden. Nodding in agreement to Kushida, Hirata resumed the topic. What? Why do we have to be ordered by you to do this kind of thing? We restrained ourselves, but we still deducted so many points. Suda seemed to be venting his dissatisfaction with the school, and poured it out on Hirata. But, as long as we continue to be late or talk privately, our points will go to zero sooner or later. Isn't that too bad? Kushida pointed out the weakness of many classmates. If you lose all your points, that kind of life would be miserable if you think about it. It's really unacceptable. If you take the class seriously, the points will not increase. Chi seemed unable to understand the responsibilities he should fulfill as a student, complaining about everything. After weighing the pros and cons, Suda also reluctantly responded to Hirata's request, considering that he still had to maintain the only 220 class points. After all, he didn't want to be a pauper. Student Xingjian, can I bother you? In order to increase the points, I want to discuss what to do next after school. I hope you will join us, how about it? Why are you looking for me? Xingjian Yinshi felt a little strange. He noticed that Hirata used the word you. Why does this guy think that Ling Xiaolu and Horikita are centered on him? Actually, Kushida-san mentioned it to me. She said that Xingjian Yinshi is Horikita's most important friend, so I think that if Xingjian-san can participate, Horikita-san and Ryokaji-san will definitely come too. Brush. It was another hand knife, but this time Xingjian Yinshi dodged ahead of time and hit Ling Xiaolu hard behind Xingjian with the hand knife. Xingjian Yinshi actually doubted that this guy could dodge, but probably because he didn't want to attract attention, Ling Xiaolu still took the knife. I don't remember when I had a close friend, and I'm sorry Hirata, I don't plan to accompany you to do meaningless things. Horikita completely ignored Rikoji who seemed to be dying, and rejected Hirata with a firm tone. But... Okay, Ling Xiaolu and I will participate. Seeing Hirata's frustrated look, Xingjian Yinshi waved towards him, and pulled Ling Xiaolu firmly. Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you. Hearing such a reply, Hirata's face looked better, he bowed slightly, and went to invite others. After school, Hirata stood on the podium just like in the morning discussion, and started preparing for the strategy meeting on the blackboard. Except for Horikita, the classroom was almost full. This level of participation shows the centrality of Hirata's centripetal force in the class. Ayanokji. Yamauchi poked his head out from under the desk with an expression of lovelessness. Ugh! What are you doing? What's wrong? You bought this with 20,000 points? I can't buy anything without points. On the table is the game console that Yamauchi just bought. It seems that last month he did not curb his desire to buy it all, and even took on a lot of foreign debts. As expected, Qinglong Lingxiaolu decisively rejected his request, and then Shinuchi cast a begging look at Xingjian Yinshi again, but was returned with indifference. As if realizing that he couldn't get alms from here, Yamauchi immediately set his sights on other targets. Doctor. As my most important friend, I have something to ask you. Please use 22,000 points to buy this game console. This time, he seemed to be planning to forcefully sell it to the doctor, and he even raised the price shamelessly. Seeing this, Xingjian Yinshi covered his eyes, and couldn't bear to look directly at it. The people who ran out of points seemed to be working hard. Kushida watched the interaction between Yamauchi and the doctor, and came to talk to him. It's not the one who has used up all the points, because at least 20,000 points have been credited this month, and life is completely fine. On the contrary, those people who have developed a habit of being extravagant in just 1 month, and even incurred a lot of debts, must have worked hard for such people. The students all thought that they knew the rules from the mysterious person N, and they took it for granted that with everyone's attention, there would be a lot of points left over, and the consumption became more and more unreserved. It's like giving you 100,000 points directly, and you will be cautious about using them. But once you know that there are certain restrictions to be aware of when using these points, you can relax and use them as you like. Xingjian Yinshi calmly analyzed the reasons for the current situation of the students in Class D. Student Xingjian is really strict, not at all the gentleness that stood in front of him before. Kushida joked with a smile, with her delicate face, it makes people feel cute from the bottom of their hearts. Well, Kushida-san, can I interrupt you a little bit? Karuizawa-san, what's wrong? Seemingly surprised by her conversation, Kushida Kikyo showed a puzzled expression. As a representative figure among the girls, Karuizawa has faintly become a leader among the girls since the news of Hirata's relationship came out. Just like the principle that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, for Kushida, who is also a representative of girls, they don't actually have much intersection. Actually, I spend too much points, and I'm really short of money. I'm slowly borrowing points from the girls in my class, and I hope Kushida-san can help me too. Are we friends? Really, as long as 2,000 points are enough for one person. Karuizawa asked Kushida to lend her points with a smile on his face, and his attitude did not show that he was asking for help. Most people would have rejected something like this. Well, yes. As expected, Kushida agreed and quickly turned around 2,000 times. Karuizawa looked at Xingjian Yinshi again, seemed to remember that the two of them had nothing to do with each other, so he left like the wind to find the next classmate. Chapter 14. Is it okay to lend it out so easily? Kushida, you have such a wide circle of friends, so there should be a lot of places to spend money in your life? There is a high probability that you won't come back. Xingjian Yinshi blinked and joked to Kushida with a chuckle. If a friend is in trouble, I can't ignore it. Karuizawa-san also has a wide circle of friends. I think it will be very hard if I don't have points. Regarding this, Kushida Kikyo looked indifferent. It was really a very reliable statement. If you don't know Kushida's true face, you will be easily moved. At least Xingjian Yinshi thinks he will be captured. Ayanokji and Xingjian from Class D of the first year, the class teacher Chibashira-sensei has something to ask you, please go to the teacher's office. Xingjian Yinshi was about to say something, when such a notice came from the radio. He shrugged helplessly, greeted Hirata, and the two walked towards the teacher's office. Is Chibashira-sensei here? Out of politeness, Ling Xiaolu knocked on the office door. Hey? Little Sae? It's still there until just now. It was another teacher in the teacher's office who answered the call, with slightly curly mid-length hair. How should I put it, as a teacher, it's a bit too cute. It's hard to imagine how majestic such a teacher would be in the classroom. I'm the head teacher of Class B, and I'm called Hoshinomiya Chiet. Sae and I have been close friends since high school, and we still call each other Cozy and Kodomo. Hey! That Hoshinomiya sensei must know a lot of embarrassing things about Chibashira sensei. Ouch! It hurts. Xingjian Yinshi covered his head and looked at Chazuo Zuoji pretending to be pitiful. Student Xingjian, as a student, you should learn how to respect your teacher. Teacher Chazuo put away the clip in his hand, ignored his exaggerated wailing, and walked directly into the office. I was dealing with some other things just now, so I kept you waiting for a long time. It's not very convenient here, you two come with me to the counseling room. Although he felt a little baffled, Qinglong Ling Xiaolu didn't say anything when he saw Xingjian Yinshi, and followed Chibashira Sae silently to the counseling room. Don't follow me. Don't be so indifferent. Let me listen to it and you won't lose a piece of meat, right? Besides, Xiao Sideo is the type who will never give individual tutoring, right? But he suddenly called two such interesting students to tutoring room. I was wondering if Xiao Sida had some purpose. Xingjian walked around behind Xingjian Yinshi with a smile, and put both hands on his shoulders. Although they couldn't see it, the atmosphere around them was becoming tense, and the eyes of the two collided back and forth, as if sparks were about to be sparked. Nah. Hoshinomiya sensei, I actually know it. I'll tell you secretly, in fact, Chibashira sensei came to us because he wanted to. Xingjian Yinshi turned his head away, with a mischievous smile on his face, and his voice was quiet enough for several people to hear. The palms on the shoulders tightened suddenly, and the pupils of Xingjian contracted, and they returned to normal after a while. Then, he stared at Chibashira Sae with a very vigilant look. Oh! Why did you hit me again? Xingjian Yinshi covered his head again, this time teacher Chazuo used a lot of strength. Don't be silly, of course this kind of thing is impossible. Hehe, this kind of thing. Is it true that Xiao Sida can't do it? That being said, the atmosphere between the two became more and more icy, and even Xingjian Yinshi felt a little stiff. Mr. Hoshinomiya, can I take some of your time? I have something to say about the student union. At such a moment, Ichinose Hunamai descended like an angel. She waved at Xingjian Yinshi strangely as a greeting, and then looked at Hoshinomiya Chiet. Look, you have visitors too, go. Chibashira sensei slapped Hoshinomiya sensei on the A with a clip. Really? If you continue to joke around, it seems to make Xiao Sideo angry. Then see you next time, Ling Xiaolu and Xingjian Yinshi. Then Ichinose, let's go to the teacher's office. Greeting Ichinose, Hoshinomiya Chiet adjusted her mood and returned to a cheerful look. Chazuo Sae also seemed to be relieved, and then stared at Xingjian Yinshi with murderous eyes. Scared me to death, Mr. Hoshinomiya is really too, just kidding, et. Without listening to Xingjian Yinshi's sophistry, Chibashira Sae dragged him and walked towards the counseling room. Open a door in the tutoring room. It looks like a pantry with a kettle on the stove. Xingjian Yinshi consciously picked up the container containing roasted tea powder, and brewed a cup for himself and Ling Xiaolu respectively. You two stay here quietly for me now, and don't make any noise until I say you can come out. After talking about Chibashira Sae, he closed the door without giving Ling Xiaolu Qinglong any chance to ask questions. Just like that, Xingjian Yinshi and Ling Xiaolu drank tea with wide-eyed eyes. By the way, this strange tacit understanding. Do you really know something about those two people, Xingjian? Ling Xiaolu took a sip of tea lightly, and asked as if he didn't care. Looking at his expressionless face, Xingjian Yinshi couldn't tell whether this guy was talking nonsense. Hey, if you know a little bit about Mr. Chibashira's past, it might be troublesome. Do you want to know about Ling Xiaolu? With a voice full of temptation, Xingjian Yinshi looked at Ling Xiaolu playfully. That's really a pity. A recluse like me is most afraid of trouble. Come in. So, Horikita, what did you want to say to me? While the two were talking, voices came from outside the door. Hearing that the person who came to visit the counseling room was Horikita, Ling Xiaolu pricked up his ears, and Xingjian Yinshi drank tea by himself. I asked straight to the point, why was I assigned to Class D? From the very beginning, Horikita questioned her. You're really welcome. Teacher, you said today that outstanding people will be selected into Class A in order, and Class D is the last bastion of crane tails gathered in the school. What I said is the truth. It seems that you think you are very good. Of course, Horikita has shown excellent learning ability since entering school. Rather, even physical ability has not become her shortcoming. I'm confident that I've solved almost all the questions in the entrance exam, and I don't remember making a major mistake in the interview. At least I can't imagine being assigned to Class D with such a result. Horikita is the type of person who thinks he is excellent, and generally speaking, this type of person is very proud. But correspondingly, the endurance is relatively weak. Have you almost solved the entrance exam questions? Originally, the results of the entrance exam cannot be shown to individuals, but I will let you see them specially. It's really well prepared, like knowing that I'm coming to protest. Horikita muttered. As one of the few people who have been followed from the beginning, there is no doubt that today's scene was deliberately facilitated by Chibashira Sae. Xingjian Yinshi is not surprised at all. I think I have a certain degree of understanding of the personality of the students. Horikita Suzuan, your entrance examination results are the same as your own judgment. In this year's first grade, you were tied for third place. The score is almost the same as the first and second place. The test is very good. Even in the interview, I really didn't find any special concerns. It's better to say that the evaluation is very good. This shot of cardiotonic didn't make Horikita feel relieved, rather she was even more disturbed. Knowing this, Sae Chibaru still thinks she should be in Class D, which means she has fatal flaws in other aspects. Chapter 15. Horikita Suzuan tried desperately to recall her own experience. Since she was in high school, she kept recalling every exam and every activity. As a result, not even a single problem was found. Her entire high school was almost imitating Horikita Gaku, and her resume was unbelievably perfect. So why exactly? Reflecting to no avail, Horikita raised her own doubts to Chibashira Sae. Before that, why were you unconvinced about being in Class D? No one is happy about not being evaluated correctly. Besides, this school will have a huge impact on the future depending on the class. It was obvious that Horikita's mood fluctuated enormously. For her who was devoted to chasing the big brother, it was absolutely impossible for her to accept being judged as a defective product. Correct evaluation? Hey. You really think highly of yourself. Chibashira Sae couldn't help laughing at Horikita. I'll just admit that your academic ability is excellent. Your brain is indeed very good. But who stipulates that people with excellent academic ability can enter excellent classes? We have never said such a thing. Even if you say that, besides studying, my physical ability is not bad at all. Horikita's meaning is obvious, that is, in addition to studying, her physical ability is also very good, and it has not become her shortcoming. Horikita, you need to be clear. I didn't say that you were assigned to Class D because of your health. In fact, there are students in Class A who are born with a bad heart. But you have to understand, the purpose of this school's existence, in order to create truly outstanding talents. Hearing Chibashira Sae's answer, Horikita was not satisfied. She's trying to show with her eyes that Horikita Suzune is what you'd call a truly outstanding talent. You are really stubborn, let me think about it, then find a way to convince you with someone else. Ayanokji, come out for me. Hey, I don't seem to have mentioned my name, so should I go out? Before Ling Xiaolu responded, Xingjian Yinshi poked his head out from the door of the counseling room, still muttering like this. Xingjian. You just need to keep your mouth shut. Ling Xiaolu, if you don't come out, I'll let you drop out of school. Okay, it's too much. As a clergyman, he casually uses dropping out of school as a weapon. Xingjian. Yes, yes. Seeing the blue veins on Chazu Sae's forehead exposed, Xingjian Yinshi also realized that he had gone too far, and stood beside Horikita with Ling Xiaolu honestly. So, is Chibashira-sensei planning to ask Ling Xiaolu to convince me? If that's the case, I don't think there's any need to waste time. I also think Horikita is right. It seems that both Horikita Suzune and Ling Xiaoji Qingtaka are not very motivated, while Xingjian Yinshi puts his hands on his shoulders, looking like he has nothing to do with himself. Ling Xiaolu is not that simple. Horikita, you start here and learn how to look at others again. Chibashira Sae had no intention of explaining, and took out another stack of documents with his backhand. I took the results of the entrance examination earlier to think about individual guidance methods. But when I saw Ling Xiaolu's test results, I found something very interesting. I was shocked at first. Chibashira-sensei slowly placed the familiar-looking entrance examination papers on the table from the clip. 50 points in Huxia, 50 points in mathematics, 50 points in English, 50 points in society, 50 points in natural science. By the way, the result of this quiz is also 50 points. You should understand what this means, right? Horikita Suzune stared at the examination paper on the table in astonishment, and then shifted her gaze to Ling Xiaoji Kiyotaka. Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help but glanced curiously, he had only heard of such things as point control. The so-called accident is really scary. Although Ling Xiaolu Qinglong explained this way, let alone the three people present, I am afraid that even a fool like Yamauchi would not believe such words. You, why? Why do you do such inexplicable things? It seemed that Horikita couldn't understand at all. By chance, by chance. Oh? You mean, all the test scores are 50 points, it's a complete accident? No one will make all the test scores the same. Chazu Sae sneered, and mercilessly lifted Ling Xiaolu Qinglong's disguise. That. Actually, it's like getting all the grades the same, I'm doing it too. I don't know if it feels like I'm being ignored, Xingjian Yinshi reminded weakly from the side. In fact, he was really the same for all the grades, including the entrance exam and this quiz. He handed in blank papers together, all duck eggs. Star. See you. Silver. Hour. I found it was a mistake to call you here today. Now. Immediately. Please leave the teacher's office. Boom. With the sound of the door, the voices of Horikita, Ling Xiaolu, and Chazu completely disappeared in Xingjian Yinshi's ears. I was kicked out. Xingjian Yinshi was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Chazu Sae's defense would be broken after a little skinning, but the impact was not too great. Thinking of this, he walked slowly towards the classroom again. Anyway, he has nothing to do, so he went to see how Hirata's combat meeting was going. When I came to the classroom, as expected, there was no one there. It seemed that I stayed in the teacher's office for too long, and everyone had already finished the meeting and went back. Just as Xingjian Yinshi was about to return to the dormitory, he suddenly met an unexpected person. What should I do? The result is still so far away, it's over. If I knew it earlier, I would have saved a little. It was Megami Karuizawa, who was in the same class, with long golden hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, beautiful eyes and clothes tied around her waist, which was a common hot girl outfit. She looked distressed, muttering something incessantly. "Hey, Karuizawa-san, have you encountered any difficulties? Maybe I can help you." Wow, what the hell, it turned out to be Xingjian. I was so shocked. "If you want to help. Actually, it's like this. Last month, I spent a little too much money. If possible, can Xingjian lend me some points? It doesn't need much. 2, no, 1,000 is enough, it is good." It seems that Karuizawa belongs to the kind of people who spend in debt. Although they have issued 20,000 points today, it will not be enough to pay back what they borrowed last month, let alone reserve for daily use this month. Chapter 16. That. If it's difficult, I'll figure it out on my own. In the end, it's not a big deal. Because there was no response from Xingjian Yinshi for a long time, Karuizawa was a little disappointed, but he still pretended to be calm to comfort himself. "Nope. Just now I suddenly thought of something else, so I was distracted for a while. Hey! Can you give me your account number?" After recovering from his contemplation, Xingjian Yinshi looked at Karuizawa with more nostalgia in his eyes, and his tone became gentler. "Hey, it looks like this, here, speaking of it, Xingjian, you are the only boy besides Hirata who has exchanged contact information with me. That's really an honor. Well, I've already transferred it to you. At 80,000 points. This is too much. No, no. How about Xingjian, you should take it back, this, I already have a boyfriend." Seemingly frightened, Karuizawa waved his hands incoherently, looking uneasy, and even began to doubt Xingjian Yinshi's attempt. "Just accept it, it's not a huge amount, it's better to say that I don't care at all. Xingjian Yinshi's current points are close to 700,000. For him, such a point is really just a drizzle. Hey! But the school has only sent us 120,000 yuan so far. What do you usually do with your meals? Don't worry, as an egoist, I won't do things that are not good for me. But, it's really not good for you to lend me so many points. Well, actually, I may need your help later on. If you are really sorry, you can treat it as a reward paid in advance." "What? About remuneration? If things make me difficult, I will be rejected. Don't worry, you can definitely do it easily. In fact, these points are not only used as remuneration, but also have compensation elements in it." "That's right, compensation." The reason why Xingjian Yinshi gave Karuizawa so many points is largely due to his guilt for having stood by. Because he is afraid of the butterfly effect, he has always restrained himself from contacting the original characters. But by chance, he had actually had contact with many of the main characters in the first grade. Like Karuizawa. When they first met, she was being bullied very badly, and Xingjian Yinshi was afraid of changing the plot and chose to ignore it. After Karuizawa was stabbed, the onlookers fled in fear. Seeing that things might become unpredictable, he had no choice but to call an ambulance. That was also the time when his heart was shaken. Apart from Itanagayuki when he was young, Karuizawa should be the second person who touched him. In order to achieve my own goals, is it really what I want to sit back and watch all kinds of tragedies happen? Xingjian Yinshi has such doubts. In the end, sensibility overcame rationality. He reflected on his behavior for a long time, and took good care of Karuizawa for 2 days, and did not leave quietly until her injury stabilized. I'll repeat it again. If you ask me to do something embarrassing, I will never agree. Don't worry, I'm a decent person. And I've always been guilty of some things in the past. Well, let's take it as compensation for you. After finishing speaking, Xingjian Yinshi smiled and looked at her with pity. His shining eyes were as warm as water, and they were indescribably gentle and reliable. Before, guilty. Hearing these words, Karuizawa's body trembled unnaturally, his tone became a little confused, his eyes wandered around, and his thoughts raced. Does this guy Xingjian know me? How so? Obviously, it was hard to get into this school. It was hard to successfully disguise. What? 1. You must have made a mistake and admitted the wrong person. I have something to do. Bye. Karuizawa, who seemed overly sensitive, was quite frightened by these unreasonable words. After finishing speaking, without looking at Xingjian Yinshi's reaction, he turned around and quickly left the corridor. Points. I will pay you back slowly. Such a voice came from the empty teaching building. Xingjian Yinshi sighed helplessly, and turned to look at the stairs. Hey! The tail is exposed. Oh! It was discovered. It was Kushida Kikyo, who seemed to have been listening here for a while, and she was smiling now, as if she had discovered some secret child. Could it be that student Xingjian actually likes Karuizawa-san very much? Actually, I like you very much too. Hey! I don't believe it. Don't worry, I will help keep it secret. Xingjian doesn't need to use this kind of excuse to fool me, don't worry. Kushida made a reliable expression, and then moved closer to Xingjian Yinshi, mysteriously. Actually, it's not that Xingjian has no chance. Your popularity among girls is not lower than that of Hirata. No lower than Hirata, it's impossible. Xingjian Yinshi was really surprised this time. It stands to reason that Hirata is such a good-natured person that no matter who he is, he will be close to him. He is a veritable king of popularity. Really. Although Hirata is indeed very reliable, but because of the atmosphere of the class leader, I still have some concerns about getting along with him. In contrast, Xingjian's neurotic personality is very interesting to everyone, and is actually more popular with girls. Nervous. Thank you so much. While he did act like a fool on purpose, it was all a disguise. Deep down in his heart, Xingjian Yinshi still yearns for the image of a handsome and ruthless behind-the-scenes mastermind. How about it? I can help you catch up to Karuizawa. Correspondingly, you just need to help. Actually, you also know that Horikita and I don't know each other well. Before Kushida could finish speaking, Xingjian Yinshi directly interrupted the conversation. Being friends with Horikita is itself a bad lie, Kushida's cleverness is just pretending not to know. You guessed it, alas. But in the class, only you and Ling Xiaolu can talk to her a little bit, and the others have little communication with her, so. To put it bluntly, Kushida, I don't think your kindness will achieve any results. Horikita is one of those hard-to-approach people in terms of character. I know this kind of thing, but if you don't do it because of concerns, it's the same as giving up. That's it. If you insist, you can ask Ling Xiaolu for help, that guy definitely has a solution. Actually, student Xingjian is very lonely, right? I always feel that you have a lot of things hidden in your heart. I think the same goes for Kushida. The two looked at each other, but neither continued the topic. Some things will only lead to resentment if they continue to explore, so it is better to let it go. Chapter 17. A week has passed, and the students in Class D are working very hard. Everyone listens silently in class, and occasionally someone falls asleep and is quickly woken up by their peers. After finally hearing the bell ringing for the end of get out of class, when all the students were going to leave for dinner, Hirata spoke. The time for the midterm exam that Mr. Chazu said earlier is approaching. I think everyone understands that if you fail the exam, you will be expelled immediately. Although everyone has studied hard during this period, there are also students with poor foundations. So I want to recruit participants for a book club. At this time, as the hero of Class D, Hirata Yasuke began to prepare for the study session. If you fail the exam, you have to drop out of school. This is the only thing I hope to avoid. Moreover, studying can not only avoid dropping out of school, it may also involve the increase of points. If the class maintains high scores, the school's corresponding evaluation it will also get better. Several of our classmates who did well in the exam have tried to prepare for the exam. So, I hope everyone who is nervous about the exam can come to our study session. Most of the people in the class immediately responded to Hirata's call, but there were also a few students with slightly lower grades who did not make any moves. Hirata scanned the surroundings with sincere eyes, focused on Yamauchi, Ike, and the others, and finally stayed on Sudo's face. Tisk. Sudo turned his head away. Ever since he refused to introduce himself at the beginning of school, the relationship between these two people has not been good. Anyway, we will be in this classroom at 5 o'clock this afternoon until the exam. We plan to conduct 2 hours a day. If you want to participate, you can come here at any time. Of course, it doesn't matter if you leave halfway. What I want to say is only these. Although Hirata was disappointed to be ignored, he calmly proposed the study meeting plan to his classmates and didn't take it to heart. Horikita-san, I hope you can participate in this study session. I don't know. Sorry Hirata, I have other things that must be done. Not surprisingly, Horikita once again rejected Hirata's offer. Horikita herself is good at studying, and the reason why Hirata wants her to participate in the study meeting is more because of her almost non-existent social life. Is this okay? I don't know if you have noticed, Horikita, but now you have been rejected by the entire class. Then. So what? You want to say that? Wow. It hurts. Student Xingjian Yinshi, in view of the fact that I have warned you many times before, but you seem to be indifferent. From now on, if you can't pay attention to your words and deeds, I will punish you unceremoniously. Pricking Xingjian Yinshi hard, Horikita Suzune felt her mood improved a lot. During this period of time, she was very depressed. When she came to the school where the big brother was, she was bearing the name of a defective product. The invisible pressure was hard to bear. If you can stab your Xingjian a few times every day, your life should be much easier. Hey! I'm very disturbed to be stared at by you with such dangerous eyes. You won't want to stab me again. Ling Xiaolu, are you free at noon? If possible, would you like to have dinner together? Ignoring Xingjian Yinshi, Horikita spoke to Ling Xiaolu who was at the side. It's really strange to be invited by you. I always feel terrible. Xingjian Yinshi nodded at the side. Horikita shot a sharp look at him. Afraid of being stabbed, Xingjian moved a little further away. It's nothing to be afraid of. If it's good to eat the mountain vegetable set meal, I can treat you too. Isn't that free? Just kidding, I will treat guests well, you can eat whatever you like. There is a saying in country Z that the world is not. Okay. Nothing. Being threatened, Xingjian Yinshi left the classroom as soon as he received the book, thinking that staying would only cause unnecessary trouble. Shortly thereafter, Horikita and Ryokaji also left the classroom and went to the student cafeteria. As expected, Ling Xiaolu is forced to help Horikita gather a trio of idiots for a study session. With Kushita's help, the study session was finally established despite its twists and turns. Horikita formed a study group to help Sudo and the others. If it weren't for Kushita's help, it would have been impossible to convene it. No matter how effective it is, due to Horikita's personality problem, conflicts will happen sooner or later, and the doomed result of the study meeting is to break up on bad terms. The library is generally the place with the most cultural heritage in a school. The neat collection of books is arranged together, giving people a shock of historical precipitation. When everyone in Class D was reviewing, Xingjian Yinshi took out a book No Survival, and sat down in a quiet place. The quiet after class time is the most enjoyable. May I interrupt you? Approaching is a white-haired girl, holding a book of Goodbye My Love in her hand, the same student uniform. Her voice is a bit waxy, very pleasant to hear. Before Xingjian could respond, the girl sat across from her and opened the book in her hand. My name is Shina Hiri, I'm sorry to bother you, because I really just met someone like me. Do you also like mystery novels? Let me say that I have always loved mystery novels. The wonderful conception, exciting scenes, one link after another, makes people want to stop. Hearing Xingjian Yinshi's reply, Shina showed a satisfied smile, and then the two started chatting. From Agatha Christie to Conan Doyle to Edgar Allan Poe, the more you get to the back, the more you find that the books of the two are surprisingly similar. But the peaceful time didn't last long, and there was a fierce quarrel at the study meeting. Ha, that's exactly what I want. I won't do it. This will only make me work hard, won't it? It's a pity that I even asked for leave from the club to come here. It's a waste of time. Goodbye. Sudu's furious voice came, and the backlog of anger could be clearly felt. Xingjian Yinshi thought, if it wasn't for the concern that this is a library, the tables and chairs next to him might not be spared. He gave Shina an apologetic look, and he also surrounded her. I don't do it anymore. I always feel that, although partly because I can't keep up with the progress. But to be honest, I am also very upset. Horikita-san may have a good mind, but if she looks down on people like this, no one will willing to learn. Immediately afterwards, Ike, Yamauchi and the others agreed one after another, put away their books and prepared to leave, while Horikita continued to taunt without knowing the so-called. Kushida's expression began to cast a shadow, and he stood up holding his school bag. I will definitely find a way. I definitely don't want to say goodbye to everyone so early. I will definitely help them pass this midterm exam. It's okay if you say it from your heart. But I don't think you really want to help them. Facing Kushida's speech, Horikita gave a meaningful reply. It seems that a recent encounter reminded her of junior high school. What? I don't understand what you mean. Why did Horikita-san say such things so nonchalantly? Like this. I'm very sad. Kushida lowered his head in aggrieved. At this moment, Xingjian Yinshi caught the subtle expression, which was ferocious and even tyrannical. But soon, as if she wanted to cheer up, she immediately raised her head. Let's leave it at that. See you tomorrow, everyone. After speaking, he took his bag and ran out. Chapter 18. Xingjian Yinshi chased after him, and vaguely saw Kushida's figure entering the school building. It was quite late now, and there should be no one else here except the students who stayed in the club. Walking slowly along the stairs, I followed to the top of the building without knowing it. Few people come here, and the surrounding area is gloomy. Because of Horikita's relationship, Kushida must have accumulated a lot of irritability and wanted to release it. Ah, it's terrible. It's really terrible, it's terrible. Horikita is so annoying. Horikita is so annoying, it's really annoying. Before he walked out of the stairs, a roar reached Xingjian's ears. Frankly speaking, it is hard for those who don't know to imagine that this is the sound that Kushida, who is usually gentle, can make. Boom. 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 It was the sound of a foot kicking against the railing, and it took a lot of force to make such a loud noise. Ah, very tiresome. It's really annoying. I'm so mad. Why don't you just die? Kushida uttered a curse-like curse with a heavy snort, and it seemed that he was very angry. I just put on airs because I think I'm cute, but I'm sure I'm just AST anyway. A woman with that kind of personality won't be liked by anyone. Kushida. Xingjian Yinshi called her name in a low voice, but because the voice was so small, it might not have been noticed. This BCH, why don't you die? Nor sir, go to hell. Kushida. If you keep kicking, people will find out. I don't know if he cared more about the word discovered, but Kushida finally responded. Why are you here? After a brief silence, Kushida's slightly indifferent voice came, and his body approached step by step. I'm a little worried about you. To be honest, Kushida's current aura is very strong, giving people a feeling that she must not be provoked. You heard it all. I can hear you very clearly. That's right. Kushida walked to the side unceremoniously, then pressed Xingjian Yinshi's shoulders with his own hands, and pushed him hard against the wall. Kushida Kikyo's eyes widened, his breathing was heavy, his fingers tightened unconsciously, and his expression looked terrified. What you heard just now, don't tell anyone. Otherwise, I will never let you go. These words are so cold that they even make people feel chills, like a blunt corpse, without any vitality. What if I say no? Then I'll tell everyone, you're planning to arm me here. Saying that, Kushida Kikyo was about to pull Xingjian's right hand and press it against his chest. It's a pity that Xingjian Yinshi seemed to have been prepared. He broke free from the restraints and stood aside. Unfortunately, it seems that your goal cannot be achieved. Then I will jump from here. As the only person present, you understand the consequences. Kushida Kikyo spoke the frightening threat without any ups and downs, and even Xingjian Yinshi had no way of judging whether she would take action. That doesn't seem to be possible. I'm absolutely sure that I can stop you before that. You should remember the swimming lesson that day, right? I have that kind of strength. Xingjian, you are indeed not simple, but under the condition of being alone and widowed, there are as many ways to create unfavorable conditions for you. Kushida wavered a little, but soon became firm again, and continued to stare at Xingjian with indifferent eyes. It's really extreme. This secret is so important to you, even if I promised not to tell it, you wouldn't believe it. By the way, I've been recording since just now. What exactly do you want to do? So far, step by step, as predicted in advance, Kushida Kikyo understands that he has been cornered, and this man seems to have other purposes from the beginning. Actually, it's nothing. I just want to hear your secret. Would you mind telling me? Kushi seemed to be hesitating, his expression constantly changing. After a while, he finally let out another long sigh, turned his back to Xingjian Yinshi, leaned his hands on the fence, and then spoke in a self-defeating voice. Well, Xingjian, do you have any specialties that allow you to maintain the absolute number one for a long time? I think should not be. Even though his personal quality has reached an unbelievable height, Xingjian Yinshi still has no way to make a judgment. After all, the world is really big. At least in a certain aspect, I think people have the feeling that they absolutely don't want to be weaker than others. I think so. Since I was sensible, I have been ahead of my peers. I have a God-blessed appearance, excellent memory and thinking ability. I am good at reading, good at sports, and very confident in social activities. As long as I accomplish a little homework, people around me will praise me, they will praise me as a genius and a prodigy. At that time, I was in a good mood and my heart was jumping for joy. No matter what I do, I am number one in my class. I used to be a hero, an idol. How is it? Isn't it great? Kushida made a sound that sounded like joy, but only she knew how many complicated emotions it actually contained. Well, it's true. People tend to like compliments from others. This is a common and normal human psychology. Xingjian Yinshi believes that it is a human nature to desire to be praised by others. No matter men, women, old or young, high or low, everyone likes others to praise them. Praise can bring a double sense of accomplishment and self-confidence to others. Wilhelm James said that the deepest desire of human nature is to be appreciated by others, which is what makes human beings different from animals. Maybe it's an exaggeration, but it makes sense when you think about it. After entering junior high school, everything changed. I met people who could surpass me in every field. No matter how hard I tried, or even spent all my spare time catching up, I couldn't compare to those talented guys. In such a helpless reality, no matter how much I struggle, it will be of no avail. I have been confused, escaped, and even let go of resistance, like giving up on myself. I want to have something that can't be lost to anyone. I want to be respected and envied. In this way, I finally reached the conclusion that only I can do it, and I can be the first, get more than anyone else, more trust. I decided to feel superior by being more likable than everyone else. Like reaching out to disgusting boys I didn't even want to look at, to ugly girls who made me rage and PD off. I suppressed my real emotions, share false smiles, false tenderness without hesitation. That's it. Kushida Kikyo has become an existence that everyone loves, everyone trusts, and no one loses. Chapter 19. I roughly understand that for a long time, it will be a huge burden on the body and mind to endure discomfort and contact people you hate, right? Xingjian Yinshi has learned that people often suppress unacceptable things, contradictions, emotions, and other factors into the subconscious mind, so as to delay the time needed for outbreaks. It's more painful than a burden. Of course it's painful. Every day, no matter what disgusting or jealous things, you have to complain to me. Listening to these words all day, I feel like I'm going crazy, sometimes irritable, it's unbearable, tearing my hair or throwing up. But in order to maintain a gentle image, I can't let anyone see my posture. So I endured. Endured it. I finally reached the limit that my heart can bear. In order to vent all the pressure that I have hidden and can't confide in anyone, I can only do this. I pour out all these negative energy secrets on an anonymous blog, and record all the facts there. But this will leave a big hidden danger. As a junior high school student, Kushida Kikyo has a very small circle of contact, and as a junior high school student, her classmates have a high probability of being able to contact the corresponding circle. You're right. One day, a classmate discovered the blog I wrote by accident. Although I hid the names of the characters, what I wrote was true, so it's impossible to be discovered. The next day, the content of the blog spread in the class, and all the classmates blamed me. They have received so much help from me on weekdays, but they suddenly regard me as an enemy. It is really merciless. But it looks like you haven't been bullied. I'm curious. How did you overcome this situation when you were an enemy of the whole class? Leading the topic, Xingjian Yinshi continued to delve into Kushida's past and let her open up. I just spread the so-called truth and exposed the secrets of the whole class to the public. For example, who always thinks who is disgusting, who betrayed whose relationship, who speaks ill of who behind his back, etc. These contents are the truth that I didn't blog about. It's really wonderful. After doing this, the blame that was originally pointed at me was reversed. The boys began to beat each other, and the girls also abused each other. The classroom was in chaos. The teacher is also very embarrassed about this. After all, I didn't violate the school rules by doing so. Even so, it caused the entire class to collapse. It's really funny. After finishing speaking, Kushida Kikyo looked at Xingjian Yinshi as if she was being judged. With that recording, any of her actions seemed passive. I probably understand your concerns. I deliberately approached Horikita to keep her a secret, right? But have you ever thought that this school will recruit students from other countries, and there will always be juniors from the same junior high school as you? What are you going to do then? What do you want to say? The guarantee of language has no credibility, but there is something called a contract in this school. As long as it is signed, the school will supervise the implementation of both parties. I can sign a confidentiality contract with you, and even let Horikita sign it, and from now on, I will help you keep the secret. After Xingjian Yinshi finished speaking, Kushida was visibly shaken. Although she hadn't heard of such things as contracts, it was not surprising that anything appeared in this magical school. But, what do you want me to do? I need you from now on, as my support in Class D, to help me with various activities, and on the premise that my interests are higher than the reason of the class. Hearing Xingjian Yinshi's words, Kushida finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just like this, she could barely accept it. Afterwards, the cold breath began to disappear, and she seemed to have returned to her usual appearance. Her pupils glowed with vitality, and an expression of interest appeared on her face. I agreed, but there is a problem. I need to know your purpose, otherwise I will be very disturbed. No problem, just stop the recording of the phone in the bag, and I can tell you right now. What? So you found out? Kushida Kikyo took out the phone from her bag, and pressed the off button in disappointment. I originally wanted to try to see if I could catch Xingjian's handle in the end, but I didn't expect to be seen through from the beginning. Can we talk about it now? I'm curious, what exactly is Xingjian, who is usually inconspicuous, hiding? Xingjian Yinshi's eyes were erratic, and a white-haired figure seemed to appear in his mind. Steady his mind, brewed his words, and said slowly. Heaven does not create people above, nor below, you should have heard the saying. It is a pity that this is not the case. A person's status level has been largely determined since birth. It's fixed. And my goal is to change this situation in today's society. Hey? Changing social class? I don't understand, does this have anything to do with what you're doing now? As a student, Kushida Kikyo didn't know the background of this high school, thinking it was just a special school. It is normal to have this question. Advanced Cultivation High School is an educational institution set up by the state, with the purpose of cultivating social elites. I have some resources, and I have established a few forces outside, but I lack talents who can be entrusted with important tasks. Talent is one of Xingjian Yinshi's goals for entering this school no matter what. If you want to achieve your goals and be with her without any worries, you must prove yourself. A person's strength is limited after all, so he needs a companion with sufficient strength, and many people here are very suitable for the requirements. I can't understand it, but it feels so powerful. I plan to start from Class D, slowly exert influence on the entire grade, and then spread to the whole school. In the end, to get all the talents in the bag, this is my goal. So that's how it is. I always feel like I'm doing something really amazing. Then what is your answer? Do I still have a choice? Xingjian is usually so gentle. But tonight he used such a despicable method, it's really evil. Although Xingjian Yinshi couldn't keep up with Kushida Kikyo's change of attitude, fortunately, it didn't affect the final result. However, if Xingjian wants to lead the class, it's no good to stand behind the scenes all the time. Everyone is strong. If he wants to recruit subordinates, he must show sufficient leadership ability, isn't it? This is because I didn't think carefully. But in the future, I will slowly show enough strength. It seems that we have a secret. Mr. Xingjian, please give me your advice in the future. Teach me a lot. Chapter 20. After making a promise with Kushida Kikyo, the two returned to the dormitory together. Perhaps it was because the secret that had been hidden for a long time was revealed, Kushida released all the pressure accumulated in the past, and the whole person felt a lot easier. Although Kushida treated Xingjian in the same way as usual, Xingjian Yinshi could feel that he had really gotten to know this girl now. Say goodbye to Kushida and return to the dormitory. Tonight's moon is very bright, and there are almost no stars around. Xingjian Yinshi, who was full of thoughts, suddenly felt thirsty, so he went downstairs to buy a can of drink, and saw Horikita when he returned to the lobby. With a curious mood, Xingjian Yinshi quietly followed. The girl without friends, the mysterious meeting person at this time, I think it can only be Horikita. When I came to the back of the dormitory, there was a figure waiting there. Lingyan, I didn't expect you to come after me here. I am no longer the useless person that the big brother met at the beginning. I came here to catch up with the big brother. Catch up with? In just 2 sentences, Horikita has fully understood that her sister is still the same as before, without any growth, ignoring her own talent. I heard that you entered Class D. It really hasn't changed at all like it was 3 years ago. You just kept looking at my back, and you haven't discovered your shortcomings until now. Choosing this school is considered a failure. A little disappointed, Horikita pointed out her current situation, and it seemed that she had been paying attention to her since she enrolled. This must be a mistake somewhere. I will definitely be promoted to Class A immediately, so. Impossible, you can't reach Class A. Not only that, even the class will collapse. This school is not as simple as you think. After interrupting Horikita Suzuan, Horikita Gaku knew exactly what kind of place this school was, and if she still had naive thoughts here, the result would be tragic. I will definitely enter Class A. Didn't I say it was impossible? Your sister is really disobedient. Looking at his stubborn sister, Horikita took a step closer and slowly walked out of the shadows. His expression seemed indifferent, and his eyes seemed to be looking at something he was not interested in. Horikita Gaku grabbed Horikita Suzuan's unresisting wrist and pressed it hard against the wall. Without a trace of resistance, his face darkened a lot. That's stupid, I'll let you suffer like you did in the past. Big brother You don't have the strength and qualifications to climb up, let me understand. Horikita Suzuan's body was pulled forward forcefully, and her feet were suspended in the air. If she was thrown on the concrete floor like this, no matter whether she would be injured or not, it would definitely be quite painful. Crack! A flash of light caught the eyes of the two. Cameras in Country R cannot be muted, which is really inconvenient. I didn't expect the president of the Dignified Student Council to commit such atrocities to the younger generation. Even if you are brothers and sisters, you have gone too far. Student Xingjian Yinshi slowly emerged from the shadows, holding a mobile phone in his hand. Do I need to submit it to the school? Eavesdropping is really not advisable. Even if it is submitted to the school, what does it mean? That's right, it doesn't mean anything. After all, Horikita Gaku didn't really throw Horikita Suzuan to the ground, and Horikita Suzuan couldn't possibly testify for Xingjian. Do you think your sister will protect you? Interested, Xingjian Yinshi looked at Horikita Suzuan with an interested expression. Big brother. I would be very relieved if she would testify. Before my sister could answer, Horikita gave the answer. He is very familiar with Horikita Suzuan's character. If Horikita Suzuan was willing to testify against him, then he would be very happy to witness her growth. Xingjian Yinshi. He had paid attention to this student before, and that untimely move caught his attention during the club briefing. Those who would do that would be idiots who can't read the atmosphere, or idiots who want to show off, but in this school, there are too few of these types of people. Afterwards, he checked the student's file and unexpectedly found that he was a very interesting guy. I think you deliberately attracted my attention before. Is there anything you need to explain? You're really sharp, Horikita-senpai. Since that's the case, I'll just say it straight, I hope to join the student council. Oh, I judge that you do have this talent, but if you want to join, there should be an easier way. Horikita pushed up his glasses, his eyes became deeper. To join the student union, you only need to apply normally, and you don't need to go through such a lot of trouble. Naturally there is a reason. I hope to be able to directly serve as the chairman of the supervisory committee of the student union. There are generally about 20 members in the high school student union of Country R, among them, in addition to the president and vice president who are the brains, there are also the secretary and the 3 major committee chairmen of supervision, enforcement, and discipline as the brains. Among them, the chairman of the supervisory committee is responsible for discipline inspection and activity control. Interesting proposal, but if you want to hold the corresponding position, you need to have the corresponding ability. After Horikita finished speaking, he stepped forward and pulled into the distance, followed by an elbow. Xingjian Yinshi blocked the attack with his left hand fisted to the side of his face. After failing with one blow, Horikita then pushed forward with his left foot. Although his physique was slender, he made such a vicious attack. Xingjian Yinshi dodged sideways as expected. After he let out a breath, he opened his right hand and stretched it straight over. At the same time, he was ready for an over-the-shoulder fall. Xingjian Yinshi pushed his left hand away vigorously. Then Horikita Gakko showed a slightly surprised expression. The skill is quite good. You can predict my attack. Have you practiced anything? Maybe it's a natural talent. Shaking his head indifferently, Horikita Gakko didn't seem to agree with Xingjian Yinshi's statement. I approve of your skill, but you need other investigations to become the chairman of the supervisory committee. I will pay attention to your performance and prove it to me. Ling Yin. To be honest, I never thought that you would have friends. Xingjian Yinshi is not my friend, we are just classmates. Really? It seems that you are still the same and misunderstood the meaning of aloofness. If you want to be promoted to the upper class, you should struggle hard. With this man around, things might become a little more interesting. After speaking, Horikita Gakko left. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at Horikita Suzune very seriously. This kind of brother-sister relationship always feels a bit abnormal. Chapter 21. After Horikita Gakko left, the surrounding area was enveloped in the tranquility of night. Horikita sat by the wall with her head down, looking a little depressed. Xingjian Yinshi sat down next to her. The silent Horikita slowly reacted, and raised his head to stare at him. Are you pretending to be your usual performance? Excellent grades, outstanding physical ability, but pretending to be insignificant. To be honest, your goal from the beginning was actually my big brother. Well, how should I put it? I can't deny that there is this factor, but most of it is because of you. Hey? I can't understand it. I think Suzune has her own talent, but the yearning for Horikita Gakko has blinded her heart, and you haven't realized it yet. Why did you call me by my name all of a sudden? We know each other very well? And I don't think my talent is better than Big Brother. I didn't say that. I just said that in you, Suzune, you have the potential to surpass your predecessors. Xingjian Yinshi touched Horikita's head affectionately like coaxing a child. This guy can only be allowed to do this when he loses his mind. You can comprehend the rest by yourself. Presumably, only after you truly understand your own flaws, will Senior Horikita accept you again. After a few frictions, Xingjian Yinshi quickly withdrew his right hand and stood up before Horikita reprimanded him. Then he walked briskly back to sleep. A hole. Do you treat me like a child? If Big Brother can treat me like this, it would be great. Horikita rubbed the place where Xingjian caressed her. Her eyes were a little confused. She thought so. Before I knew it, it was early summer. It has been 1.5 months since the opening of Advanced Nurturing High School. The past few days can be said to have been mediocre. Hirata actively organizes the study session. Kushida looks no different from usual, but the distance between him and Xingjian Yinshi seems to have been drawn a lot, and he is not so attached to Horikita. Horikita is being hated by everyone because of the study session. Although she hasn't been bullied yet, everyone has made no secret of her dislike for her. Is it really okay to disband the study session like this? Hirata has already taken in most of the students with poor academic performance. He is different from me. He is not only good at reading, but also good at getting along with others, so he should teach with his heart. But you also know that Sudo and the others won't attend Hirata's study session. Don't you want to be promoted to Class A? Xingjian Yinshi was previewing the textbooks, when there was a whispered conversation in his ear. Ling Xiaoqing Taka was trying his best to persuade Horikita to resume the study session. As an outstanding achievement of the White House, this talent is very aware of the value of Sudo and others to the class, so he wants to help them pass the midterm exam smoothly. My goal is indeed to promote Class D to Class A, but this is for myself, not for others. What happens to other people is none of my business. It's better to say that as long as the failing group is discarded in this exam, only good students will be left, right? It will also become easier to advance to the upper class, which is exactly what I want. It seems that Horikita can only see this with the current limited vision. Thinking so, Xingjian Yinshi approached the two of them and expressed his thoughts. Is that true? Horikita. Think about it carefully, this school is so strict that points will be deducted for things like talking and looking at mobile phones. What do you think will happen if there is an expulsion incident in the class? What will happen to the school's evaluation? This. Although I'm not reconciled, what you said is basically correct. I admit that your words are very convincing enough to make me change my mind. I just gathered Sudu and the others again. I can ask Kushida for help with this kind of thing. But I need you to make a promise. As he spoke, Xingjian Yinshi showed a satisfied smile on his face, made an appointment at random, and returned to his seat. As the lunch break bell rang, the students filed out and walked towards the cafeteria. Horikita came to the roof of the teaching building as agreed. There are usually students here to settle their lunch, but no one has come over just after class. You're here, Horikita. Xingjian Yinshi was at the stairs, and it looked like she had been waiting for a while. There was another figure standing on the roof, Kushida Kikyo. Although she was a little puzzled, she still walked forward. In this way, the two protagonists are already here. Then, I will leave time to the two of you. Without giving Horikita a chance to ask questions, Xingjian Yinshi turned around and left the rooftop, and closed the door, leaving room for Kushida and Horikita. Kushida-san, this is Horikita Suzuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Because I really don't want to get along with you anymore, so I'll make a long story short. Kushida showed a completely different attitude than usual, and the smile on his face was also gone, and he said coldly. 10 minutes passed slowly, and the people who came to the rooftop for dinner were persuaded to leave twice by Xingjian Yinshi. Finally, the door of the roof opened slowly, and Kushida Kikyo came down. Like melting ice and snow, her smile became brighter every step of the way down, and she had completely returned to her usual appearance in front of Xingjian Yinshi. Thank you so much, Mr. Xingjian, I haven't felt so at ease in a long time. It can be seen that now she is really happy from the heart, and the gaze she looks at Xingjian Yinshi is also quite gentle. Tread. A voice came from behind. Kushida's expression remained unchanged, but he just let out a tisk. Then, next time we meet, let me express my thanks. I will do what I promised you, so let's take my leave first. With a slight smile, Kushida left here quickly. It seems that she hates Horikita from the bottom of her heart. Why do such things? Horikita walked over slowly, and stepped on Xingjian Yinshi's foot fiercely, as if to vent his dissatisfaction. You don't want to have such a time bomb in the class, besides, I think you have a good chat. It seems that she will never pester you again. It's true, but if this kind of thing happens again in the future, I hope you'll discuss it with me. Okay, I understand. Let's go, I'm already hungry, as an apology, let me treat you. I'm not being polite. Glaring at Xingjian Yinshi again, the two walked slowly towards the cafeteria. Chapter 22. Afternoon. It's still the same place, Kushida, Horikita, Xingjian, and Ling Xiaolu who were forcibly pulled over. First occupying a comfortable position, Kushida turned on the phone and sent a message to Sudu and the others. It didn't take long before the ecstatic Yamauchi and Ike appeared. The moment they saw Horikita, the faces of the two of them froze for a moment, and then quickly relaxed, looking at Kushida. Sorry, I called you two out privately. Rather than me, Horikita-san has something to say to you. What's the matter? We did something. It's really an overreaction. Xingjian Yinshi is a little curious, what is the reason for these two people, and the eye contact with Ling Xiaolu is also very interesting. Aren't you two planning to join Hirata-san's reading club? Hey? Reading club? Oh, I'm too lazy to read, and Hirata is too popular, and it's very popular to be with him. There must be a way to memorize it the day before the exam. Besides, in my country that's how it survived. Yamauchi also nodded at what Ike said. It looks like they plan to stay up late to catch up. This is really like your style. However, if you continue like this, you may be expelled from school. You still think you're great? Suda suddenly appeared and stared at Horikita. He seemed to agree to Kushida's request. Suda-san, you are the most worrying thing. You have no sense of crisis about quitting school. It's none of your business. You'd better not go too far, or I'll beat you up. I'm busy playing basketball now, so I just need to read the book before the exam. Sudu, calm down a little bit, okay? I didn't expect that it was not Kushida who discouraged Sudu this time, but Yamauchi Kazuki, which is really unexpected. Sudu, have you really thought about it? If you fail and get expelled, you won't even be able to continue playing your favorite basketball. Afraid of a conflict between the two, Xingjian Yinshi also stood up to dissuade him, and proposed basketball, which Suda cared about. This. But, I don't intend to accept this woman's charitable behavior. I haven't forgotten what she said to me a few days ago. If you want to invite me, you must first apologize sincerely. Suda hesitated a little, it seemed that basketball touched his heartstrings. But towards Horikita, he still showed full hostility. Even though he himself feels that it would be dangerous not to read books, he still can't seem to forgive basketball for being insulted. Of course, Horikita would not apologize lightly. Because she prides herself on being the one who can't say the wrong thing. Suda-san, frankly speaking, I hate you. But I teach you to read for my own sake. This is not a charity, and you only need to study hard for yourself. Isn't that all right? Horikita was very frank and directly stated the purpose of his study session. Do you want to go to Class A so much? You don't hesitate to invite me who hates you. Horikita chose to acquiesce, and Suda seemed to understand what she meant, and continued. I'm very busy playing basketball. Even during the exam period, the other guys in the club didn't seem to stop practicing. I can't let my favorite basketball fall behind because of boring schoolwork. I understand this. So I made a targeted plan in advance. As long as you work hard, you will definitely pass this midterm exam. Horikita took out a notebook, which was densely filled with various plans. It seemed to be a feasible plan, but Sudu and others needed to show their energy. I can't get motivated. Even if I take the time to read, I still can't understand the content of the book. I don't think it's easy to read the book just by relying on that kind of technique. It seems that Suda doesn't consider himself a material for reading at all, and doesn't even want to put in the effort to try it. You seem to have misunderstood the most fundamental thing. There is no shortcut to reading. There is no other way than investing time in learning. Not only reading, but other things are all the same. Among them, is there a shortcut? How could such a thing happen? Basketball can only be played well through repeated practice. It seemed that he had finally reached the point, and Suda was also surprised by what he said. Let me admit that you are the kind of person who can go all out for basketball. In this case, in order to continue to play in this school, even a little bit, I hope you will transfer those strengths to reading books this time. Although it was weak, it was undoubtedly Horikita's concession to Suda. Suda was hesitant about this, and while he was hesitating. Hey, Kushida! Have you got a boyfriend yet? Hey? Not yet, but why did you suddenly bring this up? If I get 50 points on the test, Can I go out on a date? It was Ling Xiaolu Qinglong, and Xingjian Yinshi quickly understood that it was indeed a brilliant idea. For the idiot trio, maybe the effect is outstanding. What? Ayanokji, what are you talking about? Kushida-kun, date me. I can score 51 points. No, it's me. Date me. I will definitely score 52. Ike and Yamauchi quickly came up with an idea, scrambling to propose, and Kushida also sensed Ling Xiaolu's intentions. It's really troublesome. I don't judge a person by their test scores. However, I really want the rewards after hard work, and Ike and Yamauchi seem to be very interested. If there are similar rewards for participating in the book club, it should also make people more motivated. Well, how about this? I'll date the person with the highest test score, if that's okay. Hearing Kushida's words, Ike and Yamauchi shouted excitedly, and Suda next to him also showed a moved expression. A date, it looks pretty good. I can't help it, then I'll join it too. Suda, who was still hesitant, agreed without hesitation when he heard Kushida's words. Hey! Can I take part too? I will pass the test higher than everyone else. Xingjian Yinshi also smiled, blinking at Kushida, with the look of wanting to join. No. It can't be done. This guy Xingjian is very good at studying, little Kikyo can't agree. Before Kushida could respond, Yamauchi couldn't help but yelled out. Really, it's better if it's not like this. We will compare the final total score. And I only keep 70% of my score, so it's okay for the head office. Seeing Xingjian Yinshi make such a concession, the trio of idiots remembered Xingjian's 0 score in the quiz, and agreed hesitantly. Just like that, Horikita's studies will gather again. Evening. Hey, Mr. Xingjian said that today, do you really want to date me? On the phone, Kushida sent such a message. Well, to be precise, I don't want you to date other people. It's really domineering, but I don't hate it at all, he. Chapter 23. In the next few days, Horikita and others began to study hard. Everyone listens carefully and get out of class. Immediately after class, they study around Horikita, and go to the library to continue to endorse after the class is over. But Xingjian Yinshi had no sense of urgency at all, and led Shinahiri from Class C to discuss the novel non-stop, and the two established a deep friendship. And everyone in Class D chatted about the key issues of each subject. It seems that Ike, Yamauchi, Sudu, and others regained a lot of confidence because of listening to the class carefully. Hey, guys from Class D, be quiet. It's so noisy. A student reading next to him raised his head, seeing Sheena's reaction. He should be a student of Class C. I'm sorry, I'm a little too excited. I'm so happy because I answered the question correctly. Francis Bacon thought of the induction method. Why don't you write it down? Chi seemed very embarrassing, and incidentally showed off the questions he had memorized. Hey, what? I turned out to be an idiot. How should I put it? This school can assign me to Class C based on my strength. It's really great. If I have to study with the lowest level guys like you, I can't stand it. The boy from Class C said with malicious intent. His contemptuous attitude immediately angered Sudu. BD. What are you talking about? Hitting the table, Sudu immediately stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and looked like he was going to do something. I'm just telling the truth, don't be angry. If you commit violent acts in school, you may be expelled from school. If you think about it, let it go. In the quiet library, his actions at this time have already attracted a lot of attention. If the situation continues to deteriorate like this, it is indeed possible that it will reach the teacher's ears. Even though Class D is indeed at the bottom, I don't think you have any right to be proud as Class C. In fact, isn't this school the same except for Class A? Horikita's words were indeed very irritating, perhaps because he was poked at a pain point, the boy from Class C slapped the table and got up, and the companion next to him quickly grabbed him. You should also know that if you fail this exam, you will be expelled from school, right? Now you don't even know the scope of the exam, and what to recite Francis Bacon. I really hope that some of you will be expelled woolen cloth. UBD. What are you talking about? Don't give me too much. Being so stimulated, Sudo couldn't help but rushed over and grabbed his front. Okay, stop, stop. When Sudo was about to punch someone, the girl with long pink blonde hair stopped him. Who are you? Outsiders should not meddle in their own business. Outsider? As a student using the library, I can't turn a blind eye to this commotion. If you guys want to cause violence anyway, I will report it to the teacher. Well, so it's Ichinose. The students in Class C seemed to recognize the person who came, and left surrounded by a group of people. If you want to continue studying here, you have to settle down. More than that. Speaking to everyone in Class D, Ichinose is really amazing, and resolved the conflict that was about to erupt very neatly. Xingjian Yinshi did not choose to intervene, because this conflict was the opportunity for Class D to discover the change in the scope of the exam. Sheena, it seems that we can only go here first today, and there seems to be something wrong with the review scope of our class. Oh, that's a shame, but Xingjian doesn't seem worried at all. Sheena's voice was waxy, she didn't complain, and she didn't pursue too much, just agreed to read a book together next time, and left alone. First grade Class D. When everyone in the study meeting went to Chazu SAE to confirm the scope of review, Xingjian Yinshi came here. Karuizawa-san. Well, can I interrupt you a little bit? So suddenly. It seemed that he was a little bit resistant to what happened last time. Karuizawa was a little reluctant, but he still walked over under the curious eyes of his companions. I need your help with something. So fast. Don't worry, this matter will be of great benefit to you. Really? In short, although Karuizawa had some doubts, he agreed to Xingjian Yinshi. Hey, how's it going? Wei, Xingjian, what's the matter with you? Yes. I'm so envious of you, you've already dated Hirata, and Xingjian. No, actually I have something to ask for help, it's nothing. Really? I always feel suspicious, you look at him in a strange way. As soon as the lunch break came, Xingjian Yinshi left the classroom. Immediately afterwards, Karuizawa followed behind her step by step. Seeing this, Kushida Kikyo hesitated for a moment and followed. In the student cafeteria, Ling Xiaolu and Qinglong spotted a senior who was eating a free meal, and when he saw Xingjian Yinshi sitting opposite him, he hurriedly stopped. Excuse me, may I bother you? What? Why? Seeing Xingjian Yinshi and the two beautiful girls behind him, the senior was taken aback in the slightest. I'm Xingjian Yinshi from Class D. Seeing how my senior looks like, I should be from Class D too. The mountain vegetable set meal seems to be very unpalatable. So what? What's the matter with you? As if being poked at a sore spot, the senior became angry and his tone became very unfriendly. It's like this. I hope to get the archaeology questions for the first year midterm exam for seniors. For this, we are willing to pay you 10,000 points. Seeing that you have already come to ask strangers, you should be quite anxious. This school will mercilessly force out students who fail. I happen to have an archaeological question in my hand, but I need 20,000 points to give it to you. Is this true? Cheat? You can still do this. Karuizawa and Kushida who came with them couldn't believe that there is such a solution. Hush! Senior, you should have some understanding of the situation in Class D. It's already very difficult for us to come up with 10,000. Interrupting the two people who were in motion, and asking them to say a few more words, they might be about to bleed profusely. Well, it seems to be true. How about it, 12,000 points, nothing less. Yes, but I hope the senior can attach the quiz paper. Yes, I want to verify that the test questions are consistent. Although I don't think it's necessary, this school has used the first midterm exam papers for several years. The deal was quickly completed, and Xingjian Yinshi successfully got the archaeological questions from the seniors. Chapter 24. Hey! Student Xingjian. Is it really okay to do this kind of thing? Will it violate the school rules? By the way, will this archaeology question be the same as the midterm exam question? Unanimously, Kushida and Karuizawa raised questions. But in comparison, Kushida cares more about compliance, while Karuizawa cares more about the authenticity of the test questions. Don't worry. Didn't you find out? This senior is not surprised that we came to buy archaeological questions, which means that this is one of the ways to pass the exam. As for Karuizawa's question, please read this little test paper first. Xingjian Yinshi took out the small exam paper in his hand, which was almost exactly the same as last time. Kushida and Karuizawa looked at it, and couldn't help smiling from the bottom of their hearts. Great! This way, everyone can pass the exam safely. Yeah. That's great. Finally, I don't have to study hard. So, before Xingjian, the help you said was. After being happy for a while, Karuizawa asked suspiciously. Kushida also pricked up his ears. I hope I can ask you to give this archaeological question to everyone in Class D. But, student Xingjian, didn't you buy it with points? I don't want to appear in the eyes of some people too early, that would be too passive, so I can only ask you. Hey, I don't understand at all. Haha. Why did you choose me? Kushida-san has such a good relationship with the classmates, isn't it more suitable? Xingjian Yinshi looked at the cute Kushida Kikyo with his head tilted, and felt that Karuizawa had posed a problem for him. Taking a step closer, Xingjian Yinshi's mouth was close to Karuizawa's ear, and he opened his mouth slowly. Actually, I've said it before. I just hope that you can be appreciated by everyone and maintain your status in the class. You don't want to have the same thing happen again. Xingjian Yinshi leaned close to Karuizawa's ear, and explained slowly with a voice that only two people could hear. Karuizawa pushed him away abruptly, with a shocked and flustered expression. If last time it was just doubt, then this time it is sure. Xingjian Yinshi definitely knows about her past. I said I made a mistake, it's not me. Maybe she didn't know what she was talking about. Karuizawa quickly ran out of the student cafeteria, she just wanted to leave here now. I'm really curious. What exactly did Xingjian-kun say to scare away the powerful Karuizawa-san? Xingjian-kun, don't break the law. Kushida Kikyo joked half-jokingly, with a stiff voice. It seems that the trauma left behind is too great, Kushida, then I ask you to hand over this archaeological question to Karuizawa. Looking at the current situation, Karuizawa is basically fine. From now on, the main leaders of Class D, except Hirata, will be more or less influenced by his will. Got it, got it. I'll deliver it for you. But in this exam, if Xingjian-kun loses to Yamauchi and the others, I will definitely be very angry. Although there was no anger in the voice, Xingjian Yinshi knew that Kushida was indeed angry. He probably knew the reason, the two clearly exchanged secrets, but now Xingjian Yinshi's actions are being concealed from her, this is a sign of distrust. After taking the archaeological question, Kushida ran out after Karuizawa. Ever since signing the contract with Kushida, the relationship between the two of them has developed a lot unconsciously. Moreover, Kushida lived a more relaxed life without the trouble of Horikita. Because of this, Kushida Kikyo's feelings for Xingjian Yinshi are very complicated, including the uneasiness of being controlled by the secret, and the gratitude of being out of trouble. But more, it is the resonance of exchanging secrets. As an existence that knows Xingjian Yinshi's true purpose, the connection between the two is already unbreakable. It seems that I should spend some time maintaining this relationship. In Class D of the first grade, everyone was desperate. Starting from knowing that the range given by Mr. Chibashira was wrong, especially the students with poor grades, they seemed to lose their motivation, and they became decadent or gave up on themselves. If you don't do something, I believe this lifeless state will continue. Then when school was over, Megami Karuizawa stood on the podium like a legendary hero. Everyone, please listen to me. So far, everyone should have put in a lot of effort for the midterm exam. Regarding this point, I have something that can help you a little bit. I will post the materials now. This information is... Hey! The students voiced doubts one after another, wondering what effect Karuizawa's move had. You don't have to worry about the exam. I have asked the seniors. In recent years, the midterm exam papers for the first grade have not changed. Really? Really? Doesn't that mean? Is this? That's right, the materials in everyone's hands are archaeological questions. As long as you go down and memorize them by heart, you will definitely be able to pass the midterm exam smoothly. Hearing this, the students cheered. A group of people surrounded Karuizawa. That is really good. What? It turns out that Karuizawa is quite cute. Wait, it's so reliable. You've done a great job this time. Everyone stop. I think even if there are archaeological questions, we can't guarantee 100% that the school will come up with the same questions, just in case the study still can't be left behind. Horikita was still worried, but her worry was indeed justified. Hearing this, Hirata also echoed Horikita's suggestion and planned to continue the study sessions. In this way, in a peaceful atmosphere, the time came to the midterm exam unconsciously. No one is absent, it seems that the whole class is ready. Can you pass the first hurdle of school? Teacher Chibashira walked into the classroom with a smile on her face while holding the test paper. The people in the class are full of confidence, without a trace of fear. In the past few weeks, we have started to study books very seriously. I don't think any students in this class will fail the exam. Yes, we will all get high marks in the exam. I really have confidence. The expressions of the other students seemed to be very relaxed. Sae Chibashira tidied up the examination papers on the table and handed them out. If no one fails this exam and the final exam in July, I will take everyone on vacation during the summer vacation. With a meaningful smile, Mr. Chibashira made a promise to all the students in Class D. Vacation, is? The students seemed to be a little confused. Yes, as long as it is done. I can let you live a dreamlike life on the island surrounded by the blue sea. On Xiaotian's beach, the first thing the boys thought of was that they could see the girls' swimsuits, so a group of boys got excited. Everyone, let's have a big fight. Chi issued such a call. The students echoed Chi and kept yelling. The girls whispered a response like abnormal. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting better, Mr. Chazua stopped the excited students and started the midterm exam. Chapter 25. After the examination papers were handed out, everyone in Class D breathed a sigh of relief. The above topics are exactly the same as the archaeological questions, and even the repetition is a bit scary. Everyone began to write and began to answer the questions. In less than 20 minutes on average, everyone completed the exam papers. The same is true for other subjects. The originally tense midterm exam ended in such a bland manner. It was another new day, and the moment Mr. Chibashira stepped into the classroom, he looked around in surprise at the students who were sitting upright. Everyone in Class D waited with bated breath for the announcement of the midterm results, and the whole classroom was filled with an extraordinary atmosphere. Teacher, I heard that the midterm exam results will be released today, when will it be? Hirata, you don't need to be so excited, right? An exam of that level should be easy. Saying that, Sae Chibashira slowly unfolded the results. What is interesting is that there are 2 report cards. In addition to the midterm exam, the other one is the result of the quiz. You guys just look forward to it. I'm going to announce it now. Because if I tell it after school, I won't be able to keep up with the various procedures. Chibashira Sae glanced at everyone in Class D with deep eyes, and finally stopped on Yamauchi. To be honest, I am very impressed. I really didn't expect you to get such high scores. Mathematics, Hyuxia, and social scores tied for the top of the list, that is, those who got perfect scores are as high as 10 or more. Let's be honest. This time your class did not. There are people who fail. Hearing this, the students in Class D shouted with joy. But Sae Chibashira's voice changed suddenly, and Haruki Yamauchi's name was marked with a big red cross. Yamauchi, your Hyuxia midterm exam score is 42, and your previous quiz score was 43, according to the rules. If your midterm score is lower than your quiz score, you will be expelled from school. What? Is that a lie? I haven't heard of it at all. Teacher Chibashira, I wonder if there is some misunderstanding. We have never heard the explanation of this rule before. At this time, it was Hirata who questioned. In order to protect his classmates, he stood up without hesitation. Sorry, maybe I forgot, but rules are rules. Yamauchi, get ready to pack up. No. We will never accept such an explanation, and the expulsion must be rejected, otherwise we will complain to the school. I'm sorry Hirata, everyone must abide by the school's rules. If you want to complain, you can write a complaint letter to the director, and I will forward it on your behalf. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became heavy, and everyone couldn't believe that the students who had not been together for a long time were about to leave like this. Judging from Chibashira Sae's reaction, it was obvious that complaints were useless. If you already understand, then the class meeting will end here. Without giving any sympathy or opportunity, Chibashira-sensei ruthlessly announced that Yamauchi must drop out of school. After packing up the materials in hand, he was about to leave. Yamauchi, come to the teacher's office after school to go through the withdrawal procedures, etc. Oh? Hirata, is there anything else you can do? If it's an intercession, it's fine. Under the school's rules, I can't do anything about it. Even so, I have something I want to do. Oh, what do you want to do? Please sell me 1 point of Yamauchi-san. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Hirata said the words that sounded like he was fooling around at first glance. Hey, can you still do this? It's fake, can the points be sold? This. Mr. Chibashira blinked at Hirata, his face twitched, his expression was very delicate. I know you, Hirata, this doesn't seem like something you can say. I tried to imagine many scenarios, but I never thought that you would ask me to sell your points. It's unbelievable. How did you think about this? During the conversation, Chibashira Sae glanced at Xingjian Yinshi without leaving any trace, but saw that this guy was in a daze with no expression on his face. No matter how I think of it, please tell me, Mr. Chibashira, if you can sell me this 1 point. I see, that's why, relying on the strength of others is indeed a way sometimes. However, you may not be able to afford this amount. Then, what is the price of 1 point in Yamauchi? You really gave me a problem. How about it? I'll sell you this 1 point for 100,000 points. As long as you pay it off on the spot, you can stay in Yamauchi. Obviously, although 20,000 points were issued this month, it is impossible for Hirata to leave so many points alone. Everyone, Yamauchi is our partner, and I hope everyone can help him. Although I don't have enough points, I can take out 30,000 points. Turning around, Hirata asked the students in the class for help with an expectant voice, and set an example by being the first to take out 30,000 points. My friend encounters such difficulties, I can't just sit idly by, I can give 10,000 for the time being. Next is Kushida, who is so dependable as a friend no matter the time of day. The occurrence of such a problem is also due to my inconsiderate factors. I can still spend 30,000 points for the time being. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Horikita also stood up and took out an amount equivalent to Hirata. I can give out 10,000 for the rest of the points. Seeing several core figures in the class rise up one after another, Xingjian Yinshi knew that he was no exception, so he decisively assumed 10,000 points. Then other students in the class spoke up one after another, giving out thousands of points piecemeal, making up 100,000 points. Okay, I'll accept the fact that you guys want to buy 1 point of Hyuxia language score for Yamauchi. Now I want to charge you a total of 100,000 points. Regarding the cancellation of Yamauchi's dropout, this is established. Saying that, Chibashira SAE collected the student ID cards of several people, and swiped the corresponding points at the same time. Then he left the classroom without stopping. It's saved. Woohoo! Thank you everyone, I will definitely return your points as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Yamauchi to have such a side. Well, we are all friends, just take your time. Seeing the gradually increasing cohesion in the class, Hirata showed a gratified smile. Hey! Hirata, can I ask, who came up with the idea of buying points? Horikita's question attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was very curious when they heard Chibashira-sensei say rely on the strength of others. I'm sorry, because I promised that person to keep it a secret for him. But I can tell everyone that he is a classmate of our D class. What? It's actually from our class. So mysterious, so suspicious. I'm really curious. Hirata. When the students heard what Hirata said, they all started discussing enthusiastically and began to suspect each other. Many people asked Hirata, but he was unwilling to disclose more information, and many people showed disappointed expressions. Chapter 26. It's unbelievable to say it. Who would have thought that the midterm exam would be linked to the quiz? It's all Chibashira-sensei, and it's the same with the previous exam scope change. When the crisis was resolved, the students began to chat, and many people expressed their complaints about Chibashira SAE. Ha 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 ha, it turns out to be like this. This is the reason why you chose to hand in a blank paper in the quiz. Apart from your strong body, your consciousness is also so sharp. Xingjian Yinshi, it seems that you, like me, have peerless beauty. When everyone was discussing, Gao Yuanji in the back row suddenly shouted excitedly. Everyone in the class was attracted by it. Yes, yes. So that's the reason. Did Xingjian get a 0 in the exam? It's unbelievable. No way. I just wanted to say it. It seems that Xingjian got 100 points in the midterm exam. What? What? It's a lie. 100 points in all subjects. After being reminded by Jeyuan Temple, the students finally remembered Xingjian who scored 0 in the quiz, and all cast shocked eyes. What is even more unbelievable is that Xingjian Yinshi actually got full marks in all subjects in this midterm exam. But isn't this very bad? Why did Xingjian notice the quiz, but didn't tell everyone? With such doubts in mind, Terahiko Zinkan came out and expressed his puzzlement to Xingjian Yinshi. It's like this. I do have a vague awareness of the school's intentions, but in the end it's just my guess. I can't let everyone hand in blank papers just because of my guess. As for this quiz, it's all because I knew the answer in advance. Didn't there be other people who took the exam with full marks? This is normal. Being watched by the whole class, Xingjian Yinshi stood up calmly and gave his reasons. It seems to be right. But that's a perfect score in all subjects. No wonder when Xingjian introduced himself, he said that he was good at reading. Just like that, the midterm exam for Class D of the first grade came to an end. Although Xingjian's perfect score in all subjects caused a heated discussion in the whole grade, but after knowing that he had memorized the answers in advance, the enthusiasm dropped again. Because of this, Xingjian Yinshi successfully won the right to date Kushida with absolute coercion, which made Yamauchi, Kazuki, and others jealous. In short, although the exam that has plagued Class D for a long time, although there were twists and turns, it was finally resolved safely. The students also resumed the happy time in the past. On a rare weekend, Xingjian Yinshi dressed up very handsomely, because according to the agreement, today she will have a date with Kikyo Kushida. He also intends to use this to stabilize the relationship between the two. I've been waiting for a long time. Mr. Xingjian, I'm sorry, I've been dressing up for a little longer today. It's okay, I didn't wait too long. Kushida was dressed beautifully, completely different from his usual rigid uniform style. Rather, it is a very energetic and cute girly outfit. The top is a vest with a cute pattern, a simple coat, and a delicate skirt with a pink bag on the bottom. Kushida, before we start dating, I want to ask, is there any place you want to go? No. Then let me arrange today's itinerary. How can I build a deeper connection with Kushida? Xingjian Yinshi thought for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion: show her true self in front of her. If you use lies to tempt, you will get lies, if you use deception to obtain, you will get lies. Xingjian Yinshi knows this truth very well, so if he wants Kushida's full help, he must be honest with her. Then please hide here for a while. What? Taking Kushida to the gymnasium, Xingjian Yinshi took her to a remote corner and hid her. Then he took out his mobile phone to confirm, the time was almost up. Hey! Xingjian, UBD, why did you call me here so mysteriously? Soon, Sudo with a blank face came here. It's true, Sudo. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since the two of us have seen each other. Hey! What are you talking about? From just now, explain it to me. Being called out inexplicably, and hearing some incomprehensible words, and Sudo's own anger point is always very low, he didn't say a few words, and his tone became angry. Xingjian, this surname. Sudo. Don't you have any memory? Remember before I threw you into the trash can? What? UBD. Xingjian. That gloomy boy in middle school. It's you. It seems that you finally remembered. How is it? Isn't it surprising? Xingjian Yinshi walked towards Sudo. Seeing this situation, even Sudo took 2 steps back in panic. UBD. What are you doing? Violence is prohibited in this school, and I didn't do anything. It seems ridiculous that Sudo Takeru, who usually uses violence as a weapon, is now seeking shelter from school rules. Of course I know, Sudo. I asked you to come here today because I have something to ask, don't worry. What? I was shocked. If you want me to do something, if it's not too much, I will agree. It seems that Xingjian Yinshi did cast a shadow on Sudo when he was in junior high school, so that Sudo panicked when he saw him appear. Then I'll just say it straight. I hope that in future class competitions, you can stand firmly on my side. And help me do things that are inconvenient for me. UBD. Are you going to accept me as a younger brother? I will never agree. Don't try to force me, or I will report to the school. Although flustered, Sudo firmly refused. As a man's pride, he is not allowed to agree. I knew it would be like this. So I prepared another proposal. Let's play basketball. If you win, I won't provoke you in the future, but if you lose, you have to agree to my request. Basketball. Play basketball with me. Sudo couldn't believe it, whether he was in junior high school or the current junior high school, he had never heard of Xingjian Yinshi when he came out. This man can play basketball. Hey! Basketball is not a simple sport, you guys don't underestimate me. So, your answer? Without hesitation, Sudo agreed. On the one hand, he has absolute confidence in himself, and he doesn't think Xingjian Yinshi is good at basketball. On the other hand, it is also a man's dignity, and he is not allowed to refuse. Chapter 27. Stadium. Sudo and Xingjian changed their uniforms, found an unoccupied court, asked a senior who was playing as a referee, and stood in the middle of the court. As soon as he arrived at the court, Karuizawa was very energetic. Shendo completely changed his appearance. The eyes are firm, the limbs are tense, and the tension just now is completely gone. Sudo Takara from Class D of the first grade versus Xingjian Yinshi from Class D of the first grade, the one who advances by 3 goals wins. The referee made such a sound, and a group of people cast their attention one after another. The game seemed to attract a lot of people. After a while, Xingjian Yinshi saw several students from Class D. Hey, look! It's Xingjian and Sudo. I know that Sudo. It seems that he was selected as an official player candidate in the first grade. That's amazing. Then his opponent is not very dangerous. What a qualified basketball player. Thank you for the compliment, Xingjian. But, I won't show mercy. Of course. The blood seems to be surging upwards. As long as he stands on this court, Sudo will feel in control of everything. Xingjian Yinshi also felt a kind of excitement for a long time. Sudo, concentrate on it. Karuizawa slapped the basketball casually on the ground a few times and passed it to Xingjian Yinshi. Then put on a posture of full defense. After receiving the ball, Xingjian Yinshi moved skillfully, his dribbling posture was impeccable and smooth, and broke through Sudo's defense line after a few turns. The experienced Sudo did not give up, and kept chasing after him. Xingjian Yinshi cleverly dodged several interceptions during the period. Brush, sprint, layup, all in one go. Xingjian Yinshi took the first ball with absolute suppression. Sudo's face was very ugly. Being defeated in such a situation was a big blow to his self-confidence. Now you. Passing the ball to Sudo, Xingjian Yinshi also became alert. Sudo also dribbled the ball quickly and ran, his foundation was very solid and his foot was very stable. Xingjian followed closely behind. With such a dribble, it is difficult to find any flaws. Sudo dribbles the ball across the line, then jumps. Snapped. With a forceful slap, he slapped hard on the flying basketball. The stadium was quiet for a moment, and cheers suddenly came out. That first grade jumps so high. Mr. Xingjian. Really? Sudo's complexion is very bad, it can be seen that his long-held belief has been shaken. If you give up now, then all I can say is Sudo, that's the end of it for you. Give up? That kind of thing is impossible. It seemed that Xingjian Yinshi's words had an effect, and Sudo cheered up again. He passed the ball to Xingjian without hesitation, and the whole person made a defensive posture. However, Xingjian Yinshi just took a few random shots and jumped high. 3 points. Hit. The audience once again set off admiration. Passing the ball to the stunned Sudo, Xingjian Yinshi stuck in front of him and looked into his eyes. If you don't show absolute conviction, you will be wiped out today. 0 eggs. I can't accept only this kind of result. Anger brought strength, Sudo exploded with unprecedented speed, quickly crossed Xingjian's defense line, and came under the basket. He made an amazing move, throwing the basketball high, far exceeding the height of the basket. Xingjian Yinshi understood that at such a height, if he took off, Sudo would definitely hit him. Scoring even when injured, is that what you believe in? As expected, Sudo pulled back around. Sudo, your enthusiasm has moved me, and I will do my best to retaliate against you fiercely. After receiving the ball, Xingjian Yinshi exploded with unbelievable speed, and Xiudu couldn't keep up at all. Running faster and faster, as if taking off, leaping high. Boom! A powerful slam dunk. Whoa! Slam dunk! It's a slam dunk! Xingjian is invincible. All the students were stunned and cheered. The difficulty of dunking is not very high, but the repercussions caused by this situation are definitely extremely shocking. Although very unwilling, but Xiudu is a daring person. Just like that, he stood in front of Xingjian Yinshi with a complicated expression. You won, Xingjian. To tell you the truth, I am convinced that I lost. I will do what I promised you. But, I will practice harder in the future, and one day I will win back. I look forward to it. In order to avoid being stopped by the crazy classmates around, Xingjian Yinshi did not stay too long. He gave Xiudu a few orders, gave him a recorder, changed his clothes, and quietly left the gymnasium with Kushida. I didn't expect Mr. Xingjian to be so good at basketball. It's really surprising. Haha, are you starting to be surprised now? The date is not over yet. But it's still early, let's go eat something first. Hey! I brought Kushida to the restaurant, which is a very delicate cafe-based restaurant. Xingjian Yinshi treats guests, and the two enjoy a luxurious meal. In the afternoon, Xingjian Yinshi brought Kushida to a small garden behind the teaching building. The sunlight here is not good, and there are very few people here. Hey, come to such a remote place. Is Mr. Xingjian trying to do something bad? No. You'll know after a while. Ignoring Kushida's joke, Xingjian Yinshi let her hide temporarily as in the morning. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a figure came late. It was Sakura Eri from the same class. Eri, you're late. Oh, no. Sorry, Xingjian, are you really? Teacher Xiao N. Little n is Xingjian Yinshi's screen name, and he used this name to date Sakura Eri. Of course, Shizuku. No, Eri. I still remember the content of our conversation before. Shall I prove it to you? No need, I'm just too surprised, I didn't expect to meet teacher Xiao N here. It's really great. It seems that the identity of Xingjian Yinshi has been confirmed. Sakura Eri's nervousness has subsided a lot, and the two have been friends for many years. It's just that the sudden invitation made Sakura lose his sense of proportion, and he looked very unnatural. But this is also reasonable, after all, Sakura Eri was originally a bit of social fear of the otaku beautiful girl. Chapter 28. Haha, I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to be frightened. It really shocked me. Xiao En. No, student Xingjian, when I found out that you and I were in the same school, I was shocked. In this school, I don't have half a friend I can talk to. Everyone doesn't seem to like me very much. Now I know. Xingjian, that's great. I don't know if she was too excited, but Sakura Eri's voice trembled, as if she was about to cry. It seems that this period of time has really suffocated her. It's okay. If Sakura gets bored in the future, you can come to chat with me anytime, and I will introduce other friends to you. Hey! But, I'm not very good at getting along with people, and I'm so stupid. It's okay, isn't Sakura very good at taking pictures? I remember that the pictures you took are not inferior to the photographers at all. I don't know if it's because of the topic of photography, but Sakura became more active, and the whole person jumped for joy. It seems that this fully enclosed school is very unfriendly to social fear people like her. By the way, didn't Xingjian say today that I need my help with something? I really have something to ask you. But before that, please accept this first. As Xingjian Yinshi said, he took out a newest Sony camera, which has a light white color scheme, and the configuration looks very advanced. This is too expensive, I can't take it. Take it back. Xingjian is still. It's okay, Eri. This is also the first gift I give you as a good friend, you can't refuse it, just accept it obediently. A little compulsively, Xingjian Yinshi thrust the camera directly into Sakura Eri's hand. After Xingjian's persuasion, perhaps she also liked it very much, and Sakura Eri finally accepted the camera. Then the two started chatting about photography. Talking about her hobbies, Sakura lost her previous shyness and talked eloquently. Xingjian Yinshi also took the opportunity to make his own request. Sakura hesitated, but agreed. Then the two agreed to keep in touch in the future, and Sakura said goodbye and left. As soon as Sakura left, Kushida came out impatiently, muttering something. I didn't expect, Mr. Xingjian actually had contact with a house girl like Sakura, and even gave her such a beautiful camera. When it came to the word camera, Kushida's tone obviously became a lot more serious, as if he was jealous. Hey! Mr. Xingjian! Do you understand? You are dating me now. Seeing that Xingjian Yinshi didn't respond, Kushida let out an exaggerated shout. Of course. I know that very well. Then Kushida, tell the truth, what do you think of today's date? After a moment of silence, as if thinking seriously, Kushida finally gave an evaluation. To be honest, I probably understand Mr. Xingjian's thoughts now. I feel very happy to be able to reveal my secrets to me like this. As he said that, Kushida suddenly changed his expression. Although there was no violence like last time, there was still a deep indifference. She looked at Xingjian Yinshi with such eyes. Today's date, let's give it a score of 80. It really exceeded my expectations, but it's very good, but there are still things that make people uncomfortable. In fact, Kushida himself couldn't believe this unpleasant place, it was just because of jealousy. No, it's not jealousy, it's just dissatisfaction with unfair treatment. After all, there is no such thing as giving gifts to other girls when you are dating yourself. Oh? Is that so, Kikyo? It's not evening yet, the date is not over yet. She called Kushida's name intimately, but unfortunately she didn't seem to respond. Xingjian Yinshi didn't give a shit either, and took her to the roof of the school building, where the two of them made the contract last time. Xingjian Yinshi pulled out a large gift package from a hidden corner of the rooftop, which looked as tall as a person. This is... The expression on Kushida's face finally changed, some were surprised, some were pleasantly surprised, and more of it was something inexplicable. The gift of Kikyo. Actually, I have prepared it long ago, and I have never forgotten it. Saying so, Xingjian Yinshi pulled off the belt. A somewhat strange humanoid object appeared in front of Kushida, looking very awkward. Take a closer look, it's actually a tumbler. Kushida was completely stunned, someone gave this thing on a date? What's even more strange is that although this tumbler looks a bit bloated, it can be recognized as the cartoon image of Xingjian Yinshi. Giving your date your own DIY tumbler may sound unimaginable, but a smart person like Xingjian Yinshi naturally has his own considerations. Kankyo, you are usually under a lot of pressure, this tumbler is carefully customized by me. It has excellent resistance to fighting. When you can't suppress the boredom, you can vent it on him. There was something wrong with Kushida Kikyo's appearance, her body trembled slightly, and her head was lowered. Suddenly turned around and turned his back to Xingjian Yinshi. Oh? That's really great, this face is so annoying. I won't be polite at all. If I was in a bad mood that day, I would definitely beat this tumbler to pieces. The tone didn't sound right at first, but Xingjian Yinshi could still hear something was wrong. It seemed that he was sobbing faintly. What? It's still a girl. Without hesitation, Xingjian Yinshi walked behind Kushida and hugged her slowly. The girl's body is soft and warm through the clothes. For an instant, Kushida's body froze, but he didn't resist. Slowly moving over Kushida's body, the two of them stared at each other face to face. Kushida's eyes were a little moist, it looked like he was crying just now. It may be the first time that Kushida, whose true colors have been seen, has been treated like this. It is completely different from the fake interpersonal relationship in the usual days, but the feeling of being paid attention to and cared about. Such a situation has never happened before, and it probably won't happen again in the future. Xingjian Yinshi held Kushida's head with his left hand, his hair looked soft. With his right hand stroking her back and forth, he could slightly feel Kushida's heartbeat. The two of them stayed like this for a while, and then their faces slowly moved closer together. The faces of the two of them overlapped together like this, and then slowly separated. Although it is point to point, there is not too much entanglement. But both knew that from now on, something had completely changed. Xingjian Yinshi hugged Kushida, and the evening breeze blew slowly from the rooftop. Under the moonlight, Xingjian felt that she was mysterious and beautiful like Artemis. After 10 minutes of silence, the two slowly let go of each other. Looking at each other, there are more meanings in the eyes. Just say it first, I'm not your girlfriend now. Well, I know. Because it is impossible for Kushida Kikyo to have a boyfriend now to gain everyone's trust, Xingjian Yinshi is also very aware of this. And since you kissed me, you will be less intimate with other girls in front of me from now on. I know, haha. Making such a promise, Xingjian Yinshi held Kushida in his arms again. Chapter 29. In the new month, the students came to the classroom with apprehension. The reason for this is precisely the points that have not been issued. Good morning, everyone. It seems that you are more excited than ever today. Is there anything you care about? Following the bell announcing the start of the morning meeting, Mrs. Chibashiru stepped into the classroom as usual. Teacher Xiao Sida. We haven't been awarded any points this month. Did we deduct all the points last month? But we all have good classes. It was Chi who questioned him at first. There is no doubt that the points were not issued, which caused him great trouble. Is that why you are so excited? We worked so hard this month. We even passed the midterm exam successfully. It's fine if the points don't increase, or even deducted. Isn't this too much? And we haven't been late or absent at all. Or talk in private. It can be seen that the students are excited, probably venting their dissatisfaction. Vent the dissatisfaction that you have worked hard last month but did not get the corresponding reward. Before seeing the results, don't jump to conclusions, Chi. Indeed, as you said, the efforts of Class D last month were even refreshing. And just as you feel, the school can certainly understand this. Teacher Chibashiru said this to the students instructively, as if he had calmed down. Chi shut his mouth and sat down on the chair obediently. Then I will announce the points for this month now. As a familiar white paper was slowly unfolded, the grades of each class also came into view. Class A 1170. Class B 920. Class C 710. Class D 300. Hey? What, 300, does this mean we have extra points? That's great. Ike jumped up the moment he noticed the increase in points. It's too early to be happy. Other classes have added points equal to or more than yours. The gap has not narrowed. This is just a reward for passing the midterm exam. Each class will give out a minimum of 100 points. So that's what happened. I said why the points are suddenly distributed. It turns out that every class has. But since this is the case, shouldn't we receive the corresponding 30,000 personal points? That's right. But the points haven't been distributed. The students cast doubtful eyes on Mr. Chibashira, and it was a strange thing that the personal points they deserved were not transferred in. There was a bit of a dispute this time, so the first year points will be distributed later. I'm sorry for you, but just wait a little longer. Is it true or not? Will the school make such mistakes? Isn't there any extra compensation for such omissions? As it should be, the students expressed dissatisfaction one after another, and fantasized about getting compensation from the school. I advise you to give up such delusions as soon as possible. The reason for this is not the school. Once the dispute is resolved, points should be issued soon. Of course, if there are points left. By the way, Sudo, I have something to say to you. Come to the teacher's office. Before Chibashira-sensei left, he left such a meaningful sentence and asked Sudo Takeru to leave. At the end of the class's midterm exam, all students helped Haruki Yamauchi together to avoid dropouts, and the cohesion of the entire class was unprecedentedly strong. But not long after the incident, they were divided into several small groups again, and the previous unity seemed to be an illusion. Although overall, the class is still cohesive. As soon as the lunch break came, the students started to move freely in order to eat lunch. Sakura Eri, who was alone on weekdays, walked up to Xingjian Yinshi despite the surprised gazes of the rest of the class. Xingjian, that picture, I took it. I don't know if it was because of nervousness or shyness. Sakura's voice was very soft. If it wasn't for Xingjian Yinshi's amazing hearing, it would be impossible to tell what she said. After receiving the photo from Sakura, it was the scene of the conflict between Sudo and Ishizaki Daichi from Class C. Xingjian Yinshi took the photo, and Sakura quickly returned to his seat, hunched over and ate the bento silently. Hey, what was that gloomy girl from Sakura handed to classmate Xingjian just now? Could it be a love letter? Impossible. Student Xingjian will not accept. Speaking of which, Xingjian is not only good-looking, good at studying, but also super good at basketball. What? Why don't I know? That's it. A group of girls chattered and started gossiping around the table. Without restraining his voice at all, Sakura behind heard it, and lowered his head even lower. Seeing this, Xingjian gave Kushida a wink, and Kushida walked over to Sakura. Sakura-san, actually, I have a request. I hope I can ask you for help. Kushida-san. As if being approached by someone she didn't expect, Sakura Eri let out an exclamation, and her eyes dodged a little. It's like this. I want to take a group of photo shoots recently, but unfortunately I haven't found a qualified photographer. I heard from Xingjian that you take good pictures, so... Is that so? But, I don't have the confidence to meet the requirements. Hearing that it was Xingjian Yinshi's introduction, Sakura obviously stabilized a lot. But because she was too shy, she dared not agree at all, and put on a self-denying expression. Sakura, this is a rare opportunity. Let everyone see your ability. Shaking the photo in his hand, Xingjian Yinshi encouraged. Really? That gloomy girl will take pictures. I can't believe it. The girls on the side were still discussing. Xingjian Yinshi cast an indifferent look, and they shut their mouths as if they were frightened. It's okay, just help me. Kushida actually acted coquettishly to Sakura, who is also a beautiful girl. Her bright and lovely expression made people look sideways, but finally Sakura didn't hold back and agreed. What do you think of the delayed points? It was Horikita who came back from lunch to ask the question. Since receiving Horikita's approval last time, she seems to have accepted Xingjian Yinshi's excellent talent. Maybe it has something to do with Chibashira-sensei's summoning of Sudo this morning. Xingjian Yinshi pretended to think for a while, and gave such a response. Horikita fell into deep thought silently, as if considering the possibility of such a thing happening. As for the possibility of causing trouble to the class, he really does not disappoint. Chapter 30. In the evening, Xingjian Yinshi returned to the dormitory after dinner. Highly cultivated, he has made many friends here, but they are basically casual acquaintances, so there are not many invitations to deal with. Boom! 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 There was a loud knock on the door, indicating that the person coming should be more excited. Xingjian Yinshi opened the door, and Sudo walked in with an awkward expression, holding a small recorder in his hand. Hey! I said, Xingjian, how did you guys know that Komiya from Class C would come to provoke me? I was taken aback by being called to the teacher's office today. The leader of Class C, Long Yuanxiang, is a troublesome character, like a hidden poisonous snake. He will attack wherever there is a loophole, that's all. Without giving a positive answer, Xingjian Yinshi couldn't tell Sudo that he could predict the future, so he fooled him casually. Ah! I don't understand. You don't know how Komiya and Kondo slandered me today. To be honest, it was really popular at the time. If you hadn't explained it in advance, I would have taken the recording directly. His face. Sudo picked up the tea on the table and took a big sip. Xingjian Yinshi's eyes twitched when he saw it. This is the most high-end tea in the school. If he hadn't seen his meritorious service, he would not be willing to take it out as a treat. Don't say that, hold back for a while, but it will establish a great advantage for us. Taking the recorder from Sudo, Xingjian Yinshi turned it on and listened. The sound was recorded very clearly, and the whole process was also recorded. Coupled with the photo provided by Sakura, it is enough to make Class C fall hard. However, on the surface, we still have to show a look of complete ignorance. The bigger the incident, the more we can achieve enough results. Is that so? That's okay. At worst, I'll just tolerate those guys from Class C for a few more days. I really look forward to seeing how they all look. By the way, this is for you. After Sudo sighed, he took out a key from his pocket and handed it to Xingjian Yinshi. It was the spare key to Ling Xiaolu's room, as if the boys had already used it as a meeting point. Sudo, what is the school's judgment on this matter now? The school said that it will give me until next Tuesday to prove that the other party did it first. If I can't do it, it will be regarded as my fault, and I will suspend it until the summer vacation. And it will deduct the points of the whole class. It's just ridiculous. That's really harsh, but now the initiative is in our hands. I just have to wrong you. I'm afraid I will be blamed by my classmates during this time. What? It turns out that you, Xingjian, would say the same thing. It doesn't matter. Rather, I'm used to that kind of blaming. Leaders and subordinates need both kindness and power, so Xingjian Yinshi will comfort those who do things for him from time to time, which can effectively shorten the distance. The two chatted for a while, then Sudo left. For him, the significance of this matter itself may not be important at all. According to Murphy's Law, if there is a chance that something will go wrong, no matter how small the possibility, it will always happen. Chibashira-sensei, who always speaks only minimally, left the classroom. In the morning meeting, he disclosed to the whole class the conflict between Sudo and Class C Komiya, Kondo, and others. I have something to explain to you today. A few days ago, there was a little dispute in the school. It seems that Sudo sitting there had a conflict with the students of Class C. Simply put, they had a fight. As soon as the voice fell, the classroom was suddenly noisy. Chibashira-sensei publicly announced that Sudo had a dispute with Class C. Sudo would be suspended from school according to the degree of responsibility, and class points would be deducted. Teacher Chazu had a calm face, showing no concern for the students in her class, and explained from the perspective of the school's third party from the beginning to the end. Excuse me, why hasn't the school come up with a conclusion now? Does it mean that things have turned around? Taking a chance, Hirata asked Chibashira-sensei such a question. The complaint was made by Class C. The other party seemed to say that he was beaten unilaterally. However, when the school confirmed the truth, Sudo denied it, saying that this was not true. According to him, it was not that he took the initiative to trouble the other party, but the students in Class C provoked first. I have done nothing wrong, this is self-defense. Self-defense? Sudo's tone sounded very excited, and his whole expression was very realistic. It might as well be said that he was really angry. Obviously he has controlled the form, but he will still get angry about these things, and I have to say that the anger point is really low. Although you said so yourself, the credibility is really not high at present. I will stop here. If there is something that can prove your innocence, please submit the application as soon as possible. The final judgment should be issued next Tuesday. Then the court will it ends here. As usual, Mr. Chibashira, who ended the topic, turned his head and left, completely refusing to communicate with the students. The students in the classroom were quiet for a while, and soon quarreled. Hey, I said, isn't Sudo's matter too bad? Chi was the first to speak. It seems that this point is really important to him. Now because of the crisis, he even completely ignores his friendship with Sudo. If the points are lost due to Sudo's fault, how will we live this month? Echoing Ike, Yamauchi, who is also Sudo's friend, also condemned. Sudo lowered his head and clenched his fists. Presumably the attack from a good friend made him very sad. The classroom was immediately shrouded in noise, and men and women talked a lot, and it began to get out of hand. Hey! Everyone, can you please listen to me for a while? In order to calm the commotion, Kushida stood up with her chest straight. Because of the high popularity in the class, everyone became quiet. Indeed, as the teacher said, Sudo-san may have really fought. But, didn't Sudo-san explain that he was framed? I think as a friend, you should trust him. You said he was framed? Kushida, do you believe what Sudo said? Yamauchi questioned. Oh, Kushida-kun, I can't believe what that Sudo said. I think he lied to justify himself. Also, that guy once boasted that he fought all his junior high school days, and I was very happy to explain the way of beating and the parts that make people feel pain. Chi also expressed distrust of this, and even took out what Sudo had said when chatting with them. Starting with these, everyone's dissatisfaction with Sudo erupted one after another. He collided with students from other classes in the corridor before, and I saw him grab the other's skirt. I've seen him insist on cutting the queue in the student cafeteria, only to be reminded and become angry. It seems that Kushida's rescue didn't work. Because of the possibility of losing hard-won points, the sense of crisis made Sudo a target of public criticism. Chapter 31. I would like to believe him. The one who stood up as if to support Kushida was, of course, the hero of this class, Hirata. He was not overwhelmed by the anti-Sudo atmosphere, and he appeared on the stage with vigor. I can understand if you suspect people from other classes. However, I think it's wrong to doubt your classmates from the beginning. Shouldn't friends do their best to help? I agree too. The person who spoke out for what Hirata said was none other than Hirata's nominal girlfriend, Karuizawa. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was echoed by several girls. Trusting everything and trusting nothing, both are wrong. But Sudo, as a member of the class, we should trust him first, shouldn't we? As one of the center of the class, Xingjian Yinshi also expressed his views. Since his wonderful performance on the basketball court last time, his popularity has jumped and remained high, and his status in the class is also getting higher and higher. Almost all the central figures in Class D are on Sudo's side, so although the other students complained, they chose to stop criticizing Sudo after all. Soon it was time to eat, and Hirata came to Xingjian Yinshi with a smile on his face. Hey, student Xingjian, I don't know if you are free, can we have lunch together? Xingjian Yinshi was not surprised at Hirata's invitation. After all, he was the one who sent him a reminder to buy points with points. Rather, it's surprising that Hirata waited until now to come in contact with him. Of course can. Xingjian Yinshi readily agreed, and Xingjian Yinshi was already prepared for this. Rather, it was part of the plan itself. Speaking of which, why is student Xingjian unwilling to reveal his identity? With the strength you have shown now, it is enough to lead Class D. Holding miso soup, Hirata sat opposite Xingjian. It's an outstanding talent to keep secret. Other classes also have slightly tricky characters. In this regard, I still hope to accumulate more chips before I stand up. Hirata nodded thoughtfully, seemingly not paying attention to what Xingjian Yinshi said. Speaking of which, I asked Xingjian this time because I hope you can help Suda-san. If you are suspended like this, it would be too bad. Moreover, the relationship established in the class may be ruined at once. Is that really the case? It seems that Hirata is still the same, unwilling to accept all factors that may cause the class to collapse. Xingjian Yinshi made such a judgment. I'm sorry, Hirata. For the time being, I don't have a good solution for Sudu. In the current situation, we can only hope to find witnesses. Witnesses? Yes. If there are witnesses, maybe they can prove Sudu's innocence. Perhaps it was Xingjian Yinshi who woke up inadvertently. Hirata regained his composure, and immediately planned to gather the students of Class D to look for witnesses together. It's not that Xingjian is unwilling to confess to Pingtian, but that doing so does more harm than good. Many things he planned run counter to Pingtian's character. Not long after Hirata's message was sent, girls headed by Kushida and Karuizawa, as well as boys such as Ryokaji and Suda came here. Everyone. It's like this. Suda-san is being wronged now, so I hope everyone can help to find any witnesses who can prove his innocence. I will also ask my friends from the football club to help. After Hirata issued such a call, the rest of the people looked around and said they would try their best to ask their friends. If you don't mind, let's start with Class B first, how about it? Compared with Class C with related interests and Class A with insufficient information, Class B is obviously more suitable. It was Kushida who said such words, and it seemed that she had a good circle of friends in the whole grade, no matter which class she had acquaintances. It's true that Class B is very friendly, so let me ask Ichinose to ask about the situation. Xingjian Yinshi picked up his mobile phone and sent a message to Ichinose, and other students also cast their eyes on him. I didn't expect Xingjian to have friends from Class B. By the way, this name seems familiar. Ichinose is quite popular in Class B. I didn't expect Xingjian to know such a beautiful girl. As Kushida spoke, he cast a sharp look. She and Ichinose are also good friends, and she naturally has comparative thoughts about this real little angel. Since her relationship with Xingjian Yinshi got closer, she has paid more attention to these things. Hey, is that Ichinose of that super energetic and beautiful girl? Damn it! Xingjian actually knows girls from other classes of this level. Yamauchi and Ike in the crowd let out an exaggerated cry, and looked at him with deep resentment in return. Not long after, Ichinose arrived at the scene. Long time no see, Xingjian classmate. Long time no see, Ichinose. Since the beginning of school, the two people who have rarely communicated in reality greeted each other acquaintedly. Because of the existence of social software, the relationship is not unfamiliar. And me, Fanbo. Hey! Is little Kikyo here? Afterwards, everyone explained Suda's situation to Ichinose. During the period, the students all secretly looked at this Class B student. He spoke neither humble nor overbearing, and had a cheerful personality. He really had an unparalleled affinity. Well, it looks like Ryuuan-san has been following him, so it's a little troublesome. After listening to what happened, Ichinose gave his own analysis, pointing out the main reason to the point. Hey? I don't know what Ichinose said about Ryuuan. Hearing an unfamiliar name from it, Hirata couldn't help asking questions. Ryuuan Sho is the leader of Class C, and he unified the class by violent means since the beginning of school. It seems that Ichinose and you have suffered a lot from it. Seeing that the students were puzzled, Xingjian Yinshi gave an explanation thoughtfully. Leader. Is there such a thing? A voice of astonishment came from behind. It was actually Horikita Suzune who was eating behind her, and because she came earlier, almost no one noticed. Of course, in this school, there is a lot of competition between classes. Each class will have a leader to formulate strategies. By the way, the leader of Class B is Ichinose. Not surprised at all, Xingjian Yinshi had already discovered where she was eavesdropping. While explaining, he gave Horikita a contemptuous look. Horikita, who wanted to be promoted to Class A, didn't even know this kind of basic information, which is enough to show her character flaws. I didn't expect Xingjian, who doesn't usually participate in group activities, to be so clear about the information in the grade. Ichinose also looked at Xingjian Yinshi with wide eyes, because what he said was not bad at all, and Class B has indeed suffered a lot of harassment from Class C recently. Wait, you're talking about Class B and Class C, what about Class A? Do they have leaders too? From the looks of it, Horikita was quite interested in this topic and hurriedly asked. The situation in Class A is special. Due to internal conflicts, it is divided into two factions. They are the Katsuragi faction with conservative ideas and the Atanayu faction with aggressive ideas. Although I personally think that Katsuragi is no match for Atanayu at all. Xingjian Yinshi explained patiently. That is to say, only you, Class D, don't have a clear leader yet. Ichinose blinked, and gave such a conclusion without any malice. Chapter 32. Is it actually like this? It's really surprising. But I think that there is only that kind of violent way to integrate classes, which is absolutely unacceptable. It seems that Hirata is very sensitive to violent rule, so he issued such an explanation. Well, I also dislike that kind of class relationship, but there's nothing I can do about it. Well, I'll try to ask the classmates if there are any witnesses in the class, so I can help a little. Ichinose is really amazing, she decided to support Class D straightforward. Although the two can be said to be natural allies, such help is still invaluable. Afterwards, everyone in Class D thanked her. Then it was decided that Kushida would be the main one, and they would ask friends from other classes separately, and thus started the activity of helping Sudo. The next morning, as expected, neither Ichinose nor Kushida got any useful news. It seems that things are not so simple as to find witnesses by asking around after school. Hey! Hirata, I'm a little concerned, but I found this thing at the door of the room yesterday. Sudo awkwardly greeted Hirata, and took out a non-disclosure contract and a piece of A4 paper from his school bag with some guilt, and other students surrounded him curiously. There is a passage on the A4 paper. Everyone in Class D. I heard that you were very passive in the conflict with Class C, and I am happy to tell you that I can help you solve this trouble. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. As a reward for solving troubles, your entire class needs to sign a contract with me. By the beginning of the second semester of the first grade, you need to pay half of any personal point income to me. For the sake of important companions, would you make such a choice? After making a decision, just hand over the contract to the teacher, she knows how to deal with it. Above. The inscription is Mysterious Person X. Mysterious Person X, what? Mysterious Person X? Shouldn't it be Mysterious Person N? Seeing the content on the paper, the students exclaimed, after the Mysterious Person N, a new character appeared again X. This, couldn't be. This mysterious person is actually a dangerous organization, right? Both N and X are members. Chi, are you an idiot? Do you want to say that there are 26 such mysterious people? Without hesitation, the attracted Horikita hit Ike's judgment sharply. Everyone, I think no matter what. Now that we finally have a way to help Suda-san, we should think carefully about it. What do you think? Considering that the current predicament can be solved, Hirata carefully analyzed it, and then began to ask for opinions. Although it's suspicious, I think it's necessary to help my peers. In contrast, it's already July, and the first semester of the first grade is over. In fact, it's only 1 month in August. This contract doesn't count. Harsh. After Xingjian Yinshi's instruction, Kushida expressed his support almost as soon as Hirata finished expressing his opinion. Then Karuizawa and others also agreed. Horikita carefully read the contract a dozen times, and even used a pen to analyze it on paper, but finally found nothing wrong. If the class points do not change, Class D can get a total of 1.2 million individual points in August, which means that the points that need to be paid to the mysterious person X are 600,000 points. Considering that if Sudo's matter is not resolved, class points may be deducted, Horikita also thinks it is better to agree. In this way, only Gao Yuanji was left in the whole class who was unwilling to sign. Hey! What are you doing, Jiyuan Temple? UBD. Excuse me, Gao Yuanji, why did you refuse to sign? No matter what time, Hirata's voice is always so gentle, asking in a discussing tone. The reason, of course, is that this matter does not do me any good, and it will also cause a burden. There is no benefit, but there is a burden. This is the reason why Jiyuan Temple refused to sign. He also read the contract, which was considered reasonable, but he was still unwilling to do things that were not beneficial. Is it a burden? How about this, Kojinji-san? I can personally help you pay the points that need to be paid, so that you can sign the contract. No way, how can I let Hirata bear it alone, or if we all pay 400 personal points the sum is enough to replace Kojinji's payment, what do you think? Hirata's popularity is well deserved, and the girls are willing to stand up and speak for him. It is hoped that the whole class will jointly pay the points that Gao Yuanji is not willing to bear. That's not okay. Although this plan does not require points, in fact I have no obligation to bear it. After all, this is just your business. You can also ask me to sign, and each of you has to contribute 1,000 points, except for that the part of the so-called mysterious man, the rest belong to me. What? Kojinji UBD. Faced with such remarks, Sudo raised his fist and was about to grab his collar. Everyone in Class D was afraid of a conflict, so they hurriedly appeased him. Finally, after discussion, everyone agreed to Kojinji's request. After all, if Sudo's matter is not resolved, no one knows how many class points will be left. Seeing that the people in Class D agreed, Gao Yuanji signed it neatly, and then took out the mirror to admire it. If it was a few days ago, Jiyuan Temple would not have taken these points seriously at all, relying on the Jiyuan Temple Chable points or something, he could buy a large sum of money from the senior students who are about to graduate. But it is a pity that although the school recognizes this approach to a certain extent, at least it cannot be shown on the bright side, otherwise it will run counter to the original intention of the school. Therefore, Xingjian Yinshi reported Jiyuan Temple intimately, so that he can train himself better without accepting the torture of points in the future. On a fateful day, what happened to Sudo affected the hearts of everyone in Class D, because it wasn't just about the undistributed 30,000 points. Equally important is the verification of the contract with the mysterious person X. After stepping into the classroom, Xingjian Yinshi looked at Sudo. He was a very nervous person. Although he deliberately pretended to be uneasy, in Xingjian's eyes, there were still many flaws. At the same time as the bell announcing school dismissed, Hirata, Kushida and other Class D members stood up from their seats, and a group of people crowded around Sudo and walked towards the teacher's office. Are you mentally prepared, Sudo? Well, done. I've been ready from the beginning. I hope that mysterious person X can really make Class C give up the lawsuit, otherwise it will be troublesome. The final place of trial is not in the teacher's office, but the student union. Mr. Chibashira took a few people and climbed up 3 flights of stairs before seeing the sign of Student Union Office. Chapter 33. The Student Union Office is unexpectedly simple, with a long table in the middle and chairs lined up to form a rectangle. The 3 students involved in the Class C incident have arrived at the office and are sitting in their seats. Next to them sat a male teacher wearing glasses who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Next to the teacher, there was a male student with long hair standing. He had a strong body and a fierce expression. He was staring at everyone in Class D with prey eyes. The head teacher of Class C counting horses on the board, and the class leader Long Yuanxiang, who has a more representative appearance, let Xingjian Yinshi recognize him at a glance. This is the head teacher of Class C, the teacher on the board. Chibashira-sensei gave an introduction to everyone from Class D, then shifted his gaze to Hori Kitagaku, who was at the head of the conference table. I'm Hori Kitagaku, the student council president, so I don't think I need to introduce it again. Now I will be the notarizer for the dispute between classes C and D. Seeing that everyone was present and there was no delay, Horikita immediately started the witness meeting, and the secretary beside her, Akane Tachibana, started to explain the situation. Then, with regard to the violent incident that happened last time, we will start to conduct cross-examination between the student council, those involved in the incident, and the class instructor. I, the secretary of the student council Tachibana, will be in charge of the meeting. I didn't expect the student council president to come here for a dispute of this scale. It's really strange. Obviously, Tachibana is usually the only one who comes here. Chibashira-sensei asked the question as if interested. Due to the busy schedule, although I do not participate in some issues, in principle it would be ideal for me to be there. Besides, the school has entrusted me with the responsibility of student union affairs, and I was also entrusted to attend the meeting this time. Are you entrusted by someone? Good excuse. Chibashira-sensei showed a pointed smile, but Hori Kitagaku didn't move at all, even his expression didn't change. On the contrary, Horikita, who came with everyone, even though he has signed a contract with the mysterious person X, he still cannot help being shaken in his heart. First, Zhu Jian explained the summary of the incident to both parties in an easy-to-understand manner, although it is unnecessary to explain the incident now. Then, based on the above reasons, we hope to be able to find out which side's claim is the truth. Tachibana, who finished the explanation, has already set his sights on the members of Class D, while the mysterious person X who agreed to solve the matter does not appear at all, as if he does not exist. Komi Yasan from the basketball club and the others claimed that they were called to the special teaching building by Yu, Suda-san, and were provoked and beaten by Yu unilaterally there. Is this true? Everyone in Class D did not speak, and Zhu Jian could only guide the incident by asking questions. Those guys are lying. I was the one who was called to the special teaching building. After I finished club activities that day, they called me there, and Stop talking nonsense. It's obviously you, in order to successfully become an official player and reduce competitors, beat a few students in our class to pieces. The wounds are still here. Directly interrupting Suda's explanation, Ryuan slandered him in order to be promoted to a full-time player, and did not hesitate to use violence. The three members of Class C also nodded and showed their wounds. This is also a lie. You guys did it first. I am acting in self-defense. Even though he was acting, Suda was still very angry. After all, he was quite serious in basketball, so he couldn't stand such an insult like Ryuan. Hey! Since you said we did it first, then show us evidence. If not, stop barking like a prodigal dog here. Unceremoniously, Ryuan asked Class D to produce evidence, with a playful expression on his face. If Class D doesn't have new evidence to add persuasiveness, then continue like this, may I ask? It could be seen that everyone in Class D was shaken, and Horikita lowered her head and said nothing. It seems that there is no need to argue. After Horikitagaku's words fell, the homeroom teacher of Class C, Banshuma, suddenly rang a bell in a hurry. He turned on the phone and looked, his face suddenly changed. Handing the phone to Long Yuanxiang, Long Yuan swiped casually a few times and narrowed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, it seemed that he clicked on an audio file again, and listened to it close to his ear, and his face became more and more ugly. Humph, interesting. It's really interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a person in school. Ha ha ha. It's unexpectedly interesting. Ryu and Shou first laughed out loud, and then looked at everyone in Class D with terrified eyes, especially Sudu. Class D, you are lucky, this time our Class C withdrew the prosecution. Unexpectedly, the matter would end so easily. Everyone present was very curious about the news in the mobile phone. But like this. It seems that Long Yuan's sudden withdrawal of the lawsuit seems inappropriate, and Zhu Jian, who can't judge whether she should accept it, is very embarrassed. It seems that you have already made a decision, then sign this contract. It was the student council president, Hori Kitagaku, who spoke, which was beyond everyone's expectations, including Ryuan. What? That is. The contract, why is it in the hands of the student council president? Big brother, mysterious man, impossible. Unbelievable, incredible. Everyone in Class D seemed to be in disbelief, but the fact lies here, it was the student council president who took out the contract. Oh. It seems that things are unexpectedly complicated. Could it be that the student council president is that mysterious person X? Ryuan asked such a question, and fixed his eyes on Hori Kitagaku. It's just entrusted by others, I seem to have said it before. Hori Kitagaku's expression remained unchanged, and then he handed Ryuan Shou a contract that was signed with Class D, almost identical in appearance. The content of this contract is very different from that of Class D, but it also requires all members of Class C to sign it together. Until the end of the first grade, Class C needs to unconditionally cooperate with the contract initiator in one action. Correspondingly, this activity must not harm the interests of Class C. Compared to Class D, this contract is much harsher. Not only did the time extend to the entire first grade, but it also unconditionally cooperated with an action. Although restrictions were added later, it was still very harsh. With a very disgusting expression, Ryuan finally signed the contract. Because the nature of this active provocation is relatively bad, it may cause Komiya, Kondo, and others to drop out of school directly, causing huge losses. So even though he was reluctant, Long Yuan was forced to sign this humiliating treaty without even seeing the contractor. Humph! Mysterious Man X. Mysterious Man N. The guy hiding in the dark. What does it matter? Is it a person or an organization? One day, I will find you all. Staring at Horikita Shui and everyone in Class D with a ferocious face, Ryuan put down such cruel words. This mysterious person X who suddenly appeared was obviously connected with both parties. Hammering the table hard, Ryuan once again let go of his harsh words to Class D, and then led a group of people to leave neatly. In Class D, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, as if the matter had not recovered before it was over. What the hell? I feel dizzy. What's the relationship? Even Horikita was blown away by the sudden situation, and began to doubt the relationship between the big brother and the mysterious person. In any case, Sudu's matter has been satisfactorily resolved, at least we know that the mysterious person X and we are not enemies, that's enough. Hirata clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and suggested that everyone celebrate together. Because of the resolution of the matter, I believe that the points will be issued immediately. Although 16,000 has to be handed over, the situation can be eased. Seeing this, Xingjian Yinshi thought about asking teacher Chezu to buy another anonymous account. After all, the mysterious person X cannot use the mysterious person N account. Unlike social accounts such as mailboxes, you can register at any time. If you don't buy the account for saving points in the school, there will only be one for each person. Chapter 34. After separating from his classmates, Xingjian Yinshi went to teacher Chezu and bought another anonymous account. Recalling her expression that she thought she could see through everything at that time, Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help sighing that it is really difficult for students to keep secrets in front of the teacher. Is it over? It was Horikitagako who asked the question. Because of the reason for helping to hand over the contract this time, the two have more intersections. It's rare, the student council president who is a busy person actually waited for me because of Horikita-san. Thinking of Horikita Suzun's performance at the meeting just now, Horikitagako looked slightly disappointed. The reason why the news of the mysterious person X arrived so late was because Horikitagako wanted to see if Horikita Suzun had grown up. So he and Xingjian Yinshi used the sentence "it seems that there is no need to argue" as a signal. Before Horikita Shui said this, let's see how far Horikita Suzun can perform. This is also the condition for him to help Xingjian Yinshi and transfer the contract to Long Yuan, which is equivalent to helping Xingjian Yinshi for free. As a result, Horikita Suzun didn't say a word. I approve of your application to join the student union as the chairman of the supervisory committee. When you want to take office, I can announce the news to the public. Horikita Suzun is not mentioned. After this incident, Horikita naturally judged that Xingjian Yinshi was the former mysterious person and his performance was impressive enough. Not for the time being, I should formally lead the class after the special exam at the end of this semester, and then I can take up the post with a high profile. Oh? Have you noticed that there will be special exams during the summer vacation? You really shouldn't underestimate them at all. Then you should contact me when the time comes. Saying goodbye to Horikita Academy, Xingjian Yinshi was about to go back to the dormitory, and saw Ichinose, who was worried outside the teaching building. Hi. Ichinose. Hey, it's Xingjian. Well, congratulations to your Class D for successfully surviving this crisis. Ichinose said words of congratulations, but shrugged her head, absent-minded. It's just relying on external forces, but you, what happened? You look absent-minded. Hey, is it so obvious? On weekdays, you are full of energy, but in this state, it doesn't look right at first glance. Is there anything I can do to help? Ichinose gave a wry smile, a little hesitant, as if considering whether to confide the truth to Xingjian Yinshi, which seemed inconvenient to disclose. It's actually like this. Recently, I encountered a rather embarrassing thing, and I don't know what to do. Oh? If you can't judge, maybe I can give you some advice. Hearing what she said, Xingjian Yinshi became even more interested. After all, it's rare for Ichinose to be so negative. Suggestion: hey, I wonder if Xingjian has ever been confessed to. Confession. This sensitive topic often affects the hearts of young men and women. In the school brimming with youth, almost all the students will fantasize about having a wonderful encounter. With his handsome face, excellent academic performance and outstanding athletic ability, Xingjian Yinshi is a sought-after student throughout the grade. Especially after defeating Sudo in the basketball game, he became one of the most popular boys. And through Ichinose's question, Xingjian Yinshi also recalled this plot. The reason seems to be that a girl from Class B confessed to Ichinose. It's really so charming. Well, there is indeed. Could it be that Ichinose was confessed to? Yeah, I'm having a headache right now about how to handle this. What should I do if I refuse to confess without destroying the friendship between the two parties? In reality, this is almost impossible. There may be many people who say that they don't care, but those words have no credibility at all. In a word, no one can take this kind of thing calmly. The kind-hearted Ichinose also knows this. If this matter is not handled properly, a beautiful friendship may be broken. If you don't like it, it should be the best way to directly reject it. Ichinose is so embarrassed. Is she a classmate who confesses to you? Who? I told Xingjian, you can't reveal it to others. The child who confessed to me is indeed a classmate of Class B, and she is also a girl. Ichinose breathed a sigh of relief, and finally told Xingjian Yinshi what happened, and asked him to keep it a secret. After all, the rumor of this kind of thing would have a great impact on that girl. Girl? Ichinose is so charming. Ha ha ha, Cough, actually, if that's the case, I have a way. Xingjian Yinshi was going to make fun of Ichinose, but when he saw her worried look, he felt that something was wrong, so he stopped laughing immediately. Hey! Does student Xingjian have any good ideas? Ichinose opened her eyes wide, looking at her with juicy pupils. Hey, we can do this. Xingjian Yinshi leaned close to Ichinose's ear, and slowly narrated his thoughts. Is this really possible? Ichinose's face turned a little red, a little suspicious. After all, this method is a little unscrupulous, and the golden powder gradient hair is swaying in the wind, exuding a fragrance. Trust me, just try it. In the afternoon, behind the teaching building. Xingjian Yinshi couldn't understand why when students from our country thought of hiding places, they only thought of such places as rooftops, behind teaching buildings, and behind dormitories. To give him space to be alone, he hid behind a fence. Not long after, a short-haired girl ran over. The girl looked a bit juvenile, and her appearance was not much different from that of a junior high school student. At this time, her face was tense and she looked very disturbed. Ichinose, have you made up your mind? Her voice was timid, and she looked around anxiously from time to time. This girl was Chihiro Shiraba, who confessed to Ichinose. Sorry, Chihiro. Because it was too sudden, I can't give you a direct answer. But it doesn't matter, I already have the answer to the previous question. Making up his mind, Ichinose walked up to Chihiro Shiraba and started whispering in his ear, seeming to be on guard against Xingjian Yinshi overhearing. Without saying a few words, Beibo Kyungsun's eyes turned slightly red, but she was holding back her sadness. Without stopping, Ichinose chose to continue talking. The redness of Chihiro Shiraba's eyes began to fade slowly, but her pupils widened again, her mouth opened slightly. Baby, baby, baby. She spit out such words from her mouth, as if she felt a great shock. For two girls, having a baby is absolutely impossible. This is the advice given by Xingjian Yinshi, which made Ichinose firmly state that she wanted a child. Seeing that it seemed to be effective, Ichinose nodded, and her face became a little more rosy. Talking about such things would be more or less shy. Remembering Xingjian Yinshi's instructions, Ichinose had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue explaining to Shiraba Chihiro. Want for this. Beibo Kyungsun's face turned red, and she couldn't even speak clearly. Ichinose wasn't much better either, she didn't know what tiger and wolf words she was talking about. It's probably like this, Chihiro. You are a very important friend to me, and I can't let go. But I also have things that must be achieved, so I can't accept you. But if you want, we can still be together forever, as a friend. In the end, Ichinose made this conclusion. There was no crying as imagined, maybe it was the shock in her heart that made Beibo Kyungsun a lot more rational, and then she chuckled. I didn't expect Ichinose to like children so much. I caused trouble for Ichinose. But it's not bad to be with Ichinose forever. Anyway, I need Ichinose to teach me a lot in the future. Shiraba Chihiro regained her vitality, and it seemed that Ichinose's enlightenment made her let go of her burden. Then I'll take my leave. Shiraba Chihiro waved to Ichinose, then turned and left with a smirk as she walked away. I always feel like I was fooled by classmate Xingjian. Ichinose made such a sound, and looked at Xingjian Yinshi, who came out from behind the fence with a little dissatisfaction, looking quite cute. Well, at least the matter is resolved perfectly, isn't it? The result is good after all. That's true. Now I finally understand why Mr. Hoshinomiya said you have a bad personality. Ichinose made a mischievous face. Chapter 35. It didn't take much time to solve the Ichinose matter. Xingjian Yinshi looked at the sun in the sky and felt that it was still too late. Ichinose. I don't know, the next time, do you have other plans? Xingjian, what's the matter? Well, there is something that needs your help, to be a witness." Saying so, Xingjian Yinshi took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Sakura Eri. Then he took Ichinose and walked towards the shopping street. As a well-known graphic idol, Sakura Eri undoubtedly has many fans. Not long ago, a fan frequently sent harassing messages to Sakura. In fact, this is a very common phenomenon, but the point is that there are photos of Sakura in it, all of which are in the school. What does this mean? It means that this fan is in the advanced nurturing high school. Xingjian Yinshi naturally knew that this was the clerk in the home appliance store, in the commercial street. In the end, Xingjian Yinshi decided that it would be better to deal with this matter before the happy vacation begins. At the entrance of the commercial street, Ichinose and Xingjian Yinshi met Sakura, who rushed over. Immediately afterwards, Xingjian Yinshi told the two of them what he knew. There is still such a person. It's too much, he must be punished. Ichinose, who has always had a strong sense of justice, heard that Sakura was entangled by such a pervert, and wanted to contact the school in a single game, but was stopped by Xingjian Yinshi. It's not right for you to do this. If he deletes the chat records in the computer, we will have no evidence. And even if the records are still there, such behavior will not cause any major punishment to him, but will make him more cautious. Xingjian Yinshi made an analysis. Since he decided to attack, he had to kill him with one blow. Otherwise, if the enemy raises their vigilance, it will bring trouble to Sakura instead. I have an idea, I just need Sakura to cooperate with me, just. Isn't this too dangerous? It's okay, it's just such a thing, it's easy for me to clean him up, it's just love, can you accept it? After explaining to Ichinose, Xingjian Yinshi asked Sakura Eri for his opinion. It's okay, I believe Xingjian, you can protect me. Unexpectedly, Sakura, who is usually very shy, said something amazing. Perhaps it is because there is someone who can talk with her heart. Sakura Eri cherishes Xingjian Yinshi very much. After deciding on a plan, Xingjian Yinshi took Sakura Eri into this home appliance store. As soon as she entered the door, Sakura's body tensed up, because she felt the clerk's very strong gaze. Seeing this, Xingjian Yinshi went up and grabbed her hand. May I ask, what is the most unbearable thing for an extreme perverted fan? In fact, there is only one answer, and that is that idols are not allowed to be profaned. Now Xingjian Yinshi's behavior is already bouncing back and forth on the edge of the cordon. Xingjian Yinshi pretended to be picking products inside, and had various intimate interactions with Sakura during the period. The blue veins on the clerk's forehead covered by the hat were exposed, and he could even hear the sound of gnashing of teeth when he got close. It's really boring, there is nothing good, let's go back, I can't help it, want to be with you. After saying such thought-provoking words, Xingjian Yinshi took Sakura Eri's hand and left the shop, walking towards a small alley, and the shop assistant quickly chased him out. In the narrow alley, the clerk witnessed a scene that made his eyes tear. Xingjian Yinshi pressed on Sakura Eri, kissing her neck continuously. Of course, this is just the effect of dislocation and camouflage. This scene happened because the alley was a bit dark and the clerk didn't look carefully. Why? You want to do this kind of thing, I am your true love. As if completely losing his mind, the perverted clerk picked up a stone next to him and rushed towards Xingjian Yinshi and the two of them fiercely. It's all you. You stole my Shizuku, kill you. Kill you. I can be with her forever. The distance between Xingjian Yinshi and the clerk kept getting closer, and within a short distance, the clerk slammed a stone into Xingjian Yinshi's head, and Sakura closed her eyes in fright. Boom! There was a huge collision sound, but it wasn't Xingjian Yinshi, but the perverted clerk, who was kicked away by him and hit the wall heavily. At this time, the school's security personnel finally arrived, brought by Ichinose. Everyone restrained the perverted clerk, and then Xingjian Yinshi and Ichinose respectively submitted video and audio recordings of what the clerk did, as well as photos received by Sakura Eri and other related evidence. Sending threatening letters to female students, attacking school students with stones, intending to murder. Looks like this guy is going to jail for a while. And after he comes out, he will carry such a file, which can be said to be ruined in this life. However, no one would feel sympathy for him. After all, this guy sent 2 bundles of photos to Sakura Eri in just 1 month. It was a scary experience for a high school student. After the incident, in order to express his gratitude to Ichinose and condolences to Sakura, Xingjian Yinshi decided to treat his guests to dinner. Well, speaking of it, I was curious just now, what idol is that perverted clerk talking about? While chatting, Ichinose asked a question. As a companion who shared weal and woe, Sakura Eri didn't hide anything, and told her that she was Shizuku, a graphic idol. Wow! Idol! That's amazing! So you're an entertainer, right? Please shake my hand. Ichinose was astonished like a child, and asked Sakura for a handshake for some reason. Maybe she really thought that all idols are great. Although I haven't been on TV or anything. Even so, it's amazing. Besides, it's not easy to be an idol. Ichinose's affinity is really high. After a while, Sakura, who is cautious about everyone, established a good relationship with him, and even exchanged contact information. Actually, with Ichinose's current popularity in school, it's not an exaggeration to be an idol. Sakura seemed to be envious of Ichinose's communication skills. What? I can't do that kind of thing. People like me will never be liked by everyone. Sorry, I said something wrong, forget it. For some reason, Ichinose's voice suddenly became lost, but fortunately it returned to normal after a while. Xingjian Yinshi guessed, maybe it was a sudden memory of the past. For Ichinose, it was indeed a difficult hurdle to overcome. How can no one like it? A gentle person like Ichinose may not be as perfect as we see, but I like it from the bottom of my heart. Hearing Xingjian Yinshi's almost confessional words, Ichinose was stunned. Hey! Hey! What are you talking about, Xingjian? You must be out of your mind. Ha ha ha! It seems that it's getting late. Then I'll go first. Ichinose finished speaking quickly, and fled the scene as if fleeing. Sakura looked at Xingjian Yinshi, unable to understand what happened. This is misunderstood? Xingjian Yinshi himself didn't take it to heart. Anyway, I will definitely say something similar to Ichinose again in the future. Chapter 36. The azure blue sea undulates and meets the vast sky in the distance. The gently blowing sea breeze wraps the body gently, giving people a different kind of enjoyment. Beginning in August, the first-year students of highly nurturing high school finally finished their hard final exams and ushered in their first holiday after struggling. With the distribution of points this month, Xingjian Yinshi's personal point reserve has reached more than 1.7 million, 1.2 million points for Class D in July and August, which is definitely an extremely shocking amount compared to ordinary students. The huge cruise ship is full of excited first-year students. This is exactly what Mr. Chibasharam mentioned before, the 2-week luxury cruise. There are the most people on the deck of the cruise ship, and there are small groups taking pictures, playing around, and watching the sea view everywhere. This blue ocean seems to have some kind of magical power to appease everyone's unhappiness and hard work on weekdays. High school students can actually have this level of luxury travel. I never dreamed about it. Luxury cruise, and it's still 2 weeks. 2 weeks? If my parents know, they will be surprised and speechless. The students in Class D talked a lot, and couldn't stop their excitement and joy in their words. In this cruise ship, all kinds of equipment are very complete, such as well-known restaurants, cinemas, game halls, and high-end spas, etc., everything. This kind of extravagant travel, and the cost is completely borne by the school. In other words, no matter which facility on this ship can be used for free. In everyone's expected itinerary, in the first week of the holiday, they will enjoy themselves in the homestay on the uninhabited island, and then go to Tokyo Bay to spend the remaining week of good life. Students are immersed in a dreamlike life, praising the beauty of the school. I always feel that there is an inexplicable sense of sight, and you have discovered it too. Ichinose didn't know when she suddenly appeared behind Xingjian Yinshi and raised her concerns. Such a similar scene is exactly the same as when the school started. This is the bad taste of the school. Maybe the competition between classes will come soon. Xingjian Yinshi leaned on the railing, watching the waves crashing in the distance, expressing something. I would like to inform the students of all classes. If you have time, please be sure to gather on the deck. We will see the island soon. I think you will see very meaningful scenery in a short time. While the two were discussing, the radio on the cruise ship suddenly issued such a notice. Hey, are you almost at your destination? Ichinose walked to the railing next to Xingjian Yinshi, tiptoed to look around, and an island loomed in the distance. Is it necessary to make such a special notice? The school is really considerate of the words "be sure to gather" and "meaningful." Xingjian Yinshi, who was full of thoughts, felt the fragrance of the sea breeze rushing into his nostrils. He had to admit that there was no way for the students to indulge in such a life. Hey! Defectives of Class D, get out of the way a little bit, don't get in the way. The one who made the sound was a boy from Class A. It seems that because of the school's broadcast, a large number of students gathered on the deck, and there were not enough seats, so a conflict occurred. It's a pity that there were quite a few students from Class D present, and they came to support them one after another depending on the situation. They showed great dissatisfaction. It seems that their leisure time was interrupted. Oh? If Class A is full of guys like you who can only bark and bark, then maybe it won't take much effort to pull you down. Horikita Suzun's words were always sharp, which directly made this boy blush. UBD. How dare! I can't pretend that I didn't hear this. Although Yahiko's words are exaggerated, in reality, Class A really leaves you far behind. Totsuka Yahiko stopped Yahiko Totsuka, who wanted to do something, and the one who spoke was a bald boy surrounded by students, Katsuragi, who was the leader of Class A. Although he would not take the initiative to provoke other classes, he still responded to Horikita's arrogant remarks. Katsuragi-san and Horikita-san, I think it's better for the class to get along in harmony. Seeing the impending conflict, Ichinose stepped forward to mediate without any hesitation. Ichinose, don't you understand? The essence of this school is competition. As the leader of Class B, you shouldn't have such naive thoughts. Horikita was straightforward, and what he said made sense. Even Ichinose's deputy, Ryaji Kanzaki, who rushed over, showed his approval. Anyway, apart from class competition, I still hope that everyone can become friends. Ichinose's expression didn't change at all, perhaps she had already made up her mind about this point. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. How could we miss Class C? Laughing, Ryuuin forced his way in with Ishizaki and Albert. It seemed that the gathering of students had aroused his interest. What? So it's you, Katsuragi. Speaking of which, Class D hasn't had a leader yet, so I'm really angry. With a dismissive expression on Ryuuin's face, he glanced frivolously at everyone in Class D. It's not up to you, an outsider, to judge how our class is. A class that relies on violence to integrate may fall apart at any time. Facing the provocation, Horikita resolutely fought back. The smile at the corner of Ryuuin's mouth slowly disappeared, and he scanned the Class C students behind him, and everyone who was seen lowered their heads in fear. Then Ryuuin waved his hand, and Ishizaki and Albert stood beside him. Looking at the situation, Hirata and the others also looked ready to fight, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. The students on the periphery also stopped discussing and paid attention to the changes in the starting field. Don't be so nervous, Hirata, there are so many students here, no matter how stupid Ryuuan is, he won't do anything here. Looking at the dignified Hirata, Xingjian Yinshi reminded him nonchalantly. In the past, he would definitely not have paid attention to this kind of thing, but now, he has already planned to stand up and lead the class afterwards. Oh? Xingjian Yinshi. I know you, a rare talent with both civil and military skills. As one of the central characters of Class D, Xingjian's data Long Yuan has naturally read it. The information details his achievements and physical ability, which are all excellent. But other aspects do not seem to be outstanding. It seems that there are still some sensible people. How about it? Do you want to consider joining our Class C? I am looking forward to talents like you. We can drive Class A down together. Unexpectedly, Long Yuan extended an invitation to Xingjian Yinshi. What? Go to Class C? You can change classes. What is that fellow Ryuuan talking about? Xingjian, you can't promise him. It was the members of Class D who made the noise. Due to the change of the plot, Sae Chibashira did not inform them of the request to change the class. Tisk, let's forget it. I don't believe that Long Yuan will give me 20 million personal points. After Xingjian Yinshi finished speaking, the surroundings exploded. 20 million. That is to say, can you change classes with 20 million points? Is that so? Why, I have no idea. 20 million, it's impossible. Hey, what? As expected of a defective product, it seems that the guys in Class D don't know anything. On the contrary, it's you, I'm more interested now. Long Yuan's eyes lit up, as if he saw his prey, and stared at Xingjian Yinshi firmly. Ichinose and Katsuragi also cast their eyes on him. The surrounding atmosphere slowly became solid again. Ishizaki, Albert and Ryuuan stood side by side, and the three of them exuded inexplicable pressure. In this encirclement circle composed of first-year students, the four forces represented by Xingjian Yinshi, Ryuuan Sho, Ichinose Hanamai, and Katsuragi Kohei are confronting each other. Well, although it's not appropriate to disturb at this time, the uninhabited island can already be seen. In the end, it was Ichinose who broke the deadlock. The one who reacted the fastest was Katsuragi. With a quick movement, he quickly squeezed to the railing and began to observe carefully. Seeing this, Long Yuan bared his face in disdain, glanced at Xingjian Yinshi, and prepared to leave with the people from Class C. Hey! Long Yuan, why don't you stay and take a look? The broadcast announcement just now is probably a reminder. Don't bother, our C class naturally has its own battle plan. Instead, you, worry about yourself. With a burst of laughter, Ryuuan walked away. Ichinose, let's make preparations too. Ichinose wanted to say something, but Kanzaki next to him kept urging her, so she could only say goodbye to Xingjian Yinshi apologetically, and went back to Class C to make plans. The atmosphere is really serious. The people in Class C look so fierce. I feel that classmate Xingjian is very powerful, and I don't know many things at all. I don't know what happened, it seems that the whole grade has gathered here. The overall quality of the members of Class D is indeed not high, and a large part of them are not aware of the upcoming special exam. So Xingjian Yinshi could only make a long story short and told them that the school might organize a class competition. What? This is our vacation. This is so despicable. Coincidentally, Chi and Yamauchi screamed, and the other students also had resentment on their faces. Everyone, even though the school arranges it like this, maybe there will be generous rewards in this competition, let's work together to win. Hirata clapped his hands, stood up as usual, and calmed down the emotions of the classmates. Then he walked next to Xingjian Yinshi. Student Xingjian, I don't know if I can ask you to lead the class. I think if it's you, you can definitely lead us to victory. Hearing this, other students also looked over curiously. They just felt that Xingjian Yinshi was extraordinary. Whether it is a calm conversation with the leaders of each class, or an insight into the various rules of the school in advance. I also think that if Xingjian Yinshi can lead the class as a leader, it will definitely improve the situation greatly. Kushida also expressed his support, and then everyone in Class D agreed one after another. Under such circumstances, Xingjian Yinshi also agreed. Then, let us work together to give the guys in other classes a hard blow. Chapter 37. As the cruise ship approached, the island was almost in sight, but the cruise ship did not intend to stop, but began to circle around the island. This island is not too big, with an area of only about 0.5 square kilometers. Its size is very small compared to other islands. But for more than 100 students, this is already a rather large island. We are about to land on the isolated island owned by our school. Students are requested to change into their sportswear within 30 minutes, and after checking their luggage, bring their mobile phones to the deck for assembly. Other than this, personal items are not allowed to be brought. As the cruise ship docked, such a notice came over the radio. The students quickly completed the luggage confirmation, and the 4 classes lined up on the deck in an orderly manner. Then, please disembark in the order from A to D. In addition, mobile phones are not allowed to enter the island. Please hand them over to the class guide and disembark. The accompanying teachers held loudspeakers and began to organize the students to go to the island. The censorship of disembarkation was very strict, and all the recorders carried by Xingjian Yinshi were found out. After more than 10 minutes of review, everyone in Class D has arrived and lined up. Mr. Chibashira began to count the number of people, and when he was done, he stood on the side of the team. First of all, I am very glad that you all arrived successfully. It is a pity that there is still one student who cannot participate in this event due to physical reasons. Xingjian Yinshi knew that the student who could not participate was Banliu. It seems that after so many years, her congenital heart disease is still so serious. Then next we're going to start the first special exam of the year. Class A teacher Mashima-sensei made an explanation on the stage. Because of the assembly on the deck, the students were obviously prepared psychologically, but they still uttered obvious laments. The exam lasts for a week, and students have to spend group life on an uninhabited island, and they are not allowed to board the boat without a valid reason. The school will provide each class with 2 tents, 2 flashlights, a box of matches, and a toothbrush for each person. There is no limit to sun protection. As a special case, girls are allowed to use sanitary products without restriction. But isn't that too difficult? Survival in the wild? This is our summer vacation. This is too much. Hearing these words, many students could not help but question. It was hard enough to turn a good luxury cruise into a special exam, but now I have to survive in the wild. The gap is too great. The school has fully considered what the students think. So when the exam begins, each class will be allocated 300 points for the exam. Using the points, you can exchange them for various materials you want in the guidebook. In other words, if you want, you can enjoy this exam like a vacation. Saying that, Mashima-sensei showed the dozens of pages of instruction manual in his hand. The students calmed down a lot after hearing what he said. Next is the most important point. At the end of the exam, all the remaining exam-specific points in each class will be added to the class points. What? Can you increase class points? That is to say, if we don't use any points, we can increase the class points by 300 when the school starts. Really? Great! Hearing the last sentence, the students raised their heads in shock. 300 class points, in conversion, can provide 30,000 class points per month, which is definitely not a small amount. So, the students who were still complaining until just now are gearing up one by one, full of enthusiasm. In addition to this, there are additional rules. Before the start, each of your classes must elect a leader, and the school will issue a leader card. The leader holds the card and can occupy the strongholds distributed on the island. Every time you occupy it, you will add a little temporary points, and the temporary points will also be added to the class points after the exam. It should be noted that an occupation can last for 8 hours at a time, and can be occupied again after that. Occupying other strongholds without permission will result in points being deducted, and the leader cannot be replaced without a valid reason. Temporary points. Can you continue to increase the points? Great. Really good. Let's have a big fight. After Mashima's introduction, the students were very much looking forward to this exam, and even imagined the luxurious life after getting the points. After the exam, we will guess the leaders of other classes in the final link. If you guess the leaders of other classes, you can add 50 class points to the class, and for the class that is guessed the leader, you will deduct 50 class points. If the guess is wrong, 50 class points of the class will be deducted, and the guessed party will not be affected. In addition, as long as the leader is guessed correctly, the points obtained by occupying the stronghold will be invalid. Finally, Mashima-sensei added another very important rule: the leader guesses. In Xingjian Yinshi's view, this is obviously the focus of the entire exam, and it has a huge impact on the exam results. Other more detailed rules are also mentioned in the issued manual. In short, I hope everyone can give full play to their strengths, think positively, and pass this exam. In addition, the absentees this time are Class A students. According to the special examination rules, those who withdraw due to physical discomfort will be deducted 30 special examination points from their class. Therefore, the examination for Class A will start from 270 points. Class A was punished equally. Mashima-sensei said the speech was over and announced the dissolution. Under the reminder of another teacher holding a loudspeaker, the students each went to listen to the arrangement of their own class teacher. The team of Class D. Now I will give each of you a watch. You are not allowed to take it off until the exam is over. If you take the watch without permission, you will be punished. This watch is equipped with sensors to detect body temperature, pulse, or human motion, as well as a satellite positioning system. Just in case, the watch is also equipped with a function to notify the school of an emergency. If necessary, please press at any time, the school will send rescue. Teacher Chibashira took out the watch from the supplies and asked the students to come forward to receive it one by one. In other words, is it possible that we will encounter something that needs rescue? Seemingly concerned, Yamauchi questioned. Don't worry about this, the school will not put students in any dangerous situation. In the next period of time, I will stay to answer your questions. If there is something you want to know, it is best to ask now. After Chibashira Sae handed out the watches to everyone, he stood aside and explained this to everyone. Chapter 38. As soon as Chibashira-sensei finished speaking, Hirata immediately raised his hand. It seems that he still cares about this uninhabited island test. Teacher Chazu, I heard from the school that we will live on this island for a week. Does it mean that as long as we don't use points, we have to solve all the problems we encounter? Hirata, you understand correctly. During the exam, whether it is food, drinking water, or insufficient tents, it is up to you to find a solution, and the school will not interfere. Thinking about feasible solutions is also part of the exam. Hearing Mr. Chibashira's words, most of the students who had no camping experience looked embarrassed. Girls, in particular, are particularly uneasy about the unknown environment. No problem, just catch a fish and find a fruit in the forest. The tent is made of materials such as leaves and wood. Save points. Ike, who had camping experience before, showed a nonchalant expression. Perhaps he hadn't realized that it was the first time for most people to have such an experience. Unfortunately, the situation is not as simple as you think. Xingjian Yinshi, who was silent for a long time, opened the assigned guidebook and showed everyone the points of attention on the last page. Note, those who meet the following conditions will be punished by the school in accordance with regulations. 1. If the body is obviously unwell or seriously injured, and the school judges that it is difficult to continue to take the exam, 30 points will be deducted from the corresponding class. 2. When an act of polluting the environment is found, the corresponding class will be deducted 20 points. 3. If you are absent from the roll call at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. every day, 5 points will be deducted for each person. 4. When committing acts of violence, plundering, or destroying utensils to other classes, the class the student belongs to will be immediately disqualified and all personal points of the party will be confiscated. Because of the existence of these restrictions, we actually don't have much leeway. I know that everyone wants to save points, but if there are dropouts in the class due to excessive patience and 30 points are deducted, it will not be worth the loss. After taking over the responsibility of the leader, Xingjian Yinshi stood up and analyzed the stakes for everyone. In other words, is it impossible to use a certain amount of points? The vast majority of girls agreed with Xingjian Yinshi's point of view and expressed their support. I don't think it should be like this. This special exam is an opportunity for us to get into the upper class. If you don't have patience, wouldn't the exam be meaningless? Terahiko Yukimura expressed strong objections. He has always been unwilling to be assigned to Class D, and he does not want to let go of any opportunity to narrow the gap between classes. Yukimura, if you think so, then you're done. Xingjian Yinshi sneered, expressed disdain for Yukimura Terahiko's point of view, and then continued to express his point of view. The theme of this exam was not patience from the very beginning. There were only 2 tents distributed, and the other supplies were not enough at all, which shows that the school wants us to use a certain number of points. Because the 4 classes have the same number of people, so this aspect, we basically can't widen the gap. With a sharp analysis of the situation, Xingjian Yinshi stood at the level of the entire grade and perfectly interpreted what a pattern is. If you can't widen the gap in the use of points, you can only focus on additional rules. Although she has flaws in her personality, Horikita Suzun's thinking ability is really quick, and she can think of the point at once. This guy doesn't seem to have the same cold as the original, and even pulled a wave of hatred on the deck. Smart? Horikita is right. In this special exam, only the addition of rules is the key point. And I have already planned the implementation of the strategy. So that's the case, it really makes sense. Terahiko Yukimura's mind is actually very flexible, and he has understood the key points after being instructed, and he is convinced of Xingjian Yinshi's judgment. As expected of Xingjian. It's really reliable. Sae Chibashida watched Xingjian Yinshi integrate the opinions of the class with ease, showing a gratified expression. Okay, without further ado, now that we have a rough idea, let's act now. Because all classes are still discussing countermeasures, Xingjian Yinshi intends to seize the opportunity. First of all, it's Chi from what you said just now, I think you have camping experience. Hey! Yes, yes. Unexpectedly, he would be called. Chi Quanzi made a surprised sound, and quickly realized it. Then, I hope you can take a few boys to find a suitable camp, as close to the water source as possible. This will not only be convenient, but also save points to the maximum. No problem. Leave it to me. Chi put on a look that he thought was handsome, glanced at the girl as if acting, and set off aggressively with a group of boys. Then the next step is supplies. Besides the things issued by the school, I have marked the basic supplies that are still missing. If there is any need to supplement, everyone will ask Yukimura. With that said, Xingjian Yinshi handed the manual to Yukimura Terahiko. WH. What? Why leave it to me? Isn't Hirata more suitable? Yukimura asked such a question, and the other students couldn't understand the intention. Hirata is too gentle, always taking care of the emotions of the students too much. If someone insists on asking, I guess Hirata will not refuse. Hirata scratched his head embarrassingly with his hands. He really has such a character, and the students nodded in understanding. It seems that his image has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. What about you, Xingjian? Seeing Xingjian Yinshi evade everything, Hirata asked puzzled questions. On the cruise ship just now, I also memorized a few places that seem to be strongholds. Now, before the other squads react, go over and see if they can be occupied. Xingjian, do you mean to be the leader yourself? But your existence is too conspicuous, isn't it easy to be guessed by other classes? Since there was no prior greeting, Kushida also asked such a question. Not to mention that there is a word called black under the lights, and even if the leader is found out, I have already thought of a countermeasure, so don't worry everyone. Xingjian Yinshi explained in a low voice in a mysterious way, and the others nodded in understanding. The rest of the people will explore the surroundings together to see if there are any fruits and the like. Those who have fishing experience, we have also exchanged the corresponding tools, so we can try to see if we can get something. In this way, it was agreed to gather in the afternoon, and the students in Class D performed their duties, and began to take action in full swing, which attracted the attention of the other three classes. Chapter 39. After Xingjian Yinshi assigned the task, he took Jiyuan Temple to investigate several strongholds observed on the cruise ship. The reason why I brought this guy was because Xingjian Yinshi didn't want meaningless points deductions. Ah, it's so beautiful. I'm so beautiful standing in the midst of nature. The ultimate beauty. The sixth assistant of Jiyuan Temple stretched his arms, and cheered as if no one was there. It seemed that the fragrance of green grass in the deep forest also made him feel very enjoyable. It's nothing more than an artificial forest. There is no need for the air of the dignified Kojinji Chabal to make such a gesture. Xingjian Yinshi is not disgusted with Gao Yuanxi's behavior. After all, it is just a manifestation of self-improvement. In some cases, he is far more self-centered than Gao Yuanxi. Haha. Student Xingjian Yinshi, even if I tell you, you won't understand. This is my unique beauty. Compared with this, I care more about why you must pull me to act together. Actually, it's nothing, I just hope you don't bring unnecessary trouble to the class, as I am the leader. Xingjian Yinshi stared at Jiyuan Temple, expressing his purpose with a blank expression. When it comes to being a leader, no one likes a subordinate who can do whatever he wants. Oh? I'm sorry, I can't agree. Giving up my beauty for this bad class is completely unacceptable. The hot and humid air around makes people irritable, but Xingjian Yinshi's mind is very calm. He clearly knew that if he didn't show his strength, people like Gao Yuanxi wouldn't take his words to heart. Approaching Jiyuan Temple, Xingjian Yinshi put a hand on his shoulder. Gao Yuanxi dodged subconsciously, but no matter how he swung it, Xingjian Yinshi's hand still firmly grasped his left shoulder. Slowly exerting force, Gao Yuanxi felt an discomfort coming from his shoulder, so he shook his body vigorously, but unfortunately he could not break free from Xingjian Yinshi's shackles. It seems that I underestimated you before, Xingjian Yinshi. You do have beauty that rivals mine. As he said that, Gao Yuanxi hit him hard with an elbow. Xingjian Yinshi could only dodge sideways, and let go of Gao Yuanxi's hand. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yuanxi punched again, accompanied by a knee bump. Xingjian Yinshi did not choose to evade this time, but countered with the same punch, and used his left hand to push away the knee that was pushing him. Boom! The fists of the two hit each other fiercely. Gao Yuanxi only felt a sharp pain, and his painful eyes tightened. Xingjian Yinshi shook his hand and felt a little pain, but fortunately it didn't have a big impact. Unexpected. You guy, with this kind of strength, what power do you belong to? Gao Yuanxi looked at Xingjian Yinshi solemnly, and asked his doubts. As the successor of the Jiyuan Temple Chabal, he knew very well that ordinary forces could not cultivate such a character. Whether you believe it or not, I'm just an ordinary high school student. Then, can I ask you to be more peaceful in the next few days? Xingjian Yinshi answered Gao Yuanxi's puzzlement indifferently, and explained his purpose again. It seems that you are still dissatisfied. Since you have always boasted that you are beautiful, would you like to see my beauty? Saying that, Xingjian Yinshi took a few steps forward and made an attacking posture. I really can't help it. I am forced to lose my freedom. It's really ugly. I promise you that I will follow the class in the near future, but I won't listen to anyone's orders. In the end, Jieyuan Temple had no choice but to agree to Xingjian Yinshi's request, and then left alone. Xingjian Yinshi explored around, occupied several strongholds by himself, and slowly returned to the assembly point of Class D after seeing that the time was almost up. Student Xingjian, you are finally back. Xingjian, come and help me. There is a place here, you need to decide. As soon as he arrived, a group of people scrambled to surround him. It seems that during his absence, the class has already gained a lot of victories. Student Xingjian, regarding the issue of the camp, we have found a pretty good place. It is near the stream, the terrain is relatively flat, suitable for camping, the trees are also lush, enough to block the sun, and it is easy to get water. Qi spoke first as if asking for credit. Later, Xingjian Yinshi affirmed his contribution, and after occupying the stronghold, he began to ask Hirata to arrange personnel for the construction of the camp. Student Xingjian, regarding the supplies, according to the part you marked, there is basically no dispute. But the last one, you need to apply for 100 boxes of female, women's physiological products. I wonder if you made a mistake. Seemingly a little ashamed to speak, Yukimura rolled his eyes wildly and blushed. The ears of other students also quietly pricked up, as if they were very interested. No, there is no problem with this item. Considering that the students have to sleep on the floor, it is inevitable that the muscles will be sore the next day, which is not conducive to activities. We can put these female sanitary products underneath, which are not only soft but also moisture-proof. About 2 boxes can provide the amount for one person, so 100 boxes is more appropriate. After listening to Xingjian Yinshi's explanation, the girls showed suddenly enlightened expressions. Although the boys feel uncomfortable, they all feel eager to try. Student Xingjian, when we girls were exploring around, we found a lot of fruits. We didn't know each other, so we picked some of them and brought them back. Well, you take me to have a look. Xingjian Yinshi reads a lot of books on weekdays, and he can more or less identify some wild fruits. In addition, there is a pool with rich camping experience, and a group of people quickly sorted them out. Student Xingjian, and us. Okay, I'm coming over now. Unknowingly, under the arrangement of Xingjian Yinshi, the whole class is running in an orderly manner. It didn't take long for the camp of Class D to take shape. Xingjian, when I was investigating just now, I found the camp of Class A. At that time, only Katsuragi and Tatsuka were there, so I guess the leader is one of them. Unexpectedly, the person who brought this information was Ling Xiaolul Qinglong. Xingjian Yinshi immediately made a judgment. It seemed that this guy should have been threatened by Chibashira Sae. Okay, I know the situation, and I will discuss with everyone later whether to make guesses. After dealing with Ling Xiaolu, Xingjian Yinshi organized several boys to collect firewood together. Because there are classmates who are good at fishing, so today is a good harvest, everyone is going to eat grilled fish in the evening. Chapter 40. The trees on the uninhabited island are not tall, and they don't look like deep mountains and old forests at all. Although they can be regarded as lush, they lack the sense of precipitation after all. The boys in Class D are very efficient, because they have enough manpower, so Xingjian Yinshi asked them to try their best to find relatively dry branches, which are easy to ignite. In addition, he also collected some hay himself, which can be used as kindling. But in just a few tens of minutes, everyone collected enough for 3 or 4 days. Student Xingjian. It's like this. When we were picking up wood just now, we met this student from Class C. Because she seemed more concerned, I felt that I couldn't let her go, so I brought her here. Hirata walked over slowly with a girl with dark blue short hair holding a lot of branches in her hands. The girl is Ibuki from Class C, and she can be recognized from her distinctive hair. At this time, a large lump swelled on her face, which was obviously caused by human factors. You are Ibuki from Class C, I have an impression. Looking at you, did something happen in the class? Do you need us to help you contact the teacher? Don't worry about me, it's just a little dispute in the class, please don't worry about it. Ibuki was expressionless, and told everyone what happened to her in a self-deprecating tone. Then he lowered his head, avoiding Xingjian Yinshi's observation, pretending to be indifferent. Ibuki's eyes dodge when he tells a lie, which is exactly the same as when he was a child. Even without relying on the plot, Xingjian Yinshi can tell that she is lying. I see. It looks like you had a conflict with Ryuan. Would you mind letting me see your wound? It was a little rude, but Xingjian Yinshi still made such a request, he needed to find an excuse to keep her. Hey, just watch it if you want, anyway, I don't care about your ridicule. Ibuki looked listless, and he seemed to be indifferent. He gently lifted his hair up, revealing his red and swollen face. It seems that the trauma was caused by force. How about it? If you don't mind, would you like to come to our Class DS camp? After explaining Ibuki's injury, Xingjian Yinshi stopped Yukimura, who wanted to question him, with his eyes, and invited Ibuki to follow Class D activities. Hey? I'm a student of Class C. In other words, I'm the enemy of your class. Don't you know? Even so, we can't just leave you alone. Hirata gave a refreshing smile, it seems that here, he is the only one telling the truth from the bottom of his heart. In this way, without any objection, the boys brought Ibuki back to the camp. Back at the camp, Xingjian Yinshi explained what happened to Ibuki to others, and then placed her in the girls' tent where Kushida was. Presumably, with the mediation of the socialite Kushida Kikyo, they will get along more smoothly. Arranging for the boys to place the firewood, Xingjian Yinshi took out the matches first, lit a fire, and then took out the fish prepared by the students and grilled them. Chi. Other students may not be familiar with making fire, can I ask you for help? No problem, leave it to me. Chi Quanzi gave the answer confidently, and went to direct the lighting of the fire with great interest. Looks like it's time to start the strategy meeting. Hirata-san, can I ask you to call them? Dismissing the idlers, Xingjian Yinshi said a few names to Hirata, and then he left in a hurry. Not long after, Kushida, Horikita, Shinohara, Karuizawa, Yukimura, Sudo and other representatives of the small group of the class gathered. Everyone, the first day is almost over. I believe everyone has an idea on how to pass this exam. I think everyone will discuss together now, how to fight next. After everyone sat down, Xingjian Yinshi immediately opened the topic and asked everyone. For the exam, my analysis is like this. Food or drinking water is based on the class, and each meal costs 6 o'clock, but if it is counted as a set meal, one meal can be settled at 10 o'clock. If 2 meals a day are at 20 o'clock, and only one meal is eaten on the first day, then the total is 13 meals, which add up to 130 o'clock. 20 points for the temporary toilets that have been purchased, 20 points for the 2 tents for boys, and 10 points for fishing gear. It will add up to 180 points. Prepare an extra 20 points to collect other necessities in life, and eventually there will be about 100 points left. Hirata took out the paper and pen, and introduced his analysis results in detail. It can be seen that he was careful. In contrast, everyone except Horikita showed embarrassing expressions, and it seemed that they hadn't considered this at all. Then, next is my explanation. Overall, my judgment is not much different from Hirata. But today everyone did not ask for food and beverages. I think we can only have one meal on the last day. In addition, fruits in the wild and fish caught should also be able to supplement some of them without causing much impact. Above. What the hell? Seeing Horikita's imposing look at the beginning, Karuizawa thought she would come to some amazing conclusion, but it turned out to be a big disappointment, so she couldn't help muttering. It seems that this is your consideration. The idea is very good, so let me add a few more points. Seeing everyone nodding, Xingjian Yinshi began to explain. In terms of food and drinking water, I support Horikita's point of view. Eat only one meal on the first and last day. And in the 4 days of 1, 3, 5, and 7, we can interspersed with fruits and grilled fish to solve one meal. In this way, we only need to exchange points for 8 meals, a total of 80 points. The temporary toilets, tents, fishing gear, etc. that have been purchased cost a total of 50 points. Save 20 points to collect other materials for spare, we still have 150 points left. After Xingjian Yinshi finished speaking, everyone sitting here began to think about the feasibility of using grilled fish and fruit as a main meal. The biggest problem was moisture. Fruits can replenish water to a certain extent, and will not cause discomfort in a short time. If it interacts with the dinner, it will basically have no effect, and it is indeed feasible. Not only that, but with our camp, I found a total of 6 strongholds today. In other words, as long as we continue to carry out operations, we can continue to occupy them in the next few days. The strongholds are refreshed every 8 hours, ideally 3 times a day. But this is unlikely. Let's take 2 times as the standard. We only occupy 1 time on the last day of the first day, so we can also occupy it 12 times, which is enough to increase 72 points. What? 72 points? Really? No kidding. 6 strongholds. Even though everyone here is a rare talent, they were stunned by Xingjian Yinshi's remarks. However, occupying strongholds so frequently requires a lot of physical exertion. Is your body okay? Not only that, but there is also a chance that people from other classes will discover the identity of the leader. If so, wouldn't everything be in vain? After calming down, Yukimura and Horikita raised questions one after another, disagreeing with such an approach. Although rest assured, my physical ability has been demonstrated before, and this distance is nothing. As for the matter of the leader, I have said it before. It has been prepared for a long time, but for the sake of confidentiality, it is temporarily closed. I can't tell you guys, but just rest assured. In the end, they were persuaded by Xingjian Yinshi and agreed to fully cooperate with him in the subsequent special exams. Chapter 41. No, please eat grilled fish. After Xingjian Yinshi finished the discussion, a person came to Ibuki alone. It seems that she is not used to the strange atmosphere, and she is far away from other people. What do you mean? Why did you give it to me? It's not my style to bring you here and let it go. Try it, my craft is not bad. Xingjian Yinshi showed a confident expression. He showed his hand after the group meeting just now, and was unanimously praised by Kushida, Horikita, and others. Isn't this stupid? Everyone in your class is too kind. Even though he said so, Ibuki still took the grilled fish with both hands, and began to eat it in small bites. I always feel that this smell is a bit nostalgic. Is it my illusion? Ibuki opened his eyes wide and tried to recall, but found that he couldn't remember anything, and muttered to himself. Ha ha ha, maybe you have actually eaten it. How about it, isn't it delicious? Xingjian Yinshi smiled with great interest when he heard this. TCH, old-fashioned way of picking up a conversation. I don't have any recollection of that. Ibuki seemed to have misunderstood something and felt that it might cause trouble, so he got up and walked away. The next day, because Class D applied for a large number of female physiological products and used them as mattresses, no one felt sore all over. Even so, the sweltering weather is really unbearable. So the girls asked Yukimura one after another, hoping to exchange for an electric fan. Yukimura refused very firmly at first, but later, as more and more girls asked, he couldn't resist, so he could only come to Xingjian Yinshi for advice. The weather is indeed too stuffy. The girl's request is not too much, so I can agree to it. After Xingjian Yinshi finished speaking, the girls in Class D cheered. It seemed that they had endured it for too long. Don't be too happy, I will limit the purchase of electric fans. Each tent, regardless of gender, can only apply for one electric fan worth 2 points, and you are also required to complete the watering work in the camp. Hey! Only one. Can boys do it too? Some girls made disappointing sounds, while Yamauchi expressed surprise. As a result, Sudo, Chi, and others stared at him, saying that he had no willpower. It seems that the boy is ready to hold on. Okay, now I'm going to trouble the girls. Take a water bottle to fill some stream water, and then sprinkle it evenly in the camp. This can effectively cool down. Xingjian Yinshi gave instructions. Kushida immediately responded, and then led a group of people into action. Ibuki also seemed a little embarrassed, and silently followed to help. You guys! Sudo's angry voice suddenly sounded. Xingjian Yinshi looked over and found that it was Komiya and Kondo from Class C who came to make trouble. Ibuki raised his head immediately when he heard the voice, and immediately retracted his head when he saw the two members of Class C, hiding in the shadow of the tent as if afraid. Oh, Class D really lives a rather simple life. It's really a defective class. Komiya chewed on a bag of potato chips, and showed a mocking expression at Sudo, as if he deserved a beating. What did you eat in the morning? Is it weeds? Or bugs? Come on, have some snacks. Seeing Sudo suppressing his anger, Kondo pushed even further, threw a piece of potato chips on the ground, and continued to provoke. Okay, what did that guy Long Yuan ask you to say? Get out of here. Stretching out his hand to block the furious Sudo, Xingjian Yinshi looked at Komiya and Kondo with a very oppressive gaze, and the two took a step back unconsciously in fright. This is a message from Long Yuan. If you want to enjoy your summer vacation to the fullest, come to the beach right now. You'd better not be polite, it would be better to come to our place. We'll share dream times that make you hate your stupid lives. In short, that's it. If you want to know, just come and see for yourself. After saying this, the two hurried away. What, these guys? Damn it, it's really annoying. Student Xingjian is still very powerful, and he shocked them all at once. Everyone in Class D talked a lot, and they didn't seem to care much about what the two of them said just now. Xingjian Yinshi called Hirata, explained some precautions, asked him to help organize today's material collection, and planned to investigate the information of other classes. Are you going to take a look at Class C? Seeing this, Horikita immediately raised a question. After getting an affirmative reply from Xingjian Yinshi, he said that he would also participate. The camp of Class C is set up on the beach in front of the forest. Although there are no trees to cover it, there are many parasols standing upright, and the students of Class C are having a carnival to their heart's content. Yes, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a carnival. Needless to say, facilities such as temporary toilets and showers. In addition, Class C also set up canopy tents, barbecue sets, reclining chairs, and so on. There are even everything from snacks to drinks, a variety of entertainment equipment, and the smell of barbecue wafting around. The laughter of the students, the roar of the jet ski, everything deeply shocked Horikita. No way! This kind of thing is possible. Horikita stared blankly at the scene, didn't react for a long time, her face was full of disbelief. Hey! Long Yuan, what's going on? Xingjian Yinshi walked under the parasol, pretending not to know and questioning Long Yuan. As you can see, we're enjoying a so-called summer vacation, that's all. After Ryuan said this, he stretched out his arms proudly, showing the entertainment scene of Class C students on the beach. This is an exam. UBD, do you understand what you are doing? Horikita was dumbfounded by Ryuuen's incompetence, and asked questions impatiently. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you talking about? Surviving in the wild on such a hot uninhabited island? Don't be kidding. Just thinking about the hunger and heat you have to endure for the so-called points, I can't help but laugh. LOL. Ryuuen ignored Horikita's question and instead laughed at Class D's patience strategy. In fact, every class has its own choice. If the plan of Class C is to give up the exam, we are very happy to have one less competitor. Xingjian Yinshi seemed to understand Ryuuen's actions, and was very happy to see Class C's withdrawal, while Horikita looked like he had seen a ghost. Chapter 42. Since you guys are going to give up, I don't have much to say. There's just one more thing, let me ask. Of course you know Ibuki-san, right? Horikita shook his head helplessly, it seemed that he was completely disappointed with Ryuuen. Yeah, what's wrong? Her face is very swollen, what's going on? Who did it? Despite the questioning words, Horikita's expression seemed to confirm that Ryuuen was the culprit. Hey? So she left so aggressively, and ended up running to other classes to seek help? What a shameful woman! Ryuuen didn't care about this, as if he wasn't the one who behaved rudely to the female classmate. I don't need subordinates who will disobey the order of the ruler. Since I have decided to use the points in the class arbitrarily, I don't allow others to question it. As for Ibuki and Jintian who resisted me, they were expelled by me without hesitation. As for how to survive on the uninhabited island, that is not something I consider. Ryuuen made such an explanation, depending on the situation, not only Ibuki was kicked out alone. It's really boring. I didn't expect Long Yuan that you would give up the exam directly. It seems that I overestimated you. Xingjian Yinshi sighed in disappointment, turned around and planned to leave Class C's camp. Horikita hesitated, and followed her. Although he knew the specific situation of Class C, Xingjian Yinshi did not plan to go back directly. Taking Horikita for another walk, they bypassed a fallen tree, and the two arrived at Class B's camp. Class B's stronghold is built around a well. Because there are many trees growing around, it is impossible to place a sufficient number of tents, so they choose to use a combination of hammocks and tents. As soon as Xingjian Yinshi and Horikita arrived here, someone immediately informed Ichinose. Then the two were brought into the camp of Class B. Ichinose, it looks like you're doing well. Looking at the energetic students in Class B, Xingjian Yinshi had to affirm their unity. I think it's okay. Because there are a lot of trees here, everyone is working hard. After struggling to tie a hammock, Ichinose wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Actually, I have something I want to talk to you about. Can you give me a little time? Xingjian Yinshi is not surprised by the friendly attitude of Class B, which is the characteristic of Ichinose's leadership. And Horikita wandered around, trying to find out some information. That's it, then, I'll discuss it with others. It can be seen that Ichinose is a little hesitant, probably because there are still many jobs left, and she is a little reluctant to leave all the jobs to others at this time. After a while, Ichinose trotted back, accompanied by Ryuji Kanzaki, and the other students consciously made room for them. Student Xingjian, it's okay now. Because there are a little too many things, can you make a long story short? Before Ichinose could speak, Ryuji Kanzaki beside him spoke first. It seemed that he planned to seize the initiative. Don't worry, I understand how you want to take on the work of the class. Let's just say it, I hope Class B can supply us with drinking water for 7 days. As a reward, I can provide you with information about the leader of Class A. The words were astonishing, and Xingjian Yinshi gave a proposal that the payment and reward were completely unequal. For Class B, they have a water well, so the so-called drinking water is not a problem at all. But on the contrary, the information from the leader of Class A can not only provide 50 points to Class B, but also greatly narrow the gap with Class A. This condition, no matter how you look at it, is a bit too much preferential treatment, and Xingjian, how can you guarantee that the information provided to our leaders is correct? Kanzaki Ryaji looked at Xingjian Yinshi suspiciously, and Ichinose didn't seem to believe it either. It's simple, you just need to sign a contract. I will state in the contract that Class D will have the same leader name as Class B. I can't drag my own class into the water. Ichinose was a little shaken. Kanzaki Ryaji stroked his chin. It seemed that he still had a lot of concerns. Seeing this, Xingjian Yinshi shook his head. It seemed that he had to add some persuasion. Don't get me wrong, this is not a benefit for you guys. Although there is no formal alliance, Class B and Class D have a tendency to unite, right? So this transaction can also be regarded as compensation for you. Compensation. Compensation. What do you mean? Seeing Kanzaki and Ichinose's puzzled gazes, Xingjian Yinshi raised his mouth and continued to explain. Shirai Chihiro. That's right. Our Class D will write this name in the roster of guessing leaders after the exam on the uninhabited island. Do you understand what I mean? What? Hehe, if you insist on thinking this way, then go ahead and try. But as far as I know, Class D doesn't have enough points. Hearing this name suddenly, the expressions of Ichinose and Kanzaki changed drastically for a moment. Then Kanzaki stared at Xingjian Yinshi with a sharp look, and gave a warning. Is that so? I'm pretty confident in my judgment, that won't change. So, about the deal I mentioned earlier, how? As if judging that Xingjian Yinshi had really guessed the leader of Class B, Kanzaki's expression darkened, and Ichinose was also very disturbed. Xingjian, student, we agreed to your request. Although we know that the possibility is unlikely, is there any way to make you stop guessing the leader of Class B? After a long silence, Ichinose and Kanzaki still chose to accept the contract, and at the same time hoped that Xingjian Yinshi would change his mind, which was equivalent to tacitly acquiescing as the leader of Class B. According to Xingjian Yinshi's deal, selecting the leader of Class A can offset the loss of being led by the leader of Class D. But the points occupied by the class will also be invalid. Relatively speaking, the loss is not small at all. I understand your concerns. Although I can't promise not to speculate, I do have another way to make up for your losses. But I'm sorry, I can't tell you yet. Is that so? Then, I hope Xingjian can share this method with us later. Because we still have to continue working, so. Even if Ichinose is as gentle as Ichinose, seeing that Class B has suffered such a big loss without knowing it, and remembering how the students are trying to save points, it is really difficult to maintain goodwill towards Xingjian Yinshi, so he tactfully sees off the guest. Then, I will send the contract later. I wish you all the best, and I will take my leave first. Naturally, Xingjian Yinshi could feel the change in the attitude of the two of them, called Horikita, who was still wandering around, and left the camp of Class B. Chapter 43. If it was another class, Xingjian Yinshi would never have told the truth about the leader on the second day of the exam. But Class B is different. This class loves its companions beyond imagination. For leaders, the school's review is much stricter than that of ordinary students. Ordinary students only need to say that they are unwell, and they can go directly to the ship. However, if the leader says that he is unwell, there must be a certain degree of evidence, otherwise the school cannot agree to change the leader. As for Class B, Xingjian Yinshi fully believed that they would not do the kind of thing that deliberately made students sick and quit. After leaving Class B, Horikita intends to continue investigating Class A's intelligence. But Xingjian Yinshi knew that Class A is just a tortoise shell, and he was too lazy to waste his time, so he went back to Class D's camp alone. Student Xingjian. Good news. As soon as they stepped into the tent, Suda ran over excitedly. It seemed that they had gained a lot during Xingjian Yinshi's absence. I don't know what good news it is. It's Ling Xiaolu. This guy Ling Xiaolu actually found a large piece of corn. We counted it. There are more than 50 corn cobs. Looking at the pile of corn in front of him, Xingjian Yinshi agreed. Such a large amount is enough for another meal. Actually, I also have good news for everyone. I reached an agreement with Class B earlier. They will provide us with well water for drinking water in the next few days. Well water. That, you should be able to drink it. The students muttered, most of them were girls who felt a little embarrassed. You don't have to worry about sanitation. The students in Class B have been drinking for 2 days. And the well water is much cleaner than the tap water, so don't worry about it at all. After hearing Xingjian Yinshi's explanation, the students finally accepted the matter. Immediately afterwards, Xingjian Yinshi asked Kushida to take the manpower to carry the drinking water, and handed over the contract she signed with Ichinose and Kanzaki by the way. In this way, with sufficient supplies, Class D saved a lot of points. Because everyone's survival skills are becoming more and more proficient, Xingjian Yinshi has a rare free period. Every morning, I go out to occupy the stronghold, and then go back to the camp to chat with Kushida and Sakura, and occasionally take Horikita out for a walk, occupy the stronghold again in the afternoon, and then take Hirata and the others to make a summary of the day. 2 days passed slowly in such an ordinary day. That evening, Xingjian Yinshi was awakened by a sparse sound. Thanks to his excellent eyesight, he recognized the person who was rummaging through his bag as Ibuki. Ignoring it, he continued to pretend to sleep. Now that you have decided to act with Long Yuan, then follow through to the end. Not long after, as if he had put something in the bag, Ibuki sneaked out of the boys' tent. After waiting like this for several hours, Xingjian Yinshi patted Hirata's face to wake him up, and the two left the dormitory together. Yan, I don't know what's up with Xingjian. It shouldn't be time to wake up yet. As expected of Hirata, he was able to speak calmly when he was forced to stand up. For this alone, Xingjian Yinshi had to give him a high look. Before I explain, I would like Kushida, Horikita, Karuizawa Kazuya, and Shinohara to come along. Could you please wait a moment? Student Xingjian, going to call them now, won't it wake everyone up? If there is something to do, I wonder if we can talk about it during the day. Xingjian Yinshi shook his head at him, saying that this matter is very important, and then walked to the girls' tent. Now is really not the right time to wake up girls. But out of trust in Xingjian Yinshi, although Hirata was a little embarrassed, he still didn't stop him. Unexpectedly, he didn't go in, but found a thread on the left side of the tent. Then Xingjian Yinshi picked up the end of the thread and pulled it with a little force. It didn't take long before there was a sound in the tent. As the thread shrinks and disappears, a figure steps out, it's Class D's socialite Kushida. This thread is tied to her finger. Similarly, Xingjian Yinshi will also tie one before going to bed. This is the secret code of their night contact agreement. After Xingjian Yinshi explained the reason, Kushida quietly returned to the tent, and in about 10 minutes, Horikita, Karuizawa, Shinohara, and others tiptoed out. What's the matter calling us so late? Yan, I'm so sleepy. Okay, everyone, be patient. I will finish the matter as soon as possible, because it is more important, so I need you to cooperate with me in taking action. Mysterious. Tell me, what's the matter? It feels a little suspicious. The girls seemed to be getting up a little angry, but they all suppressed it because they were concerned about the big things in the class. It's like this. I found out that Ibuki put this thing in my bag tonight. He probably wanted to set things up and stir up conflicts in our class. Saying that, Xingjian Yinshi took out a cloth-like thing from his pocket. Seeing this, Karuizawa immediately blushed, grabbed it, and looked at Xingjian Yinshi viciously. Why is my Nyako here with you? The others also looked at her amusedly, because there was a naughty tomcat printed on the NK. It turns out that Karuizawa, who is usually strong, still looks so cute. Why did Ibuki do this? Didn't Class C give up on the exam? Listen to me and continue. Because of my recent frequent activities, it should have aroused Ibuki's suspicion. So she must be planning to plant me, so that I will be isolated by everyone, so that she can test whether I am a leader. Since what Xingjian said, there must be some plans, right? Kushida was indeed a qualified eye-roller, leading the conversation very naturally. Yes, I plan to do whatever I can, so I hope you can cooperate with me tomorrow. Afterwards, Xingjian Yinshi informed them of tomorrow's arrangements in turn. Then she got her panties from the reluctant Karuizawa, and the group went back to rest. While it might not be the best way to do this, Xingjian Yinshi also has his own plans. Exiting before the end of the exam can also leave more time for the meeting with Banliu. Thinking of that petite figure with white hair, Xingjian Yinshi put on a smile unconsciously and fell asleep unconsciously. Chapter 44. The morning forest air is very clear, filled with the fragrance of earth. Boys are generally sleeping late, and Xingjian Yinshi also had a rare extra rest. Hey! Boys, can I trouble everyone to gather together? A loud noise woke up the sleeping boy, accompanied by words such as get up quickly and come out for me. Sudu and Ike were the first to express their dissatisfaction, and walked out yawning. What are you doing? What's the matter? I'm super sleepy. Student Xingjian, can you please gather all the boys? There is something wrong with the girls, and there is something that needs to be confirmed. As one of the little bosses on the girls' side, Shinohara was flustered and angry, and made a plea to Xingjian Yinshi in an apologetic tone. Is that so? Okay. Afterwards, Xingjian Yinshi called all the boys over, and everyone seemed to be very puzzled, not knowing what was going on. Ibuki sat far away, seemingly not interested in what happened in Class D. The girl's eyes looked terrifying, or rather, it looked like she was looking at some kind of terrorist. Immediately afterwards, Shinohara explained with a suspicious tone. This morning, that Karuizawa-san's panties disappeared. It's hard to imagine such a thing happening, but do you understand what it means? Hey, underpants! What? Is there such a thing? The boys collectively made unidentified voices, feeling a little uneasy for some reason. Right now, Karuizawa-san is crying in the tent. Kushida-san and the others are comforting her. After saying that, Shinohara gestured to the girls' tent. The other girls also looked at the male classmates warily. Hey? Hey? What? Why are you staring at us because your panties are missing? So that's the case, are you suspicious of us? Ho ho, but I'm not in the mood for underdeveloped little girls. Faced with the girls' doubts, Gao Yuanji said something that seemed unreasonable. However, according to his usual practice, there are very few girls who doubt him. Is there any doubt about it? Someone among you stole it by rummaging through your bag in the middle of the night. Because the luggage is left outside, you can steal it if you want to. It seems that the girls seem to have decided that the culprit is among the male students. Then the boys started shirking each other, and the class was thrown into chaos. Okay. Everyone please be quiet. I don't think you should suspect your partner first no matter what. That's what it says, but please let us check the boys' luggage first, otherwise we girls won't feel relieved at all. After that, Shinohara made a logical request to check the luggage. And the boys who wanted to prove their innocence also agreed one after another. Afterwards, the boys packed up their things one after another and formed a long queue. The team was divided into two columns, with Hirata and Xingjian Yinshi in charge of each side. For girls, Shinohara and Kushida are in charge of monitoring. As the inspection progressed, the line gradually became shorter, and the prisoner was not found until the end. Let me just say, girls are too suspicious. That's it. Karuizawa probably lost it accidentally. The boys started whispering one after another, very dissatisfied with being forced to check their luggage. Although I don't think it's necessary, you can ask Hirata-san and Xingjian to check each other's luggage. Unexpectedly, Shinohara made such a request. For Xingjian Yinshi, the leader of the class, and Hirata, who is Karuizawa's nominal boyfriend. No one thought they would do such a thing. Well, in order to ensure fairness, it should be so. With that said, Xingjian Yinshi handed his luggage to Hirata. At the same time, he took Hirata's bag. This? What is this? Hey! How is it possible? No mistake, right? As Hirata took out a piece of white cloth with Tomcat printed on it from the bag, the girls collectively exclaimed. Undoubtedly, this is Karuizawa's missing NK, and unexpectedly, it will appear in the luggage of Xingjian Yinshi as the class leader. Hey! I said, it must be a mistake. I don't think Xingjian would do such a thing. I think so too. In fact, when he handed over his luggage just now, he didn't panic, did he? It seems that because of Xingjian Yinshi's reliable performance during this period, many girls are willing to speak for him. I don't agree with this point of view. Who knows if he did it on purpose just now? But it is an out-and-out fact that Karuizawa's NK appeared in his bag. At this time, it was Horikita who stood up to speak, and she attacked Xingjian Yinshi with absolutely indifferent words. Although I also think that Xingjian will not do such a thing, but for Karuizawa's consideration, I don't think he should be trusted rashly. Kushida first affirmed Xingjian Yinshi's character gently, and then considered it from the perspective of the victim. It can be said that neither side should be offended. Although Xingjian is usually very reliable, I can't easily forgive this kind of thing. The last one to speak was Karuizawa Megami with tears in his eyes. Seeing the Lord's appearance, the others silently stopped discussing. The atmosphere gradually became tense, because Kushida, Shinohara, and Karuizawa, the main representatives of the three small groups of girls, all expressed their distrust of Xingjian Yinshi, and all the girls looked at him with shaken eyes. No. I don't think it's right to do this. I believe in Xingjian. At this time, the one who can stand up and speak for Xingjian Yinshi is Sakura, one of the two lone walkers in Class D. She looked a little scared, but she still expressed her solidarity for Xingjian Yinshi without hesitation. It's ridiculous, such meaningless trust doesn't represent anything at all. Horikita refuted Sakura's statement, and she exuded a fierce aura. Even so, I'm willing to believe it. If student Xingjian wants, if he wants, I can give him my own. Saying the speech that silenced the surroundings, Sakura's face turned red, she didn't know whether it was because of excitement or anger, and stared at Horikita without fear. Ha! What are you talking about? Do you think Xingjian Yinshi would be interested in a gloomy girl like you? Don't make me laugh. Horikita was silent for a while, as if she didn't expect someone to defend Xingjian Yinshi like this. But because of last night's plan, she had to refute. As for Sakura's astonishing remarks, the class seemed to laugh a few times, but most of them still respected her courage. Chapter 45. Class DS Camp, the surroundings are very quiet. It wasn't because there were no people, but the oppressive atmosphere made everyone present speechless. In the center of the scene, Xingjian Yinshi is under the scrutiny of male and female students, with no expression of joy or anger on his face. On the girls' side, Horikita and Sakura confronted each other. These two people are usually marginal figures in the class, but they didn't expect to have such a strong breath. I am not a gloomy girl. Making a sound that seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat, Sakura slowly raised his head, facing everyone so clearly for the first time. In my impression, she always lowered her head, sitting silently in her seat and eating bread. So almost no one remembers what she looked like. Although I don't think I'm very beautiful. But I think Mr. Xingjian is not such a superficial person. He is the only one I confide in at school, so no matter what you think, I'm on his side. Reaching out to take off the glasses, Sakura Ari's appearance was completely exposed in front of the students for the first time. Smooth skin, smart eyes, 100% super beautiful girl. This, a lie, right? This is that fellow Sakura. So beautiful. Class D students, both male and female, stared at the completely reborn Sakura in the arena in astonishment. It is no exaggeration to say that she has a super good looks that is not inferior to Horikita, Karuizawa, Kushida and others, and her figure is completely crushed. This is really surprising. I admit your charm, but it doesn't explain anything. It's a pity that no matter what, I can't trust Xingjian Yinshi. The development of the matter was completely different from Horikita's expectation. She did not expect Sakura to be so stubborn. But that's enough, Sakura. As the person involved, I think it's necessary for me to express my point of view. Xingjian Yinshi stopped Sakura, walked to the front of the girls' camp, and faced Horikita. It is an indisputable fact that Karuizawa-san's underwear appeared in my bag. But I believe everyone should know about my character. Therefore, I still hope that everyone can trust me. Stop talking. You have behaved like this. You have lost your character for a long time and are completely untrustworthy. Horikita interrupted loudly, and at the same time picked up the bucket placed next to it, and poured it on Xingjian Yinshi's body fiercely. Hey! Horikita-san! This is too much. Xingjian, are you okay? The people around slowly gathered around. On the one hand, they were worried that Xingjian Yinshi would be injured, and on the other hand, they were also afraid that Xingjian Yinshi would attack in anger. Hehe, that's great. If this is your choice, then I hope you don't regret it. Xingjian Yinshi scanned everyone around with a ferocious expression that he had never seen before. If it wasn't for the agreement last night, Hirata would have suspected that he was really angry, because this expression was too real. Xingjian. It seems that some people still trust it more or less. But Xingjian Yinshi didn't care at all, and left here silently with a fishy smell all over his body. Hey! Mr. Xingjian! Wait for me! Shouting, Sakura Ari chased after her. The eyes of the boys, especially the eyes of Yamauchi and Ike, followed her. It seems that Sakura's brand new image has indeed amazed everyone. In short, in order to prevent similar things from happening, we hope that the boys can be more peaceful. If there is another accident, we will inform the teacher without hesitation. After Horikita finished speaking, she turned and went back to the tent. Then, under the leadership of Kushida and Shinohara, the other girls also started their normal work today. After all, the class can't stop running even if the leader has a problem. Walking to an open space a little far away, Xingjian Yinshi sat slumped on the ground, raised his head and looked at the sky, as if he was in a state of confusion. Yubuki, who was not far away, cast him a glance, and moved away a lot as if disgusted. Mr. Xingjian. At some point, Sakura's address to him slowly changed. Perhaps from the moment she stood up and took off her glasses, Sakura Ari has drawn a clear line from her previous self. It's hard for you, Ari. There is no heavy tone as expected, on the contrary, Xingjian Yinshi's voice is very relaxed. Are you okay? Everyone seems to have misunderstood you. I don't think you would do such a thing. As if he didn't know how to comfort others, Sakura could only emphasize the topic of "I believe in you" again and again. Don't pay attention to those. In fact, what I'm more curious about is what Ari said before serious. Hey! What? Words? Ah! As if remembering her bold speech in defense of Xingjian Yinshi, Sakura Ari covered her face shyly, and after a while, she slowly adjusted her mood and sat next to Xingjian Yinshi. Really? If Xingjian. Why don't you just call me Yinshi, that's more affectionate, isn't it? Oh, Xing. Yinshi, if you wish, I will support you without hesitation. Just, even if you want mine, my one is fine. It seems that it is really difficult for a girl from Sakura to say something like underwear. It's really gentle, airy. Then let me tell you, the truth of today's conflict. Later, Xingjian Yinshi told her part of the plan that Zouan discussed with everyone. It's no big deal, just keep it a secret from Ibuki, the toughest conflict is over after all. In this way, Sakura Ari's worries gradually dissipated, and the two began to discuss various interesting topics again. From before the start of school to now, Xingjian Yinshi can clearly feel that since Sakura took off his glasses, he has become more cheerful. Damn it! I really envy Xingjian. Even if he is isolated by girls, he still has such a super beautiful girl to accompany him. The boys not far away cast jealous eyes one after another. Perhaps they are all secretly regretting that they failed to discover the true face of Sakura Ari. By the way, didn't that guy in Yamauchi say that Sakura confessed to him? Yes, there is such a thing. But Sakura obviously likes Xingjian, this guy really is cheating again. It seems that after getting along for a period of time, everyone has roughly figured out the problem of Yamauchi's love of bragging. Now that the truth was discovered, Sudo immediately used the skull fixation technique on him. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. Let go, Sudo, I can't take it anymore. The boys were noisy, but they didn't seem to be affected much. It was because Hirata took over all the work after Xingjian Yinshi left. Even without a leader, the class continued to function as before. It's a pity that Ibuki didn't realize this, and instead thought that the separation was successful. Chapter 46. The time passed unknowingly at night, except for 2 times when Hirata came to deliver food. Xingjian Yinshi never left this place. Hey! Seeing that you treated me to grilled fish before, here is this for you. It was Ibuki who came, holding a piece of roasted corn in his hand. When she came to Xingjian Yinshi's side, she felt a gust of cool wind blowing over her, and she shivered unconsciously. Thank you so much, this grilled corn looks pretty good. Without being polite to her, Xingjian Yinshi took the corn very consciously, peeled it and ate it. By the way, you never doubted me. Sitting next to Xingjian Yinshi, Ibuki was a little puzzled, feeling that this class was too friendly to her. It's a kind of intuition. I always feel that you should be a more upright and frank girl. With corn in his mouth, Xingjian Yinshi muttered his own judgment. In fact, what he said was correct, but it was a pity that it was not Ibuki who made the action. Well, that's it. Hey, don't you feel dissatisfied with being treated like this by the classmates you have been working hard to help? Dissatisfied? Maybe there is. But for the collective of Class D, I also have my own expectations. Xingjian Yinshi didn't answer directly. He also knew the purpose of Yukiu's arrival in Class D, but now was not the time. People tend to pay less attention to things that are easier to get. So Ibuki had to work harder so that she wouldn't doubt the authenticity of the source of the information. For the next 2 days, except for the mysterious disappearance in the early morning and afternoon, Xingjian Yinshi stayed here all the time, even unwilling to go back to the tent. It's hard to imagine what it's like to sleep directly outside the tent in such a wild place. Except that Hirata sent a quilt, Class D seems to have forgotten about this person. Because of Xingjian Yinshi's confession, even Sakura doesn't come over these days. She seems to be pestered by other girls in Class D now, and has some basic friends. There is nothing unusual about Class D as a whole, and everything seems to be going according to Xingjian Yinshi's conjecture. The evening before the end of the exam, the wind was very strong. Ibuki came over with a piece of grilled fish. Xingjian Yinshi took it unceremoniously and began to feast on it. Time flies so fast, before you know it, the exam is almost over. As if inadvertently, Ibuki let out such an exclamation. I have to say that Xingjian Yinshi was really vigilant, and he didn't show any flaws for several days. Well, if you persist, you can go back to the cruise ship and enjoy yourself. Xingjian Yinshi's voice was a little hoarse, and his nose was slightly blocked. It seemed that letting Horikita wet him and blowing the cool wind here for a few days made him catch a cold. Hey, student Xingjian, have you ever met a real genius? Oh? A real genius? Seemingly interested, Xingjian Yinshi perked up and listened to Ibuki's story. When I was still relatively young, I met such a guy. My family opened a martial arts gym, and my father would exercise me since I was a child, and I worked very hard. It is undisputed among all my peers in the martial arts gym first. Ibuki showed a look of reminiscence. It seems that her childhood life should have brought her great fun. One day, a nasty guy suddenly came to the martial arts gym. He had long hair and didn't look at people directly. But he is indeed very powerful. No matter what skill he mastered, he surpassed me immediately. Oh? Is there such a person? Xingjian Yinshi praised neither salty nor weak. You may not be able to imagine it, but it only took him 2 months to master all the secrets of the martial arts. Then he defeated the owner of the martial arts club, my father. Seeing that Xingjian Yinshi didn't answer, Ibuki continued to talk. I made up my mind to beat him, and I put in dozens of times of hard work. Unfortunately, I couldn't even take a few moves from him. But he didn't seem to bother me. He not only practiced with me, but also baked for me when I was struggling. Fish to eat. Having said that, Ibuki stopped slowly, looked at Xingjian Yinshi who had fallen asleep, and breathed a sigh of relief. If Long Yuan hadn't hidden a small packet of drug in his mouth when he got off the boat, this guy would be really hard to deal with. Finally solved. By the way, the taste of the grilled fish seems to be very similar to that guy Xingjian grilled. Shaking his head, Ibuki dispelled distracting thoughts, took out the digital camera from the bulge in his clothes, and took out the leader card hidden on Xingjian Yinshi's body. Click. After taking the photo, she hesitated for a while, and covered Xingjian Yinshi with the quilt next to her, and then left towards the forest. Almost as soon as Ibuki walked away, Xingjian Yinshi opened his eyes. With such a little drug, ordinary people may indeed be caught, but if he wants to catch a cold, he has to pour a bucket of water and blow cold wind for a few days. Ibuki is now leaving with the photo, which means that the plan has almost succeeded. Standing up and patting the ashes on his underwear, Xingjian Yinshi turned and returned to the boys' tent. Xingjian? Why do you? You guys are finally back. Seeing him, the boys made surprised noises, because he had been alone for several days. Student Xingjian, is the plan successful when you come back? Hirata asked such a question. What's the plan? I don't understand. What's the meaning? So it's all calculated. Hearing Hirata's words, Ike, Yamauchi and the others were confused about the situation, while Sudo and Kojinji knew the true strength of Xingjian Yinshi, so they already felt that things were not easy. Well, the plan can probably continue. Then Gao Yuanji, please come with me next time. Really, sleep timing disorder will affect my beauty. Although reluctantly, Jeyuan Temple followed Xingjian Yinshi out of the tent. After that, the two of them went directly to Class B's camp without resting. At this time, everyone in Class B had fallen asleep one after another, but Xingjian Yinshi still stubbornly woke Ichinose up. About what I said before, the method that can make up for your losses, do you want to listen? Because of the cold, my voice was a little muffled. But Xingjian Yinshi still expressed his meaning clearly. If Xingjian is willing to share, but I'm afraid it's not without request. As expected of Ichinose. Then I'll just say it straight. My request is that if there is an exam similar to popularity voting in the future, the votes of Class B can be distributed according to my wishes. Oh? Is there such a test? Did Xingjian hear something? Ichinose felt very strange, and felt that she could not agree so easily. It is true that I have heard from the seniors that the votes I request are limited to votes for other classes and will not affect this class. Can you accept this? Ha, then I'll discuss it with the others. After Ichinose finished speaking, she ran back. About 10 minutes later, she brought Kanzaki again, and the two hurried out. Student Xingjian, we need to repeat again, are you sure that voting will not adversely affect Class B? I am sure. Then, we can agree to your request. Now you can tell us how to make up for the loss. It seems that under balance, Class B still chose to keep the immediate interests first, and for this reason gave up the votes that might bring advantages in the future. Then let me just say it straight, this method is to guess the leader of Class C Long Yuan Xiang. Chapter 47. Dragon Garden. Ichinose and Kanzaki showed puzzled expressions at the same time. In their knowledge, all members of Class C had already quit the exam. Class C didn't give up the exam. Think about it carefully, isn't it suspicious? Kaneda and Ibuki were kicked out at the same time, but they didn't go together. It seems to be true, but... That's right. Class C didn't give up on the exam. Instead, it set its goal on guessing the leaders of other classes. The previous tactics were just to confuse us. Without mercy, Xingjian Yinshi's words directly shattered the luck of Ichinose and Kanzaki. That doesn't mean that Class C will also guess our leader's identity. Kanzaki's face was ugly, and he couldn't accept the sudden bad news. That's it, but I don't think things will be that simple now that the deal has been concluded. I should go. Think about it again, the things that have been ignored. After speaking, Xingjian Yinshi left the Class B camp with Gao Yuanxi. He came quietly and left quietly, leaving a lot of trouble for Ichinose and Kanzaki. In this way, Class B will be deducted 100 points for the guesses of Classes C and D, and through the information provided by Xingjian Yinshi, it can guess the leaders of Classes A and C and make up 100 points, but the points occupied will be invalid. That is to say, Class B actually got nothing, but was forced to agree to Xingjian Yinshi's condition of voting for him, just like being PRSTU'd for nothing. Ichinose and Kanzaki both had bitter faces. It seems that Class B will be defeated in this uninhabited island exam. Because of this exam, the homeroom teacher was required to act with the students, so teacher Chibashira was stationed not far from the Class D camp. Sniffing his nose, Xingjian Yinshi showed a weak look, and was supported by Jiyuan Temple to walk in. As for why Jiyuan Temple listened to his command, it was naturally coercion and temptation. On the one hand, coercion by force, on the other hand, points to buy. Because the source of points was cut off, Jiyuan Temple was not well off, so Xingjian Yinshi used 50,000 personal points to hire him to help. Not surprisingly, the two met Mr. Chibashira who hadn't rested yet. Seeing a Xingjian Yinshi who looked listless, she also seemed very surprised. I'm sorry, Teacher Chibashira, I feel very uncomfortable physically, and I'm afraid I can't continue to be the leader. Oh. Really? Then you come with me, and the school will make a judgment on this. With a smile on his face, it seemed that Chibashira-sensei had easily guessed Xingjian Yinshi's strategy. Take him to the medical point set up by the school. It is indeed a fever. The medical staff present made a judgment, and Xingjian Yinshi also breathed a sigh of relief. Because his physical fitness is too high, it is really not easy to get sick. Since the leader of Class D is ill, as the class teacher, I now give you the right to change the leader. The new leader, you can decide. Chazu Sae expressed his opinion to Xingjian Yinshi in front of the medical staff with a very serious expression. Then I'll leave the rest to you. I'll call you when I get back to the boat. Xingjian Yinshi handed the leader card to Gao Yuanxi, and then made a promise. Afterwards, under the arrangement of Chibashira Sae, he followed the staff back to the ship. In August, the dawn is relatively early. The long and arduous uninhabited island exam finally ushered in the final chapter. Because of Xingjian Yinshi's withdrawal, Class D was inevitably deducted 30 points, and the students didn't complain much about it. Because after Ibuki left, everyone knew the truth from Hirata and others. In any case, after the exam, the students in each class had expressions of relief on their faces. The three classes gathered on the beach, chatting and waiting for the school's notice. "We are summing up the test results now, please wait a moment, students. Since the test has ended, if there are students who need to drink or use the restroom, please go to the rest area to use them." Such a broadcast came from nearby. The students then gathered together in the rest area. A lot of things like tables and chairs are prepared under the temporary tent to ensure that everyone seems to be able to get a full rest. Xingjian Yinshi and other students who abstained were on standby on the cruise ship, showing no signs of disembarking. Surprisingly, Banliu didn't seem to participate in this summer trip. In fact, she did not appear in the original book, and it is very likely that she asked for leave directly. "Hey! Xingjian Yinshi, why are you here?" Ibuki's unbelievable voice came from behind, and attracted the attention of many Class C students. "Oh, you're talking about this, I don't know what happened in the past few days, but I suddenly caught a cold, so I put down the burden of being a leader and became a deserter." Put down, the leader? Yeah, what's the matter?" Xingjian Yinshi answered as a matter of course, making Yukio stagger. "Thinking of Long Yuan's hard work living on the uninhabited island for so many days, I feel like crying without tears." "You guys definitely did it on purpose, right? If you're referring to the replacement of the leader, it's true, and Ryuuan is the leader of Class C, I also guessed it." Xingjian Yinshi looked at Ibuki with smug eyes, and folded his hands on his chest, like a child showing off a new toy. Ibuki kept a blank face and didn't respond. "What the hell? Doesn't that mean? Isn't this bad?" Hearing this, although the rest of Class C were slow, they finally came to their senses. If Long Yuan guessed wrongly the leader of Class D, 50 points would be deducted, and if Class D guessed the leader correctly, another 50 points would be deducted. But even if you guess the leaders of Classes A and B, you can only get 100 points. From this point of view, Class C has nothing to gain at all. Well, it seems that you are also aware of it, maybe Class C will get 0 points this time. Everyone in Class C was speechless, but their faces were gloomy and terrifying. "I didn't expect that Class D just had a leader, and it was like being completely reborn, and achieved such results." Xingjian Yinshi, "It's not easy." While the people on the cruise ship were talking, the classes on the beach also completed the leader's fill-in. When the teacher in charge of the exam was about to integrate the information, Ryuuan, the ruler of Class C, finally showed his figure from the bushes beside him. Chapter 48. "Hey! Don't end it on your own. I haven't filled it yet." Ryuuan looked very distressed, his upper body sportswear was covered with scratches, and his pants were covered with leaves and mud, he must have suffered a lot. "Unbelievable, this guy told me a few days ago that he hates working hard." Xingjian Yinshi complained about Long Yuan's attitude to the members of Class C. It can be seen that many people in Class C have also wavered. Perhaps it was also difficult for them to imagine that this guy who ruled the class with violence would work so hard for it. The class guide of Class C counting horses was not surprised by Long Yuan's appearance, and handed him the roster that had been prepared long ago. Long Yuan unceremoniously wrote the leaders of 3 classes in a row. "Haha, what a joy! What about that guy Xingjian Yinshi, the red hair from Class D? Could it be that he was driven away by you? It's really funny." From the looks of it, living alone on the uninhabited island, Ryuuan almost completely lost the ability to obtain information. So much so that the information he knows now is still at the time when Ibuki framed him. The classes on the beach don't know why, but they are all surprised by Ryuuan's appearance without exception. The students in Class C on the cruise ship couldn't bear to look directly at them, and it was hard to imagine what it would be like for Long Yuan to know that his plan had been seen through. "Ha! Since just now, where have you been so proud? Xiudu also felt very speechless. With his mind, he can now think that Long Yuan was obviously played by Xingjian Yinshi, but he didn't know it yet. Proud? Haha, I'm so proud. Haven't forgotten the additional rules of this exam. Oh, you mean guessing the leader? But so what? How? I wrote it down on paper, the name of your Class D leader. Interrupting Xiudu, Ryuan couldn't wait to say Xingjian Yinshi's name. But unexpectedly, Xiudu's expression did not change from the beginning to the end. Ryuan was very puzzled. Could it be that Class D doesn't value points so much? Although slightly concerned, Ryuan quickly turned his head to the two classes IB. Not only that, I also wrote the leaders of Class A and Class B. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing Ryuan's words, Ichinose comforted Class B without any confusion, but the students in Class A couldn't bear it anymore and questioned them directly. Hey! Katsuragi, is what he said true? What are you doing? We signed that contract only after listening to you. Obviously, most of the people who expressed their opinions were from the Banliu faction. They were originally dissatisfied with Katsuragi's leadership, and only temporarily succumbed because of the interests of the class. Student Long Yuan, what do you mean? Didn't we sign a contract? Facing the criticism from his classmates, Katsuragi led the people of Class A and questioned Ryuan. It seems that the current situation is completely beyond his expectations. Oh? I said, Katsuragi, can you please figure it out? The content of our contract doesn't say that Class C must be controlled by you. In fact, the content of the contract between the two only required the authenticity of the leader provided by Class C, and did not mention that Class C could not betray at all. Then Ryuan laughed out loud, as if his patience these days finally ushered in the harvest. UBD. Grumble. When several people were arguing, the sound of the loudspeaker button being turned on came out, and everyone was shocked. Within a few minutes, Mashima-sensei appeared. Seeing this, the four classes quickly lined up to form a team, but Mashima-sensei waved to stop them. Students, don't be nervous, it doesn't matter if you just relax like this. The exam is over, and now it's time for summer vacation. Hearing Mashima-sensei's voice, the students breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more at ease. Entering the summer vacation, it means that the school will no longer be surprised by the school in the name of the exam. Everyone on the beach cheered and began to relax. The one-week exam is finally over. Everyone should have this feeling in their hearts. Then, from now on, I will announce the results of this special exam. After hearing Mashima-sensei's words, everyone fell silent. The result of working hard for a week will be reflected at this moment. Because of Ryuan's relationship, Class A, who was originally very calm, also clenched its fists, and the palms were sweating. We do not accept any questions about the results provided now. The school hopes that you will think and analyze for yourself to figure out the key points. The grades for each class are as follows. 4th place Class C, 0 points. Start at midnight, guess 2 leaders correctly plus 100 points, 1 wrong guess will deduct 50 points, 2 correct guesses will deduct 100 points, and the score will be 0. 3rd place Class A, 70 points. Obtain 150 points of materials from Class C, starting from 270 points. If you guess a leader correctly, you will get 50 points, if you guess wrong, you will deduct 50 points, if you are guessed by the leaders of 3 classes, you will deduct 150 points, and if you are betrayed by the Lu faction in the class, you will be deducted 50 points. 2nd place Class B, 90. Deducting various expenses, starting from 140 points, adding 100 points to the leader who guesses 2 classes correctly, and deducting 150 points if the leader is guessed correctly from 3 classes. 1st place Class D, 352 points. Deduct various expenses. Class B provides drinking water, starting from 160 points, Xingjian Yinshi withdraws and deducts 30 points, guesses the leaders of the three classes correctly plus 150 points, and occupies the stronghold to get 72 points, scoring 352. Then, the announcement of the test results is over. That's it. After Mr. Mashima announced the results, the four classes exploded at the same time, discussing together. Ha 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 ha. Hey, look. You really are zero. Don't laugh so hard. The result was announced. Sudu had long been displeased with Ryuan, and made a mockery. Long Yuan didn't seem to be hit as expected. A moment of shock appeared on his face, and then he frowned, as if he didn't understand the situation. There seems to be something wrong. What's going on? Whoa 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 whoa. That's great. You deserve it. Chi took the lead, and everyone in Class D cheered. Katsuragi. What's going on here? We signed the contract because we believed in you. Unlike the Carnival Class D and the Com Class B, the conflicts in Class A can be said to be on the verge of breaking out. Originally, a considerable part of them did not support Katsuragi's taking power. Looks like Class A has started to mess up, presumably Banliu will be in charge soon. Seeing this, Xingjian Yinshi no longer had the mood to continue watching, and left the deck with his hands in his pockets. Next, it is estimated that there will be a carnival. Chapter 49. As the acting leader, Hirata was still busy organizing the evacuation of the class, so he brought Suda back to Class D. When leaving, Suda stuck out his tongue and raised his middle finger, mocking Ryuan to the fullest, and he could only silently watch him like this. The cruise ship will depart in 2 hours. During the period, the students can relax. Whether it is swimming in the sea or resting on the boat, there is no problem. Although such a notice came from the radio, the students seemed to rush aboard the boat impatiently. Student Xingjian. Amazing. To be honest, I can't believe it. Members of Class D quickly found Xingjian Yinshi, who was sunbathing after boarding the boat, and then a group of boys rushed up and threw him up regardless of opposition. We are number 1. A total of 352 points. It's great of you to be a leader. It seemed that everyone was very excited, and it took about 10 minutes to let Xingjian Yinshi go. After the exam, the points of each class are ranked. Class A, 1240. Class B, 1010. Class C, 710. Class D, 652. It can be seen that the gap between Class D and Class C is only 58 points, which can be said to be very small. A group of people surrounded Xingjian Yinshi and walked towards the restaurant. With such a big achievement, Class D should really celebrate it. The restaurant on the cruise ship is very stylish and decorated with a retro feel. As soon as Xingjian Yinshi sat down, a figure pushed away the crowd around him, and sat down opposite him unceremoniously. It's the leader of Class C, Ryuan. Long Yuan. What do you mean? Class C, what are you doing? I said, it's just a small achievement, don't be too arrogant. Pushing away the students of Class D with fierce eyes, Ryuan tapped the table with his left hand in a moderate manner. Xingjian, you're indeed superior this time, but don't get too carried away. I'm not getting carried away, Ryuan. But, judging by your leisurely appearance, you should have blackmailed Class A severely, right? With a light smile, Xingjian Yinshi pointed out that for this exam, there is cooperation between the two classes of AC. Sorry, this is a confidential matter. Seeing that Xingjian Yinshi was looking for information without hesitation, Katsuragi stepped forward to stop him and sat between the two of them. If Class D finds out about his deal with Ryuan, it will more or less cause some trouble. Hey! Student Xingjian, are you discussing any plans? I wonder if we, Class B, can join. It seemed that Ichinose couldn't ignore the meeting of the leaders of the three classes. After getting Xingjian Yinshi's permission, he also happily took the last position. The four of them sat quietly like this, without saying anything, with a large group of classmates following behind them. "Hey!" I said, "this is the celebration party of our Class D, why are you meeting with the boss?" Xingjian Yinshi felt very speechless. The current situation was very similar to the deck meeting before the exam started last week. It's just that the class that was arrogant, but now it's shrugging. "Student Xingjian, can I tell you about your actions in this exam? I really can't imagine how you achieved such results." Katsuragi was also a little embarrassed. After all, he rejected Class D's intelligence inquiry just now, and he came to inquire about information in a blink of an eye, which was a bit embarrassing. "What? Katsuragi, your reaction is really unexpectedly slow. This is just a trick, as long as you know the principle, anyone can easily do it." Ryuuan seemed to disdain Katsuragi very much, and looked down on his conservative character at all. "Hey? So Long Yuan has seen Xingjian's plan." Ichinose next to him was also a little curious. Ryuuan saw that many people including Class C were staring at him, and smiled indifferently. "It seems that this is the end for you. Xingjian Yinshi, let's count you as slightly better this time, and let's have fun next time." It seemed that Ryuuan had no intention of explaining. He waved to Class C behind him, and a group of people followed him and left. Did I say something wrong?" Ichinose seemed to be thinking that Ryuuan left because he didn't want to answer her question. "It has nothing to do with you, Ichinose. Ryuuan is such a guy who does whatever he wants." "Hey! Is that so?" Xingjian Yinshi didn't expect Ichinose to be so kind. "You know, Long Yuan deceived them with Jin Tian in the uninhabited island test just now. Since everyone is curious about the results of this exam, let me explain it myself. Is it okay? I'm curious too." Hearing what Xingjian Yinshi said, everyone cheered up and looked at him expectantly. "It's actually not complicated. At the stage when the school announced this special exam, I didn't care about anything other than adding rules. How to arrange the 300 points, when the number of people is equal, no matter which class is the same. On the contrary, the additional rules can greatly affect the result." Xingjian Yinshi explained slowly, and Katsuragi seemed to have thought of something and raised a question. "But it is very difficult to add the content of the rules. It is not easy to find out the identity of the leader, right?" "It's true, but it's not as difficult as you imagined. In fact, before I saw through Long Yuan's plan, I had already guessed the leaders of your three classes." Xingjian Yinshi answered Katsuragi's question, but didn't seem to say anything. "How is this possible? How did you do it?" "Sorry, both of you. This is a confidential matter." Following Katsuragi's tone, Xingjian Yinshi rejected the intention of the two classes A and B to explore. "Then it's very simple, find an opportunity to get yourself a cold, and replace the leader reasonably. Finally, write down the leaders of the other three classes." "I see. That's a big win." Xingjian Yinshi gave a simple explanation, and there is really no complicated operation. But thinking about it in that situation, it's really not an ordinary person. "Thank you for your answer. No matter what, Class A will regard you as an important opponent in the future." Katsuragi took a deep look at Xingjian Yinshi, and then led them away. "That, student Xingjian. Who is the final leader of your Class D? I'm a little curious." "Oh, that, it's Kojinji Temple. Jiyuan Temple. How could it be him?" Whether it is the students of Class B or Class D, they all made incredible voices. It seems that the image of Jiyuan Temple has been well known throughout the grades. Chapter 50. It's really unexpected. No one can guess the words of Jiyuan Temple. Let Gao Yuanji be the leader, not to mention other classes, even Class D can't believe it. In other words, in order to change the leader, student Xingjian deliberately let himself catch a cold and get sick. I think it's a little too much. It seemed that Ichinose couldn't understand such an act of harming the body. Ichinose, I hope you can understand that in this cruel school full of competition, such methods are normal. Is that so? Ichinose looked suspiciously at Kanzaki beside him, and Kanzaki nodded to her. Well, no matter what, I still think it's best for everyone to finish reading these 3 years happily together. Don't you guys still want to celebrate? Then let's not bother. After saying that, Ichinose also took the members of Class B and left, leaving only the members of Class D. What, these guys? Don't worry about it. Yes, let's continue the celebration. Although there were some opinions about the influence of other classes, everyone in Class D immediately entered the state. Everyone is very happy, because now the class points of Class D have reached 652 points. In other words, starting from next month, everyone can earn 60,000 points. This time, that mysterious person X made a miscalculation. Who would have thought that we would get so many points in the second semester? Yamauchi seemed very happy, because in the contract signed by Class D before, the points paid to the mysterious person X only need to be maintained until the beginning of the second semester. Doesn't anyone care? Why does the mysterious person include summer vacation in the deadline? Ling Xiaolu Qinglong inadvertently reminded the students, it seems that he has paid special attention to this crucial point. Never mind that. It's okay, anyway, points will not be issued during the summer vacation. It doesn't matter that much. The celebration of Class D lasted until the evening, and everyone had a great time. After a simple farewell, he went back to his room contentedly. On the deck of the cruise ship in the evening, Xingjian Yinshi walked here slowly. The sea breeze is not as gentle as in the daytime, with a bit of biting chill. I don't know if Chibashira-sensei called me out at this time, what's the matter? Staring at a mature figure in front of him, Xingjian Yinshi spoke slowly. For the students who performed well in this exam, as the class teacher, I should give a little praise, shouldn't I? Pfft! Stop making me laugh, Chibashira-sensei. You're not the type to do that at all. Xingjian Yinshi sneered, this woman has a rather morbid obsession with being promoted to Class A. He couldn't be more clear about this. Is that so? Since you are clear, let's stop chatting here. Before we start, I want to know what do you think of Ling Xiaolu Qinglong? It seems that this is the real reason why Chazu Sae called Xingjian Yinshi out. Ling Xiaolu? I think he has a very outstanding talent. Even in weak communication, he can protect himself very well. In this case, I will make it clear. I hope you can control him, and this will be a powerful aid for you to be promoted to Class A. Chazu Sae uttered something that shocked Xingjian Yinshi. Control Ling Xiaolu Qinglong. Xingjian Yinshi thought that he could beat Ling Xiaolu in many ways, but he never thought about being able to control this person, because he is not a guy who can be restrained. Don't be ridiculous. I don't think people like Ling Xiaolu can be easily controlled. Of course I won't be aimless. It just so happens that I have something in my hand that can intimidate him. So, is that why that guy provided assistance on the uninhabited island? Chazu Sae's pupil shrank, but Xingjian Yinshi did not expect this to be noticed. This surprising power of observation is really not simple. Xingjian Yinshi knew that it was just a lie that Chazu Sae thought he had caught Ling Xiaolu. After that Mr. Ling Xiaolu came over, the lie was naturally self-defeating. That's right. Relying on this, with your ability, you should be able to let him do things for you. I don't think so. After all, I'm not interested in what you said. For me, being promoted to Class A is just the beginning. The interrupted teacher Chibashira was silent for a long time, and could only nod helplessly. Then, as you said, keep moving towards Class A. But I still think that with the help of Ling Xiaolu, this goal will be easier to achieve. That's nothing for you to worry about. Chibashira Sae sighed, and stepped away from the deck. It seems that even as a class teacher, there is a possibility of being misunderstood when communicating with students for a long time. After all, there will be a special exam with extremely lucrative rewards in the near future, the exam of the favored person. Hey! Teacher Chibashira has left, don't you plan to come out to get some air? Xingjian Yinshi spoke in the direction of the cabin, as if he had determined that someone was eavesdropping. Hey, Xingjian, you are really sharp. Speaking non-salty words, Ling Xiaolu Qinglong slowly emerged from the shadows. It's nothing. Many people can clearly hear such a movement. Speaking of which, do you really think what the woman said just now is true? Xingjian Yinshi refers to the incident where Ling Xiaolu Qinglong was threatened by Chazu Sae. I can't help it. As an ordinary student, I dare not disobey the head teacher. Oh, hypocritical fellow. Xingjian Yinshi obviously didn't believe Ling Xiaolu's explanation. This guy was not a kind person. I do not understand what you are saying. You can't afford to gamble, so you can only be forced to obey teacher Chibashira's words. Xingjian Yinshi revealed Ling Xiaolu's true thoughts without hesitation. He really can't afford to gamble, so as long as there is such a possibility, he can only act for it. After Ling Xiaolu heard this, the expression on his face did not change. It's just his eyes, full of unimaginable depth. Interesting eyes. Ling Xiaolu, I have a good suggestion, do you want to hear it? If you want to say. Then let me tell you clearly. I can probably guess the so-called threat Chibashira-sensei made to you. Let me tell you clearly, it is undoubtedly false. Before the topic started, Xingjian Yinshi directly vetoed teacher Chazu's threat. Chapter 51. And then? What are you going to say? Ling Xiaolu Qinglong's face was expressionless, with dead fish eyes open, but he has always been like this. I can guarantee that for 3 years in high school, you will not encounter the risk of dropping out of this school. Even if it is a threat from outside the school, I can help. Threats outside of school? Sorry, I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. It seemed that Ling Xiaolu Qinglong was very vigilant and did not easily believe Xingjian Yinshi's one-sided words. Wit Irum, you should be familiar with it. Speaking of the surname Ling Xiaolu, this place is the first thing I think of. When Ling Xiaolu heard Beiwu's name, his expression was rarely moved. Take a step forward, come to Xingjian Yinshi, and look at him with sharp eyes. What the hell do you know? It's nothing, it's just that I once had a relationship with Mr. Atsuomi Ayanokaji. In short, this is not something you should care about. Ayanokaji Atsushi. It was the name of Ling Xiaolu's father. Hearing this name here, Ling Xiaolu Qinglong seemed only a little surprised. If Chazu is a liar, I don't think that in this school, I will encounter enough things to make me drop out. Hehe, that's not necessarily. Pushing Ling Xiaolu aside in front of him, Xingjian Yinshi walked to the railing and looked at the dark sea. Not to mention that there are threats from various classes in the school, even Ling Xiaolu's father will not let you go easily. I admit that your words are somewhat reasonable, but how can you help me? Correspondingly, what do I need to pay? There is no such thing as a free lunch, perhaps because Xingjian Yinshi mentioned the key point, Ling Xiaolu's tone slowed down, and he began to ask him about his conditions. Well, let's be honest, I hope you can help me control the entire school in the next time. Correspondingly, I will help you when you encounter difficulties. Control? If I understand correctly, you want to control this high school. As if hearing something he cared about, Ling Xiaolu Qinglong raised his own puzzlement. As far as he knows, this school is completely controlled by the government, and it is impossible to control it. If even Xingjian Yinshi can control this high school, then his father, let alone his father. Rather than controlling the school, it is more appropriate to control the talents in the school. You don't have to show a horrible expression, I know the political background of this high school very well. Xingjian Yinshi explained that even if the school has abundant resources, it is impossible to provide resources for all students. In fact, except for Class A, the vast majority of students are only engaged in ordinary jobs after graduation. It is true that they have acquired relatively excellent abilities because of their training during school, but they cannot obtain high-paying positions due to class limitations. Therefore, Xingjian Yinshi is very confident that as long as he is given favorable treatment, these people can be used by him. If that's the case, I can agree to your conditions. However, I will not help you with everything. If I have concerns, I will refuse to help without hesitation. Ling Xiaoluqing thought for a long time, and finally chose to join Xingjian Yinshi's camp. No problem, in fact, there are absolutely not many places where you need to do it. After the discussion was completed, the two people with ulterior motives chatted for a long time, and then Xingjian Yinshi offered to leave. Because the schedule is relatively full, he has other things to do. The lower deck of the cruise ship cabin is generally a place where no one will come. Xingjian Yinshi slowly revealed his figure, saw Sakura who was waiting, and rushed to greet him. It's been a long time, Eri. No, I just arrived for a while. Sakura was still hesitating when speaking, but she no longer wore those rustic glasses. The spirit of the whole person is completely different from before. I'm sorry, it's disturbing to call you out so suddenly, isn't it? Ah. No. If Xingjian asked me out, to be honest, I would be very happy. Since the uninhabited island, Sakura's feelings for Xingjian Yinshi have undergone obvious changes, and now they get along like a couple. Eri, speaking of it, I would like to thank you for standing up and speaking for me when I was on an uninhabited island. No, it's nothing, but I seem to have added a lot of trouble to your plan. Sakura was a little embarrassed. Who would have thought that the intense atmosphere at that time was actually acting? Haha, there is no way, because I can't tell everyone the truth directly. I am quite satisfied that you can stand up and speak for me. Xingjian Yinshi said, and leaned against Sakura. The two of them were very close. Sakura felt a pleasant smell coming from his nostrils, a bit like xiaotian exuded from the quilt after drying, which made people feel at ease. Feeling the temperature on her arm, Sakura Eri's body shook, and she leaned against her. Sakura shrank her neck, her eye sockets suddenly became watery, her breathing became a lot heavier, and she made a whining sound that wanted to bully her. This pitiful look was so attractive that Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help moving his index finger when he saw it. It's like the sea meets the sky, the two planes are slowly intertwined, a whale jumps out of the water, and then dives into the water very quickly. The tail churns in the shallows, attracting the attention of the other whale, and they intertwine, drawing on each other's tenderness. After a long time, there was only a white light left in the sky, like a silk thread spit out by a spider. Xingjian Yinshi touched the remaining saliva on his mouth. Sakura lowered her head shyly. Feeling each other's warmth, Xingjian Yinshi forced her head up. Eri, I actually have an idea, and I hope you can help me a little. Sakura Eri nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, without asking what it was. Xingjian Yinshi tapped her on the head with his hand, and the two looked at each other, and both laughed. It's like this. I plan to use a sum of points to open a forum among students. Because the forum was not well known in the early stage, I wonder if I can let Eri continue your idle work and help attract the first batch of users. Hey, Yinshi means, do you want me to go back to being an idol? Well, probably so. Okay. Sakura Eri agreed without hesitation. Maybe she also has an idea, but she is limited by the school and cannot carry it out. Chapter 52. After saying goodbye to Sakura Eri, Xingjian Yinshi returned to the room. The plan to build the forum was not a temporary idea, but limited by the school's rules. If you want to successfully establish the forum, you may have to pay a lot of points. The upcoming test for the privileged person is just an opportunity to earn points. This luxury cruise trip did not prepare separate rooms for students, but allocated a dormitory for every 3 to 4 people. Guest. If you just walk in the corridor with wet body like this, I will be very troubled. On the way back to the room, Xingjian Yinshi met Gao Yuanxi, who was half naked. It seems that his casual attitude has added a lot of trouble to the waiter. Ha ha ha. It seems that you have discovered it. What a discovery, this is the 4th time. I have told you several times, please dry yourself after getting out of the swimming pool before returning to the boat. This will cause trouble for other guests. The waiter held a towel in his hand, and it seemed that he had prepared it long ago. Presumably, Gao Yuanji is already a repeat offender. The debate between the two also attracted the attention of many passing students, but after seeing Jiyuan Temple, many of them twitched their eyes and were unwilling to intervene. For this self-centered existence, many people feel a headache. Trouble? I don't remember being told half a time that this would be trouble. Unfortunately, since I was sensible, I haven't wiped off the physicalism. I used to say that, the so-called tender and beautiful man. When Gao Yuanji spoke, he stretched his body deliberately, as if showing off. Because of the large range of movements, water was sprinkled on the side wall, and the waiter hurriedly wiped it carefully with a dry towel. As if he thought the waiter's reaction was very interesting, Gao Yuanji then asked him for paper and pen, and then sent his signature. Keep it well, it will be quite valuable when I shoulder the burden of country R in the future. The corner of the waiter's mouth twitched, and it seemed that he didn't really believe Gao Yuanji's words. But what I have to say is that there is basically no problem with what he said. With the stature of the Jiyuan Temple Chaebol, if he succeeds smoothly, it is very likely that he will become a pivotal figure in the entire R country. I didn't expect you to have the habit of handing out autographs at Jiyuan Temple. Can you say that you are too narcissistic? It could be seen that the waiter wanted to leave the place. Xingjian Yinshi kindly made a noise for him. Oh? So it's you, Xingjian, what? Are you here to warn me? Jiyuan Temple usually calls male students XX boy, but after the incident on the uninhabited island, he at least changed his attitude towards Xingjian Yinshi. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of boring idea, I just happen to have something to ask you. Oh? Now that you say that, I'm already interested in the beautiful me. Then the two left together, and the waiter was relieved. He also had to sigh when he met a guy like Gao Yuanji, how unlucky he was. In the room allocation this time, Jiyuan Temple, Hirata, and Xingjian Yinshi were arranged as roommates. It seemed that Hirata hadn't come back yet, so the two started negotiating directly. From next semester, the school should hold a sports festival. Let's put it this way, I hope you can show your strength enough to help me win this sports festival. As soon as he sat down, Xingjian Yinshi explained his purpose to Jiyuan Temple. Oh? I didn't expect you to care about this kind of thing, but I don't care about it. If you want me to help, you have to pay accordingly. Although Xingjian Yinshi was recognized, Jiyuan Temple did not intend to help free of charge. If it was proposed to him by other people who do not have the corresponding strength, presumably he would directly reject it. I didn't expect you to do it for nothing. Let me ask you how many points you still have now. Counting what you gave from the uninhabited island, it's probably about 500,000 now, what an ugly number. Jiyuan Temple did not hide it, because this is not information worth keeping secret. That's good, as long as you agree to my conditions, I guarantee that when you return to school, your points will accumulate to 1 million points provided that you don't use them indiscriminately. Xingjian Yinshi showed a deep smile and made a promise to Jiyuan Temple. I can understand that you want to pay me 500,000 points to get my help. Whatever you think, my promise is just like what I said before. What? Do you want to promise? Very suspicious. Gao Yuanxi clearly saw that there must be something wrong with this kind of vague promise. But I can't figure out at all, what room can be manipulated inside. For Kojinji, it's not that he didn't care about graduating from that class. After all, graduating from Class A is in line with the beauty he pursues. When buying points from seniors is not prohibited, he can easily buy 20 million points to transfer classes, so he doesn't care about class competition. But after the escape route was cut off, he could only choose to save 20 million by himself, or take Class D to Class A regardless of the choice. Xingjian Yinshi's proposal won't hurt him. Thinking of this, Jiyuan Temple readily agreed to Xingjian Yinshi's condition. He showed his strength in the sports festival, and Xingjian Yinshi guaranteed that he would have at least 1 million personal points after disembarking. Although Gao Yuanji had doubts about this statement, the two signed the contract just like that. The students who finished the uninhabited island exam, both physically and mentally, have ushered in liberation. When people get out of difficulties, the first thing they often think of is to reward themselves. All the students in the 4 classes were no exception. First, they fell asleep in the dark on the second day, and then began to enjoy sunbathing, luxury cruise ship swimming pool, game hall, built-in SAP, and other services. Xingjian Yinshi doesn't care much about these enjoyments. From an early age, he developed the habit of self-discipline and rarely indulged himself. In order to develop wisdom, he actively dabbled in all kinds of knowledge and read extensively. In order to strengthen his physique, he walked the streets and alleys looking for martial arts gyms and true biography. If people indulge in enjoyment, they will unconsciously reduce their talents in all aspects, which has been proved by practice. The school is naturally very aware of this. After letting the students live leisurely for 3 days, one morning, such a voice sounded on the radio. I would like to inform all students that the school has just sent an email with contact information to all students. Please confirm your mobile phone and follow its instructions. Also, if you do not receive the email, please apply to the nearby teaching staff. Since the content is very important, please do not miss anything in the confirmation. Repeat again. At the same time, the mobile phones of Pingtian and Xingjian Yinshi in the dormitory both made a sharp sound, which was the email ringtone specially set by the school for event notifications. What will happen? Sitting on the bed, Hirata asked such a question. There is a high probability that it will be another special exam. Don't schools always like to be surprised like this? Xingjian Yinshi took a book of no survival and answered Hirata's questions. He had been looking forward to this preferential test for a long time. Chapter 53. Hirata and Xingjian Yinshi followed the instructions on the radio, operated their mobile phones to open the mailbox, and the following content was written in the mail. The special exam is about to start, please gather at the designated place at the designated time. Those who are more than 10 minutes late will be penalized. Followed by another message. Please gather at room 24 on the second floor before 8:40 tonight. The time required is about 20 minutes. Please come to the meeting point after using the restroom and turning your mobile phone to vibrate mode or turning off the power. It's really a special exam. As expected of Xingjian, I guessed it right away. Hirata praised with a hearty voice. Hirata, can I see your information? Oh, of course. Taking Hirata's mobile phone, Xingjian Yinshi first compared the time and location of the two, and they were exactly the same. It seems that the school has fully recognized the identity of the leader of Xingjian Yinshi and assigned him to the Dragon Group. Not long after, other students in Class D sent messages one after another. Unknowingly, everyone has regarded Xingjian Yinshi as the backbone. Did you get the letter from the school just now? Got it. This is a message from Kushida, and it seems that she is more concerned about the unexpected special exam. I was assigned to classroom 24 on the second floor at 8:40 p.m., how about you? I'm just like you. That's great. Seeing Xingjian Yinshi in the same classroom as her, Kushida seemed relieved a lot. In the heart of this girl who is one with an angel and a devil, Xingjian Yinshi has already occupied a certain place. After replying to the messages from Eri, Horikita, and others in turn, Xingjian Yinshi began to think about how to maximize the benefits of this special exam. The time came to the afternoon before we knew it. Xingjian Yinshi, Hirata, and Kushida came to the room designated by the school as required. Boom boom boom. They politely knocked on the door, and after getting permission, the three of Xingjian Yinshi opened the door and walked in. In the room sat a familiar figure. It was the teacher of Class B, Mr. Hoshinomiya, who was wearing formal attire. She was sitting on a chair, carefully looking at the information on the small table. Seeing that the person who came in was Xingjian Yinshi, he smiled excitedly, waved to him, and signaled him to sit beside him. Oh, I didn't expect Xingjian to be assigned to this classroom. It's really a fate. Teacher Xingjian put his mouth next to Xingjian Yinshi's ear in a childlike tone. I don't think Mr. Hoshinomiya doesn't know the list of students who will receive guidance in advance. Xingjian Yinshi kept a straight face, showing an indifferent attitude. Not to mention that the two don't know each other very well, even if there is some relationship, Kushida is still here. Ever since she took her first kiss away last time, Kushida has been paying special attention to these things. Hey! If you're so indifferent, you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Saying this, Xingjian kept poking Xingjian Yinshi's head with his fingers. Kushida next to him showed a half-smile expression. The people are all here, can I trouble Mr. Hoshinomiya to start explaining as soon as possible? We have other things to do. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xingjian Yinshi spoke up quickly. Don't worry, although the exam rules are a bit cumbersome, they are for ordinary students. Elites like you will soon understand. Xingjian said nonchalantly, and then poked his finger on Xingjian Yinshi's face. Hey! Can I trouble you to explain it as soon as possible? Don't trouble Xingjian. In the end, Kushida couldn't hold back, and interrupted Hoshinomiya's movements in a rather blunt tone. Hearing Kushida's words, Hoshinomiya-sensei really stopped, and kept scanning Kushida and Xingjian Yinshi with a surprised look. Hirata on the side also seemed surprised. Kushida seemed to realize something, and lowered her head shyly. As for whether the shyness is true or not, only she knows. You have a problem, a big problem. With a voice full of curiosity, Star Palace seems to want to explore more things. Okay. Master Star Palace. Xingjian Yinshi made an indifferent voice, and anyone could hear the dissatisfaction in it. He could sense that Star Palace was taking revenge on what happened in the teacher's office last time. He didn't really care about these things, but now was not the time to reveal his relationship with Kushida. As for Hirata next to him, he can basically ignore it. He's not someone who likes to meddle in other people's business. Alright, since student Xingjian is so resistant, then let me explain this special exam for you. Hearing that Star Palace began to introduce the exam, the three quickly began to concentrate. Even Xingjian Yinshi, who knew the rules a long time ago, pretended to be serious. For this special exam, the school will divide all 160 first-year students into 12 groups, coded by the 12 earthly branches. The test results of each group are independent of each other, but the overall comparison focuses on the examination of students' thinking ability. 4 classes are divided into 12 groups. What is the distribution method? After Hoshinomiya-sensei finished speaking, Hirata couldn't wait to raise his hand to ask questions. According to the method of equal distribution, the number of people in a group is 10 people. The group is not all composed of students from one class, but is composed of about 3 to 5 people drawn from each class. In other words, the number of people in each class in each group is not even, right? Seeing Mr. Hoshinomiya nodded, Hirata was a little helpless. In this case, the small group in Class D would be a little passive. You 3 are assigned to the group, Chen, here is the list of members of the group. You will be asked to return this piece of paper when you leave the room, so if you feel the need to, you can write it down here too. Xingjian Yinshi took the list and glanced at it. All of them were familiar names. Ryuwuan, Ichinose, Katsuragi, basically all the important people in the first grade were there. Kushida next to him took out a piece of paper and wrote down the list. If you have no other questions, then from now on, I will explain the most complicated part of the exam. Hearing what Xingjian said, the three of them said that there was no problem, and nodded for her to start explaining. Chapter 54. From now on, you will no longer act as Class D, but as members of the Dragon Group. Teacher Xingjian said, and distributed an explanatory document to Xingjian Yinshi and the three of them. The edges of the file are curved and look a bit crumpled. In this special exam, there will only be 4 results for all groups. That is to say, after the exam is over, it will definitely become one of the 4 results, and there will be no exceptions. In addition, in order to make it easy for you to understand, the school has also prepared related materials with the results written. However, it is forbidden to take out or take pictures of this material. If necessary, please confirm here in advance. Teacher Xingjian's words made the three of them turn their attention to the documents in their hands. A lot of things are densely written on it, and it seems to be a very complicated exam. Xingjian Yinshi read the whole article carefully, and found that the rules were basically the same as those in his memory. It feels a little difficult to understand. Kushida rubbed her head. She was assigned to the Dragon Group not because of her outstanding ability, but more because of her communication. So this test shows that it is really difficult for her. Then let me analyze it. Xingjian Yinshi offered to help, and the teacher of Xingjian did not object. It seems that in order to make students think positively, the school allows such behavior. My summary of the special exam rules is as follows. 1. The school will assign a special person to each group, and all topics will also be carried out around the special person. The identity of the preferential treatment will be announced by mail around 8 am on the day of the test. 2. After the exam starts, it will last for 4 days. Every day, the members of each group need to gather at the corresponding place twice, each time for a 1-hour discussion. 3. There is no limit to the content of the discussion, which is completely determined by the group members themselves. During this period, the team members submit the identity of the preferential treatment to the school using the prescribed method, and they will definitely get one of the 4 results. Xingjian Yinshi slowly summarized the rules of this special exam, while the others patiently listened to his analysis. In general, this is equivalent to a game of finding an undercover agent. The preferential treatment is an undercover agent, who needs to try his best to hide his identity with the help of his companions. That's a pretty clear explanation. Kushida looked at Xingjian Yinshi and smiled, apparently understanding the key point, and Hirata on the side also nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether the privileged person's identity is revealed or not, there will only be the following 4 results. As Xingjian Yinshi said, he picked up a piece of scratch paper and a ballpoint pen and started to record. The privileged person shares his identity, and no one betrays him. After the exam is over, all the correct answers will be given to the preferential treatment person to obtain 1 million personal points, and the other team members will each receive 500,000 personal points. The preferential treatment person hides himself and does not reveal his identity until the end of the test, or after the end of the test, someone gives wrong answers. Preferential recipients get 500,000 personal points. The team members other than the preferential treatment, non-class members, should correctly answer the priority status before the end of the test. 50 class points will be added to the respondent's class, and 500,000 personal points will be awarded to the individual, while 50 class points will be deducted from the class of the respondent. Group exams are over. A member of the group other than the preferential treatment, non-class members, incorrectly answered the status of the preferential treatment before the end of the test. 50 class points will be deducted from the class of the respondent, 50 class points will be obtained from the class of the preferential treatment, and 500,000 personal points will be obtained from the preferential treatment. Group exams are over. In addition to this, there are many additional conditions, but because they are not particularly important, Xingjian Yinshi did not take them into consideration. Clap. Clap. Very clear and clear explanation. This special exam is basically the same as your analysis. After listening to Xingjian Yinshi's summary, Mr. Xingjian Gong couldn't help applauding to express his affirmation. Originally, she thought that it would take a long time to explain before they could figure out the relevant rules. Unexpectedly, Xingjian Yinshi's comprehension ability is so outstanding, which indirectly saved her a lot of effort. Mr. Xingjian has won the award, but it is just some superficial analysis. Compared with this, I remember you said before that this exam is about thinking ability, right? Xingjian Yinshi responded modestly to teacher Xingjian, and took the opportunity to ask his own questions. I've said it before. In this exam, you can jump out of the shackles between classes. Maybe doing so will be a shortcut to pass the exam. After teacher Xingjian finished speaking, he winked mischievously at the three of them, then packed up the documents on the table and left the classroom. I always feel dizzy. This rule is indeed a bit complicated. Why don't we gather all the class members and let Xingjian explain it again? Hirata made such a suggestion. If the members of Class D can understand the situation faster, it will undoubtedly give them a head start in this exam. Sounds good, then you, Hirata, will call all the classmates. Xingjian Yinshi touched his chin, affirming Hirata's proposal. Although he already had an idea about the exam, it was a good thing for the students to clearly understand the rules. That's right, in the thinking just now, he had already thought of a plan to pass this exam. Frankly speaking, the privileged person exam is very special. If one were to ask which exam paid the most among all the special exams, it would be the exam for the preferential one. A large number of individual points and class point rewards, no special exam can compare with it. For this exam, Xingjian Yinshi finally came up with two more profitable plans. The first option is to act for the purpose of personal points. Use the existing contract to force the three classes A, B, and C to cooperate together, so that all 12 groups can achieve the first result. In this way, a huge amount of personal points can be obtained, and then Xingjian Yinshi can harvest and make a fortune. It's a pity that because there is no preparation in advance, it is difficult to reach a contract. And doing so will not help you get promoted to Class A, and it will not be conducive to leading the entire grade. The second option is to cooperate with Class B, and then the two classes B and D will guess the preferential treatment from each other to offset the punishment. Then Class D directly submitted the privileged status of the other 6 groups and won 300 class points. And because of the contract signed with Class D before, Xingjian Yinshi can also get half of the personal points, which can be said to be very rewarding. Considering this, Xingjian Yinshi chose to use option 2 without hesitation. And by cooperating with Class B, maybe we can harvest another wave of leaks from Class B. In this way, he can take care of both class points and individual points, and the gap between classes will be further narrowed. Chapter 55. Not long after, under Hirata's call, all the students in Class D came to Xingjian Yinshi. So, under the attention of everyone, Xingjian Yinshi repeated the previous analysis again. Although there are still a small number of people who can't understand it, the effect is also outstanding. After a few simple warnings to the students not to be too impulsive to answer in advance, Xingjian Yinshi left the scene with the main characters such as Hirata, Horikita, and Karuizawa. In the classically decorated restaurant, several people formed a circle. The boys are Xingjian Yinshi, Hirata, and Yukimura, while the girls are the leaders of the 3 small groups Karuizawa, Kushida, Shinohara, and the maverick Horikita. This is the current leader group on the surface of Class D. Most of the battle plans are based on Xingjian Yinshi, and the 70 or 80 emperors formulated them. Is there anything you are more concerned about in this special exam? You can tell us and we can discuss it together. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Xingjian Yinshi was the first to open the topic after ordering. The teacher said that this test is a test of thinking ability, which makes me very concerned. Horikita took the lead in putting forward her own point of view. After experiencing several blows, she seemed to realize that she could not advance to Class A by herself, so she began to seek cooperation. That's really suspicious. I remember that Mashima-sensei, who is in charge of us, also said that there is a shortcut to pass the exam. Hearing what Karuizawa said to 710, everyone recalled that the teachers in their group had said similar things. It seems that you have also discovered that this point is the same as the additional rules of the uninhabited island test, and it is the real core of the whole test. Xingjian Yinshi took a sip of coffee unhurriedly, and then continued to explain. The 160 people in the whole grade are divided into 12 groups, which means that there will be a total of 12 preferential treatment. To be fair, the school will definitely arrange them into 4 classes on average. In other words, our Class D will also have 3 preferential treatment. Well, it would be great if I can be selected as the preferential treatment. Karuizawa seems to be very interested in the reward content of the favored person. After all, if he wins, he can get at least 500,000 personal points. That's right. Since that's the case, such an even distribution method determines that there must be some kind of pattern among these preferential treatment. This is what this special exam really needs everyone to think about. Xingjian Yinshi stopped explaining, and Hirata and others also began to think. There is such a connection in the exam. If it is discovered by other classes first, the situation will be very difficult. So it's like this, I didn't find it at all. Student Xingjian is indeed more comprehensive than what we saw. Afterwards, everyone praised Xingjian Yinshi's analytical ability. It can be said that it is quite powerful to think of these in such a short time. Immediately afterwards, several people discussed the content of the discussion in the group, and then disbanded. When Hirata and Xingjian Yinshi returned to the dormitory, Gao Yuanxi had already returned, doing some incomprehensible exercises on the bed. Hi! Xingjian and Hirata boys, you are finally back. How about it, do you want to stimulate your potential together implement real beauty? Rather than saying that he was inviting 2 people, it would be better to say that he was only speaking to Xingjian Yinshi alone. Hirata smiled awkwardly, but didn't care. Xingjian Yinshi also twitched the corner of his mouth, and unceremoniously rejected Jeyuan Temple's invitation. For a guy like Gao Yuanji, it's not surprising to do some incomprehensible behavior. In this way, everyone fell asleep with worries about the special exam. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the message of the email was promoted and the alarm clock rang almost at the same time. After serious adjustments, it turned out that you were not selected as the preferential treatment. Please act as a member of the group and challenge the exam. Exams will start at 1 p.m. today. The exam will be held for 3 days from today. Students of the Dragon Group please gather in the Dragon Room on the 2nd floor. As expected, Xingjian Yinshi received the message that he was not selected as the favored person. Later, Kushida also sent an email, reporting to him that he was selected as a favored person. It seems that, to some extent, she has defined Xingjian Yinshi as someone who can be completely trusted. Student Xingjian. Can I ask, have you been selected as a preferential treatment person? It doesn't matter, CBDD, if you don't want to say it. It's okay, in my opinion, Hirata can be regarded as someone who can be trusted. Without any hesitation, Xingjian Yinshi directly showed the content of his email to Hirata. Jeyuan Temple on the side also clicked his tongue, and it seemed that he was not selected as the preferential treatment. After that, Xingjian Yinshi received several more messages one after another, all of which reported to him that he was not selected as the preferred person. It's a pity that Karuizawa didn't reveal to him the identity of the beneficiary. It seemed that she still couldn't fully trust Xingjian Yinshi, a guy who knew her past. After breakfast, Xingjian Yinshi read a book for a while, and then took a nap. 5 minutes before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xingjian Yinshi brought Hirata and Kushida to the classroom assigned by the Dragon Division. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Katsuragi and Ichinose. The two classes were sitting next to each other. It seemed that they had been waiting here for a while. Xingjian Yinshi still has an impression on the roster of the Dragon Group. Class A consists of Kohei Katsuragi, Ryoko Nishikawa, Nobuji, and Koharu Yano. There were 4 people in total, but it was a pity that Banliu did not participate. Class B is Ichinose Hunamai, Kanzaki Ryaji, and Sub Hitomi, who are also important figures in the class. Surprisingly, there are 4 people in Class C: Oda Takumai, Suzuki Hidetoshi, Sonoda Masashi, and Ryu Uensho. The last Class D is Xingjian Yinshi, 3 people. Although Classes A and B arrived ahead of schedule, there didn't seem to be any communication. To be precise, the people in Class A kept silent collectively. "Hi! Classmate Xingjian, you are here too." After greeting Ichinose cordially, Xingjian Yinshi and the others randomly found a seat. "Ichinose, what's going on here? Why is the atmosphere so dull? It doesn't suit your style." After sitting down, Xingjian Yinshi teased Ichinose. In the past, as long as there is a place in Ichinose, the atmosphere is often happy and lively. "Well, it's because of Katsuragi-san. It seems that Class A doesn't plan to cooperate at all." Katsuragi glanced at Ichinose expressionlessly, but did not explain this. "Tisk. That's how it is. This is your strategy, Katsuragi, it's really stupid." Ryu Uen's arrogant voice came, followed by 3 boys who unceremoniously sat opposite Katsuragi, looking at him provocatively. "This is a strategy that our Class A thinks can be implemented after thinking about it. If you try to convince me, you don't need to waste your efforts." It can be seen that Katsuragi's will is very firm, and he has not wavered at all because of Ryu Uen's words. "Hehe, your ability can only reach this level. Then Xingjian, what do you think of Ji Cheng's actions?" After mocking Katsuragi, Ryu Uen asked Xingjian Yinshi a question with great interest. Chapter 56. Very stupid. Xingjian Yinshi supported his head with his hands, and spoke with some lack of interest. Katsuragi's current approach is undoubtedly complacent, and under the circumstances that there are rules in the selection of preferential treatment, he has completely fallen into a situation of passive acceptance. If possible, he would like to end the exam now. But after thinking about it, he finally thinks that guessing the preferential treatment with Class B will not maximize the benefits. Therefore, this morning, he made a strategic arrangement for all the preferential treatment in Class D. "No matter what you think, but our plan in Class A is to not participate in the discussion at all. This will not change no matter what." Katsuragi is still very stubborn. It seems that he intends to carry out the strategy of silence to the end. Then, each group is invited to start the first round of group discussion. While everyone was talking, such a notice came from the radio. "Hey! I said, I have a suggestion, do you want to think about it?" Long Yuan made the first proposal, and then turned his attention to Xingjian Yinshi. From the looks of it, he didn't think Ichinose and Katsuragi could be his opponents. "Sounds interesting, tell me." Xingjian Yinshi nodded slightly. Ichinose also cast a concerned look. Katsuragi simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. "I believe you should have also discovered that there is a certain pattern among the preferential treatment this time. If you want, we can exchange information and attack Class A together." Ryu Uen's proposal is very simple, that is, the 3 classes B, C, and D share the information of the preferential treatment, and then guess and answer the preferential treatment of Class A together. It seems to work. Then how do you ensure that no one will betray you? How do you assign the preferential treatment in Class A? Kanzaki next to Ichinose seems to have been tempted. For Class B, as long as they can pull Class A down this time, they can directly take over. It's very simple, as long as the contract is signed. Similar things have happened before. Long Yuan took out 2 contracts directly from behind. It seemed that he had already prepared for this. Hey! Do you really trust that guy Ryuan? Before Ji Cheng could speak, a boy behind him couldn't help but yelled out. From the looks of it, this guy should belong to the Banliu faction. There's no other way, after all, you in Class A won't join the discussion. Ichinose also expressed his opinion, and with the development of the situation, Katsuragi couldn't sit still. I don't think Class C's words are credible. Of course, if you agree, then go ahead. This. No one expected Katsuragi to be so stubborn, and Ichinose also hesitated whether to sign Ryuuen's contract. The atmosphere fell into silence like this. Everyone, can you listen to me for a while? I think the best way to answer this exam is to achieve the result. Kushida expressed her attitude to everyone. Of course we know this, but can we expect the perpetrators to confess themselves? Kanzaki waved at Kushida with an impatient expression, and continued to stare at Ryuuen's contract. It seems that he is very much in favor of Class C's proposal. It's actually like this, I plan to share the identity of the leader with you. As long as everyone promises to achieve the result, I can publish my email. What? Really? Are you kidding me? Even though the Dragon Group is the elite of each class, it was blasted by Kushida's astonishing words. Oh? Quite interesting. Class C agrees with this proposal. How about it? Do you want to show your email now? Long Yuan showed an interested expression, and cast a glance at Xingjian Yinshi without leaving a trace. Hey! Really? Then our Class B can also agree to your request, and even sign a contract. Ichinose is obviously more sincere than Ryuuen, and even proposes to sign a contract. Katsuragi next to him saw that both classes B and C agreed, and nodded accordingly. Seeing this, Kushida didn't hesitate, took out his phone and unlocked it, and showed everyone the email from the school. After serious adjustments, you have been selected as the favored person of the Dragon Group. Please act as an abuser and try your best to hide your identity information. Exams will start at 1 p.m. today. The exam will be held for 3 days from today. Students of the Dragon Group, please gather in the Dragon Room on the 2nd floor. Kushida's cell phone displayed something different from everyone else's. However, Ichinose, Ryuuen and Katsuragi all showed suspicious expressions. The members of the Dragon Group are the elites of each class, so naturally no one will easily believe Kushida's self-disclosure. Hey! I said, do you Class D look down on us too much? Do you think we will believe it? A boy behind Ryuuen questioned. More than doubts, everyone sitting here almost unanimously agreed that there must be something wrong with this email. Asking for flowers. It's a clever deception, but no matter how you say it, we also got the information that the Dragon Group's preferential treatment is in Class D. Long Yuan stared at Xingjian Yinshi with wide eyes, and said every word, as if trying to see some flaws. Jingle bell! Jingle bell! A piercing ringtone rang. Xingjian Yinshi took out his cell phone and saw that the caller was Ichinose. Looking up, she was looking at him with a smile. Hey, Ichinose, what are you doing calling Xingjian at this time? Shocked at all, everyone except a few leaders expressed their dissatisfaction with Ichinose. Sorry, but this is something I have to confirm. Student Xingjian, just now I called Xiaoji's cell phone. Why did your ringtone ring? 0. Hearing Ichinose's words, Ryuuen and Katsuragi showed expressions of understanding, and quickly figured out the key. The school has a rule that it is forbidden to change or copy emails, so the emails Kushida showed are absolutely genuine. But students can still use hands and feet, which is not prohibited, as long as Kushida and Xingjian Yinshi exchange each other, the goal can be achieved. After Katsuragi figured it out, he quickly picked up the phone, as if he was considering whether to answer immediately. Ha 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 ha. So that's what happened, Xingjian. I've seen through your plan. Long Yuan laughed as if no one was around, and looked at Xingjian Yinshi with a satisfied expression after solving the puzzle. Kushida admits that the identity of the privileged person is just an appearance, and no one will believe it. It is impossible for Xingjian Yinshi not to have thought of this. That being the case, let's add another distracting factor, holding Kushida's mobile phone, so that people can think that Xingjian Yinshi is the preferential treatment. In fact, most people feel the same way. But Long Yuan knows that Xingjian Yinshi is not such a simple guy, he should not just be an insurance company. So, the answer should be a bit more complicated. Kushida took Hirata's mobile phone, Xingjian Yinshi took Kushida's mobile phone, and Hirata took Xingjian Yinshi's mobile phone. All three of them have exchanged with each other. In other words, Hirata Yasuke is the favored person. In this strategy, Kushida is only the first floor, Xingjian Yinshi is the second floor, and Hirata is the third floor. Like nesting dolls, it's a multi-layered trap, beg. Chapter 57. Long Yuan, I think you may be overconfident and think too much. Is there a possibility that things are not that complicated? Xingjian Yinshi tried not to laugh, in fact he probably guessed what Long Yuan was thinking. If it was the other two favored persons from Class D, then Ryuan probably guessed right. Karuizawa and the others, Xingjian Yinshi really only designed 2 layers of traps. But in the dragon group where elites gathered, how could he not make more preparations? The favored person of Class D in the dragon division is without a doubt Kushida. Xingjian Yinshi just exchanged the phone cards of the 3 of them with points, and added a psychological hint of being dark under the light, so no one doubted her. UBD, Yin and Yang are weird. Long Yuan seemed dissatisfied with Xingjian Yinshi's attitude, and was about to say a few words, but was interrupted by a broadcast just as he spoke. The 693 test of the monkey group has ended. Students in the monkey group did not have to take the test again afterward. Please move carefully and don't disturb other students. The one who submitted the answer at this time was undoubtedly Gao Yuanji Liasuk. In fact, in the original book, he also saw through the law of the identity of the oppressor very early. In addition, he has been a little tight recently, so he submitted the answer without hesitation. Looks like something unexpected happened. Xingjian Yinshi made such an exclamation, and the sudden notice disturbed everyone's mind. The exam for the rabbit group is over. Students in the rabbit group did not have to take the test again afterward. Please move carefully and don't disturb other students. The test for the horse group has ended. Horse group students do not have to take the test after that. Please move carefully and don't disturb other students. Before everyone in the dragon group recovered, 2 more broadcasts rang in succession. Hearing the names of the rabbit group and the horse group, Xingjian Yinshi showed a satisfied smile. The favored recipients of these 2 groups are naturally the other 2 lucky ones from Class D. Before the exam, Xingjian Yinshi made a plan for them to adopt the same cheating strategy as Cuckoo. The people in the rabbit group and the horse group obviously didn't have the cautious qualities of the dragon group, so they jumped into the pit without hesitation. What's going on? What's going on here? Hey? How did this happen? Katsuragi and Ichinose grimaced and made unacceptable voices. It is unimaginable that such an accident happened on the first day of the 4-day exam. Hey! Xingjian Yinshi, what did you do? My intuition tells me that all of this has something to do with you. As Long Yuan said, he cast a sharp gaze on Xingjian Yinshi. It seems that he noticed the change in Xingjian Yinshi's expression just now, so he became suspicious. Ha ha ha! Long Yuan, you are surprisingly sharp. You discovered it so quickly. Xingjian Yinshi shook the phone, and it was displaying the reports of the other 2 favored people in Class D. As expected, classes A and C betrayed without hesitation and stepped into the trap they designed. What? Student Xingjian, what does this mean? Hey! What the hell did you do? Regarding the interests of the class, all the members of the dragon team united the front and questioned Xingjian Yinshi together. Don't be so nervous. I just made some arrangements. It seems that you, Class A and Class C, took this sweet bait without hesitation. At this time, Ryuuan and Katsuragi also received information from members of the class to answer. They stated in the letter that it was Class D who showed his flaws and revealed the identity of the privileged person. Because I was afraid of being rushed to answer, I didn't have time to notify Ryuuan and Katsuragi. Those mindless bastards! Ryuuan slammed his fist hard on the table, and Katsuragi's face was equally gloomy and terrifying. Humph, hee. Ryuuan was silent for a while, and suddenly let out a weird laugh, then raised his head. Xingjian, don't get complacent too early. Now your Class D has only escaped 2 preferential treatment, isn't there another one in the dragon group? While talking, Long Yuan swept back and forth on the 3 of Xingjian Yinshi with his scrutinizing eyes. Ryuuan's words also caught the attention of Katsuragi and the others, and everyone showed eager expressions. Oh! Are you so sure about the identity of the dragon group's preferential treatment? If you are ready, then come. The adventure fails, but you have to pay 50 class points. Hearing Xingjian Yinshi's words, the 3 classes immediately began to hesitate again. There is no need to take any risks. It is obvious that Class D is now in an absolute leading position. So I propose to share the preferential treatment of the 3 classes of ABC, and then naturally the status of the preferential treatment of the dragon group can be obtained. Afterwards, Ryuuan pulled out a lot of reasons and analyzed the stakes for Ichinose and Katsuragi. Slowly, both of them seemed to be moved by his words. Thinking about it this way, what Long Yuan said also makes sense. Our Class A can share the identity of the preferential treatment. After getting guarantees from Classes B and C, Katsuragi agreed without hesitation. That, although our Class B and Class D are allies for the time being, there is no room for class competition. Seeing Ichinose hesitating, Kanzaki at the side quickly tried to persuade him. If the development of Class D cannot be suppressed, Class B will soon be overtaken. It's okay, Ichinose. The cooperation between our 2 classes is also for better competition, so you don't need to worry about it. Xingjian Yinshi said words of encouragement to Ichinose in this situation. He didn't panic at all, as if he wasn't worried about the combination of Ryuuan and others at all. Hey? Classmate Xingjian. Xingjian. What do you mean? Do you look down on us? Seeing that Xingjian Yinshi didn't take the alliance of the 3 classes seriously, Katsuragi and the others finally couldn't hold back their anger and glared at him. No, I just want to say that even if you share the identity of the preferential treatment, it may not help. Because I plan to end this game now. Finish. What's the meaning? Everyone raised uneasy questions. See Yinshi on star 5.4 and ignore it. He took out his mobile phone and gave an order in a group dedicated to Class D. The test for the rat group has ended. Students in the rat group did not have to take the test again. Please move carefully and don't disturb other students. The exam for the bull group has ended. Students in the cow group do not have to take the test again. Please move carefully and don't disturb other students. The tiger group's exam has ended. Tiger group students do not have to take the test afterward. Please move carefully and don't disturb other students. Not long after the message was sent, the announcement of the end of the exam came continuously from the radio. This. What have you done? The members of the dragon group fell into a state of sluggishness. Even Kushida and Hirata, who probably knew some plans, were a little dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Xingjian Yinshi was so decisive, and ended the exams of all groups except the dragon group in an instant. Chapter 58. Hey! What did you BD just do? An unexpected situation happened. Everyone in Class A finally stopped keeping silent, and questioned Xingjian Yinshi with an attitude that they felt that they would do something soon. That? Student Xingjian Yinshi, are you kidding me? For Xingjian Yinshi's crazy approach, Ichinose also made a voice of disbelief. What was surprising was that Ryuuan remained silent at this moment. I'm not kidding, that's the truth. Now we are the only dragon group left, do you want to continue to form an alliance? Xingjian Yinshi did not answer the questions of several people directly, but continued to speak in a joking tone. Form an alliance? Still form a fart? You turned the table over and asked others if they wanted to eat? Everyone present couldn't wait to take off their shoes and slap Xingjian Yinshi on the face. Things have developed to this point, even a fool can see that Class D has probably found the law of preferential treatment. And just now, they submitted to the school the status of the preferential treatment of the three classes of ABC. Although I think I value you enough, I didn't expect you to still surprise me. After a long silence, Long Yuan was the first to break the calm. He was not someone who couldn't afford to lose, not to mention that Class C was in third place, and the impact of the exam on them was minimal. 21 That, although I'm mentally prepared now, I still want to make sure. Xingjian, are you really sure? Hearing Ichinose's question, Katsuragi also raised his head in a self-deceiving manner, with hope in his eyes. He clearly knows that if Class D really wins all 11 groups, it will cause earth-shaking changes to the current situation. At that time, he will also become a sinner in the class. After leading the class for only one semester, he was pulled down from the throne of Class A. Although it's cruel, but Ichinose, the result of this exam is indeed after my careful consideration, and there is no possibility of any mistakes. Xingjian Yinshi's answer broke the last trace of luck in everyone's hearts. How can this be done? Originally, the individual points and class points involved in this exam are huge. Now it's all taken over by Class D, and no one feels balanced. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic after all, this is only the first semester of the first grade. If you want to turn defeat into victory, you will have opportunities in the future. Looking at the dead atmosphere in the room, Ichinose once again displayed her energetic character and encouraged others. It seemed to be very effective, and the students in Class B quickly regained their energy under the comfort of Ichinose. This may be the special advantage of Class B. Because Ichinose acted as a weather vane, everyone was tightly twisted into a rope. No matter what setbacks you encounter, you can support each other and get through it. Hey! I said, what are you mediocre beings still doing here? I haven't given up yet. Ryuuan also turned around and yelled at the students in Class C, his sharp eyes made people tremble with fear. As if they were afraid of the authority of the tyrant, several people also regained their spirits. Class C has no cohesion at all, and all actions are based on Ryuuan's instructions. In the long run, it will cause dissatisfaction in the hearts of the students, but it is very efficient. Only Katsuragi and others, the whole is still filled with a sad atmosphere. Who would have thought that the once invincible Class A would fall from the throne after just 2 special exams, which made people sigh. Well, it seems that you are not energetic, why don't we talk about topics that everyone cares about? Seeing that Ichinose, Ryuuan, and Katsuragi all looked over, Xingjian Yinshi continued to tell. In your current state, there is a high probability that it is impossible to cooperate. After all, there is only one favored person in Class D, and no matter who submits the answer, it is not appropriate. This is the problem facing the 3 classes today. The only surviving dragon group preferential treatment is the only way for them to slightly recover the loss. But if you choose to form an alliance, you can get the answer, but who will come? Therefore, the alliance plan of the 3 classes is difficult to realize. Then, what does Xingjian mean? Ichinose asked a question, and it was obvious that her voice was not as cheerful as usual. It seems that she should be very concerned about the loss suffered by Class B this time. Because from a certain point of view, Classes B and D are still allies for the time being. However, Class D unceremoniously submitted the identity information of their 3 perpetrators and directly took away 150 points from them class points. I can inform one of the 3 classes of you about the preferential treatment. But as a reward, in addition to handing over the personal points awarded for guessing the preferential treatment, the class also needs to pay me a certain amount of personal points. What do you think? How is it? The condition proposed by Xingjian Yinshi is personal points, which is not a big problem for the 3 classes. But if you let yourself pay more points than the limit because of the competition between the 3 classes, then the loss outweighs the gain. Ridiculous. We can completely reveal the answer by sharing information. Why should I give you points? Ryuuan sneered, and at the same time cast his eyes on Katsuragi and Ichinose. How about it? Let's share information, we don't need to waste personal points on him. Ryan invites again, but Ichinose and Katsuragi don't respond. Because the contract signed by Ryuuan on the uninhabited island and Katsuragi has not been completed for a month, so now he can't get enough personal points, so he can only seek cooperation. I'm sorry, Ryuuan-san. Although your suggestion is correct, I wonder if your Class C has discovered the pattern of some preferential treatment. From just now, Ichinose has had such doubts. Because no matter how you look at it, Ryuuan's enthusiasm for sharing the information of the privileged person is too high. Ichinose is right, and I don't think Ryuuan-san is a person who is keen on cooperation. If Long Yuan has indeed noticed the pattern of some preferential treatment, then they are equivalent to handing over 50 class points. Katsuragi also rejected the proposal without any surprise. Seeing this, Long Yuan had no choice but to give up the proposal. He has indeed guessed about this law. If Class D did not break the balance, Class AB only needs to provide the identity of the preferential treatment, and he can immediately issue instructions. At that time, Class C will win a big victory. I don't know how Xingjian will choose the class to provide information. In the end, Katsuragi asked a question as if accepting his fate. For their Class A, the last 50 class points are very important. It's simple, the highest price wins. Xingjian Yinshi said, showing a bright smile. Taking advantage of the identity of the last favored person to make a fortune is also something that has been planned long ago. Tell us the identity of the favored person, and Class A can pay an additional 590 points to 2 million people. Now that things have become settled, it is necessary to find a way to stop the loss in time. Although Class A was tricked by Long Yuan when he was on the uninhabited island, he still accumulated a lot of points. Class B can also pay 2.5 million personal points to compete for this privileged place. Ichinose discussed with the students of Class B, and decisively took out 2.5 million. Compared to Katsuragi, who can only mobilize half of Class A's resources, Ichinose has an obvious advantage. Oh, boring drama. Ryuuan seemed to sneer at their actions, but his eyes kept flicking over Xingjian Yinshi, Kushida, and Hirata, and it seemed that he still didn't give up his guess. Seeing that Long Yuan didn't plan to give out points, Xingjian Yinshi naturally understood that he was planning to fight with 800 million points and he didn't care. The tyrant plans to pool up 800 million points and those who lead Class C will be promoted to A collectively. This is a respectable plan. Since no class can come up with higher points, then I will hand over the identity information of the privileged person to Class B for disposal. In the end, Katsuragi still lost to Ichinose in the bidding because he could not fully mobilize class resources. And Ichinose also used 2.5 million personal points to buy the identity information of the last favored person in Class D. Xingjian Yinshi took out his mobile phone and sent Ichinose the answer that Kushida was a privileged person. Ichinose did not hesitate or doubt the authenticity of the information, and answered directly. The exam for the Dragon Group has ended. Long Group students do not have to take the exam again. Please move carefully and don't disturb other students. It was so dramatic that the school probably couldn't have imagined that the 4-day special exam would end after the first group discussion. Chapter 59. I didn't expect that the favored person of the dragon group in the end was actually little Kikyo. It's so strange. Ichinose looked at the message sent by Xingjian Yinshi, and everyone was confused. She couldn't understand at all what kind of operation it was to let the favored person reveal himself at the beginning. It's Kushida. I didn't expect. Hey. Then what she just said is true. So that's the case, did you take our thoughts into consideration? You really were played hard. Long Yuan also made a depressed voice. He saw through the 3 layers of traps set by Xingjian Yinshi, but he didn't expect this guy to have a 4th layer. At this moment, Katsuragi stood up suddenly. Xingjian Yinshi, you are really a formidable opponent that cannot be ignored. I admit that I have failed. But don't underestimate Class A too much. Banliu is not a simple character. Katsuragi admitted his fiasco without hesitation, and issued a declaration to step down as the leader of Class A. It seems that starting from the 2nd semester, Banliu will be in power. Katsuragi. It can't be like this. The 2 students from Class A behind them spoke out to persuade, and the remaining one who stood on the sidelines was probably the Banliu faction. You don't need to persuade me. It's only been 1 semester, and I've caused such a big loss. I don't have any reason to stay in this position anymore. After finishing speaking, Katsuragi pushed the 2 of them away, stepped out of the room. His figure looked very lonely. Then, we, Class B, will also take our leave first. After all, I have to explain the situation to my classmates. Many people should not be at a loss now. 17. Ichinose also bid farewell to several people politely. Although their losses this time were not as big as those of A and C, they still paid 2 million personal points. Another 500,000 can be obtained by guessing the winner. It seems that there is no need for us to stay any longer. How about it, Long Yuan? Do you want to go with me? Take you to a good place. W. Looking at Long Yuan, Xingjian Yinshi extended an invitation to him. This move immediately aroused the vigilance of Class C, and subconsciously refused. Tisk, interesting. Let's go then. After dismissing the 3 subordinates with a wave, Long Yuan turned around and followed Xingjian Yinshi out of the room. He was also very curious about what Xingjian Yinshi was going to say to him at this point in time. The exam for the Preferi has come to an end, but for Xingjian Yinshi, another show has just begun. A group of people walked slowly into the bottom floor. The door here was marked with no entry, but because the crew needed to use it daily, it was not locked. Hirata and Kushida did not follow, and were arranged by Xingjian Yinshi to explain the situation to other students. So there were only Xingjian Yinshi and Long Yuan in the corridor, very quiet. According to the news Horikita gave just now, Karuizawa should have been brought here. Human beings have always been a complex creature. When someone faces a powerful opponent, he will fall down because of the despair that is almost impossible to resist. However, there are also people who can bear this kind of pressure, fight back bravely, and maintain their dignity. Karuizawa is the former, but now, as the leader of the girls in the class, Xingjian Yinshi will never allow her to have such a fatal flaw. There is a saying that what can't be broken can't be built. As long as she deeply realizes that only resistance is the only way out, this simple and obvious truth is enough. So Xingjian Yinshi asked Ling Xiaolu Qingtaka and Horikita Suzun, who was replaced in the rabbit group. Then design step by step, leaving Karuizawa in a helpless situation. And Xingjian Yinshi only needs to enter the arena at a critical time, and he can easily achieve his goal. Occasionally, a heavy sound resounded in the darkened floor, probably when the cruise ship changed its course, or hit debris floating on the sea. Hey! Xingjian Yinshi, where are you taking me now? This is not the place where students should come. As the two went deeper into the interior, Ryuan asked impatiently. This place is completely away from the range of student activities, as evidenced by the fact that there is not even a single camera around. Don't worry, it's a bit far away, but I promise you will see a wonderful scene later. The light in the aisle is a bit dim, but it barely reaches the level where you can see things. After walking for another 3 or 4 minutes, the two vaguely heard someone talking. At this time, the floor is deeper. Why are you here? I clearly made an appointment with Hirata, how is this? In a corner, Karuizawa was shaken by the unexpected visitor in front of him. Standing in front of her at this time is Manabe and the others from Class C who had clashed with her. She was in a corner now, with only one narrow way out blocked, and it was difficult to escape. Haha, of course it's because of my classmate's betrayal. You don't think Hirata is really coming back, do you? Saying that, Manabe stepped forward and grabbed her by the collar, pushing her forward. There was basically no effort, but Karuizawa collapsed to the ground as if his legs were weak. Once again, Karuizawa was once again in this situation. Is it all going to happen again? She felt a little sad, and slowly came to this school with great difficulty and met so many friends. In a daze, Karuizawa seemed to recall the email that Xingjian Yinshi sent her last night. Because Xingjian Yinshi may know her past, she thought it was just an ordinary comfort and didn't take it to heart. The sudden email this time seemed like a man who fell into the water caught the only remaining hope of life. Resistance, really, does it work? Xingjian Yinshi and Long Yuan walked for a while, and finally a figure appeared in front of them. It was Ling Xiaolu Qinglong. Zhaoqian, how is it? You came just in time, they just entered gang. Ling Xiaolu squinted his dead fish eyes. It was he who sent a message to Hirata and tricked Karuizawa to come here. This seemingly honest guy has a dark heart. Although Long Yuan on the side was concerned about the conversation between the two, he didn't ask. No matter what it is, he thinks he can get out of it unscathed. After walking a distance further, the voices of Karuizawa and the others could be clearly heard. In the shadow beside him, Horikita showed his figure, holding a mobile phone in his hand. The filming has been completed, although there is no big fight, it is enough as evidence. That's it, thank you for your hard work. Next, it's up to Karuizawa herself, no one can help her. Hearing the almost undisguised conversation between the two people next to him, and contacting Manabe and the others just now, Ryuan had a bad feeling. Chapter 60. In the dark corridor, Manabe and a few girls from Class C surrounded Karuizawa. Apologize to Pear Blossom. Impossible, who wants to apologize? I obviously did nothing wrong. The voice of Karuizawa lying on the ground trembled slightly, but he still resolutely chose to resist. You're pretty good at being brave even in this situation. But I know it vaguely. Manabe Shiho looked at Karuizawa with a playful expression, grabbed her collar with his hands, lifted Karuizawa up, and pressed her against the wall. Your extremely frightened attitude. Karuizawa-san, you must have been bullied before, right? Well. The fact that she had been concealing was discovered by someone she didn't know well. Karuizawa's pupil shrank, and his whole body was shaken like never before. Look, I'm right. Sure enough. Because I have vaguely felt this way from the beginning. 1. I'm not. Karuizawa retorted with poor acting skills, and anyone could see the powerlessness in it. In fact, no matter how good her acting skills are, it doesn't matter. Ling Xiaolu, that honest guy, should have told Manabe the whole thing. If it's now, if you kneel and apologize, you can ask me to forgive you. You are very good at kneeling and apologizing, right? I'm not doing it. Anyway, 490, I've never done it at all. In order to escape, Karuizawa intends to break through the blockade of Manabe and the others. But Manabe grabbed her long hair and pressed her against the wall again. Seeing such a rough action, Xingjian Yinshi who was hiding at the side almost couldn't hold back and came out to stop it. Such a familiar scene brought back bad memories of his past. But in order for Karuizawa to overcome his fear by himself, he held back. As for Ryuuin, it was because of the video in Horikita's hands that he was coerced. Although he wanted to stop it, he could only stand quietly aside. His face was ugly. Manabe and the others seemed to be filled with excitement because of the successful violence, and became unable to control themselves. The strength in his hands gradually increased, and his eyes became fierce. Raising her right hand, Manabe prepared to hit her hard. The girls beside her also showed excited expressions, while Karuizawa closed her eyes. Am I going to endure like this? What can I do? Resist, I can't do it. My wonderful high school life. Is it over? CBCG, Karuizawa remained motionless, as if he had given up resistance. It seems that this is the end, Xingjian Yinshi sighed, ready to stop it at any time. Snapped. When Manabe's palm was about to hit, Karuizawa suddenly opened his eyes and slapped her first. What? You guy! Rika and the others beside Manabe were very shocked. They never thought that Karuizawa would dare to fight back. UBCH. After being slapped, Manabe's eyes were about to burst into flames, and his entire expression was very distorted. She also felt very humiliated by being treated like this in front of a few friends. That's fine, it's the first time I've resisted bullying. I'm satisfied with this. Karuizawa seemed to be ready, his eyes became firm again, he shook off Manabe's arm on his shoulder, and wrote a few people confronting each other. What? Bluff. Do you think you can beat the four of us by yourself? It's so funny, I can't help it anymore, let him suffer a little bit now. With that said, the four of them were about to start committing atrocities. Hey! You four, what do you want to do to the heroes of our Class D? At the last moment, Xingjian Yinshi and others finally revealed their figures slowly. Karuizawa has made a resistance, which means that she has bid farewell to the cowardly past, which has also achieved Xingjian Yinshi's goal. Who? It's you. Xingjian Yinshi, and Long Yuan. Why is Dragon Garden here? Shut up! You idiots! If you walk into someone else's trap and don't know it, you're embarrassing me. Ryuuin suppressed his anger and stopped the noisy Manabe and others. Karuizawa didn't know why, and stood aside stupidly. Long Yuan, I didn't expect there to be so many idiots in your class, and they got caught just because they did some tricks. Holding Karuizawa's hand, Xingjian Yinshi protected her behind her. In fact, he should have done it a few years ago, but because of too many worries, he couldn't do it. Just tell me what you want. Long Yuan is very straightforward. It seems that he also understands that Xingjian Yinshi must have a plan for designing these things. Happy, I just like your temper. Then I'll make it clear and tell me the contract you signed with Katsuragi on the uninhabited island, and I'll let them go. What? How can this be? When Manabe Shiho and the others heard this, they also understood that they had caused trouble, and looked at Ryuuin with apprehension. Xingjian. Do you know what you're talking about? Or do you think I'll use my precious class contract to exchange these trash with you? Ryuuin unceremoniously regards Manabe and others as a burden, and rejects Xingjian Yinshi's proposal. You understand, in this school, you will be punished even if you fail the exam. If there is a fight, how will the school deal with it? Don't be kidding, it's just a small fight between classmates, it doesn't mean anything at all. Although he didn't see the whole process, Long Yuan could see that there was no serious bullying among them. If Xingjian Yinshi controls the time well, he can indeed achieve that level. But considering Karuizawa, he still gave up this idea. You're really sharp, so why don't you just pay us 1 million personal points to soothe the wounded hearts of our classmates, how about it? It seems that it is unrealistic to ask for the contract directly, so Xingjian Yinshi changed the conditions. After all, the original goal of this plan is to change Karuizawa. As for cutting the leaks in Long Yuan, that's just incidental. This. Do you want to agree? Manabe Shiho and the others looked very disturbed. It seemed that they didn't know Ryuuin very well, and they were afraid that he would not pay them personal points. I will transfer the points to you later, delete that video now. Long Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still chose to agree. After all, with the contract with Katsuragi in hand, his personal point supply is well guaranteed. Long Yuan, you. Okay, shut up. You must remember this shame for me. Don't let it happen again, or I will let you know what pain is. Chapter 61. Seeing Long Yuan's choice, Xingjian Yinshi was not surprised at all. In the current situation, it is impossible for Long Yuan to let Class C suffer losses. As for the 1 million points compared with his 800 million plan, it is just a drizzle. Xingjian Yinshi, you are cruel, just wait for me. Watching Horikita delete the video with his own eyes, and after double-checking that there was no problem, Ryuuin took Manabe and the others to collect points in a desperate manner. During this time, Long Yuan has already suffered a lot from Xingjian Yinshi. Since he entered this high school, it was the first time that he was so passive. Well, the matter seems to be settled like this. Then, Horikita-san, can you give me and Karuizawa some time alone? After sending Long Yuan away, Xingjian Yinshi made a request to Horikita. In order to completely control Karuizawa, he still has some things to say clearly. This is your freedom, and I happen to have no intention of staying here. But before I leave, let me remind you that the access control time is coming soon. Horikita explained a fact with a blank face, not knowing what the intention was, then turned and left. In the narrow space, Xingjian Yinshi and Karuizawa Megami looked at each other and fell silent. It really surprised me. That slap of yours completely showed your momentum. Seeing that Karuizawa didn't seem to want to communicate, Xingjian Yinshi had no choice but to open the topic first. I'm also very strange. Those who had never thought of resisting before, all endured it silently. As if recalling the bad times, Karuizawa lowered his head, and his tone became very disappointed. Too many things happened today. The deception plan of the privileged person's exam, the conflict with Manabe and others, and finally being tricked into this place. Are you blaming me? It's, a little bit. Why did you send me such a text message, suddenly tricked him to this place, and let Manabe and the others bully me? As he talked, Karuizawa seemed to be getting more and more wronged, and after a while, his eyes were filled with tears. Do you know, this is too much. Just like that, she raised her face to look at Xingjian Yinshi. Tears slowly rolled down her cheeks, and her eyes were slightly red. In fact, Karuizawa was not all crying because he was cheated by Xingjian Yinshi and his partner. What prompted her to shed tears was more the palm she waved today. From the moment she took the courage to resist Manabe, Megami Karuizawa, the soul that had died since entering junior high school, came back to life again. It's really too much for you to say that. But I really can't bear to see you deceive yourself. Pretending to be a hot girl, gathering small gangs, and even letting Hirata pretend to be her boyfriend are all manifestations of Karuizawa's self-deception. Xingjian Yinshi leaned next to her, his eyes were erratic, and his tone became deep. There are always some people in the world who enjoy the feeling of condescension. These people gain self-satisfaction by bullying others, but as long as they bravely shake their fists at them, they will find that resistance is actually not difficult. While speaking, Xingjian Yinshi put his hands on Karuizawa's shoulders and stared into her eyes. What are you doing? Karuizawa moved his tear-stained face away in a panic, and his voice trembled slightly. Are you ready? I want to accompany you to face your most unforgettable past. Past? No. No way. As if thinking of something, Karuizawa began to struggle hard. But for Xingjian Yinshi, this resistance is like a child's play. Please. Don't move anywhere. Xingjian Yinshi ignored it, her voice contained too many things. Anger, fear, despair. How many burdens does this girl named Karuizawa carry? Under the girl's resisting eyes, the mystery was slowly revealed. Lifting up the clothes, there was a scar on the left side of Karuizawa's body that didn't match her skin at all. The wound is obvious, and only when it is deeply cut open by a sharp knife can such a mark be left. Now, are you satisfied? Karuizawa didn't dare to look at his wound, and expressed his protest with a sobbing voice. Satisfied? I just want you to get over it. Let me tell you a secret, it's not the first time I've seen this wound. Xingjian Yinshi gently stroked the scar with his right hand while whispering softly. Hey! What, mean? Karuizawa sniffed, showing puzzled eyes, with traces of tears on his face, looking very embarrassed. Remember? The day you were stabbed. The boy who took you to the hospital was actually me. What? The one who saved me, was you. Unbelievable, Karuizawa only felt that this world was too fantastic and full of unreality. Asking for flowers. No matter what, she couldn't connect the long-haired gloomy man with Xingjian Yinshi in front of her. Is it a surprise? In fact, I feel very guilty. At that time, for some reasons, I couldn't save you. Xingjian Yinshi is really guilty. If he can do it again, he will definitely rush to stop it. If he watched all kinds of tragedies happen with a cold eye, then his existence would be meaningless. Unfortunately, he didn't understand this at the time. Don't say that, if you hadn't sent me to the hospital, maybe I wouldn't have survived. Karuizawa's voice gradually became weaker. It was hard to imagine that she was so close to death. If the treatment had not been carried out in time, Karuizawa would probably have passed away directly due to excessive bleeding. Maybe, but I've been guilty of it ever since. I'm really glad to see you take your courage today. That's also thanks to your email. Before that, I never thought that it would be so easy to resist. Karuizawa's mood has stabilized a lot. He raised the right hand he swung today, and looked at it carefully, unable to tell whether he was sighing or regretting. If she had been braver when she was in middle school, would those encounters have changed? Hey, Karuizawa! Why? After receiving Megami Karuizawa's response, Xingjian Yinshi suddenly raised her chin, forcing her to look at him. Karuizawa's eyes are beautiful, like the gems of Aphrodite in mythology. The two people's current posture is very ambiguous, and they look like lovers from a distance. What are you doing? I have a boyfriend. Xingjian Yinshi's disrespectful behavior seemed to scare Karuizawa. She subconsciously pulled out Hirata as a shield. Pfft! Come on! With the relationship between you and Hirata calling each other names, you can't hide many people at all. Also, the reason why you came here today is because Hirata sent you fake news. Xingjian Yinshi chuckled at her, then cornered her and looked her in the eyes again. You understand, Hirata always treats everyone equally, and often won't respond to your appeals. Even if you have the courage to resist bullying today, you still need a reliable companion. So, would you like to stand with me? Chapter 62. Hey? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Karuizawa is a smart person, at least he is very talented in seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Courage alone is not enough to resist violence. I can make an agreement with you that when you need it, you can rely on my strength at any time. I will be more reliable than anyone else, and I will only stand by your side. Xingjian Yinshi's words, like the whisper of a devil, really hit Karuizawa's vitals. In any case, she will never accept that kind of life where dignity is wantonly trampled on. Since you asked me so, then I kindly agreed. Karuizawa pouted, feeling ashamed today. It's really embarrassing to be provoked to cry by Xingjian Yinshi casually. Hey! You were so gentle when you took care of 107 me in the hospital. I can be gentle with you now. Hearing Karuizawa's complaint, Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help laughing. Because of the guilt at the time, he took care of Karuizawa in the 2 days that he took care of everything, allowing her to experience the life of a queen. Are you confessing your love? But I'm sorry, even if I don't like Hirata, I won't accept that a guy with a bad personality like you actually made me cry. After wiping away tears and tidying up her clothes, Karuizawa seemed to have returned to her usual hot girl status. This ability to regulate emotions should also be for self-protection. Okay, then I can only change my character slowly, in order to win Lord Karuizawa's favor. Xingjian Yinshi said jokingly, and touched Karuizawa's head with his hand. Her hair is of good quality, smooth to the end, very comfortable to the touch. Let me go. For a playful guy like you, that Sakura and Horikita are very close to you. They are still here to provoke me. No, I have nothing to do with Horikita. You can see her cold attitude towards me. Xingjian Yinshi could feel that after he confessed his identity, Karuizawa seemed to have completely let go of his guard against him, and classified him into his own camp. As for a little resistance, it's just a girl's reserve. So he firmly took Karuizawa's little hand and led her out. The girl's hand is very soft. It is hard to imagine that there is such a big difference between men and women who are also human beings. Hey! Let go! Will be seen by other students. It's okay, no one will come here. Although Karuizawa resisted with her mouth, the movements of her hands were very small, it would be better to say that she was not struggling at all. This kind of duplicity is surprisingly cute. Perhaps feeling a little amused, Xingjian Yinshi pinched her fingers and pressed them one by one. Sensing Xingjian Yinshi's small movements, Karuizawa's face slowly turned red. Seeing that Xingjian Yinshi still had no intention of stopping after pinching a circle, she finally couldn't bear it and shook off the hand that was holding her. I take back what I said before, a guy with a bad personality like you should be remade. In such a noisy atmosphere, the two went back to the dormitory respectively. Although the process was slightly different from what Xingjian Yinshi thought, Karuizawa was still under his control after all. Now, the entire Class D can be said to be completely in his hands. No, maybe it can no longer be called Class D. In this preferential test, they can be said to have won a complete victory and achieved unprecedented results. Class D correctly guessed the identities of the other 3 classes, a total of 9 privileged persons. A favored person can add 50 class points, and for this item alone, they got a full 450 points. Not only that, the 3 ABC classes had to deduct 150 class points correspondingly because the identity of the preferential treatment was leaked. Among the 3 favored persons in Class D, Class A guessed wrongly the favored person Karuizawa of the rabbit group, and Class C guessed wrongly the privileged person Nan of the horse group. The 2 classes of AC will deduct 50 class points and the Class D will increase 100 class points accordingly. As for the Dragon Group's favored player, Kushida was sold to Ichinose by Xingjian Yinshi for 2 million personal points. This item will redeem 50 class points for Class B, and deduct 50 class points for Class D at the same time. After summarizing the above points, Class D will add 500 class points at one time, 2 classes AC will deduct 200 class points and Class B will deduct 100 class points. After this settlement, the class point change of each class becomes the following result. Class A, 1240-200 equals 1040. Class B, 1010-100 equals 910. Class C, 710-200 equals 510. Class D, 652 plus 500 equals 1152. It can be seen that the class points of Class D have reached 1152 at one time, and even the dullest people can realize that this point has surpassed the 1040 points of Class A. In other words, Chibashira SAE's dream goal was achieved in the first semester. From the second semester of the first grade, Xingjian Yinshi and the others will call themselves Class A. The change in class points is indeed gratifying, but for Xingjian Yinshi, the harvest this time is far more than that. Because of Pseudo, he signed a contract with all the members of Class D as the mysterious person X. The contract stated that until the start of the second semester of the first grade, all personal points earned by everyone must be handed over to him in half. The harvest of this favored person exam is naturally included. In other words, he can get 2.75 million of the 5.5 million personal points obtained by Class D. The 9 winners who guessed correctly will give 4.5 million, and the 2 guesses in this class will give 1 million, 5.0. In addition, Ichinose needs to pay 2.5 million personal points, 500,000 is what the favored person deserves, and he can take 2 million. Relying on Karuizawa, Manabe, and others to blackmail Ryuan's 1 million, he can also take it all away. These points add up to 5.75 million, plus the 1.7 million he had before. Xingjian Yinshi's total personal points have reached 7.45 million. Of course, he did not forget Kushida Kikyo as a hero. As one of the people who can be trusted, Xingjian Yinshi will naturally give her enough points. Now that the first grade has only passed a semester, the competition will only become more intense in the future. Xingjian Yinshi can only try to accumulate strength. There can be no omissions at all. Only when we are strong enough can we better deal with future crises. Chapter 63. In the student restaurant in the evening, there were many students who hadn't eaten yet. On a row of long dining tables, the leaders of the 3 classes unexpectedly sat together. Ryuan, Ichinose, and the outgoing Katsuragi. Seeing Xingjian Yinshi bring everyone from Class D in, everyone suddenly fell silent, only the sound of chewing food remained. Kushida was keenly aware of the unusual atmosphere around him, and walked up with a friendly smile. I don't know what everyone is talking about. How can we exclude our Class D? Ichinose and Katsuragi looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. They were also suddenly called by Long Yuan, and they still haven't figured out what happened. Cut, there's nothing to hide, so I'll just say it frankly. This time I invite you here because I want to work together and fight against Class D. Why? Hearing Ryuan's words, Kushida and Ichinose on the side let out a cry of surprise. Compared to them, Katsuragi was much calmer, sitting on a chair without saying a word. Looks like you're feeling pressure? Ryuan. With a smile on his face, Xingjian Yinshi was not polite, and sat directly between them. Tisk, are you talking nonsense? Your Class D is climbing too fast, you absolutely can't go on like this. Hey! Ichinose, Katsuragi, what are you talking about? A very disgusted expression appeared on Long Yuan's face. He had just transferred 1 million personal points to Xingjian Yinshi, and he was not very willing to see him. I am no longer the leader of Class A. If you want to cooperate, go to Banliu. W. Katsuragi was the first to reject Ryuan's proposal, and he has been doing so since the seminar ended. Humph, it seems that I thought highly of you before, Katsuragi. So, what do you think, Ichinose? Ryuan was very disappointed with Katsuragi, as if he didn't expect him to be defeated so easily, and then quickly turned his attention to Ichinose. We. Ichinose, we are allies. You won't betray our pure friendship. Xingjian Yinshi blinked, trying to make a pitiful expression on Ichinose. Seeing this scene, Ichinose felt even more hesitant. Hey! Xingjian Yinshi, if you BD messes with me again, I'll have Albert throw you out. The veins on Long Yuan's head were bulging, and he almost gritted his teeth and said these words. He knows that Xingjian Yinshi has great athletic ability, and he is also concerned about the video taken by Horikita, so he used points to solve Manabe's problem today. But the current situation is that Xingjian Yinshi interrupts them to discuss strategies, so the nature is different. No matter how powerful you are, it is impossible to break through the limitation of race. With Albert around, he didn't think he would be unable to take down Xingjian Yinshi. Ichinose, I also think that we should form an alliance with Ryuan. If this continues, Class D will become unstoppable, which is very bad for us. Ryoji Kanzaki, the deputy on the side, also stepped forward to persuade him. He ignored Xingjian Yinshi who was on the side, but expressed his opinion impartially and objectively. Looking at Ichinose's shaky eyes, Xingjian Yinshi knew that this situation could not be avoided. Long before implementing the plan, he had thought that if Class D was too strong, it would attract the siege of the other three classes. But this is unavoidable. As long as you want to reach a high position, you must face opponents from all directions. This is the cruel reality. Ding! When the time came to 11 o'clock, everyone's mobile phones beeped one after another, and the school's email was delivered at the same time. Although they had already estimated in their hearts, in order to confirm the result, everyone took out their mobile phones to check. Son, rat, because the traitor answered correctly, it was the third result. Ugly, cow, because the traitor answered correctly, the result is the main one. Yin, tiger, because the traitor answered correctly, it is the third result. Mao, rabbit, because the traitor gave the wrong answer, it was the fourth result. Chen, dragon, because the traitor answered correctly, it is the third result. Si, snake, because the traitor answered correctly, it is the third result. Afternoon, horse, due to the traitor's wrong answer, it is in the result. Not, sheep, because the traitor answered correctly, it is the third result. Shen, monkey, because the traitor answered correctly, it is the third result. Unitary, chicken, because the traitor answered correctly, it is the third result. Su, dog, because the traitor answered correctly, it is the third result. Hai, pig, because the traitor answered correctly, it was the third result. Based on the above results, the increase and decrease of class and individual points in this examination are as follows. The CL and PR units attached to the points are the abbreviations of class points and individual points respectively. Class A, 200C. Class B, deduct 100C 500,000 PR. Class C, 200C. Class D, plus 500C plus 5.5 million PR. Although I know this is the case, but seeing the result, the shock is still indescribable. 500 class points. Class D achieved such a shocking result in a special exam. Kushida couldn't even believe that this was a feat accomplished with their cooperation. D. After seeing the result, Katsuragi let out a sigh that was almost painful, and then fell asleep. 537's fake. Chi, did you see, 500 points? I see, don't get stuck on my neck, Sudo. Because of the explanations given by the leaders of each class, the people present did not express any doubts or disbelief about the results. Even so, everyone was speechless for a long time. From the beginning of the summer vacation to now, under the leadership of Xingjian Yinshi, Class D has scored 852 class points like a bamboo shoot. Hey, although I'm a little sorry, Xingjian, and I also think what Long Yuan said makes sense, so we will agree to Class C's alliance request. The email from the school seemed to strengthen Ichinose's determination, prompting her to agree to Ryuan's proposal. That's it. I understand. This is your own choice, and I can understand it completely. Xingjian Yinshi had already prepared for this, so there were not many surprises. Even so, he still showed a look of disappointment, which made Ichinose feel guilty. Great. Ichinose, make a clear choice. I will explain to Itanaga later on Class A. At that time, Xingjian Yinshi, you just wait for the revenge of our three classes. Seeing that Ichinose agreed to form an alliance, Ryuan couldn't help laughing. It seems to want to vent all the depression of today. Chapter 64. Despite the twists and turns, the luxury cruise trip of the summer vacation has finally come to an end. After the preferential test, Class B and Class C formed a strategic alliance. In this regard, Xingjian Yinshi is not very worried. If it's just Ryuuan and Ichinose, it can't cause much trouble for him now. In this way, the students returned to the leisurely campus life and began to enjoy the summer vacation to the fullest. Jingle bell. Xingjian Yinshi's leisurely night refreshment was interrupted by a rush of cell phone ringtones. Turning on the phone, it turned out to be a call from Horikita. This is really unexpected, a cold guy like Horikita would take the initiative to contact him. Out of curiosity, Xingjian Yinshi answered the call. Is that Horikita? Are you listening? I hung up without saying anything. After the call was connected, there was no voice from Horikita on the other side, so Xingjian Yinshi spoke with some uncertainty. Yes, it's me. Don't hang up. What are you doing? You haven't spoken for a long time. Hearing Horikita's voice, Xingjian Yinshi also gave up the idea of hanging up the phone, and asked questions with some doubts. Horikita didn't have such a shy personality. Well, how should I put it, if there is a good tortoise with a very good brain. But now, because of an accident, it turned over, don't you think would that be bad? It would become impossible to get up on its own. Pfft. Although he tried his best to endure, Xingjian Yinshi still laughed. What kind of weird metaphor is this? The excellent tortoise is talking about himself. Hey! I'm not kidding. Sorry, I couldn't hold back for a while. Have you encountered any difficulties? Let the proud Horikita lower his head to ask for help, plus today's water cut off notice. Xingjian Yinshi also recalled this plot. The cause of the incident seems to be that Horikita got his hand stuck in the kettle. It's hard to imagine how it was done. I need help. In short, can I trouble you to come over now? It's best to bring some water. Okay, I know. Hanging up the phone, Xingjian Yinshi had a hard time. The water in his room was only prepared for one person. There was no other way but to call Kushita's cell phone. Excuse me, Kushita. I was wondering if you have any extra drinking water over there. Yes. I wonder how much Mr. Xingjian needs. Kushita's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding very energetic, probably not resting yet. Well, one treasure is enough. Can I come and get it now? Well, I'll be ready. Hang up the phone, Xingjian Yinshi changed into casual clothes. I didn't expect to go to the hero to save the beauty at night. It's hard to imagine that a guy as smart as Horikita would make such a mistake. Not long after, Xingjian Yinshi came outside Kushita Kikyo's room. He looked around first, and then politely knocked on the door. Are you here? Mr. Xingjian. Kushita was wearing cartoon pajamas, exuding a faint fragrance. Strangely, she was not holding a plastic bottle filled with water. Kushita, that water. Don't worry Mr. Xingjian, we haven't been alone like this for a long time. Kushita looked around, and after confirming that there was no one there, he grabbed Xingjian Yinshi's arm and led him into the room. Like most girls, Kushita's room has a lovely atmosphere. There are all kinds of hanging ornaments and stickers, and there are several big dolls on the bed. The most conspicuous among them is a tumbler. I don't know what Mr. Xingjian came to borrow water at night for. Based on what Kushita knew about Xingjian Yinshi, he was definitely not the kind of person who would forget to prepare drinking water. In other words, Xingjian Yinshi must have borrowed water for others. Why are girls always so keen on this kind of thing? Xingjian Yinshi was a little speechless, but he didn't hide from Kushita. After all, the two are companions who rely on each other now. Pftahaha, I'm dying of laughter. I didn't expect that self-righteous woman to be an idiot. Kushita let out a cheerful laugh, and it could be seen that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. I always feel that the relationship between her and Horikita is not just an ordinary hatred. So, can you let me go now? Xingjian Yinshi judged that if this continues, the situation may be very bad. If Horikita knew that he had told his embarrassing things, it would be troublesome. Xingjian-kun, I haven't forgiven you for helping Horikita behind my back. As Kushida spoke, she leaned against Xingjian Yinshi. There was a strange fragrance on the girl, not any kind of floral fragrance. From a biological point of view, if a person does not wear perfume, you can still smell her body fragrance, which means that your genes have selected her. And when Xingjian Yinshi faced the current Kushida, also somewhat throbbing, asking for flowers. Then, how do you want me to apologize? It seems that Kushida is very sensitive, and she is very concerned about just the slightest contact between Xingjian Yinshi and Horikita. Xingjian Yinshi, who was pushed, was lying next to the tumbler, a real person in a cartoon, which looked very interesting. The hair mixed with the girl's fragrance brushed the nose, and the breathing of the two gradually became disordered. Through the clothes, Xingjian Yinshi could also feel the pounding heartbeat. What does interlocking fingers feel like? Kushida only felt that his breathing was very rapid and his heartbeat was beating uncontrollably. She once fell into a quagmire and couldn't extricate herself, because her excessive inferiority complex lived in the eyes of others. It was Xingjian Yinshi, who rescued himself from the predicament. Like a ray of light in the darkness, blending with the dark world, turning her soul into a beautiful starry sky. 0. Mr. Xingjian, I like you the most. Muttering softly in his mouth, Kushida's voice was a little shy, but also a little sentimental. Two people with the same nature will be attracted to each other. For some reason, she and Xingjian Yinshi have to disguise themselves in daily life. Two hypocritical hearts collided together, relying on each other and understanding each other at the same time. Well, the water and the sky meet again, the two planes fit together, and the interaction between the air and the machine seems to bring the two closer together. Don't stop. For some reason, Xingjian Yinshi always felt that today's Kushida was unusual and could only accommodate her. What's more, in the real face, such a cute Kushida is hard to see. Although it was only for a short while, Xingjian Yinshi enjoyed it quite a bit. It's almost there, Horikita should be in a hurry now, let's continue next time. Caressing Kushida's hair, Xingjian Yinshi slowly soothed her jealousy. Kushida didn't speak, just continued to hug him tightly with both hands, and lasted for several minutes. Mr. Xingjian, you must remember, between me and Horikita, you must choose me unswervingly, no matter when. Otherwise, I will really ruin everything. Yeah, good boy, I promise you. Like coaxing a child, it took more than half an hour before Xingjian Yinshi left Kushida's room with a plastic bottle of water. He doubted very much, if it wasn't for something, maybe today he could completely possess everything Kushida had. Because she seems to be in a process of transformation, Xingjian Yinshi is very thankful that this seems to be a benign 9. Chapter 65. It didn't take much time, Xingjian Yinshi arrived at the door of Horikita's room smoothly. There were several knocks on the door, but no one seemed to answer. Tentatively, Xingjian Yinshi held the handle and twisted it. The door was unlocked and opened easily. Then he entered the room with peace of mind. How should I put it, unlike Kushida's cute and feminine room, Horikita's room is simple. Except for some daily necessities, this room has not been decorated in any way, not like a girl's room at all. Horikita. Are you there? You came here by yourself, didn't you? The voice came from the other side of the door. Xingjian Yinshi walked around the door and entered the room on the inside, where Horikita was pouring a kettle. It's funny that the jug is completely fixed on her hand. How should I put it? Jukikai, this doesn't look like a miserable situation for you. Are you playing? What nonsense! Come here and help. Horikita rolled her eyes. If she couldn't find a friend who could help, she wouldn't ask someone with a bad personality like Xingjian Yinshi. Xingjian Yinshi stepped forward and applied a little force. On the other end, Horikita also tried to stand firm, enduring the pain, and pulled the kettle out. But the kettle seems to be stuck really hard, and there is no sign of leaving the arm at all. It seems that relying on brute force doesn't seem to work, and you are also in pain. Seeing Horikita frowning tightly, Xingjian Yinshi stopped his vigorous hands. I can only try pouring soapy water into it. Did you bring the water? Xingjian Yinshi took out a pet bottle of drinking water he got from Kushida. Then the two went to the kitchen, although with the help of soapy water, it seemed that they couldn't take off the kettle easily. Hiss! It hurts, don't worry about me, hurry up and pull it out. I know, just be patient. Hold hard, it will come out soon. Hiss, it's so tight. Misleading noises like these were coming from the kitchen. After a lot of hard work, Xingjian Yinshi finally managed to separate the kettle. Student Xingjian, no one else should know what happened today, right? As soon as he was rescued, Horikita immediately turned his back on him and threatened Xingjian Yinshi with sharp eyes. No problem, I can keep it secret for you, Kettle Superman Horikita-san. Water. Kettle Superman. When Horikita heard this nickname, she was dumbfounded for a while, then picked up the water bottle that she had just pulled out with her backhand, and threw it at Xingjian Yinshi. Hey, that's not the case. I just saved you, do you want to repay your kindness? Horikita ignored Xingjian Yinshi's condemnation, and attacked him with a very vigorous movement. Boom! Because the rush was too fast, Horikita didn't notice the water bottle rolling under his feet, and then he rushed towards Xingjian Yinshi. Because he was afraid that Horikita would be injured, Xingjian Yinshi did not hide, but made a gesture of hugging, and then the two fell to the ground like this. On the cold floor, the faces of the two were only a few centimeters apart, and Horikita's cherry-red pupils were clearly visible. The proportions of the facial features are just right, and because of the panic, Horikita's usual aura of avoiding strangers disappeared, showing a super charm. It's really cute. Horikita is a beautiful girl in the first place, but with the contrast and cuteness shown at this time, it's almost to the point of falling in love at first sight. When Xingjian Yinshi looked at Horikita, he was also solidifying him. Clean and handsome. This is Horikita's first impression. For Xingjian Yinshi, it was the first time for her to look at this face so carefully. I have to admit that those brainless girls in the class like him, there is indeed a certain reason. Well. Facing Xingjian Yinshi's sudden attack, Horikita's pupils shrank, and he didn't react for a moment. Compared to Kushida, Sakura and Karuizawa, her relationship with Xingjian Yinshi is far from that level. Feeling Horikita's resistance, Xingjian Yinshi firmly fixed her head with his hands. Horikita's cherry blossom-colored eyes are very warm, especially when viewed from a close distance, the beauty is simply indescribable. Zero. No matter how people argue, the gap between men and women is still obvious. Even a girl with a solid foundation in martial arts can't compete against a boy of the same age with normal development, let alone Xingjian Yinshi is not an ordinary person. This is the banned content, because I failed to pass the review several times, so I deleted it without authorization. A slight stabbing pain forced Xingjian Yinshi to stop, and a rust-like smell stimulated his brain. As if realizing what happened, Xingjian Yinshi let her go gently. Horikita's eyes flickered, and he threw all the things he could grab around. Xingjian Yinshi did not flash more, but caught all the throwing objects. Do you hate me? Yes. I hate you, BD, can you please go away? It's disgusting. Seeing that there was no way to take Xingjian Yinshi, Horikita had no choice but to turn around, as if he didn't want to be seen wronged. Xingjian Yinshi understands that for a girl like Horikita, the strategy must be tougher. So he walked slowly to her side and poked her back lightly. Brush. The speed is so fast that it almost draws after images. Facing Xingjian Yinshi's rascal behavior, Horikita slapped him directly in the face. Wow, so dangerous. Xingjian Yinshi grabbed Horikita's arm that was about to be retracted, a little surprised. With his reaction speed, he almost failed to dodge just now. What the hell are you doing? Want me to call the school now? Horikita turned around and stared at Xingjian Yinshi with icy cold eyes. Listening to her steady voice, or 2.0 is the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, it is hard to imagine that she has just cried. I'm thinking, if I confess my love now, is it possible for you to be willing to be with me? Hey? What are you talking about in your sleep? Leaving aside Xingjian Yinshi's unreasonable behavior, Horikita knows two of the girls he's been entangled with. Under such circumstances, this guy actually confessed to her? I was serious. Sorry, you've been rejected. Get out now. Horikita grabbed Xingjian Yinshi's clothes and pushed him out of the door. He didn't resist, but left Horikita's room obediently. Everything can't be rushed. Xingjian Yinshi understands very well that conquering Horikita is a long-term process. But if he succeeds, he can get two quite outstanding talents. Chapter 66. At the beginning of the second semester, the original Class D has been promoted to Class A. Xingjian Yinshi, Hirata, Karuizawa and several other class backbones gathered together and were having lunch. By the way, how did Xingjian find out the preferential treatment from other classes? Curiously, Kushida asked about the rules for assigning favored candidates for the special exam. Horikita and Hirata on the side also cast curious gazes. It is worth mentioning that since Xingjian Yinshi did those things to Horikita during the summer vacation, she has been giving Xingjian Yinshi a cold face for a long time. Well, let's use Karuizawa to explain. The order of rabbits in Ganzi is 4th, and the names of the team members are arranged according to the 50 syllables, Ayanokaji-san, Ichinose-san, Ibuki-san, then Karuizawa-san, who happens to be 4th. So that's it, I understand. The few people present are all class elites, so they can easily understand the rules in Xingjian Yinshi's words. The names of the students are compiled according to the order of animals in the 12 zodiacs. It turns out that this is how the school assigns preferential treatment. Thankfully, Xingjian can think of it. Hirata made a sound of admiration. Under the leadership of Xingjian Yinshi, the class has been thriving. He likes this kind of joyful atmosphere very much. Hey! It's just good luck. Although he had already acknowledged Xingjian Yinshi's excellence in his heart, for some reason, Horikita just wanted to say something sarcastic. Hey! Horikita-san. As soon as the words came out, Horikita felt something was wrong. Hirata, Karuizawa, and Kushida looked at her with strange eyes. Being stared at by such eyes, Horikita didn't know how to explain for the time being, but just gave Xingjian Yinshi a bitter look, and then ran away with her bag. Hey! I was wondering, Xingjian, have you offended Horikita recently? Kushida stared at Xingjian Yinshi with her beautiful big eyes, and put her fingers on her lips, looking very curious. Xingjian Yinshi immediately understood what she meant, asking why he didn't tell her what happened to Horikita. How to deal with the relationship between several girls has always been a headache for Xingjian Yinshi. At present, the only girls who have clearly expressed their closeness to him are Kushida, Sakura and Karuizawa. As for Horikita, it was completely involuntary. It can only be counted as half. Among the three, Kushida is generally not too possessive because he wants to maintain the character design, but the exception is when things involve Horikita. Although Sakura is a lot more cheerful, and everyone vaguely knows her feelings for Xingjian Yinshi. But because of shyness, this relationship has been hidden in secret. As for Karuizawa, she still maintains the false relationship with Hirata. But because of Xingjian Yinshi, the distance between them is even more than that of ordinary classmates. It is estimated that this relationship will come to an end in a short time. Okay, class time is coming soon, let's hurry up and go to the classroom. Xingjian Yinshi turned around and slipped away, giving the three of Kushida a back view. As for Horikita's matter, I can only find an opportunity to explain it to Kushida. The afternoon class, because of the beginning of the new semester, turned into a 2-hour class meeting. Class teacher Sabashita Sae walked into the classroom. Although she tried to restrain herself, she couldn't stop smiling. The moment he stood on the podium, Chibashira Sae calmly began to explain. First of all, before the class meeting, I will first announce the ranking results of each class. Class A, formerly Class D 1152. Class B, original Class 1040. Class C, formerly Class B 910. Class D, formerly Class C 510. Yet, we're in Class A. Great! 100,000 points. Xingjian Yinshi, invincible. Invincible. With the cheers of the students, the wind direction of the classroom was also turned, and they all shouted that Xingjian Yinshi is invincible. Xingjian Yinshi himself covered his face helplessly, because the students' voices were too loud. Roughly estimated, the sound could be heard in the entire teaching building. Okay. Students, be quiet. Chibashira Sae waved his hand to stop the students who were shouting. Appropriate excitement is understandable, but if it affects other classes too much, I'm afraid points will be deducted. I understand your happy mood, but the school has school rules. You don't want to just stay in Class A for a month, do you? Because they were afraid of being deducted points, the students who were screaming just now sat upright. In that state, it was as if some big leader was coming to inspect it. To manage the discipline in the class, Sae Chibashira raised his head and continued the class briefing. Classes will start as normal from today. However, in the second semester, during the 1-month period from September to early October, there will be more physical education classes to prepare for the sports festival. Now I will issue a new timetable, and the data about the sports festival will also be issued together with the timetable. You must keep it safe. Please send the data to the frontline students. After Chibashira Sae finished speaking, he took out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and distributed them one by one. Sports festival. Ha ha ha, it's finally time for me to perform. As soon as Chibashira Sae had finished speaking, the people in the class shouted. Ike and Yamauchi, who had no confidence in sports, wailed one after another, while Sudu, who was confident in his physical ability, was quite excited. Teacher, is this sports festival also one of the special exams? Good Joe. As usual, Hirata wanted to know as much as possible about the situation and asked questions after raising his hand. How you want to interpret it is your freedom, but no matter what, this sports event will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the current form of each class. I don't know if it's because they were promoted to Class A, but Mr. Chibashira's attitude towards them has undergone a fundamental change. This kind of ambiguous answer is undoubtedly telling the students that the sports festival is a kind of special exam. As a result, the students below the podium who were not good at sports screamed one after another. If this is an ordinary school, the sports festival should not be so strict. Whether the students are not serious or not, they can do as they please. But here, every move is related to the increase or decrease of class points. It is an activity that affects the fate of the class, and even if you are not good at it, you cannot escape it. Chapter 67. You all should have received the relevant information of this sports festival by now. Then let me explain the content of this sports festival. Chibashira Sae clapped his hands, suppressing the voices of the students talking. This sports festival will adopt a competition method that divides all grades into 2 groups. You will form a red group with the current Class D, while Classes B and C will form a white group. The sports festival will use the red group to fight against the white group. Manner. What? So, we want to cooperate with Long Yuan. Isn't that too bad? After listening to Sae Chibashira's explanation, there was a lot of complaints from the audience. In fact, not long ago, Long Yuan also recruited 2 other classes with the intention of besieging them. Whatever you think, this is a deliberate decision made by the school. Teacher Chibashira ignored the complaints of the students at all, and continued to explain without much pause. Sports festival has a total of 13 events, including the following 2 ways to participate. Competition for all. This type of competition requires everyone to participate, and it is also divided into 2 types, namely team competition and individual competition. According to the results of the individual competition, the school will give 15 points to the group of the first student, 12 points to the group of the second student, 10 points to the group of the third student, and 8 points to the group of the fourth student. 1 point will be deducted for each ranking below the 5th place, and 500 points will be awarded to the winning group for the team competition. Recommended competitions. This kind of competition only needs to select some students from the class to participate. According to the results, the school will award the first student with 50 points for the group, the 10th student with the team leader, and the third student with 15 points for the group. The fourth student belongs to the team of 10. 2 points will be deducted for the rankings below the 5th place, but the final relay race will be awarded 3 times the points. In the end, the school will judge the outcome based on the total scores of the red and white groups. Hey! It's so complicated. Then, won't you add a lot of points if you win? Almost as soon as Chazu Sae stopped, Yamauchi and Ike couldn't wait to yell. Yamauchi! Ike! I hope you can raise your hands before asking questions. Second, I don't want others to interrupt me before I stop explaining. Maybe it was a little irritated by being messed with, but Chibashira-sensei issued a warning in a very stern voice. Seeing this, the students all shut their mouths resentfully. The next step is to explain the rewards and punishments. Speb. As the result of the competition of the whole grade group, the loser will have 100 class points deducted from all classes. Of course, there is no reward for victory. Finally, the school will also make a ranking in this grade based on the performance of the class. The class that wins the first place in the comprehensive score will be given 50 class points, the class points for the second place will not change, the third place will deduct 50 class points, the fourth place will deduct 100 class points. Chibashira-sensei, I have a problem. Why is there no point reward for victory? Isn't that too bad? Chi seemed to have learned his lesson this time. He raised his hand in advance and asked Chibashira-sae a question. Chi, I understand your doubts. But this is a topic decided by the school, which is completely in line with the rules. Ah! Why, how is this? Chi let out a very disappointed sigh. The high punishment and completely unmatched rewards, the sports festival arranged by the school this time, exuded shabby everywhere. I said, could it be that the school saw that we got too many class points and personal points during the summer vacation, so they deliberately cut the rewards? It's very possible. So, could it be that the school has run out of money? The students speculated wantonly, and the ignorant remarks made Chibaru-sae in class frown. It seems that the quality of the current class has not reached the level that Class A should have. It is only because of the existence of Xingjian Yinshi that the score has been raised. I hope that you can think more before speaking. Our school is an educational institution that is fully financed by the state, and there can be no funding problems. But this sports festival. It seemed that Yamauchi wanted to refute something, but was forced back by Chibashira-sensei's sharp eyes. The special exam in the summer vacation is only rewarded so generously because of taking care of the first-year students. You will experience the cruelty of the school in the future. With a cold face, Chibashira-sae scanned the students. The cold eyes flicked back and forth on Xingjian Yinshi, Ayanokaji, Horikita, and others. I hope you can understand this and continue to work hard. Maybe you can maintain the status of Class A. Next, I will explain the personal reward and punishment system. For individual competitions, the school will reward the top 3 students. The first place is 5,000 points, or the equivalent of 3 points in the written test, the second is 3,000 points, or the equivalent of 2 points in the written test, the third is 1,000 points, or the equivalent of 1 point in the written test. In the individual competition, 1,000 points will be deducted from the last student. If the points are less than 1,000, 1 point will be deducted in the written test. Whether it is extra points or deductions, it will only affect the next midterm exam. Old teacher. What does this special treatment mean when you win the top 3, and get the written test results? Could it be what I thought? Sudu, who has poor grades but is good at sports, asks a question. He is really not interested in studying, but he seems to be particularly concerned about this reward. As you can imagine, Sudu. Every time you win an award at the sports festival, you will get points that can make up for the written test. This can be used as a means to avoid failing. Hearing Chibashira Sae's affirmative answer, Sudu became excited. For him, there is no better reward than this. For students with excellent comprehensive scores, the school will also reward and punish students according to their rankings. First of all, the best students in the whole grade, the school will give them 100,000 personal points. Then for each grade, the 3 students with the highest comprehensive scores, not coincident with the previous one, the school will give 10,000 points to them. There are rewards and punishments, and for the last 10 students in each grade range, they will be punished by deducting 10 points from their written test scores. 10. Isn't it? How could this be? Hearing such a terrifying number, Yamauchi screamed. With his poor written test results, if he does not perform well in this sports festival, he will be given a proper gift package for dropping out of school. In short, no matter what kind of determination you have for this sports festival, work hard. It's not that reaching Class A is the end, and in the days to come, you may also have a hard time because of this position. Then, this briefing session will end here. If you have any questions, you can mention the above. Chapter 68. It seems that you all have no doubts, so I will send you the entry form now. Chazu Sae stood quietly for a while, and saw that no students asked questions, so he sent another form and handed it directly to Xingjian Yinshi. This is a very important matter, I hope you will pay more attention to it. This thing called the entry form contains the details of all the projects. Next, you have to decide for yourself, in what order to participate in the competitions. Even the details of who will run in which group, all of you have to discuss it, and write it on this entry form, and then ask me, the class guide, to hand it over. What I need to remind is that after the entry form is submitted, no matter what the reason is, it is not allowed to replace the participants. This is an important rule of the sports festival. The submission time is from 1 week before the sports festival to 5 p.m. the day before. If you exceed the submission deadline, you will be randomly assigned. Please pay attention. Entry form. This is the key to this sports festival. In the original book, because of Kushida's betrayal, Class D leaked the entry form and was attacked by Class C. Although Kushida is already one of his own now, it is impossible to betray. But it's hard to say whether the entry form will be leaked. After all, in this school, points can buy everything. Teacher Chibashira, I have a question about the fact that you said that the entry form that has been decided cannot be changed. What will happen if there are absentees on the day of the competition? It was Horikita Suzune who asked the question. Ever since she heard that this exam will cooperate with Class A of other grades, she couldn't stop being excited. This opportunity to fight side by side with the big brother, and also as a Class A, she must be looking forward to it very much. Any absence will be deemed incapable of playing and will result in disqualification. That is to say, as long as you are absent, you will be sentenced to lose. In theory, this is the case, but there are exceptions. For the recommended competitions in the sports festival, the school allows the introduction of substitute candidates. Of course, the school has special conditions. Only when 100,000 personal points are paid will students be allowed to substitute. There is no doubt that the rules for substitutes are reasonable. If there is no limit on personal points, some classes may engage in substitution playing behavior. Horikita seemed to understand this too, and sat down after getting Chibashira Sae's answer. So, if no one else needs to ask questions, I'm going to end my explanation. With less than half an hour left in class, the teacher looked around the classroom and finally fixed his gaze on Xingjian Yinshi. As the class leader, he didn't seem to have any intention of taking any action, and he didn't say a word during the whole class. There is no other way, Chazu Sae can only let everyone start a free discussion. After getting the teacher's permission, the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom broke out at once, and many small groups gathered separately, and began to discuss about the sports festival as they wished. Among them, the most eye-catching one is naturally the class leader team headed by Xingjian Yinshi. Almost as soon as Chibashira Sae finished saying Ryu, Kushida, Karuizawa, and Horikita, 10 groups of people surrounded him. Not to mention Kushida, Hirata, Karuizawa, and others who have great influence on the class. Even Sudo, who usually dislikes this kind of atmosphere, is no exception. Student Xingjian, I don't know about this sports festival, how do you plan to arrange it? The first to question was Hirata. This man was always very concerned about class affairs. If it is not limited by personality, it is simply an ideal deputy. In fact, there is not much room for manipulation in this sports festival. The proportion of the overall strength of the class is very important. Xingjian Yinshi said, slowly unfolding the entry form in front of everyone. There are a lot of things densely written on it. In addition to the 13 events, it also indicates the time and group situation and so on. All participate in the project. 100-meter race. Hurdle race. Inverted pole competition, only male. Pitching contest, female only. Tug-of-war between men and women. Obstacle race. 2 people with 3 legs. Registered trademark riding to war. 200-meter race. Recommended to participate in the project. Borrowing game. Quartet tug-of-war. Men and women mixed 2 people 3 legs. All grades combined 1,200-meter relay. There are 13 competitions in 2 categories, including 9 competitions for all participants and 4 competitions for recommended participation. Sure enough, there are 13 items. So that's it. Are these the various events of the sports festival? It's really comprehensive. Haha, it's exactly what I want. Xingjian, you know my strength, I want to participate in all competitions. And me. I want to participate too. After watching the competitions that he needed to participate in, Sudo couldn't wait to make a self-recommendation. Seeing his high spirits, it is estimated that he is aiming at the first place in the whole grade. Everyone, let's stop for a moment. Regarding the personnel arrangement of this sports festival, I probably have an idea. Then, well, Xingjian, student, can you listen to me for a while? It was Horikita Suzun who interrupted Xingjian Yinshi. It's hard to imagine that such awkward words would come out of her mouth. Because of what happened between the two of them during the holiday, she was basically unwilling to talk to Xingjian Yinshi, and she always kept a cold face in her usual conversations, which is quite rare now. Asking for flowers. For her purpose, Xingjian Yinshi is naturally clear. But I just hope to compete with Horikita on the same stage and show off in front of the big brother. Horikita, I probably know what you're thinking, and I fully recognize your ability. I believe you can organize this sports festival well. Please help me with the team competition part of the entry form. Without giving Horikita a chance to explain her request, Xingjian Yinshi directly defined her speech as wanting to contribute to the class and willing to share work, and then handed over the personnel arrangement for the group project to her with peace of mind. I know. I will finish the relevant content as soon as possible, so that's it. Horikita seemed to want to say something, but thinking of taking this job, he would also have the opportunity to arrange a confrontation with the big brother, so he didn't object. Although he took over the job, Horikita still gave Xingjian Yinshi a vicious look. This sunny and handsome guy actually did such a thing to her. She can remember this hatred for a lifetime. 0. Ignoring Horikita's hostility, Xingjian Yinshi began to think about the arrangement of his personal apartment after handing over the entry form. Why did Xingjian Yinshi make his own strategic plan for the individual competition? The answer is that he wants to win as many awards as possible in the individual competition. It can be said to be a crazy decision, but the current class does have enough conditions. Gao Yuanxi signed a contract with him during the holiday, and was successfully PRSTU'd by Xingjian Yinshi. The content of the contract is that when Gao Yuanxi gets off the ship, he will have 1 million personal points and he will contribute to the sports festival. Jiyuan Temple used to have 500,000 yuan, and the person who guessed right received 250,000 yuan, 250,000 yuan to the mysterious person, and Xingjian Yinshi, the mysterious person himself, paid him 250,000 yuan, which is equivalent to free prostitution. Ayanakaji also agreed on the boat, showing his strength when necessary. As for what is a necessary moment, as long as it does not have too much negative impact, he has no room to refuse. In addition to them, there are Xingjian Yinshi himself and Sudu, who is outstanding in sports. With these 4 people, there is no doubt that there is the possibility of taking all the rewards. This is the ultimate individual combat plan that Xingjian Yinshi thought of. Chapter 69. The second class meeting was held in the gymnasium, and it was changed to a meeting between the red and white groups of the whole grade. As soon as Xingjian Yinshi led the class here, he received the attention of everyone present. Not to mention that he completed the feat of advancing from D to A in 1 semester, just the slogan Xingjian Yinshi is invincible that resounded through the 3 grades this morning is enough to attract attention. Regarding this, Xingjian Yinshi did not feel stage fright at all. On the contrary, the people in Class A behind him were also restrained. This is the self-confidence brought about by strength and the inferiority complex brought about by mediocrity. Everyone is the same. Xingjian Yinshi is confident because his own ability has reached this level. Others understand that the achievements of the current class have little to do with them, so they feel inexplicably unnatural. Is that the leader of Class A in the first grade? 503. So handsome. This calm temperament is not simple. 1 term? Amazing. Listening to the evaluations of other grades, Xingjian Yinshi walked to the seat arranged by the school indifferently. No matter what others think, as long as you have enough strength, you will not be afraid of any doubting voices. Hey! Horikita, you look around like this, but you can't find Horikita-senpai. Standing next to him was Horikita Suzuan. Because they were in charge of the sports festival team competition, the 2 of them were now regarded as leaders and stood at the forefront of the team. Brush. Another light-speed hand knife, which has become the way Horikita greets Xingjian Yinshi. Skillfully dodged, let the hand knife hit Ayanakaji behind. If you look in the direction of 11 o'clock now, you might find something interesting. Horikita looked in the direction indicated by Xingjian Yinshi, but unfortunately only saw Fang Yin's back on the 2nd floor. But Horikita Suzuan was very sure that it was her big brother. Big brother, has been following me. At this time, Class D led by Ryuhuan also arrived at the scene. Although they are teammates, they seem to have no intention of communicating at all. Everyone, please be quiet. I am Fujimaki from Class A of the 3rd year, and I will be the commander-in-chief of the red team this time. After all the AD classes of the 3 grades arrived, a student from the main grade who seemed to be very good at sports came to the front of the team. Horikita Suzuan seemed a little surprised to see that it wasn't the host of Horikita Gaku. After all, she knew that Horikita Gaku's physical ability was not bad at all. Since it is the first time for first-year students to participate in this kind of cross-grade cooperation, I will say a few more words. Some people may think it is long-winded, but the sports festival is a very important event, please keep this in mind. The experience accumulated at the sports festival will probably bring you benefits in the future special exams. There will be more in the future. At first glance, it looks like a class competition in a game. But no matter what it is, it will become an important battle for surviving in the school. The third-year senior named Fujimaki looked at the first-year members with a scrutinizing gaze, and finally stayed on Xingjian Yinshi for a while. The only event that involves all grades is the final 1,200-meter relay race. Other than that, it is a grade-based project. Let's gather all grades now and discuss the policy. After Fujimaki finished speaking, he went back to the third grade and let each class start a free discussion. It seems to be the same for the white team. Katsuragi and Ichinose organized teammates to start negotiations. Xingjian Yinshi did not see Banliu. It seems that he was unable to participate in the event due to physical reasons. But now Class B's actions are undoubtedly directed by her. Hey! Ryuan, it looks like you don't have any intention of cooperating. Xingjian Yinshi led the students of Class A to the team led by Long Yuan. Xingjian, there's no need to talk such nonsense. You understand, we just signed an alliance contract with Ichinose not long ago. Ryuan put on an indifferent look, wondering if he accepted his signal, and the whole Class C also showed a weak attitude. Everyone in Class A glared at them one after another. This kind of attitude that was clearly trying to hinder them made people very uncomfortable. Come on, tyrants can also keep their promises. I believe that in the alliance contract you signed, there is absolutely no condition that restricts you from taking action against the Ichinose class. Long Yuan is a person who puts his interests first, he doesn't care about betrayal, and he doesn't care about morality. As long as the gain is greater than the sacrifice, then he will do it. It's useless to talk too much. Even if I propose an alliance, you won't trust me. If that's the case, it's better not to cooperate in the first place. Your statement is wrong, Ryuan. Of course I can trust you, if you want. Xingjian Yinshi said something unbelievable with a smile on his face. Believe in Long Yuan? This stunned the students present. The entire first grade felt that Long Yuan had no credibility, and the transactions with him were all done by contract. But they don't understand that if a person has absolute strength and pride, he can trust anyone without any scruples. Because even if an accident happens, this person has the confidence to settle everything. Xingjian Yinshi, you are really different. But there is no need to cooperate, because I have already touched the key points of this competition. Ryuan let out a hearty laugh. If anyone in this school knows him best, it might be Xingjian Yinshi in front of him, but it's a pity that they are enemies. Is it the point? Maybe. Making an unknown sound, Xingjian Yinshi leaned his head beside Long Yuan, whispering in a voice that only the two of them could hear. If you mean the entry form, I can also show it to you directly. This will save you from spending points to buy from the school. 0.3. Long Yuan shrank his pupils, and then looked at Xingjian Yinshi with a shocked expression. He couldn't understand at all how Xingjian Yinshi saw Class D's plans that hadn't started yet. I don't know what Ryuan-kun and Yinshi are talking about. Can we also join the conversation? The one who inserted the topic at this time was a petite and exquisite girl. Her skin is very fair, and her short hair is also silvery white. She wears a cane, and she exudes a unique temperament. Itanagayuzu, the current leader of Class B. Ever since Katsuragi abdicated, she has been in charge of the class undisputedly. A large crowd followed behind. If Arisu wants to join, we welcome you anytime. Xingjian Yinshi turned around and put on an unimaginably gentle smile. Looks at the person who came. Chapter 70. Hey! Did I hear wrong? Xingjian's name is Banliu's name is Yuki. Have they known each other before? Speaking of which, Banliu seems to have called Xingjian by name just now. Because there were a lot of people gathered here, it was inevitable that some students noticed the unusual names of Xingjian Yinshi and Banliu Yuki. Everyone was puzzled. In their impression, it was the first time these two people had met. Banliu looked at Xingjian Yinshi with light purple pupils full of nobility. In a trance, both of them seemed to be caught in a long-term memory. What kind of life is perfect? Noble birth, elegant manners, exquisite appearance, and extraordinary talent. This is Banliu Yuki. Since birth, she has lived in a world of compliments. It stands to reason that such a near-perfect girl should enjoy the world without any worries and enjoy life to her heart's content, but this is not the case. There is such a famous saying: if God closes a door for you, he will surely open another window for you. This statement is also true in reverse. In addition to endowing Banliu Yuki with extraordinary wisdom, God also left her with a serious congenital heart disease. Maybe it's another kind of balance. For this reason, her childhood was like a well-cared-for Barbie doll. The medical team on call at any time, regular and frequent medical check UPS. Arrangements such as these annoyed her a lot. Going to school? Doesn't matter, with her intelligence, she can finish all the courses by herself in a week. Because of this, she won't make any friends either. On the one hand, it is because she seldom goes to school and does not participate in group activities at all. On the other hand, Banliu Yuki himself doesn't like to get along with naive peers. This situation lasted for a long time. Until one day when she was 7 years old, her father suddenly told her that she planned to take her to visit a senior. Although Banliu Yuki is young, he also understands that his family is not simple. So she was very curious about what kind of senior was worthy of her father's personal visit. Due to work reasons, Banliu's father entrusted her to a hospital in the city center a few days before the visit. Even if it was just a temporary stay, she was assigned to the most advanced ward. People will have a feeling of longing for things they can't ask for, so Banliu Yushin usually likes to take a walk in the garden of the hospital. It was that day, after dismissing the bodyguards who were in the way, she met Xingjian Yinshi on the garden chair. What kind of child is 7 or 8 years old? Because he is too precocious, Banliu Yuki doesn't like to communicate with his peers, so he doesn't have a clear idea about it. Even so, she understood that as a child, it was absolutely impossible to be like Xingjian Yinshi. Wrapped with bandages all over his body, he handled the wound skillfully by himself, without even a slight fluctuation in his eyes. This is the image of Xingjian Yinshi when we first met. Whether it's the eyes, or the clothes, and the behavior of dealing with the wound with a deadpan expression. These all show that this child is quite special. People with the same characteristics will attract each other, and then those with stronger characteristics will accommodate those with weaker characteristics, and finally become incomparable companions. Banliu Yuki has always dismissed this point of view, but now, she is fully aware of one point. Maybe, this boy can exist as a friend. You seem to be in need of help. With such an awareness, Banliu Yuki opened his mouth slowly. With a childish voice, he took the initiative to say hello. Oh? I don't think so. As if he was not interested in the little kid, Xingjian Yinshi showed such a meaning in his eyes. It seems that I have been underestimated. Let me explain, I am not the kind of brat you think. Haha. Really? To be honest, I don't believe you're special, and I don't have much time to argue with naive guys. After fastening the bandage, Xingjian Yinshi clenched his fist, feeling pretty good. Nobody masters a skill just by growing naturally, not even a genius. Ever since he realized the world he was in, he began to develop his potential. Thanks to his extraordinary talent, his progress can be described as rapid. Look at your wound, it's not a mark from a fight. Are you exercising? It's not suitable for a young body. Feeling underestimated, Banliu Yuki, who was eager to prove himself, saw the reason for Xingjian Yinshi's injury at a glance, and expressed his point of view. Didn't think you could see that. I admit you interest me. What's your name? Seemingly a little surprised, Xingjian Yinshi was silent for a while, then showed an expression of interest. and began to look squarely at the little girl in front of him. Banliu Yuki, my name is Banliu Yuki. After saying the name, Banliu Yuki noticed that the expression of the boy who had been expressionless all this time was shocked. Then he looked at her with an unbelievable look. Is there any problem with the surname Banliu? The precocious Banliu Yuki is very aware of the influence of the Banliu family in the society of country R. So she wondered if the boy had heard something. No, there is nothing wrong with the surname Banliu, but if it is combined with the name Yuki, the meaning will be completely different. Xingjian Yinshi said words that he didn't understand. Judging from Banliu Yuki's understanding, these words had no logic at all, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them nonsense. Although it's a little impolite, I can ask, do you have a serious congenital heart disease? It was indeed very impolite, but Xingjian Yinshi seemed to want to prove something, so he spoke urgently. Yeah, it's pretty serious. Banliu didn't pay too much attention to this point. As a realistic person, she understood her own situation. The disease will not be aggravated by other people's promised mentions, nor will it be healed forever by others' silence. Hearing Banliu's positive answer, Xingjian Yinshi showed a completely different attitude from before, and communicated with Banliu with great enthusiasm. Both of them are born with outstanding talents, and they like to learn all kinds of knowledge. No matter what the topic, they more or less seem to have dabbled in it. Listening to the content of their conversation, you can hardly believe it. This is what a 7 or 8-year-old child can say. Thanks to Banliu's rich knowledge reserve, Xingjian Yinshi learned a lot during the conversation. Banliu Yuki was also very happy. A peer friend finally arrived. Mr. Xingjian, I feel more and more that this is a predestined encounter. Maybe we are the same kind of people come to see me often in the future. When saying goodbye, Banliu Yuki, who was only 7 years old, made a promise to Xingjian Yinshi, who was also only 8 years old. Chapter 71. In the next period of time, Xingjian Yinshi also complied with Banliu Yuki's wishes, and would go to the hospital to meet with her after finishing daily practice. Banliu was the first plot character he came into contact with after he knew that this was the real world. For this kind of role, how much attention can't be overstated. It has to be said that due to the limitation of social status, there is a big gap between Banliu and him in terms of knowledge reserve. In just a few days, he learned a lot from here, such as more reasonable and efficient exercise methods, more secret social knowledge and so on. Hey, Mr. Xingjian, do you think there is an institution in the world that can cultivate geniuses? An institution that can turn ordinary people into geniuses? One afternoon, Falu Yuki asked Xingjian Yinshi such a question with a melancholy face. Oh? Interesting topic. Although humans can indeed do many things now, I don't think one of them includes creating geniuses. Staring at the petite girl in front of him, Xingjian Yinshi replied with a childish voice, his eyes full of spirit. He could probably guess that Banliu Yuki should have been to the White House, that's why he asked such a question. In that kind of experimental facility, I witnessed such outstanding research results as Kiyotaka Ayanokji. Banliu Yuki, who has always claimed to be a 600-year-old talent, is unacceptable and understandable. But in fact, it has been done. I saw it with my own eyes, a boy who was about our age. I saw it with my own eyes, in that institution, he easily defeated many long-established masters. Banliu Yuki raised her head, her tone was a little weak, and the long-standing pride began to shake, which made her feel quite disappointed. Why does the girl named Banliu Yuki care so much about man-made geniuses? But even if there is one more genius in the world, it doesn't mean much. Xingjian Yinshi was a little puzzled about the current situation, but he had a vague guess in his heart. That's really powerful, but it's far from representing anything. I'm curious, this matter shouldn't have caused you so much distress. Xingjian Yinshi narrowed his eyes. He had already noticed that this white-haired genius girl seemed to have some kind of unshareable secret imprisoned in her heart. Mr. Xingjian, want to pry into my secret. Banliu Yuki still noticed something, and looked at Xingjian Yinshi with a chuckle at the corner of his mouth. Delicate white face, sparkling eyes, even a face of only 7 years old, also exudes extraordinary charm. Although Xingjian Yinshi really likes the young series, at the age of 7, even in country R, it is not allowed. It's not considered spying. Suppressing his thoughts, Xingjian Yinshi smiled awkwardly. I can tell you, speaking of it, we are considered the same kind, and sharing secrets is also necessary. Surprisingly, Banliu Yuki didn't seem to have the slightest defense, and poured out his past. The girl Banliu Yuki was born with 2 characteristics that no one else had. One of them is her extraordinary intelligence. With this, in her later life, she won countless praises and attention, and became a genius in people's mouth. And the other is the burden she has been carrying since she was born: congenital heart disease. Because of this disease, her life was greatly affected, and she even lost most of the fun in her childhood. It may be unreasonable, but just imagine that situation. Because of congenital heart disease, you have been given special attention since birth. You can't participate in any activities that may cause accidents, everyone knows you are a sick person. Not only that, if you meet mischievous classmates, they will mention these repeatedly in front of you, and then laugh at you. Even if you don't care about the above situation at all, you will silently think in your heart, is my birth really correct? Am I burdening my father, CBCF? Situations like these may have happened to Banliu Yuki. And this is when she was born rich. If it is in a poor family, this kind of thing will undoubtedly be more serious. Are these related to artificial genius? You may have such doubts. Before that, it is just to know the answer, but you might as well continue to imagine. When everyone, even yourself, thinks that you are a burden, a fact suddenly appears in front of everyone: you are a genius. You are not a waste and a burden, but a genius with an extraordinary IQ. No matter what knowledge, you can master it quickly; no matter what puzzle, you can solve the answer with a little thought. From then on, the site is full of flattery and praise, and your parents are also proud of you. How about it? Do you find it very enjoyable? There is even a feeling of an ugly duckling turning into a white swan. At this moment, you seem to have finally found the meaning of your existence in this world, to live as a genius. This is, so far, the belief established by the girl named Banliu Yuki. So far, the situation has actually been clearly seen: why Banliu cares so much about man-made geniuses, because it threatens her idea of survival. Let me ask, if geniuses can be artificially cultivated, what is the meaning of the existence of natural geniuses? In Xingjian Yinshi's view, this is certainly understandable, but it is undoubtedly a very sad thing. I probably understand what you're thinking, Arisu, but you seem to have got one thing wrong. Oh? I don't think there was any mistake, and it's very rude to call someone's name suddenly. Banliu Yuki maintained his usual self-confidence and denied Xingjian Yinshi's words. I don't know how many geniuses have been cultivated by this artificial genius institution you mentioned. Although I only saw one, I can be sure that the guy who is hailed as the highest masterpiece has extremely outstanding talents. Banliu raised his head, with a very determined expression on his face. It seems that Ayanokji Kiyotaka really left a deep impression on her. So, that is probably the only so-called achievement of that institution. There is no doubt that you are mistaken, Arisu. That supreme masterpiece is not necessarily man-made. How did you see it? Being able to stand out among the many experimenters, isn't this just a manifestation of one's own talent? The highest masterpiece is undoubtedly a born genius. The corners of Xingjian Yinshi's mouth curled up, and he explained the fact in a very definite tone. For Ayanokji to become the highest masterpiece of the White House, he must have extraordinary talents. Chapter 72. Sorry, I don't agree with your point of view. I don't think that Ayanokji-sensei, who is respected by his father, would do such a deceitful thing. As if about to be persuaded, Banliu Yuki quickly firmed up his point of view after a short period of wavering. Even so, Xingjian Yinshi still felt that her mood seemed to have improved a lot. It seems that in her heart, there is more or less hesitation, that's enough. Although it doesn't matter if you don't believe it, I still want to ask, what are you going to do in the face of this false genius? There is only one way to deal with such a joyless guy, let's bury him. Banliu seems to particularly like to use the word burial, it seems that doing so can add a lot of mystery to her. But in Xingjian Yinshi's view, this is purely secondary. I have noticed that you seem to have used the word us just now, what does that mean? The two words we represent to act together. But so far, Xingjian Yinshi and Ayanokaji Kiyotaka have no intersection at all, he doesn't understand. Actually, it's nothing. This morning, I challenged the so-called highest masterpiece. It went smoothly, and the teacher Ayanokaji also agreed. What? Xingjian Yinshi wondered if he heard it wrong. Itanagayuzu actually challenged Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, and Ayanokaji Atsushi even agreed. Introduced in the latest volume, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka's father's name is Ayanokaji Atsushi. You're not kidding, are you? Sorry, but that's the truth. Because what I saw this morning was so shocking that I didn't have time to discuss it with you, so I brought it up hastily. Banliu Yuki seemed a little embarrassed. After all, it was a big failure for her to involve Xingjian Yinshi without a plan this time. And Xingjian Yinshi is even more confused, without knowing it, he is going to compete with Ayanokaji, what kind of unfolding method is this? More importantly, there is no such plot in the original book. In other words, the plot has changed. The butterfly effect has appeared. What about your father? He didn't stop such a ridiculous thing. Xingjian Yinshi is very helpless, if possible, he really doesn't want to expose his talent too early. When strength is insufficient, it is best to develop silently. Actually, I didn't let my father know about it. Rather, if he knew about it, then it seems that this challenge would not be established. Xingjian Yinshi felt very speechless, Banliu Yuki actually kept such a thing a secret from her father. Should it be said that she worried too much? If Banliu's father knew, it was indeed possible to stop this matter, but it was just a possibility. It's just that she didn't realize that at Tsuko Ayanokaji that man is definitely not Hibiki. Are you worried? Worried. Very worried. But Xingjian Yinshi cannot directly express such emotions. It is an excellent talent to hide deeply, especially when you are fledgling, you must hide yourself. If one's excellent talent is discovered, what will happen is unpredictable. And Xingjian Yinshi hates such unpredictable things the most. It's okay, it's just a little unexpected. It's hard for me to imagine how you persuaded that Ayanokaji-sensei. Actually, it's nothing. I just told him about you. He seemed to show a strong interest in this, and he agreed to our challenge without hesitation. 27. Xingjian Yinshi was bewildered by the sudden critical attack, and Itanagayuzu actually explained his existence to Ayanokaji Atsushi, and even this was the reason for the establishment of the challenge. This is so sad. Atsuko Ayanokaji is a crazy person, otherwise he would not have done the operation of sending his own son to the White Room. Now I seem to have attracted his attention, and the situation is worse. Are you angry? I'm sorry I didn't discuss it with you first. If you refuse, I can accept it. Banliu Yuki also understood that his actions had troubled Xingjian Yinshi. But she didn't realize the cause of the trouble. No, I'm also more curious about the level of artificial geniuses. I'll take a look with you tomorrow. Xingjian Yinshi showed indifference, in fact he wanted to refuse, but that seemed more eye-catching. That being the case, then do what you can do. He displayed his talents generously. After all, Atsuko Ayanokaji is also a person who cherishes talents, otherwise Ryoji Kanzaki would not be mentioned in the original book. This is also the latest part of the plot. asking for flowers. Then it's an agreement. The time is set at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Be sure to bury that guy with me. Banliu Yuxi blinked happily. This kind of posture is suitable for a 7-year-old girl. Then the two discussed their plans for tomorrow and said goodbye to each other. After Xingjian Yinshi returned home, he adjusted his state well. Although he has confidence in himself, the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, not to mention that Ayanokji Kiyotaka is not a simple character. The next afternoon, when Banliu's father was still obsessed with work, Xingjian Yinshi and Banliu Yuki stayed in the garden chatting as usual. It seems that you are the gifted friend that Xiao Yuki talked about. I'm curious whether you really have the same extraordinary talent as she described. During the conversation, a middle-aged man with a serious face appeared in front of the two of them. Even in a public place like a hospital, he still brought 4 bodyguards. The whole body exudes the aura of a superior. Such distinctive features all indicate one thing: he is that teacher Ayanokaji. Behind Itsuko Ayanokaji followed 2 children who looked about the same age as Xingjian Yinshi and the others. But Banliu Yuki discovered that it was not Ayanokaji Kiyotaka. Ayanokaji uncle, that. Ah. I'm sorry, Xiaoki, I almost forgot to explain to you. Because the organization is going to hold task training for 4th-term students, it seems that Qinglong can't come to participate in the competition. Fortunately, there is still time in the 5th period. Although they have only gone through basic training, Yuxia and Tuo have also achieved full growth. They are very strong. Hearing the explanation, Banliu seemed a little angry, which is completely understandable. In her opinion, not sending out the highest masterpiece of the White House, this is completely a contempt for them by Ayanokaji Itsuomi. That's such a pity. I don't know what the Ayanokaji uncle wants us to compete with. Hearing the familiar name, Xingjian Yinshi also slowly emerged memories in his mind. Kazuka Amazawa and Takia Lori, both of them are the 5th batch of Shiraya students, and they belong to the best batch. How about this? Simple competitions can often reveal more things. We will conduct 2 events, one for intelligence and one for strength. What do you think? Chapter 73. Sounds good, let's start right away. Yinshi and I will beat them without mercy. Itanaga looked at Lori Takia and Amazawa Ichika. Since they appeared here, they haven't spoken a word, like a cold machine. Xingjian Yinshi speculated that the White House should not have launched social courses yet. Moreover, Itsuko Ayanokaji was present, and their actions were completely out of control. Great! Now that you all agree, I'll start with the rules, shall I? As if playing a game, Itsukomi Ayanokaji took the initiative to act as the referee. It is hard to imagine that he once reached the level enough to shake the country. It is such a guy who has a pivotal position in country R, but now he is mixed with a group of 7 or 8-year-old children playing unknown games. Then the first is the competition of Intelligence 160. I have designed 4 levels for this subject. 126-letter Sudoku, as the name suggests, is to use 26 English letters as Sudoku, and the difficulty has been adjusted by professionals, enough to be used as a competition. 2. The Lubenlock from Country Z has also been strengthened by our professionals. It is as big as a human head, but the parts inside are small and the difficulty is not low. 3. The Tower Maze has 3 floors. Starting from the bottom layer, you can reach the upper layer through the steps set on the drawing. There are several steps every 10 miles. But in the end Kong set up only one exit. 4. Chess, a purely competitive board game. For the above 4 games, the one with the shorter time for the first 3 items wins, and the winner gets 10 points. Chess wins add 20 points, and the one with the highest overall score wins, right? After listening to Itsuko Ayanokaji's narration, Xingjian Yinshi also basically understood the content of the competition, which is a test of thinking, observation, memory, and other aspects. No problem, let's start now. Although it may be a bit bullying, the content is hardly too difficult for Xingjian Yinshi. He has more than 10 times the experience of his opponents, and a brain like cheating. Then, Ichika will fight Xiaoki, and Takia will fight Xingjian Kun, okay. Hearing Itsuko Ayanokaji give orders, Lori Takia and Kazuka Amazawa also came forward behind them, confronting Xingjian Yinshi and the others. Now that the preparations have been completed, I declare that the competition begins. Following Ayanokaji's order, the four started their first project, 26-digit Doku. Although compared with conventional Sudoku, the workload and blank space are much more, but the basic skills have not changed. Relying on his superb thinking ability, Xingjian Yinshi filled in the answers one by one without any hesitation. He completed this project in only 3.5 minutes, which is an incredible speed. Lori Tuo on the opposite side seemed very nervous. He didn't expect to be opened up by such a big gap, but he didn't waste any time and devoted himself to the game. Next is the Lubin Lock, which is more interesting. Xingjian Yinshi played a lot in his previous life. Although not as complicated, the basic principles have not changed. 20 seconds. Seeing that Xingjian Yinshi only took 20 seconds to open the Lubin Lock, even Itsuko Ayanokaji unconsciously showed a shocked expression. This speed has even surpassed Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, who is known as the highest masterpiece. Xingjian Yinshi personally thinks there is nothing wrong with it. As long as you understand the rules, it is actually not difficult to do it. And since he decided to show his strength, he must carry it out to the end. Tower Maze, this one is relatively new. According to the introduction of the rules, there are only 2 points that need attention, one is to upgrade, and the other is the correct exit. It's very simple, you only need to think backwards, start observing from the 3rd floor maze, find the stairs leading to the 2nd floor maze, and so on. Finally, find out the correct ladder that satisfies the 3 floors, and this is a perfect solution. The undisputed first. Xingjian Yinshi completed all the tests in a very short time. Until now, the fastest mover has not reached the 10th level, and he has only unlocked 10 parts of the Lubin Lock. The bored Xingjian Yinshi began to observe his surroundings, and Banliu seemed to have found the knack. He performed very well in the Lubin Lock and Maze projects, and achieved a comeback. On the contrary, Lori Takia and Amazawa Yuxia both expressed a feeling of difficulty to Lu Banchuo for the items that were not included in the 4th phase of the White House training. To be honest, your performance is quite good, especially Mr. Xingjian, your high level can be said to have shocked me. It's okay, it's just luck. Xingjian Yinshi upholds his usual modest attitude and puts everything down to tone. To this, Atsuko Ayanokaji just smiled and ignored it. The next project is chess. According to the rules, it seems that there is no need to proceed. But Takia seems very unwilling. What do you think, Mr. Xingjian? Naturally, I am not afraid of a challenge. After giving the answer readily, Xingjian Yinshi and Lori Toya started to compete again. Banliu Yuxi and Tian's Yuxia on the side were also sitting opposite each other. Chess is a very intellectual game. During the fight, use your own judgment and thinking to predict actions in advance, so as to constantly put the enemy into a dead end. Between the flashes of light and flint, the wonderful actions that flash through the mind will make people feel unexpectedly satisfied. It's a pity that Xingjian Yinshi didn't feel this at all. Every time Lori Takia finished playing, he would quickly catch up with the action, with almost no thinking during the period. There are only 2 possibilities for this kind of performance, either he is making a move, or he has predicted all the actions of the enemy. On the opposite side, Lori Takia's expression slowly became gloomy, and her immature expression was full of disbelief. With a feeling of bullying a kid, Xingjian Yinshi won the game without any surprise. Banliu Yuki on the side seemed to be in a hard fight. Now she has basically never worked hard on this, but Tian's Yuxia, there should be special training for this project in the White Room. 4.7. Eventually, the game ends. Xingjian Yinshi's Lori Takia 50:0. Banliu Yuki vs Tian's Yuxia 2030. Xingjian Yinshi was not surprised by this result. Although Banliu was talented, he hadn't received much training after all, wasting a lot of time. But she is only 7 years old, so it is not appropriate to say that she is deserted. It can only be said that Beiwu and Xingjian Yinshi are too special. The other 7-year-old kid is still playing in the mud. It seems that this competition of intelligence is over. In the next part of martial arts, Xiao Yuxi can't participate due to physical reasons, so let Yuxia and Mr. Xingjian do it. What do you think? No. I'm not reconciled. I want to compete against him again, absolutely, definitely win against him. Before Xingjian Yinshi could reply, Lori Tuo couldn't help shouting. Chapter 74. Atsushi Ayanokaji showed a surprised expression on his face. It is not common for Shiraya Sheng to lose his composure like this. But there was no dissatisfaction on his face. It seems that he has a certain degree of tolerance for Lori's disobedience to management. No problem, I don't think it matters. It's better to say that if it's not for two people to go up together, I'm not interested at all. Xingjian Yinshi had a humble expression on his face, but arrogant words came out of his mouth. Hey! Yinshi, you! Ha 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 ha, what a funny kid! If you think about it, of course there is no problem. Not only did Ayanokaji Atsuomi not stop it, he even showed his approval. For this unexpectedly talented boy, he also wants to see where the limit is. It is stipulated that the vital parts cannot be attacked, so stop. Those who were judged by Atsuko Ayanokaji to be unable to resist withdrew until the last one remained. Relying on this rule, the three started a scuffle. Although the body is still relatively immature, Xingjian Yinshi still launched a fierce attack. Punches, legs, knees, and various parts of the body took turns. Unexpectedly, there was no such a crushing victory. Even though Lori Takia and Amazawa Kazuka had a very difficult resistance, they did defend the attack. This does not come from their own strength, but from fighting skills that are far superior to what Xingjian Yinshi has come into contact with. Relying on the rich resources of the White House, they slightly made up for the gap in physical fitness in terms of fighting skills, and resolved every attack with exquisite movements. It's really tenacious. As if uttering a word casually, Xingjian Yinshi launched a more violent attack. It was just an ordinary punch. Even if Ya21 used his hands to defend, he was still knocked to the ground. Seeing this scene, Tianzi Yixia hurriedly opened the distance. Atsuko Ayanokaji at the side also sentenced Lori Takia to lose the ability to resist. When only Tian's Yuxia was left alone, Xingjian Yinshi's methods seemed to be much gentler, and the two of them began to slowly fight each other. Between the flowing clouds and flowing water, each move was slowly revealed, and the desperate posture just now was completely gone. Haha, it's really interesting. Yuxia, don't get too entangled. Hearing the order from Atsuko Ayanokaji, Amazawa Ichika, who originally planned to delay slowly and look for loopholes, quickly changed his offensive and started to strike fiercely. I don't think it's interesting at all. Sighing helplessly, Xingjian Yinshi grabbed the attacking arm, turned to Tian's Yuxia's back, and locked her movement with both arms. So far, the challenge initiated by the two White House students was easily suppressed by Xingjian Yinshi. Crack! 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 Excellent performance! If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really can't imagine that without systematic training, an existence like you can be born. Atsuko Ayanokaji expressed his appreciation and fully affirmed Xingjian Yinshi's performance. Lori and Tian seemed somewhat unwilling, but they could only stare at Xingjian Yinshi with angry eyes. Mr. Ayanokaji is overrated. I still have a lot of shortcomings. This is obvious. Xingjian Yinshi still had a humble look. As to how much of it was true or false, no one knew. It was a worthwhile trip. Although it took a lot of time, the rewards were quite fruitful this time. Because there is still a lot of work to do, I also need to say goodbye. Unexpected things happened. Atsuko Ayanokaji chose to leave after finishing the competition. To be honest, Xingjian Yinshi has made countless analyses on the possible actions of Atsuko Ayanokaji today, but absolutely none of them directly left one of them. But in fact, he left just like that. With the disastrously defeated Lori and Tianzi, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, they walked out of the hospital without nostalgia. You seem very upset, Yuki. We won the competition beautifully. That's not the case, that was just your victory, but I completely failed. As if he was very concerned about his fiasco, Banliu Yuki looked listless. Children of this age generally have a strong desire to win. Aren't we companions? He tentatively asked questions, but it was a pity that Banliu Yuki didn't answer. It felt too bad to be defeated by what she saw as an artificial genius. I now want to be alone for a while. Banliu Yuki turned his back to Xingjian Yinshi, looked into the distance with both eyes, and issued the order to evict the guest. Sorry, I can't just leave you like this state is very wrong. Xingjian Yinshi sat next to her and responded like a partner. Thank you for your concern, but now I understand that we may not be the same kind of people, and I am not a genius, but a mediocrity that even fakes can't beat. Have you ever denied yourself? The Banliu Yuxi I know is not such a cowardly waste. The situation began to develop in a direction that Xingjian Yinshi did not want to see. Banliu's understanding of genius has deviated, and he even doubts his own talent. Do I look cowardly now? One push and one fall. Banliu Yuki seemed to let out a heavy sigh. She had hidden too many things in her heart, and carried too many burdens that she didn't need to exist at all. Will you stand with me anyway? As a companion. I can't leave you alone. Staring at Banliu Yuki's side face, Xingjian Yinshi gave a firm answer. At this time, she must be given enough comfort. But I can no longer deceive myself. I lost to the artificial genius. I can't do anything. A line of tears flowed down Banliu's face. She bit her lips lightly, making a choked sound. There is no need to force it, you are a real genius. The pride of your parents. This will not change. This failure is only because you have no learning experience. As Banliu Yuki's spiritual pillar, the moment her proud talent was defeated, the world seemed to be plunged into boundless darkness. Xingjian Yinshi put his left hand on her shoulder and came over. Hey! Silver! Yinshi! Since you can't be sure, let me give you the meaning of existence. The two children who were only 7 years old leaned closely together in such a sad environment. Yinshi! Teach me how to play chess. I have to say that appeasing Banliu is not an easy task. Because you must have a superior talent than her, otherwise everything is not convincing. After relying on Banliu for a while, Xingjian Yinshi also left the hospital to go home. Just less than 10 meters away from the gate, a bodyguard stopped him. Hello. Mr. Xingjian, Mr. Ling Kaoji has invited you, and I have been waiting for you for a long time. It seemed that it was difficult for him to call such a small child, but the bodyguard still performed his duty. Sure enough. Xingjian Yinshi sighed. He already knew that Atsuko Ayanokaji could not leave without doing anything, so he was waiting here. Xingjian Yinshi did not resist, because the effect was not great and it was unnecessary. So he followed the bodyguards and boarded an ordinary-looking commercial vehicle. Meet you again, Mr. Xingjian. With a smile on his face, Atsuko Ayanokaji handed over a cup of coffee to Xingjian Yinshi. Mr. Ayanokaji, I don't quite understand, why are you looking for me here? There is indeed something. But before that, I want to know, you should have known about the White Room from where you were born, right? Taking a sip of coffee, Atsuomi Ayanokaji and Xingjian Yinshi looked at each other, and continued. I want to know what you think of this institution. The perception of a White Room sounds like an unusual question. I think this is a crazy institution. Such an inhumane behavior must have attracted opposition from many people in society. But it is undeniable that if the experiment is successful, it will indeed have a history of changing the world. With a cautious attitude, Xingjian Yinshi gave an ambiguous answer. Very accurate remarks. It's not like a 7-year-old child can make a judgment. You are really special. Let me just say it, do you want to come to the White Room? Suddenly, Atsuko Ayanokji invited Xingjian Yinshi. Such a move was of course expected by Xingjian Yinshi. Sorry, Mr. Ayanokji, I'm not interested in this. Obviously, I beat the 2 talents from where, isn't it? Pretty clever deceit. You did do this, but they weren't the best of results. Even so, didn't you make a voyeuristic move? Atsuko Ayanokaji laughed out loud. It seems that he had indeed discovered this detail. After Xingjian Yinshi defeated Lori Takia cleanly, he played tricks with Amazawa Ichixia in a playful way, that is, he was secretly learning the fighting skills of the White House. It's really hard to refute, there are indeed things I lack. But compared to those, I still yearn for a free attitude towards life. Hearing that the answer was still refusal, Atsuomi Ayanokaji's face seemed a little ugly. You should care about Xiaoyuki, right? What's the meaning? The Banliu family is not an ordinary power. Even many big chaebols can't match them. In such a family, the children's marriage is not free. As if explaining a fact, Atsuko Ayanokaji began to introduce Itanaga's family. Xingjian Yinshi admits that although they only get along with each other for a short time, the girl Banliu Yuki really makes him very concerned. What's the meaning? Joining the White House, I can give you all kinds of excellent resources, allowing you to easily cross your own class, and it's easy to get engaged. Class stratification, in the society of country are, the higher the class, the richer the resources. And Xingjian Yinshi is only in the lower middle class, and compared with Banliu Yuki, there is a huge difference. Atsuko Ayanokaji's proposal is indeed tempting. But I refuse. Oh why? Although a little surprised, Atsuko Ayanokaji did not make a gaffe, but asked the reason calmly. It's just crossing the class, I will show you, it doesn't take too long. Besides, it's not my style to be inferior to others. Ha 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 ha. What an arrogant statement. Ever since the class split, not many people have dared to make such a statement. Atsuko Ayanokaji seemed very happy, he admired such an ambitious guy the most. It seems that this boy named Xingjian Yinshi unexpectedly suits his appetite. Since that's the case, then I won't waste my time here. As a reward for letting me hear interesting speeches, here's to you. If you change your mind, the door of the White Room will always be open to you. After stopping laughing, Atsukomi Ayanokji gave Xingjian Yinshi a business card and a book, and then asked the driver to drive away. It seems that he also understands that this person Xingjian Yinshi cannot be used by him at all. As for leaving a business card, that's just an idle move. As for the other booklet, it is the martial arts trained in the White Room. The reason why it is given is also because of Ayanokaji's talent-cherishing mentality. After this incident, Banliu Yuki would often learn chess from Xingjian Yinshi. Their relationship also unknowingly draws in as they get along, and even reaches a very close level. It is a pity that Banliu was sent to a private school after staying in the hospital for a period of time, and the contact between the two could only rely on the internet. Atsuko Ayanokaji's words also awakened Xingjian Yinshi. In this world, one must have sufficient strength. Otherwise nothing can be protected. So he also began to make arrangements, hoping to cross the limitations of social class. Chapter 75. In the gymnasium of highly nurturing high school. Breaking away from the long-term memory, Xingjian Yinshi stared at the girl in front of him. It seems that Banliu's body is still as petite as before, the difference is that those eyes are more profound, and they seem to have grown a lot. Yinshi is as gentle as ever. Why did you treat Katsuragi-kun so rough? Our class was hit hard by you. After Banliu finished speaking, without any self-consciousness as the leader of the white group class, he broke into the space between the two of them openly. Hey! Banliu, you guys, let me figure it out, it's time for our red team to discuss, can I trouble you to go back to the white team? Facing the unexpected guests, Long Yuan unceremoniously expelled them. Hearing the boss's words, I found that everyone in Class D also showed an unwelcome atmosphere. The title of the class in the future will be changed according to the situation. It's really unreasonable. Even though he said so, Banliu didn't have any intention of leaving, and looked at Xingjian Yinshi. Long Yuan, you don't plan to join the discussion anyway, let Yu Qi listen to what's going on. Xingjian Yinshi seemed to be blinded by this white-haired girl, instead of expelling him like Long Yuan, he even protected her. Xingjian. What's the situation? Why do you, Class A, speak for the enemy? We don't know either. Shut up, idiots. There's nothing to talk to anyway, so do as you like. But Xingjian Yinshi, I hope you realize the difference between friend and foe. Long Yuan saw Xingjian Yinshi's teasing eyes, and Mu Ming also felt angry in his heart. This guy just exposed his intention to buy the competition form from the school, then turned around and ignored him, it's really tantalizing. Don't worry, Long Yuan, I will do what you wish. Cut. Hearing Xingjian Yinshi's clear answer, Long Yuan probably heaved a sigh of relief. This sports festival is completely different from the previous special exams, and there are not many shortcuts to take. Up to now, apart from some small actions that are not on the table, Long Yuan only thought of the entry form as a means to gain an advantage. Xingjian Yinshi seems to have discovered this, but the AD class in the sports festival is also in the red group, and it is an ally relationship, which has little influence. But if he disclosed the information to Banliu, it would be a headache, so Long Yuan reminded him of this. Let's go. Ryuan waved his hand, and everyone in Class D behind him retreated slowly under his instructions. Although this tyrant is unpopular, he has also achieved practical results, so on the bright side, everyone in Class D is quite obedient to him. Yinshi, is this okay? Banliu seemed to be very happy because of Long Yuan's exit, leaning against Xingjian Yinshi with a cane. This is too intimate. Banliu. What is the relationship between you two? Are you a couple? Seeing this scene, both Class A and Class B exploded. Especially among the loyal supporters of Gekeng from Class B, they even began to suspect that it was Banliu who betrayed the class, which made Xingjian Yinshi win so many victories. As for Class A, Qi and Yamauchi also raised questions to Xingjian Yinshi as if mustering up their courage. Since Xingjian Yinshi has established an absolute leadership image in the class, everyone's attitude towards him has become a lot restrained by the naked eye. Hehe, Yinshi and I are childhood sweethearts. With a chuckle on Banliu Yuki's face, he looked around at his classmates and responded. Wow! My childhood sweetheart! It's so romantic! It seemed that this relationship satisfied the gossip mentality of the students, and everyone expressed their envy. The two childhood sweethearts are now respectively serving as leaders in command of the class. Just in terms of feeling, there is that kind of romance script unfolding. Banliu, Class C asked you to go over there, it seems that they have some doubts about the battle plan. The person who came was Katsuragi, the retired class leader. Seeing the close relationship between Banliu and Xingjian Yinshi, he seemed surprised, but overall he was relatively calm and did not make unnecessary moves. Well, see you later, Yinshi. I'll wait for you in the room with some coffee. Now, Ichinose can't be in a hurry. With Xingjian Yinshi's support to adjust his body, Banliu made a curtsy, and then staggered away with the members of Class B. Isn't that pretty cute? It looks completely different from the rumors. It doesn't look aggressive. After Banliu Yuki left, everyone seemed to have not recovered. Elegant demeanor, polite and gentle attitude, it has to be said that Banliu's appearance is very confusing. By the way, did Banliu invite Xingjian to the room just now? Wow! Is it? Damn it! I'm so envious! The male students around Xingjian Yinshi wailed enviously, causing disgusted eyes. We're just chatting a little bit about life, it's not as, so complicated as everyone thinks. Listening to the increasingly dangerous speeches of Yamauchi and Qi next to him, Xingjian Yinshi explained with a dark face. Although as companions, we should trust each other. But I still want to ask. Of course you won't tell Banyanagi about the strategic plan of Class A, right? Hey! Horikita, student. What's the meaning? Horikita Suzuan, who had been on the sidelines for a while, heard a cold voice. She knew very well that Xingjian Yinshi has a fatal weakness, that is, lustful love. Don't worry, I am very clear about my identity and responsibilities, and I will not do anything that will harm the interests of the class. We will definitely win this sports festival. It's better to be like this. Horikita Suzuan seemed to be convinced by Xingjian Yinshi's speech, but she didn't realize that Xingjian Yinshi didn't directly answer whether the strategic plan will be revealed. Immediately afterwards, the students asked questions one after another. For example, when did you meet Banliu, how do you feel about each other, etc., and so on. Xingjian Yinshi felt a little overwhelmed after struggling to deal with the gossip of the students. Especially for the girls in my own class and other classes, the questions were one after another, confusing everyone else, and it took a long time to recover. In this way, the first grade seems to have accepted the childhood sweetheart relationship between Xingjian Yinshi and Banliu Yuki. Even though it was unexpected, everyone didn't pay much attention to it. Although in this school, students are in various competitions, but there are also many students from different classes who have become lovers. This is nothing special, it's just that Xingjian Yinshi and Banliu, as leaders, received more attention than ordinary students. Chapter 76. Yuki, do you want to drink more sugar or less sugar? With Yinshi here, I feel that even the air has become sweet. Coffee should have less sugar. As the evening approached, Xingjian Yinshi came to Banliu's room as promised. Because of her physical inconvenience, Xingjian Yinshi took the initiative to assume the role of entertainer. I didn't expect Yuki to say such a thing now, it really surprised me. Oh! Didn't I learn this from Yinshi? Speaking of which, Yinshi seemed to be a BT when she was young, and actually cheated her first kiss in that way. Think about it, I seemed to be only 7 years old at that time. Cough cough. Hearing Banliu Yuki's words, Xingjian Yinshi choked on the coffee in his mouth. If it were two ordinary children, such behavior should be considered a joke. But that's exactly what he did. Thinking about it now, attacking a 7-year-old girl is indeed a bit wrong, but when the atmosphere was in place, he couldn't hold back. Moreover, Banliu and him are not like 7-year-old children at all, and their words, deeds and thoughts are relatively mature, so that he ignores the fact of age. Isn't it that Arisa was so cute back then, I couldn't hold back for a while. If you don't know how to answer the girl 773, then praise her for being beautiful, it must be right. Haha. Then I'll take it as Yinshi complimenting my charm. Banliu picked up the cup and took a sip, his eyes narrowed into crescent moons. I don't know if it's because of Xingjian Yinshi, but even with less sugar, this cup of coffee is quite sweet. Then let's start talking about business now. Yuki, I have a plan that needs your cooperation. Xingjian Yinshi took out a form, which is the key entry form for this sports festival. Unexpectedly, what Horikita had emphasized in the afternoon, Xingjian Yinshi directly presented it in front of Banliu Yuki. Oh! What does Yinshi mean? Is it a charity for our Class B? I won't be happy. Banliu Yuki was a little surprised. In her impression, Xingjian Yinshi was not someone who would do such a thing. And with the pride of a genius, she would not accept this kind of help. As I said just now, I need your cooperation, otherwise my plan will not work. Xingjian Yinshi showed a mysterious smile. This sports festival can't end in a mediocre way. Is that so? Then I will listen to Yinshi's petition for a while. The next day. Highly nurturing high school student council, the office is filled with a completely different tension than usual. Well, what do you think of my proposal? Horikita stood on the main seat, beside Kiriyama and Nagamo, who were in the second grade. There are Tachibana Akane, Ichinose, and other members of the student council in turn. Xingjian Yinshi sat across from Horikita, receiving the scrutiny of everyone in the student union. But the president? Is it too much to directly give the position of the vice president, and the vice president of Kiriyama? Tachibana seemed very disturbed by the scene in front of her. Although Horikita had mentioned to her earlier that a freshman might come to serve as the chairman of the supervisory committee, Horikita's temporary change of mind today was really beyond her expectations. Don't worry, Tongshan has no problems at all. You led the class to Class A in one semester, and this strength is enough to be recognized. Horikita adjusted his glasses, and Kiriyama nodded expressionlessly. For Horikita-gaku's order, he has no room to protest. Even if he disagrees in his heart, he is powerless. That's right, the current student union is accepting Xingjian Yinshi's application for membership. However, because of his outstanding performance in the recent period, Horikita thought that he could be directly appointed as the vice president, which sparked discussions. It's so sudden that I'm at a loss now. Does President Nagamo over there have any objections? Xingjian Yinshi was also surprised. He didn't expect Horikita Society to promote the position he requested to the vice president without authorization. But this is not bad. The vice president of the student union has higher authority than the chairman of the supervisory committee, and it also meets his needs. Although I don't pay much attention to other grades, I have heard about Xingjian. I like people with extraordinary strength, so you can definitely get my approval. Nan Yunya had a smile on her face, showing a hearty look. Xingjian Yinshi does not need to be carefully distinguished, and the hypocrisy is hardly concealed. In this case, then I will accept the appointment. The title of Vice President of the Student Union just sounds very powerful. Xingjian Yinshi didn't refuse either. Why not send him to his door for promotion? As for Nan Yun's target, frankly speaking, he doesn't care about it at all. And to some extent, even Nan Yunya was one of his goals. It is also more convenient to carry out certain actions by becoming the vice president of the student union. So, Xingjian will be the vice president of the student union? It's so sudden. As a new member, Ichinose was quite shocked. She didn't expect that Xingjian Yinshi, who had worked so hard to join the student council, would join in with ease. Moreover, as the vice chairman, he was completely different from himself as a junior officer. Even so, she was just surprised and not jealous. Well, I'll ask Ichinose to teach me a lot from now on, as well as President Nagamo and Secretary Tachibana. Xingjian Yinshi saluted modestly. A lot. A lot of advice. I don't know if it's because of the change of identity, Ichinose's attitude towards him is a lot more cautious. Hearing the reply, he quickly bowed in response. Teach me a lot. Other members of the student union office also sent out their own responses. First grade Class A. Everyone was noisy, all because of the broadcast from the school just now. Hey! Did I hear wrong? Xingjian, the vice president of the student council. It's really quiet. The students talked a lot. Xingjian Yinshi was surrounded by a group of people as soon as he entered the classroom. Everyone's face was full of uncontrollable curiosity. Student Xingjian, I don't know what's going on with the vice president of the student union. What have you done? I remember that in the first grade, wasn't Ichinose the only one who successfully joined the student council? Pushing aside the people blocking the way, Xingjian Yinshi showed a helpless expression. He also expected this situation, but he didn't expect the students to be so excited. Please be quiet, everyone. I have indeed served as the vice president of the current student union. It's nothing, it feels similar to joining the club. Xingjian Yinshi stood on the podium and explained to the chaotic students, but unfortunately it didn't seem to have any effect. Chapter 77. It's about the same as joining a club? Who will believe it? Didn't Katsuragi fail? Let me just say, Banliu and Long Yuan are no match for Xingjian at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more intense, Xingjian Yinshi patted the table and called the students to stop. Don't be so excited, everyone. Although we won the victory for a while, it is far from the time to be proud. The three classes other than us are still eyeing the position of Class A. Xingjian Yinshi's warning seemed to be effective, and the students who were still in high spirits calmed down one after another. It's true that you can't take it lightly. It seems like this. The students began to reflect on their own behavior. Since they were promoted to Class A, they seemed to be arrogant and disdainful of people in other classes. This kind of behavior is exactly the same as Class A at the beginning of school. I want everyone to know that the rankings are not static. We can beat them, and they can beat us. Everyone is too proud recently, think about it. After Xingjian Yinshi finished speaking, everyone in the class began to meditate silently. After all, most of the credit for them being able to live as Class A now goes to Xingjian Yinshi. But now, they themselves are arrogant. I really don't know what to say. I am deeply ashamed. It's really over the top. The students in the class issued reflections one after another. Seeing this situation, Xingjian Yinshi nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the atmosphere has not deviated too much, and the team can still be led. As the head teacher, I am very pleased that you have such introspection. But because the class is about to start, please go back to your seat first. The one who is entering the classroom now is Sae Chibashira, who is the head teacher, and it seems that she has also been listening outside for a while. She also noticed the situation in the class recently, but she didn't expect that this arrogance hadn't developed yet, and it would be snuffed out by Xingjian Yinshi so quickly. As long as students concentrate on listening to the class, time will always slip away unconsciously. The students who finished the course headed for the student cafeteria or convenience store in groups. Can we have a chat? It was Horikita Suzune who sent the invitation. Xingjian Yinshi felt a little surprised. There was awkwardness on her face, and she could see that she was reluctant to make the move. As you think. Xingjian Yinshi put down what he was doing, and went to the student cafeteria with Horikita. Along the way, Horikita didn't say a word, although she was indeed the kind of person who didn't want to communicate, but she could at least chat a few words before. Do you still care? What happened last time? No one can treat you calmly, right? I can remember being treated so rudely by you for a lifetime. Horikita still didn't raise her head, and there was no fluctuation in her tone. Seeing this, Xingjian Yinshi did not continue this topic. Invite me even if you hate it so much. Horikita seems to have acquiesced to this point. There is no doubt that what she wants to ask must be related to Horikita-gaku. In this school, he is the only one who can make Horikita Suzune care so much. Xingjian Yinshi used his student ID card to pay for 2 luxury packages. Horikita Suzune didn't intend to accept it at first, but was forced by Xingjian Yinshi. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Student council. What? I want to join the student council. Unexpected, reasonable. Horikita would want to join the student union, why? Xingjian Yinshi thought for a while and came to a conclusion. There is no doubt that Horikita Suzune wants to reconcile with Big Brother. In the original book, she didn't have the idea of joining the student union because she was in Class D. Horikita Suzune felt that she was embarrassing her big brother in Class D, so she didn't want to join the student council. But now under the leadership of Xingjian Yinshi, they are already in Class A, so naturally they don't have that kind of scruples. Does this request bother you? Seeing that Xingjian Yinshi didn't answer for a long time, Horikita finally raised his face and stared at him firmly. This, isn't that difficult? It's just so sudden, Xingjian Yinshi was a little hesitant. If he was the chairman of the supervisory committee, he could certainly say that he did not have enough authority. It's a pity that he is the vice chairman now, and Nagamo can bring Ichinose to join, then naturally he can too. If that's the case, then promise me. Don't forget, during the holidays, you kissed me, and even touched. Horikita's firm voice gradually became thinner, and her pretty face was slightly turned aside. Xingjian Yinshi could even imagine her current expression through her red ears. Oh, well, I can promise you. But as a condition, you must achieve enough results in this sports festival. I will also let President Horikita supervise together. What do you think? Asking for flowers. Facing Horikita like this, Xingjian Yinshi finally compromised. There is no way, who made me fail to withstand the temptation before and did something wrong. Please, big brother, to supervise, then let's do it, I will show you. After Horikita finished speaking, he picked up the luxurious set meal on the table and left his seat. It looked like she didn't really want to have dinner with Xingjian Yinshi. Even so, Horikita, who has always been saving a little, still did not refuse the luxury package. Seeing this situation, Xingjian Yinshi smiled and shook his head helplessly. Rooftop at night. In this inaccessible place, Xingjian Yinshi and Horikita school stand opposite each other. If it's just about the ringtone, you wouldn't ask me out. What else do you have? Be as keen as ever, senior, there is indeed something to do. I plan to apply to the school to establish an official communication forum within the school. 0. Xingjian Yinshi put forward his own idea. In the current school, the means of dissemination of information are too limited, so he thinks such a forum has a great market. If this is the case, it's the same for you to apply to the head teacher, because we can't directly make decisions, and the power of the president of the student union is not that great. Horikita stood up straight, like a model student being inspected. It was hard to imagine that he was in this state in his daily life. I probably understand this, but I don't want to have any secrets in front of the head teacher. Is that so? I understand. Horikita nodded understandingly, then picked up the phone and made a call. It's me, I have something to apply to you, can't decide. After discussing for about 10 minutes, Horikita finally ended the conversation. Without hanging up, the whole person explained to Xingjian Yinshi in a very formal tone. I am Horikita Gaku, who is the president of the student council, and I am acting as chairman Itanagi, accepting the school forum proposal proposed by the first-year student Xingjian Yinshi. According to the request, now I will charge you a total of 3 million points and pay it off Indiana one lump sum. Having said that, Horikita took Xingjian Yinshi's student ID card and swiped 3 million from it. Then, Xingjian Yinshi established the school's official forum. The relevant regulations that the forum needs to abide by will be sent to your mailbox later. The above is big. Chapter 78. The affairs of the student union came to an end, and Class A of the first grade was also engaged in intense preparations for the sports festival. Because this competition is related to whether they can hold on to the crown of Class A, everyone is working hard. On the eve of the sports festival, the school specially stipulates that each class will have a 2-hour class meeting once a week as a discussion time. When it was time for the students to discuss, Chibashira Sae silently retreated to the back of the classroom. Her attitude towards the class has changed dramatically since she got her A's. If you think of it as being perfunctory to the class in the past, it can be said to be meticulous now. There is no need for organization, and the students consciously vacated the middle of the classroom, which is a special meeting place for the class leadership group. In the current Class A, at the leader level, Xingjian Yinshi is the undisputed number 1. 6670 Kushida, Hirata, and Karuizawa are closely followed as the second echelon. In addition to the central figures of these classes, Horikita, Yukimura, Shinohara and other intelligent and influential people are ranked in the third echelon. All the strategies in the class are basically discussed and implemented around these few people, and other class members seem to be more willing to listen to them. Then, we will start to make plans for this sports festival. The first thing we need to decide is the order of participation in the overall competition. Seeing that the students had already taken their positions, Xingjian Yinshi began to explain the combat meeting. This sports festival is divided into two main categories: general competition, everyone must participate, and promotion competition, selection of people to play, and then the collective science competition is subdivided into individual competition and group exhibition. Xingjian Yinshi stood up first, looked around the students around, and then began to speak. First of all, let me introduce the arrangements for the individual events of this general competition. There are a total of 9 events in the general competition of the sports festival, of which there are 5 individual events. While talking, Xingjian Yinshi stepped onto the podium and listed 5 events one by one: 100 meters, 200 meters, hurdles, obstacle course, 2-person tripod. These are all subjects in the general competition individual competition. In these events, there are basically 2 people from each of the 4 classes, forming a group of 8 people to compete. 1 to 4 of them will be rewarded, and then there will be punishment. So there are 20 teams, right? Then how do we arrange personnel? As soon as Xingjian Yinshi's project was listed, the students asked questions anxiously. After all, this project is really related to their interests. Everyone has to participate in the whole competition. If you encounter a difficult enemy, unfortunately, it will be bad. Not only that, but for those who are confident in sports, if they can get the first place, they will get 5,000 personal points, or the bonus points for the written test are quite good. I don't know if you have heard the story of Tianji's horse racing? I think it just fits the current situation. Xingjian Yinshi looked at the blank eyes of the students, so he briefly told the students about the illusion, and the others quickly understood the key point. My idea is similar to Tianji's horse racing. In order to pursue stable scoring, I plan to arrange people with strong sports ability and people who are not very good at sports, so as to maximize the guaranteed income. Xingjian Yinshi put forward his own proposition. The advantage of this is that the strength of each group is averaged and the influence of luck is reduced. I have no objection. Very suitable arrangement. Seconded. Not surprisingly, Xingjian Yinshi's proposal was unanimously approved by the students. As long as other people don't show too much hindrance, from the perspective of hard power, Class A in these projects is sure to win. Then I will make the arrangement plan for all competition group projects. A cold voice sounded, and Horikita Suzun followed Xingjian Yinshi's example and walked to the podium. Horikita also attracted a lot of attention because he was given the important task of arranging the sports festival group project. There are only 4 team events in this all-round competition, which are the inverted rod competition, boys, the pitching competition, girls, tug-of-war for men and women, and horseback riding. Horikita wrote the names of the 4 projects below Xingjian Yinshi in delicate handwriting. Among these projects, the only thing that involves grouping of personnel is riding a horse to fight. The other several projects involve the joint participation of all members, so I won't make any arrangements. Inverted shots and pitches are all scrimmages, and there is really no need for explanation. As for the tug-of-war between men and women, it is a complete competition of strength, needless to say. About horse riding and fighting, my arrangement is basically the same as that of Xingjian. Among the 16 selected 4 horses, I will combine them according to their strengths and weaknesses to increase fault tolerance. Excuse me, Horikita, about this project, Can you listen to my proposal? Xingjian Yinshi interrupted Horikita's narration by raising his hand. He felt that there was no need to make such trouble for the project of fighting on horseback. I'm thinking, can I first select a team of Xians to ensure scoring, and then distribute the other teams according to your ideas? Xian combination. Sounds amazing. It seems that this term has successfully attracted the attention of other students. After all, it is normal for words like Xian to be eye-catching. Hey? I don't quite understand. Are you trying to say that with this Xian combination, you can win? Yes, and I have absolute confidence. Xingjian Yinshi looked at Horikita with firm eyes, apparently very sure of this. No way, if it is the combination of Sudu and Gao Yuanji and Ling Xiaolu and Xingjian Yinshi, it will be more difficult to lose. It's up to you, as long as the students don't object to 4.5. Seeing Xingjian Yinshi's insistence, Horikita didn't care about anything. After all, her purpose was only to fight the big brother, and she didn't care about other things. In this way, with regard to the horseback riding project, except for the special team selected by Xingjian Yinshi, the overall layout was implemented according to Horikita's plan. It seems that this battle plan seems to be quite satisfactory, but there is no way around it. The reason why the sports festival is not a special exam is because it is essentially a competition for hard skills. If everyone has no objections, then we will finalize the arrangements for the competition part. Xingjian Yinshi finally announced the results of the discussion, and it seemed that no one had any doubts, so he wrote down this part of the content on the entry form. Chapter 79. Very good. In this way, the only thing we need to consider is to promote the competition. Xingjian Yinshi filled in the content of the overall competition just decided in the entry form. Without wasting time, the discussion of pushing competitions began immediately. Although there is no distinction between single person and group, Xingjian Yinshi assigned Horikita to be responsible for it because it requires multiple people to carry out. There are 4 events in the push pie competition, which are mixed men and women with 3 legs, a borrowing contest, a 4-way tug-of-war, and a whole year relay race. Horikita continued to describe the competition items and wrote down the content on the blackboard one by one. The original book does not mention how many people need to be assigned for 2-person 3-legged and 4-way tug-of-war, but there are 6 people in each class for borrowing and relay, so 6 groups shall prevail here. The first item considered is a co-ed 2 3-legged. After comprehensive consideration, the class decided to directly recommend students with strong athletic ability to participate. Because tacit understanding can be cultivated later, but physical ability cannot be easily improved. In this project, Horikita and Xingjian Yin were assigned together by the students by coincidence when they were 21. The reason is that they seem to be in harmony with each other. Although Horikita resisted a little bit, she didn't refuse. What is more surprising is that Xingjian Yinshi recommended the teams of Gao Yuanji, Ling Xiaolu, and 2 other girls who are good at sports. Although I don't know why Kojinji will contribute, but everyone recognizes his physical ability, but Ayanokji seems to have encountered a lot of opposition. In the end, it was Horikita who overcame all opinions and decided to let him occupy a spot. For Ayanokji Kiyotaka, who has been hiding himself all the time, Horikita somehow knows that he is not simple. The 4-way tug-of-war is a relatively special event, because it is an absolute competition to win with force. The rule is that 4 people, 1 person in each class, form a square with a side length of 2 meters, place a plastic bottle at a distance of 1.5 meters from the 4 corners, and the person who gets the plastic bottle first wins. After discussion, it was finally decided that Xingjian Yinshi, Sudo, and Kojinji would participate for the boys, and Horikita, Onodera and Matsushita Chiaki for the girls. There were not many obstacles, and the first 2 projects completed the election easily. When it came to the lone competition, everyone's opinions were divided. Because this project is often not based on strength, luck is also very important. I said, running fast will come in handy in a race like this. Let me participate. Pseudo first issued a statement that he intends to compete for the best student places, so he is very active in every project. But, there are also notes like girlfriends and people you like, can you borrow them? As a friend, Chi poked Suda's sore spot without hesitation, and suffered a ruthless head fixation technique. Otherwise, let's do a simulated lottery draw for the class. After everyone draws, they must tell the location of the item immediately. Those who take the shortest time will participate on behalf of the class. What do you think? Xingjian Yinshi made such a suggestion. There is no way, this lone competition is completely a game project, not a competition that requires strength. Even Xingjian Yinshi himself did not dare to say that he could borrow 100% of the things on the note. Finally, after drawing lots, 6 people were selected: Karuizawa, Kushida, Yukimura, Ike, Miyake and Sakura. Although Suda was a little dissatisfied, he accepted the result willingly and willingly. The last event is the 1200-meter relay race for the whole grade. The requirement is 3 males and females, so there is no hesitation in this. Except for the last place reserved for Horikita, other places have arranged strong members. Hey! Although there may be some flaws, there is no major problem overall. If you have other opinions, you can also put them forward now. After Xingjian Yinshi filled out the entry form, the basic arrangement above was exactly the same as what he thought. So without hesitation, the entire schedule was announced to the whole class. Although it's a pity that I can't participate in all the games, I think it's okay. That's it, I feel that every project is a very powerful person. I am very much in favor of it. Let's decide. Seeing that everyone in Class A had agreed, Xingjian Yinshi kept the entry form in his heart, and then provided it to Chazu Sae without hesitation. Provided, not submitted. Since Xingjian Yinshi led the class and achieved considerable results, everyone in the class is very convinced of him. For example, in this sports festival, those with poor physical ability were arranged by him in a combination that was almost impossible to win, and he did not raise any objections. This is the embodiment of leadership. As long as you can lead your subordinates to achieve results, then they will fully support your leadership. The same is true for Ryuhuan of Class D, because he can gain in special exams, contract with Katsuragi, so the classmates will endure his oppression. After the class discussion, Xingjian Yinshi called Banliu. The entry form has been determined, and it is similar to the one I showed you before, and there is no difference. Hey, it looks like Yinshi is very popular in the class. Don't you feel uncomfortable doing something like this to betray the class now? Banliu's tone was waxy and mischievous, even Xingjian Yinshi could imagine the cute expression on her face now. Don't be ridiculous, Yuki. You know, this kind of experience is necessary if you want to grow. Caterpillars need to break through the cocoon to transform into butterflies. For the current Class A of 127, many people have not yet fully grown up. What Xingjian Yinshi needs are talents who can stand on their own, but now, many people can't meet the standard. Are you so persistent? In fact, you don't need to care so much. The family can't interfere with my will. Even so, I don't want my bold words to come to naught. I made an agreement with Mr. Ayanokji to impress him. After Xingjian Yinshi encountered something in his childhood, he realized this very clearly. No matter in that world, one's own strength is the capital of one's life. As long as you are strong enough, you will not be restricted by the world in the future, and you can protect what you want to protect. In order to achieve this goal, he started to form forces and manage his own team very early. This process is not smooth, even if he has all kinds of knowledge and insights from his previous life. The things that a person can do are limited after all, and the scarcity of talents is inevitable. So he chose highly nurturing high school, and even ignored the tragedies in the original book one by one in order not to affect the development of the plot. He watched Karuizawa's bullying with cold eyes. He turned a blind eye to the tragedy of Ichinose's theft. Now, although he understood the wrongness of all this, he was powerless to change it. Things have happened, and what needs to be done is to try to make up for it. Chapter 80. Oh, you are really stubborn, but if you feel tired, I can lend you my shoulder at any time. Banliu Yuki on the other end of the phone spoke softly, and the phone that made Xingjian Yinshi feel cold seemed to have some warmth. However, Ryuhuan-kun seems to have done a lot of tricks. Do I need to tell you? That's unnecessary, I can probably guess some of his arrangements, so there's no need to pay attention. For Long Yuan, Xingjian Yinshi still pays more attention to it. But there are too few things that can be manipulated in this sports festival, and his methods are basically useless, so Xingjian Yinshi thinks that he only needs to pay attention to it a little. After finishing the call with Banliu, Xingjian Yinshi got into troublesome affairs again. Before the sports festival, besides deciding the contestants, other things to do are piled up. There is no way to do this. Only by being fully prepared can we achieve ideal results at the sports festival. In the next day's physical education class, the students in Class A began to practice autonomously for the official competition. If you can improve in a short period of time, you may be able to show off your style on the field. That, student Xingjian. Speaking of it, I am a little concerned. Because from just now, Class C, who is also in physical education class, seems to have been observing us. Hirata rubbed his head, seemingly troubled by this. Xingjian Yinshi asked him to organize the training of the students, because the whole competition required everyone to participate, and the workload was too heavy for Xingjian Yinshi to take care of. It's okay, Hirata. In fact, isn't someone in our squad watching them? It's reasonable to spy on each other before the battle. Xingjian Yinshi didn't care much, and comforted Hirata with a relaxed tone. In many cases, the attitude of the leader will greatly affect the team. For example, now, seeing Xingjian Yinshi so calm, Hirata immediately relaxed and began to devote himself to class training. Student Xingjian is really a leader. At this time, it was Ichinose, the leader of Class C, who came to talk to them, and it seemed that they were also allowed to train independently. The sports festival is approaching, and it seems that all physical education teachers are like this. Haha, Ichinose is too good. Your class is the best. Everyone seems to be full of energy. It's because of your organization. Xingjian Yinshi pointed at the people in Class C who were in training. Everyone had smiles on their faces, as if the previous two failed special exams did not cause them any trouble. It's not my fault alone, each of us is determined to contribute, and Kanzaki and the others also helped to make many suggestions. Ichinose seemed to trust her companion very much, but Kanzaki beside her seemed to be shaken uncontrollably when she heard this. Really? It's really reliable. Xingjian Yinshi narrowed his eyes, and stared at Ryuji Kanzaki, Ichinose's right-hand man, with a probing gaze. It seems that something is wrong with him. Ichinose, I think I still have a lot of preparations to do and I'm really worried, so I won't disturb your chat. Although his tone was calm, Kanzaki still showed uneasiness when he saw Xingjian Yinshi's eyes, and ran away after finding an excuse. Kanzaki. Ichinose didn't seem to have expected such a strange reaction from him, and was shocked for a moment. Is there no problem? Judging by his appearance, maybe there is some big secret. Xingjian Yinshi teased Ichinose. Ryuji Kanzaki, the deputy of Class C, seemed to be hiding something. Student Xingjian, Kanzaki is our companion no matter what, so we naturally trust him. Ichinose didn't hesitate at all, she chose to side with her companions. This is her indisputable charm, but it's a pity that she doesn't adapt to such a competitive environment. After finishing the conversation with Ichinose, Xingjian Yinshi came among the students of Class A. Everyone seemed to be training hard, and everyone was sweating profusely. You really deserve to be Sudo. No matter what you do, you are the first in the class, you are amazing. Seeing that Xiudu won another 100-meter first place, Ike next to him shouted excitedly. Tisk, I don't think so. Xingjian and Gao Yuanxi are both untested. I don't think I can beat them. Xiudu didn't take Ike's compliment seriously. He is well aware of Xingjian Yinshi's monster-like physical fitness, and Gao Yuanxi, a hidden guy. Hey! Is Xingjian this strong? Speaking of which, he did show super ability in basketball games. As Yamauchi was talking, Xiudu unceremoniously used a head-fixing technique as if he had been exposed to a shortcoming. Don't underestimate yourself, Xiudu. You do have great talent in sports, so I want to entrust you with leading the team this time. Xingjian Yinshi also broke into the topic, first affirming Xiudu's strength, and then expressing the hope that he can take over the responsibility of the competition leader. Why me? Wouldn't it be better for you to come by yourself, Xingjian? Not only Xiudu, but other students also seemed unable to understand the meaning of this decision, showing puzzled eyes. I have been leading the class since the uninhabited island, but you can't rely on me all the time. One day in the future, you will have to bear all the work by yourself, so what should you do then? Hearing Xingjian Yinshi's words, the students fell into deep thought. They really depend on Xingjian Yinshi too much. One day they will graduate and leave the school they love and hate. At that time, they had never experienced anything, so naturally they couldn't do anything. I see, since you wish. Xiudu seemed to have thought of this as well, although he still hesitated, he took over the burden. In this way, Xingjian Yinshi divided the leadership work of this sports festival into 3 and assigned them to Hirata, Xiudu, and Horikita respectively. Hirata was in charge of the organization and training in the early stage, Xiudu was in charge of the leadership during the competition, and Horikita was in charge of the back office of the class. With this arrangement, everyone can achieve full growth, it's great. Xingjian Yinshi, who rarely enjoyed a moment of leisure, opened his eyes helplessly. With a lovely smile on his face, Kushida sat down next to him without any hesitation. I knew, what's the matter with you? No, I don't care at all about Xingjian-kun's arrangement of Horikita as the leader. Xingjian Yinshi rolled his eyes, why are you here if you don't care? Even though he was a little speechless, Xingjian Yinshi didn't hide from Kushida, and told her the truth about Horikita's wish to join the student union. So it's like this, although Mr. Xingjian seems to be very calm, but something really happened during your vacation. Appeared. The unreasonable sharp intuition of girls. After listening to Xingjian Yinshi's words, Kushida sensed something unusual almost instantly. Chapter 81. Xingjian Yinshi was a little dumbfounded, of course something happened between him and Horikita during the holiday. Rather, Horikita still holds grudges against him, but this is not something that can be explained to Kushida. Xingjian Yinshi has every reason to believe that if he dares to tell Kushida the truth, then her little vinegar jar must be turned over as soon as he says it, and then he will have a headache. Well, it's really nothing. I just want to let her understand something at this sports festival. So I prepared a plan. In order to fool around, Xingjian Yinshi could only tell Kushida about the arrangement of this sports festival. Of course, this is not something that needs to be particularly confidential. So that's how it is. Xingjian-kun is really mean-spirited, Horikita-san will suffer this time. After listening to Xingjian Yinshi's explanation, Kushida let go of his doubts a little and began to tease. In the plan formulated by Xingjian Yinshi, Horikita may encounter special care from more than one class, which can be said to be quite difficult. Your movements are not right. You have exerted too much energy in vain. How about adjusting this way? Do you feel much better? While the two were talking, Xiudu's commanding voice came from the side. Since 837 took over Xingjian Yinshi's appointment, he has acted very responsibly. Really? It does work. Xiudu, come and help me see too. And I also need assistance. It seemed that everyone was very motivated. Even those students who were not good at sports on weekdays forced themselves to cheer up. Suedu is also working very hard. He is almost guiding more than 30 students in the class at the same time, and even many girls have sought his help. Suedu, also become reliable. Are you an idiot? I've said it several times, it's not like this. It hurts. It hurts. Kushida Kikyo hadn't finished her words of praise when suddenly there was a loud reprimand. Ike and Yamauchi seemed to have been taught by Suedo with his head-fixing skills because they couldn't understand Suedo's meaning. It seems that Suedo's guidance is completely different for boys and girls. Seeing this, Xingjian Yinshi smiled helplessly, this is his nature. Horikita-san, could you please cooperate with me a little more? You run too fast. Onodera and Horikita Suzuan, who were in the same class, seemed to have a disagreement between the two, and their tone was a little anxious. It's true that our rhythm can't match, but it's not my fault, it's because you are running slowly. What? Hearing Horikita's arrogant words, Onodera was surprised but also showed an angry expression. She is also one of the better sports girls among the girls, so of course she cannot accept such accusations. It should be unquestionable to cooperate with a fast runner, right? It would be strange for me to slow down specially to match you who is a slow runner. Horikita maintained her point of view as if it was a matter of course. The big brothers will pay attention to her in this sports festival, so she wants to go all out in every game. It seems that you are in trouble, do you need my help? Xingjian Yinshi walked up, and Onodera was glaring at Horikita. It seemed that she also felt very unhappy when she met such a companion who didn't know how to cooperate. I don't think you can be of much help. Horikita showed a cold expression, deliberately looking away, not wanting to look at Xingjian Yinshi. Don't say that, the two of us also want to participate in the mixed three-legged two-legged, don't we? How about it, do you want to try it together? Saying that, Xingjian Yinshi didn't wait for Horikita's answer, and went up to pick up the rope, and tied Horikita and himself. Hey, don't do this kind of thing without authorization. Are you troubled? I'm very troubled. Horikita said, and stepped on Xingjian Yinshi with his free foot. For such a childlike behavior, he could only smile helplessly. Spy, I remember, you just said that the slow ones should match the fast ones, right? That's it, do you have any questions? No, let's get started. After Xingjian Yinshi finished speaking, he and Horikita ran quickly with the goal of 50 meters. The cooperation between the two is very synchronized, and it even makes people wonder if their feet are tied together. Hirata on the side was called over to help with the timing, and was stunned by their quick movements. 4897. Hirata shouted out this unbelievable result. Generally, in two-person three-legged games, there is no team that can run for a minute. How do you feel? Xingjian Yinshi looked at Horikita who was stunned, and shook his hand in front of her. How did you do it? In the action just now, Horikita didn't feel restrained by his companions at all, it was even as if he was running alone, almost doing whatever he wanted. I just cooperated with your actions. You seem surprised? Let's run again. Saying that, Xingjian Yinshi didn't care about Horikita's disagreement at all, and turned around to start preparations. This time the action was completely different from the last time. Xingjian Yinshi let go of the speed unilaterally, and the whole person almost surpassed Horikita by one figure. What are you waiting for? Isn't it natural that slow people need to cooperate with fast people? Even though he was running fast, he still spoke words of love in a steady tone. It seems that this level of sports does not burden him at all. Horikita bit her lips tightly, as if unwilling, but she didn't refute Xingjian Yinshi's words. Because these words came from her mouth. Boom! Not surprisingly, the two of them fell to the ground hard because they failed to cooperate. Xingjian-san. Horikita-san. Are you all right? Seeing the sudden unexpected situation, Hirata and the others were afraid that someone would be injured, so they hurriedly surrounded them. Xingjian Yinshi helped Horikita up, and thoughtfully patted the dust off her body. The accident just now was completely intentional, so he protected Horikita the moment he fell down, and both of them landed smoothly without injury. "Don't worry, we're fine. How's it going? Horikita, you should understand the importance of cooperation by now, right?" Listening to Xingjian Yinshi's question from the side, Horikita Suzune couldn't refute at all. Obviously, her previous thinking was wrong. "I see, I will apologize to Onodera, and I will try my best to match her speed in the future." Although she is rather arrogant, Horikita Suzune has the courage to admit her mistake after realizing her mistake. In this way, everyone in Class A ended the day's training in a tense atmosphere. Although it is very hard, but everyone seems to have made some progress. Chapter 82. Saturday morning. After a week of intensive training, the students finally had the opportunity to relax a little. Lots of small groups mingling, enjoying themselves at a leisurely pace. By the way, you should all join the official forum launched by that school. Chi took out his phone and shook it, asking questions to the boys gathered in Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's room. "What is that? It looks like I have never heard of it before. School, is there an official forum?" Suda scratched his head. During the recent period, in addition to participating in club activities, he also needs to help his classmates with training, but it is quite hard. "What? You, Sudu, are so stupid, you don't even know this. There are all kinds of beautiful girls sharing their daily life in it." As if showing off, Yamauchi showed the phone in front of several people. The most conspicuous thing in the interface is Sakura Eri, who took off her glasses. Although the forum has only been open for a few days, quite a few people have already paid attention to her. In addition, it seems that there are photos of Kushida, Shinohara, and others on it. "Damn it, I don't know about such things until now, I want to register one too." Suda seemed to find it very interesting, and quickly took out his mobile phone, intending to join this so-called official forum. Seeing this situation, Ayanakaji followed suit. 5,000 points. What, do I need to pay points to join this forum? Suda was dumbfounded. In his understanding, such things should be free. There is no way to do this. After all, the person who established this forum seems to have paid a lot of points. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka hardly hesitated, and readily paid the fee to join the forum. In his interface, newcomer notices are being displayed. Notes for newcomers. Dear students, hello. I am N, who is the person in charge of the forum. I am very glad that the school can approve my proposal and set up this platform for student communication. Because the cost of applying for the platform is not low, we can only charge you a certain fee. But please don't feel disadvantaged. Here, you can share your life to your heart's content and make all kinds of friends. Of course, you can also choose to do some other things. As long as it does not violate the rules of the forum. Maybe in the future, this place will also become a place for information trading, and even affect class competition. Sorry, because the forum was established successfully, I have a little too much to say. In short, I hope that everyone can think hard, explore the real usage of this forum. What? This guy says his name is N. Do you understand me? Sudo let out an exaggerated cry. He does know that Xingjian Yinshi has an identity as the mysterious person X, but he is completely unaware of other identities. Why is there no such notification on my phone? That's probably because you didn't pay attention to it in Yamauchi, so you just closed the interface. Chi woke up Yamauchi as if mockingly, but in fact he himself did not pay attention to this information. I said, could this N be the mysterious person N? I think they are very similar, don't they? Well, it's possible. But I don't care about those things now. The point is, give me the accounts of Kushida and Sakura-san. Although Chi raised doubts, the focus of the stupid boys is always related to the beautiful girl. Seeing this, Ayanokji put away his phone helplessly, feeling out of place with the surrounding environment. In the hall, Xingjian Yinshi is waiting for Karuizawa to come and meet. After discussion, everyone in Class A decided to go to inquire about other classes on Saturday. The original arrangement was Hirata and Karuizawa, then Xingjian Yinshi and Zinkan and Kushida and Horikita. But in the end, Tien and Karuizawa seemed to have some accidents and broke up, so they adjusted with Xingjian Yinshi. Sorry for keeping you waiting for too long. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Karuizawa came over panting. Today she is wearing casual clothes, the upper body is a light green thin sweater, and the lower body is a JK skirt, looking very youthful and beautiful. Actually, I haven't waited long. By the way, today's dress is very beautiful, Hui. You, why did you suddenly call me by my name? Hearing Xingjian Yinshi's voice, Karuizawa was stunned uncontrollably. Asking for flowers. It seems that Xingjian Yinshi hasn't come to see her since the last privileged person exam, and it can't be helped that the relationship has become a lot rusty. Don't you like it? Then I won't bark in the future. Xingjian Yinshi sighed, feeling lost in an instant, and his speech was weak. No. It's not that I don't like it, yes, it's not impossible. Seeing Karuizawa's incoherent speech, Xingjian Yinshi narrowed his eyes, showing a successful prank expression, and looked at her jokingly. Woo! It's too much. Being teased, Karuizawa Megami's cheeks were flushed, and she bit Xingjian Yinshi's arm with bulging eyes. 0. Although it is also a muscle, Karuizawa just felt a special resistance, as if he couldn't bite down at all. And she didn't want to really use force, and in the end it just left a shallow mark. Pfft! Seeing this cute gesture, Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help laughing, and gently wiped her mouth. Fortunately, there is no one in the hall now, otherwise such an intimate move, with their popularity, might cause another storm. It's really annoying to have such a bad character like you. But I think Megami's flustered look just now is super cute. Don't say it again. Say it. Just teasing Karuizawa like this, Xingjian Yinshi and the two walked slowly towards their destination. The playground at 10 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if it is because of the sports festival, there are already a lot of people gathered here. People from the football club are holding a match right now, and I see that many people from other classes are also participating. It's a good place to gather information. Yukimura seems to have been observing here for a long time. I saw that Xingjian Yinshi and Karuizawa also came to the playground, so I explained to them. Scout club activities, so as to gain information about students in other classes. What we are doing now always feels like a spy, which is very exciting. Kushida and Horikita, who were investigating the situation on the other side of the playground, also rushed over. It seems that the two of them get along pretty well, at least on the surface. Chapter 83. That being said, in fact, the information we can obtain is quite limited. Horikita remained as cold as ever, holding a notebook in his hand, apparently collecting various information. Wow! Good shot, really good. Excellent. It seemed that a good goal was scored, and the students on the playground cheered. This is the charm of football, which always affects the emotions on and off the field. That's Shibata from Class B. Hirata often mentioned him in front of us, saying that he is very powerful, and the relationship between the two seems to be very good. Kushida on the side explained that her network of relationships is indeed huge. She basically knows everyone who is a little bit famous in the first grade. Hey! Isn't this Mr. Xingjian? What kind of game are you guys playing together? Nanyunya, who was wearing the club uniform 307, suddenly appeared in front of several people. He seemed to have been paying attention to this side from just now, but only now chose to show up. So it's Senior Nagamo. It's nothing unusual, we're just collecting information. The calm voice was unexpected, and Xingjian Yinshi was outspoken about the goals of the few people. Rather, Nanyun should have seen through such an obvious thing long ago. So that's it, it's for the sports festival. Our members don't know how to release water, so I think it will be perfect in estimating combat power. Nanyun squinted his eyes, as if he didn't expect Xingjian Yinshi to be so frank. What is so special about this person whom Horikita admired? He was very curious. In the football field, Hirata and Shibata cooperated very smoothly. The football shuttled back and forth under their feet, passing one enemy after another. It's really energetic, seeing such a wonderful scene, I feel a little ready to move. Nagamo enjoyed the game with a happy expression on his face. It seems that he likes football from the bottom of his heart. It seems really interesting. Xingjian Yinshi also had a smile on his face, showing his interest in football. Oh? How about it? Would you like to play a game or two together? I'm looking forward to your performance. Nanyun finally revealed his true purpose. He was reluctant to enter here, largely because he wanted to test this 10th grader who was expected by the Horikita journal. Naturally, Xingjian Yinshi could also understand this, so he took advantage of the situation and agreed. Not to mention the popular sports such as football and basketball, no matter how unpopular it is, he has dabbled in it more or less. Nagamo, you are. Seemingly surprised by Xingjian Yinshi who entered the field, everyone in the football club raised doubts about Nagamo. Oh, this is Xingjian from the first grade, the newly appointed vice president of the student union. We plan to play football just like this, can you please arrange it? The vice president of the first grade. It looks very strong. I never heard that Xingjian can play football. Although there were some surprises, the head of the association still readily replaced 2 students, letting the newly arrived Nanyun and Xingjian Yinshi step up. It's been a long time since I've experienced this kind of experience. Being watched by all the classmates, and the cheers that seem to be everywhere make my blood rush. Xingjian Yinshi stretched his arms, feeling the fresh air of breakfast, and his whole body was refreshed. Ha ha ha, football is such a sport. With the addition of Nagamo, the momentum of the team suppressed by Hirata and Shibata was shaken, and it seemed that all members became more confident. Naeun, let's concentrate on it. The game started again, and Xingjian Yinshi's Hirata served. He is still the same as the last game, walking around with the ball flexibly, and his body quickly shuttles across the court. Facing an opponent of this level, Nagamo seemed to be very relaxed, and stopped the rushing Hirata by himself. Hirata was also a little nervous, he felt unprecedented pressure from Nagamo. The football was constantly replaced under his feet, but it was a pity that several fake moves in a row were easily seen through. Nagamo, who seized the opportunity, quickly cut in and brought the ball out easily. Seeing that Nanyun succeeded, the other members of the team quickly gathered around him. This team seemed to be controlled by Nanyun. In order to win back the ball, Hirata challenged Nagamo. His movements should be said to be very flexible, but Nagamo flamboyantly flashed ahead of him as if teasing a baby. Later, Shibata, who was the main force of another member, also came up to meet him. Nagamo mixed several fake moves to confuse his opponent, and then also overtook him. It wasn't because Hirata and Shibata were weak, but because Naeun's strength surpassed them too much. Seeing this, Xingjian Yinshi also blocked him. Seeing Xingjian Yinshi standing in front of him, the corners of Nanyun's mouth curled up slightly, and he rushed forward without hesitation. The football is like a dancing butterfly, constantly rotating under his feet. Move left, turn right, and go back to the left again. As soon as Nanyun and Xingjian Yinshi met, they used 2 feints. Brush. Without extra temptation, Xingjian Yinshi quickly hooked his right foot forward and easily picked up the football. Senior Nanyun, the speed is still too slow. After speaking with a smile, Xingjian Yinshi rushed forward like a whirlwind. His speed is so fast that he seems to be integrated with the ball. Just like Hirata and Shibata faced Nagamo, the opponent's players had no resistance against Xingjian Yinshi. Before Nanyun recovered from his absence, Xingjian Yinshi broke through the encirclement and came to the front of the goal. Do you want to perform well? Thinking of this, Xingjian Yinshi saw Karuizawa, Kushida, and others staring at him out of the corner of his eye. In fact, the eyes of the entire playground are now on him. As the vice president of the first grade, this status undoubtedly won him a lot of attention. Although he is not a household name, most of the students probably know him. I really can't help it. Since the interest has already come up, let's show it well. Xingjian Yinshi easily avoided an enemy 4.0 tackle, sandwiched the football between his legs, and then lifted it up, and the football flew high. When the ball flew to a certain height, Xingjian Yinshi turned around and then slowly lowered his legs. When the strength has accumulated to a certain level, the whole person suddenly exerts strength, and the body jumps up according to his idea. Boom! The sound of the body colliding with the ball sounded, and the football drew a flowing arc. The speed was unbelievably fast. Even though the goalkeeper has already played 12 points, it is a pity that the body still cannot keep up with the reaction speed, and the ball is shot into the goal smoothly. Could this be? Really? Too exaggerated. An upside-down golden hook. And it was an upside-down golden hook that was completely completed by one person. Seeing such a dreamy scene, extremely high applause erupted around the stadium instantly. Chapter 84. Can humans really do it? Really, what an amazing shot! Student Xingjian, is football also this strong? Hirata and other team members ran over and were greatly shocked by Xingjian Yinshi's upside-down golden hook. It's okay, ha ha ha. Smiling modestly, Xingjian Yinshi didn't think it was that great. He can do this to a large extent because of his physical ability. Compared with Hirata, Shibata, and others who worked hard, this kind of ability acquired by talent does not have much to show off. Few Xingjian. It's really a person that Horikita-senpai is optimistic about. I haven't experienced this kind of fighting spirit for a long time. The eyes of Nanyun who rushed over were shining, compared to his playful attitude just now he exudes a fierce aura. It's been a long time since anyone made him feel pressured. Most of the students in the same grade are boring and have become docile and non-aggressive under his suppression. In the third grade, only Horikita-gaku could get his attention. It's a pity that as a senior, Horikita-gaku doesn't seem to want to compete with him. Unexpectedly, 21 Xingjian Yinshi was so strong. Although it's only in football, his heart has been warmed up for a long time. The game starts again. This time it was Nagamo Fang who kicked off. As soon as the whistle sounded, the ball and people immediately began to gather around Nagamo. In the eyes of the football club partners, he is such a reliable partner, but also an enemy that the enemy must guard against. Still in an incomparably vigorous posture, Nanyun is like a soldier who has experienced many battles, and every movement is impeccable. Because of the shock of the last ball, the opponent seemed to be very afraid of Xingjian Yinshi. More than half of the people were sent out to disturb his actions. Ah, I'm really flattered. Xingjian Yinshi ran left and right casually, and found that the blockade on the opposite side was indeed comprehensive, and there were hardly any obvious flaws to be found. That's impossible. After all, classmate Xingjian is too strong, he is really an opponent that needs special attention. The ones rushing over were Hirata and Shibata. They seemed to judge that they could not stop Nagamo by themselves, so they planned to come to help Xingjian Yinshi first. Haha, is that so? But at this level, it still can't bother me. Xingjian Yinshi smiled, and his eyes became a little more serious. The people who came to besiege seemed to feel the tense atmosphere, and sweat slowly oozed from their palms. Do you think that relying on the number of people can contain me? That would be too naive. I have encountered countless times worse than this scene, but unfortunately none of them can make me feel helpless. Thinking of this, Xingjian Yinshi's body began to sway sensitively, and his steps continued in a controlled manner. Left. No, it's right. Left. It's a feint. Damn it. With just a little bit of strength, Xingjian Yinshi easily broke through the heavy encirclement and once again stopped Nanyun in front of the goal. It's really amazing, Xingjian. I can't help it, I don't want to experience that feeling of failure even once. When Nanyun heard Xingjian Yinshi's arrogant declaration, instead of being angry, he showed appreciation. Sure enough, I still like ambitious people like Mr. Xingjian. Then, next, let you experience my strength. Oh, what? Nanyun played with 12-point spirit, maintained the basic speed of dribbling, and rushed forward without any flaws. Different from the last time when he played tricks, Nanyun seemed to be very careful this time. The speed is not fast at all, but the action is almost up to the textbook standard. It seems that there is no flaw. This is my perfect golf skill. I practiced it hard and sweated again and again, and finally got it. Nagamo seems to be recalling the hard-working club days. For football, he likes it from the bottom of his heart, and naturally he does not spare time to practice. I'm sorry, perfection is impossible. I know the flaws in your body like the back of my hand. Xingjian Yinshi didn't hesitate, and greeted him head-on. Nagamo's steps were indeed steady, but they couldn't be said to be flawless. Brush. A quick and precise kick. When Xingjian Yinshi kicked this kick, Nanyun's face was sweating uncontrollably. This ball was beyond his expectation. Seeing that the ball was about to be stolen, Nagamo seemed to want to make up for it as much as possible. He forcibly adjusted his body, causing Xingjian Yinshi's sight to change, and the ball finally flew out. This. Xingjian Yinshi also seemed a little surprised by this result. Nagamo's behavior was a bit unexpected, because forcibly stopping the action will undoubtedly bring a burden to the body. You seem to be surprised? That's great. It's the kind of thrill that I enjoy when I force my opponent to show my true strength. Don't hide it anymore, show your true strength. Nanyun smiled happily, because he noticed Xingjian Yinshi's playful eyes from the moment he scored the first goal. Xingjian Yinshi completely treated this match as a game. Nagamo knew all too well what that meant. Because in a way, they happen to be the same type of people. He also often competes with a playful mentality because he is bored. It seems that, you have been seen through, there is really no other way, then do as you wish. Unexpectedly, Nanyun would notice his true thoughts. Xingjian Yinshi was a little surprised. At the same time, there was a little excitement in my heart. He has closed his own nature for a long time. Since he no longer thinks that the world is a game, he has restrained his unscrupulous character. This time, it seems that I can release the pressure a little bit. Then be a little more serious. 440. Thinking of this, Xingjian Yinshi flew out like an arrow from the string. Now it is Hirata of the same team who gets the ball, but Xingjian Yinshi has no worries. Brush. Even if it was a teammate's ball, Xingjian Yinshi still snatched it without hesitation. Running all the way, he ignored everyone who blocked the road. Those who have been overtaken cannot keep up with his dribbling speed at all. Boom! An impeccable perfect shot. Xingjian Yinshi just touched the football lightly with his right foot, and the ball once again, as if drawing a streamer, easily entered the net. Is this guy really human? How come? Xingjian Yinshi. Such unconventional behavior not only shocked the audience outside the stadium, but even the members inside the stadium seemed to be stunned. Is this your true strength? Nanyun walked over with a smile on his face, and Xingjian Yinshi did not disappoint him. This level of physical ability feels like it has completely surpassed him. Perhaps. It's been a long time since I had such an enjoyable exercise. But I have a question. Senior Nagamo seems to care too much about me. What's the reason? Xingjian Yinshi smiled back. He also noticed that Nagamo didn't know why, and he completely lost the hostility he had in the student union office before. Chapter 85. Xingjian Yinshi was very puzzled. Nan Yunya's attitude towards him seemed too friendly. He is not the kind of guy who would take care of juniors. You really noticed it? It's a little troublesome to say, so can we talk in private? Nan Yun seemed to have expected it, and was not surprised by Xingjian Yinshi's question. And he didn't hide his thoughts, he just wanted to discuss it in private. That's it, of course it's okay. But let's continue the game now, I haven't vented enough yet. Xingjian Yinshi said, the whole person returned to a slightly excited state. It's rare to catch such an opportunity, so of course you have to vent your pressure. The football game continued, but the situation on the field seemed to have completely changed, which was unexpected. First, Xingjian Yinshi scrambled for the ball like crazy. Whether it was Nan Yun's team or his own team, he didn't care, and intercepted the ball equally. The other teammates were very dissatisfied with this practice, and after several times in a row, they finally went berserk completely. Then there was drama on the pitch. With the exception of the two goalkeepers, the other 19 players were besieging Xingjian Yinshi. Facing this scene, the high-spirited Xingjian Yinshi didn't seem to be afraid at all, rather he became even more excited. With a dribbling speed as fast as the wind, most people can't catch up with him at all, so they can't use effective methods. Barely caught up, but couldn't win the ball from him. Everyone, including Nan Yun, tried their best to obstruct him, but they couldn't cause any trouble to Xingjian Yinshi, and the footballs flew into the goal again and again. Seeing the end, the two goalkeepers couldn't help but join the siege. Seeing this, the referee on the side had to stop this funny game. In the end, Xingjian Yinshi's team won 77-0, but no one showed a happy expression. If two teams are abused by one person, there is a high probability that they will become a joke. After the game, because Xingjian Yinshi made too much noise, in order to avoid trouble, Horikita and others planned to let him and Karuizawa go to other places to find information. If a few people gather together like now, and wait for the next group of spectators to gather around, I'm afraid we won't be able to collect any information today. Xingjian Yinshi naturally understood the consequences he caused, and took Karuizawa out of the playground very readily. Hey, did something happen to you today? It doesn't feel right. It has to be said that people who have been bullied will be extremely sensitive inside. Karuizawa seemed to have sensed something was wrong with Xingjian Yinshi today. Well, it's just accumulated some pressure, but fortunately it's released, it's not a bad thing. Oh. Is that so? I always feel that Yinshi on the court today is quite scary. If there is something, don't hide it in your heart. Karuizawa narrowed his eyes, as if he was not satisfied with this explanation. In fact, Xingjian Yinshi didn't lie to her either, that behavior was indeed to vent pressure. As for where the pressure comes from, it is inconvenient to say. Scary? That's not the case. By the way, why did you suddenly call my name? It's just, look, I was calling Hirata classmate Yasuke, right? And you called me by my name this morning. Why, are you dissatisfied? Karuizawa seems to have remembered the trick Xingjian Yinshi made on her in the morning. In an instant, his mouth was pouting, and he put his hands on his hips in a fierce manner. Haha, this look is so funny, it doesn't have that intimidating aura at all. Rather, the behavior of pursing his mouth looks more like acting like a baby. Xingjian Yinshi laughed unceremoniously, making Karuizawa's face flush. Looking around, the two seemed to have walked to a relatively remote corner, and usually no one came. In such an environment, Karuizawa seemed to lose his restraint. Seeing Xingjian Yinshi's hideous smile, he couldn't help but took another bite, biting his arm. As if he was not as restrained as he was in the morning, Karuizawa bit harder this time, leaving a deep mark. Hey? Are you not in pain? After not hearing Xingjian Yinshi's voice for a long time, Karuizawa raised his head to look at him while poking his teeth marks with his hands. It's actually quite painful, but this can be regarded as some kind of imprint left by K. Thinking about it this way, the pain in my body seems to have subsided. Hey, hey! What left a mark? There is no such thing. It's a lesson. A lesson. Find out for me. Karuizawa stomped his feet in protest, and the blush on his face spread visible to the naked eye. The surroundings of the ears are also warm, as if steam is about to come out. Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help laughing at this cute look, he felt like a young couple playing around. So he stretched out his hand gently, and clasped Karuizawa's palm together. What are you doing? Karuizawa turned his face away, his heart beat uncontrollably, as if anticipating what would happen next. Well. The rose-like aura enveloped the two of them, although they were a little unfamiliar. Karuizawa showed a dependent look. Some trance, but Karuizawa can barely feel the transfer of temperature. Like the warm sun, it dispels the darkness near and far away. It's been a long time since I felt such a feeling of being cared for. You said that on the cruise, remember? Of course, I never forgot. Then why put me aside to dry? This girl who has been in the dark since middle school has suffered too many storms. She often pays attention to even the slightest move for a long time. Obviously he said those words on the ship, but after returning to school, Xingjian Yinshi seemed to have forgotten and didn't express anything. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this. K, who has become stronger, seems to need someone to rely on. Humph, I just hope that some people don't just keep their promises and at. But no matter how delicate the flowers are, as long as the roots are not broken, they can still show their beauty one day. Now Karuizawa deeply understands this, and greedily sucks the nectar, turning it into nutrients for growth. Do you feel at ease? Oh wait. Such a sudden action is annoying, but what about that warm feeling? Will we always go on like this in the future? Karuizawa's voice seemed a little uneasy, and with her sensitive mind, it was not difficult to detect Kushida, Sakura, and others' feelings for Xingjian Yinshi. Although I can't give you a definite answer, good Zhao Hao, I assure you that the future will definitely be as you wish. Really, this is enough, light. Hearing the affirmative answer, Karuizawa finally let go of the anxiety in his heart. Slowly pull away a little distance, and then squat down protecting your knees. What's wrong? The girl closed her eyes, her voice became a little hurt. Just happy it's over, the sad days. From a long time ago, I wondered if the prince in the story would appear and take me out of this suffering dollar. Seeing such a pitiful Karuizawa, Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help hugging her from behind. I'm late, it should have been earlier. No, it came quite in time. Before I completely lost my courage, it suddenly appeared. Karuizawa's face is mixed with smiles and tears, which is a peculiar scene that only a person can show when he is severely stimulated. Then, promise to be my princess. Chapter 85. Xingjian Yinshi was very puzzled. Nan Yunya's attitude towards him seemed too friendly. He is not the kind of guy who would take care of juniors. You really noticed it? It's a little troublesome to say, so can we talk in private? Nan Yun seemed to have expected it, and was not surprised by Xingjian Yinshi's question. And he didn't hide his thoughts, he just wanted to discuss it in private. That's it, of course it's okay. But let's continue the game now, I haven't vented enough yet. Xingjian Yinshi said, the whole person returned to a slightly excited state. It's rare to catch such an opportunity, so of course you have to vent your pressure. The football game continued, but the situation on the field seemed to have completely changed, which was unexpected. First, Xingjian Yinshi scrambled for the ball like crazy. Whether it was Nan Yun's team or his own team, he didn't care, and intercepted the ball equally. The other teammates were very dissatisfied with this practice, and after several times in a row, they finally went berserk completely. Then there was drama on the pitch. With the exception of the 2 goalkeepers, the other 19 players were besieging Xingjian Yinshi. Facing this scene, the high-spirited Xingjian Yinshi didn't seem to be afraid at all, rather he became even more excited. With a dribbling speed as fast as the wind, most people can't catch up with him at all, so they can't use effective methods. Barely caught up, but couldn't win the ball from him. Everyone, including Nanyun, tried their best to obstruct him, but they couldn't cause any trouble to Xingjian Yinshi, and the footballs flew into the goal again and again. Seeing the end, the 2 goalkeepers couldn't help but join the siege. Seeing this, the referee on the side had to stop this funny game. In the end, Xingjian Yinshi's team won 77-0, but no one showed a happy expression. If 2 teams are abused by one person, there is a high probability that they will become a joke. After the game, because Xingjian Yinshi made too much noise, in order to avoid trouble, Horikita and others planned to let him and Karuizawa go to other places to find information. If a few people gather together like now, and wait for the next group of spectators to gather around, I'm afraid we won't be able to collect any information today. Xingjian Yinshi naturally understood the consequences he caused, and took Karuizawa out of the playground very readily. Hey, did something happen to you today? It doesn't feel right. It has to be said that people who have been bullied will be extremely sensitive inside. Karuizawa seemed to have sensed something was wrong with Xingjian Yinshi today. Well, it's just accumulated some pressure, but fortunately it's released, it's not a bad thing. Oh. Is that so? I always feel that Yinshi on the court today is quite scary. If there is something, don't hide it in your heart. Karuizawa narrowed his eyes, as if he was not satisfied with this explanation. In fact, Xingjian Yinshi didn't lie to her either, that behavior was indeed to vent pressure. As for where the pressure comes from, it is inconvenient to say. Scary? That's not the case. By the way, why did you suddenly call my name? It's just, look, I was calling Hirata classmate Yasuke, right? And you called me by my name this morning. Why, are you dissatisfied? Karuizawa seems to have remembered the trick Xingjian Yinshi made on her in the morning. In an instant, his mouth was pouting, and he put his hands on his hips in a fierce manner. Haha, this look is so funny, it doesn't have that intimidating aura at all. Rather, the behavior of pursing his mouth looks more like acting like a baby. Xingjian Yinshi laughed unceremoniously, making Karuizawa's face flush. Looking around, the 2 seemed to have walked to a relatively remote corner, and usually no one came. In such an environment, Karuizawa seemed to lose his restraint. Seeing Xingjian Yinshi's hideous smile, he couldn't help but took another bite, biting his arm. As if he was not as restrained as he was in the morning, Karuizawa bit harder this time, leaving a deep mark. Hey? Are you not in pain? After not hearing Xingjian Yinshi's voice for a long time, Karuizawa raised his head to look at him while poking his teeth marks with his hands. It's actually quite painful, but this can be regarded as some kind of imprint left by K. Thinking about it this way, the pain in my body seems to have subsided. Hey. What left a mark? There is no such thing. It's a lesson. A lesson. Find out for me. Karuizawa stomped his feet in protest, and the blush on his face spread visible to the naked eye. The surroundings of the ears are also warm, as if steam is about to come out. Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help laughing at this cute look, he felt like a young couple playing around. So he stretched out his hand gently, and clasped Karuizawa's palm together. What are you doing? Karuizawa turned his face away, his heart beat uncontrollably, as if anticipating what would happen next. Well. The rose-like aura enveloped the 2 of them, although they were a little unfamiliar, Karuizawa showed a dependent look. Some trance, but Karuizawa can barely feel the transfer of temperature. Like the warm sun, it dispels the darkness near and far away. It's been a long time since I felt such a feeling of being cared for. You said that on the cruise, remember? Of course, I never forgot. Then why put me aside to dry? This girl who has been in the dark since middle school has suffered too many storms. She often pays attention to even the slightest move for a long time. Obviously he said those words on the ship, but after returning to school, Xingjian Yinshi seemed to have forgotten and didn't express anything. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this. K, who has become stronger, seems to need someone to rely on. Humph, I just hope that some people don't just keep their promises and at. But no matter how delicate the flowers are, as long as the roots are not broken, they can still show their beauty one day. Now Karuizawa deeply understands this, and greedily sucks the nectar, turning it into nutrients for growth. Do you feel at ease? Oh wait. Such a sudden action is annoying, but what about that warm feeling? Will we always go on like this in the future? Karuizawa's voice seemed a little uneasy, and with her sensitive mind, it was not difficult to detect Kushida, Sakura, and others' feelings for Xingjian Yinshi. Although I can't give you a definite answer, good Zhao Hao, I assure you that the future will definitely be as you wish. Really, this is enough, light. Hearing the affirmative answer, Karuizawa finally let go of the anxiety in his heart. Slowly pull away a little distance, and then squat down protecting your knees. What's wrong? The girl closed her eyes, her voice became a little hurt. Just happy it's over, the sad days. From a long time ago, I wondered if the prince in the story would appear and take me out of this suffering dollar. Seeing such a pitiful Karuizawa, Xingjian Yinshi couldn't help hugging her from behind. I'm late, it should have been earlier. No, it came quite in time. Before I completely lost my courage, it suddenly appeared. Karuizawa's face is mixed with smiles and tears, which is a peculiar scene that only a person can show when he is severely stimulated. Then, promise to be my princess.